Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 I became a Konoha test subject. Konoha, root headquarters. Ayarg, just kill me. Danzo Shimura, may you die a horrible death. Aya. Inside the dark laboratory, agonizing screams echoed, enough to make one's scalp tingle. On the operating tables, several people could be seen being cruelly dissected. In a cage behind them, more than a dozen people shivered in fear. The old, the young, women, and children were all there. If Hiruzen Sarutobi were to see this scene, his face would surely darken. Danzo is ruthless enough, not even sparing women, children, or the elderly. Under a light not far away, a middle-aged man watched the scene with a blank expression, his cold eyes glinting with a strange sense of anticipation. A few meters from the operating table, an infant lay inside a nutrient tank, guarded by several high-ranking root shinobi as if it were a priceless treasure. At that moment, a root ninja approached, knelt on one knee, and spoke respectfully, "Lord Danzo, we've investigated the matter of the cursed infant." Cursed infant, the nickname given by Root. Speak. Danzo glanced at the infant's location, his eyes filled with curiosity. 3 months ago, the cursed infant was discovered in the Konoha forest by the orphanage director. It was brought back to the orphanage to be raised. No information regarding its parents was found, so it was presumed abandoned. According to the investigation, the cursed infant cannot see, hear, speak, or even move. Hearing this, Danzo's eyelid visibly twitched. No need for presumption, it was definitely abandoned. Even so, the cursed infant survived. Incredibly, anyone who touches the infant will have their physical or psychological defects gradually healed. The orphan Kiyohata, who was always bald, grew a full head of black hair a month after touching the cursed infant. The orphan Shiroki, who was missing his right hand, grew a new right arm 2 months after touching the cursed infant. The orphan Hokuto, who was mentally unstable, returned to normal 10 days after touching the cursed infant. The orphan Saka, who had always been short, grew 20 centimeters after touching the cursed infant. The orphan Narunishi. With every true case the root ninja reported, Danzo's eyes grew a little brighter. After hearing about dozens of people whose physical or psychological defects had been self-repaired, Danzo immediately stood up, unable to suppress his excitement. Is there any other information? Lord Danzo. Seeing Danzo about to touch the infant, the root ninja quickly warned, those who touch the cursed infant do not live long. Many have died without any warning. In an instant, Danzo stopped in his tracks, his face sinking. As expected, there's a catch. The root ninja continued with a strange expression, not only that, but everyone who was healed by touching the cursed infant began to worship it as a god, calling the cursed infant the child of God. This was the reason for the experiment. All those old people, women, and children were from the Konoha orphanage, they had all touched the infant's body. And it was because of this abnormal phenomenon that they attracted the prying eyes of Root, leading to this tragedy. For a moment, Root headquarters fell silent. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or not, fell upon the infant. A ninja reported, "Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage has summoned you. Lock up everyone who touched the cursed infant. No one is to touch it without my permission." Danzo's expression shifted, and he finally left the laboratory, leaving behind a vicious command. The child of God. Throw it in the dungeon without food or water. Let's see if it dies. The root ninja was not surprised. It wouldn't be too late to experiment after a day of confinement. After all, Lord Danzo had a little quirk, the more outstanding the test subject, the more he felt the need to abuse it, as if to soothe some psychological deficiency. In common terms, he was a sadist. After the infant was thrown into the dungeon, the screams in the laboratory continued unabated. This place was hell. After more than a dozen heavy doors were sealed shut, several root ninjas stood guard outside. Behind the doors, inside the dungeon, the infant opened its eyes. And carried hashtag at asterisk and hashtag. The infant let out a low whimper, its bright eyes filled with resentment. Old fiend Danzo, may you die a horrible death. If Danzo could understand the infant's meaning, he would surely be stunned. The cursed infant can speak. It can recognize me. This was because the souls of those who died after touching the infant would turn into pure energy and repair the infant's defects. Its ability to speak, see, hear, and so on. They had been repaired over a month ago. It was just that after the infant became aware of the world, it chose to use a special energy to hide the fact that its defects had been repaired, but it still met the old fiend Danzo. What a hell-level start. The infant quieted down, its heart heavy. The infant's name was Lucian, a transmigrator from Earth who had physically traveled. But to Lucian's dismay, his 20-year-old body had reverted to that of an infant upon his arrival in the Konoha forest, where he was found by the director and taken to the orphanage. Surviving as an infant is difficult in any world, let alone the war-torn ninja world. But just when he thought being an infant was miserable enough, the problems that followed made Lucian begin to despair. The various defects from 3 months ago were Lucian's initial state as an infant. Like a stillborn, all he could feel was endless darkness. But even so, Lucian successfully survived by relying on the special energy within his body. Gradually, Lucian discovered that when others touched him, he would share a part of his soul, filling the gaps in the toucher's soul. This caused the toucher's original psychological or physical defects to gradually heal. But all those who touched Lucian did not live long. Upon the contact's death, the previously shared piece of soul would return to his body, absorbing the toucher's soul energy to further heal his own body. This allowed the infant Lucian to gradually recover his ability to speak, see, hear, and other functions. Lucian also discovered that he had been revered as a god by those he had healed, who respectfully called him the child of God. Then he was discovered by Root, leading to this hell-level start. Did I inherit Yhwach's abilities? At first, Lucian was in despair. But the energy within him that protected him from death, along with the series of events, made the now calm Lucian reflect. Such a peculiar infant. Besides that major boss from the world of Shinigami who was killed by the plot, who else could it be? Yhwach. From the Shinigami anime. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. The progenitor of the Quincy, the natural enemy of the Shinigami. It's not just Yhwach's abilities, there's more. Lucian sensed the special energy within his body. A gem shimmering with blue-black light was helping him endure his weakest period. Its ability resembled the Hōgyoku. But it was far more mysterious and powerful. Because the Hōgyoku was not enough to traverse the ninja world, it had to be a special, powerful treasure. It was more accurate to say that it recorded the Hōgyoku's ability during its journey through time and space. Even Yhwach's abilities were likely just what it had recorded and was currently manifesting. The gem might have many more abilities. It might even be able to carry Lucian across worlds again. Whatever this gem is, I'll just call it the Hōgyoku for now. At the very least, what I can feel right now are only Yhwach's abilities and the Hōgyoku's power. Are these my golden fingers? Chapter 2, The Quincy Progenitor, Spirit Particle Training. Hum. Streams of formless energy surged from all directions, jolting Lucian's spirit, and a hint of sadness couldn't help but appear in his eyes. This energy came from the souls of the people who had touched Lucian. They were all dead. Because Lucian couldn't control his sharing ability before, it led to their deaths. After they died, their soul energy transformed into highly concentrated spirit particles, which were then absorbed by Lucian. This allowed Lucian to repair his own defects and strengthen himself. For the 3 months he had been an infant, he was cared for by the orphanage. The people there were war orphans and some kind volunteers, and they had gradually soothed Lucian's restless heart. But disaster struck so quickly, and Lucian could not forget the tragic death of the director. In the end, I was too weak. Lucian took a deep breath and focused on absorbing the spirit particles. Since he was in this dog-eat-dog world, there was only one goal. To become strong, stronger than anyone else. Half an hour later, Lucian opened his eyes. If Danzo were to see Lucian now, he would be stunned, because the infant Lucian had now grown to look 2 or 3 years old. In fact, Lucian had truly grown from an infant into the form of a 3-year-old and had stood up. I can finally move, and I can absorb spirit particles on my own. Over a month ago, the deaths of those who touched him had restored his sight, hearing, and voice, but only now could Lucian finally move. Most importantly, he could now strengthen himself. Spirit particles. In Lucian's eyes, the dark dungeon was as brilliant as a starry sky, filled with dense, extremely active points of light. In the soul society of the Shinigami world, all matter is composed of spirit particles. Spirit particles also exist in the living world, but they are not as dense, as the soul society is a gathering place for souls. In the ninja world, as Lucian observed, spirit particles were a form of energy that could be cultivated. If a world had a place like an underworld or a netherworld, then after a living being dies, a part of their soul would turn into spirit particles, considered a loss of soul energy. If a world had no residence for souls, then after death, the entire soul would turn into spirit particles. The ninja world has a pure land. But with the accumulation over countless years, even if only a small part of a soul turns into spirit particles and remains in the world after death, the number of spirit particles would still be innumerable. Spirit particles, spiritual power, spiritual pressure, spirit channels. Sensing the power within himself, Lucian knew he had a strong foundation. Like this. Lucian raised his hand, directly gathering spirit particles at his fingertip, which filled with a destructive aura. A small Heilig file. The next second, Lucian waved his hand and dissipated it. This was not the place for experiments. Besides, his strength didn't allow for it. Lucian looked at his 3-year-old body. The spiritual power within him was too little, even forming a small Heilig file was a strain. As for the medium, large, multiple, or the great holy bow versions of Heilig file, and techniques like the spirit particle space, Sankt altar, condensed spirit particle flames, Sankt Zwinger, Schattenberich, blood vene, blood artery, Hōgyoku, and so on. Lucian couldn't use any of them at the moment. Let alone the Almighty. Although the Almighty was just the name of an ability, it also indicated just how powerful it was. First, I'll try to control the spirit particles to make a piece of clothing. Lucian's thoughts ran wild. Spirit particles could form everything in the Soul Society. If he could use spirit particles to create clothes, it would mean his control over them was meticulous. After all, concentrated spirit particles could create most objects and buildings. There is only one way to get stronger as fast as possible. Lucian's gaze was resolute. Danzo, that old schemer, could come back to dissect him at any moment. Who knows how long it took Yhwach to go from a useless infant to his peak, only to die after 1,000 years. But he didn't have time to leisurely absorb spirit particles to grow stronger. Hōgyoku, can you feel my heart? Outside. The entire village of Konoha was filled with a tense atmosphere. Ninjas could be seen with solemn expressions, the air thick with the feeling of impending war. After the First Shinobi World War, the ninja world had recuperated for 20 years. However, due to the imbalanced economic development between nations, the militaristic factions within each ninja village began to rise, starting to fight for their own interests. The most sensational event in the ninja world was that before the major ninja villages could declare war on each other, the village hidden in the rain, in order to expand its territory, directly declared war on the land of iron, Konoha, and the village hidden in the sand. Had the village hidden in the rain gotten arrogant? No, it was a matter of necessity. The land of rain was caught between the 3 great nations of fire, wind, and earth. It was bound to become a battlefield sooner or later. It was better to seize the initiative, especially since the leader of the village hidden in the rain was a demigod. Hanzo the demigod, although he was a tiny bit different from Hashirama and Madara, he was still at the pinnacle of this era's shinobi. The latest news was that Hanzo of the Salamander was leading a team to invade the land of iron. The samurai of the land of iron fled without a fight upon hearing his name, with only a samurai named Mifune staying behind alone. He withstood a few blows and was spared by Hanzo. The village hidden in the sand also began to advance towards the land of rain, and the village hidden in the cloud and others were stirring, each ready to fight for their own interests. At this moment, Hokage's office. Such lovely villagers. It's a pity war is coming. Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking his large pipe, his gaze occasionally falling on his crystal ball, revealing a lecherous smile. Only when Danzo arrived did he properly retract his gaze. Lord Danzo. A pale man with golden, vertical pupils greeted him. After taking office as Hokage, Hiruzen had his favorite student serve as Danzo's attendant, showing the importance he placed on Danzo. Currently, Orochimaru often worked with Danzo. Orochimaru, my growth is inseparable from the cultivation of that old fiend Danzo. What do you want from me? Danzo also glanced at the crystal ball, a look of contempt in his eyes. This old man despises this kind of person the most, a man who peeks in secret. If you like it, just go for it. If anyone dares to disobey, kill their whole family. Sensing Danzo's gaze, Hiruzen coughed lightly and then said seriously, Danzo, tell me, why did you capture the people from the orphanage? If it were just a few people taken at random, Hiruzen, with his fondness for Danzo, wouldn't have asked. But this time, dozens of people were taken, most of them old, weak, women, and children. If word got out, the impact would be extremely negative. Chapter 3, Schattenberich, Surprise Attack on Danzo. Smack. Danzo said nothing, simply tossing a file over. He handed a copy to Orochimaru as well. Danzo recognized Orochimaru's talent, especially in the field of experimental science. The word genius was insufficient to describe him. Sarutobi stared at the file, stunned. Even the usually nonchalant Orochimaru felt a jolt internally. This infant possessed a wondrous Kekkei Genkai. In everyone's perception, this was a new bloodline limit. An infant who could restore health just by being touched, if it grew up. Even without combat abilities, it would be of strategic importance. At this, Sarutobi spoke seriously, Danzo, I will permit this experiment, on the condition that I am made aware of all research results. And finally, you are not to harm him. This child is destined for my Umbu. Danzo understood Sarutobi's meaning, the power of the Hokage, a power he himself coveted. At present, Sarutobi was the renowned god of shinobi, and a good working relationship was beneficial for Danzo's own development. Just as Danzo was preparing to leave, a root ninja suddenly appeared. Lord Danzo, those test subjects, they all committed suicide. Root headquarters. When Danzo led Sarutobi and Orochimaru into the facility, they were met with the sight of dozens of corpses in the laboratory. What made everyone's blood run cold was that these old, weak people, women, and children had all died with smiles on their faces, a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere of the lab. What happened? Lord Danzo was angry, and the consequences would be severe. Were the root ninja all idiots? They couldn't even stop ordinary people from committing suicide. Feeling Danzo's wrath, the root ninja spoke with a dry voice. Lord Danzo, after the cursed infant was locked away, some of them went into a frenzy, shouting for the child of God, and then they committed suicide en masse. Even my immediate medical treatment was useless. It was as if their souls were missing. Hiss. Was this for real? Danzo felt his scalp tingle. The report had said they treated the cursed infant as a god of their faith, but Danzo had assumed it was just a figure of speech. Now it seemed that his parting words, which they must have interpreted as an order to execute the infant, had led to self-sacrifice. A funeral by suicide. What kind of bloodline is this? A new form of truth. Watching the tragic scene in the lab, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips, his interest intensely piqued. Of course, Uncle Snake had not yet gone to extremes, but his thirst for the truth had never changed. Where is the child? Take me to see him. Sarutobi was also annoyed, reminded of things like the Jashin cult in the Land of Rivers. It was a good thing Danzo discovered this in time. If this had gone on for a few more years, wouldn't Konoha have fallen? Humph. Danzo glanced at the bodies and led the way without another word. Click. Clack. Watching as more than a dozen heavy doors were opened one after another, the path growing ever darker, Sarutobi's eye twitched. Danzo was being far too cautious. Sensei, something's not right. Just as they were about to open the final door, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Danzo and Sarutobi exchanged a look. They felt it too. The deeper they went, the more they could feel a faint, oppressive presence. It wasn't chakra, nor was it killing intent, but it exerted a strange pressure. Believing it was just a 3-month-old infant inside, Danzo relaxed and said, "No outsider can ever break into Root, especially not this underground space. Open the last door." As he watched the door slowly open, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it finally time? But that pressure, it's definitely not my imagination. They're here. Hearing the commotion outside, Lucian clenched his fists. His 3-year-old body had now transformed into that of a 6-year-old. The price of this growth was absorbing the soul energy from the suicides of the orphanage members. And it had unlocked most of his abilities. Shatten Barich. With a flicker of shadow, Lucian vanished from his spot. Shatten Barich, a common skill for pure-blooded Quincy, using a black shadow to move a person or object into another space. However, the time one can exist in that other space is limited. Once the time is up, the shadow will envelop the user or object and forcibly return it to its original space. Where is he? Where did he go? The cell before them was empty and dark. Danzo scanned the room but saw nothing. The root ninja behind him were shocked and panicked, swearing that no one had come out. It was like they'd seen a ghost. There are traces of movement, but they just vanish here. Sarutobi followed the tracks, but they led to nothing but a shadow. Mini. Heilig file. To form the spirit particles as quickly as possible, Lucian created a simplified version of the Heilig file within the Shatten Barich. After all, it was just a method of applying spirit particles. Just as Danzo was about to erupt in anger, a faint glimmer of light flickered in the shadow before him, instantly causing everyone present to tense up. Look out, get back. Amidst Sarutobi's cry of alarm, the glimmer of light suddenly flared brilliantly. The light shot out like an arrow, streaking through the void like lightning, aimed straight for Danzo. Fast. It was too fast. Danzo, who was in the middle of a body flicker retreat, only saw a flash of light before subconsciously raising his right arm. A sharp pain shot through him, accompanied by the sound of the air itself tearing apart. Arg. Danzo's raised right palm was instantly shredded, and the projectile continued through half his arm, shooting straight into his right eye. When Sarutobi turned back, he saw Danzo's right hand torn into a bloody mist and the gruesome wound where his right eye had been. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout Root. A maimed arm. A single eye. Protect Lord Danzo. The Root ninja reacted instantly, launching attacks into the dungeon while pulling the agonized Danzo back. Boom. 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 A dozen ninjutsu simultaneously bombarded the narrow dungeon, the explosions echoing endlessly as dust and debris filled the air. Lucian, we're not even in the same dimension. Blast away all you want. Chapter 4, First Meeting with the Hokage, and a young Kushina. What a pity. Sensing that Danzo had only lost his hand and right eye, Lucian snorted coldly. He wasn't proficient with any of his skills yet. Otherwise, a single small Heilig file would have been enough to kill Danzo instantly. When the dust settled, the dungeon was in ruins, but there was still no sign of Lucian. Old fiend Danzo, I've helped you get your new eye in hand ahead of schedule. No need to thank me. Although Danzo would have a Sharingan in his right eye socket some 20 years later when he attacked Shisui, even using his Izanagi to ambush him, the current Danzo wore no bandages. A youthful voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the ruins, shocking the root ninja. The infant can talk. No, wait, it's not dead. Are you sure that was an infant? Sarutobi's face was also grave. It was laughable. He hadn't even seen the enemy. He had faced the Azuras of the ninja world without flinching. But never before had he faced an infant as if it were a formidable foe, an enemy he hadn't even laid eyes on. That attack just now. No, that energy, and where is he hiding? Orochimaru's golden, serpentine pupils began to shine. In such a short time, Lucian had provided him with one surprise after another. Arg. Danzo's roar was filled with pain and fury, his killing intent overflowing as he bellowed, "Kill it! Kill it for me! It must die! Take Danzo for treatment, seal the exit, and notify the barrier team to seal off all of Root." Sarutobi made a swift decision, ordering everyone to fall back. When the power gap wasn't too large, ninja battles were battles of intelligence. But when the enemy's techniques were unknown, sealing the area was the best choice. "A pleasure to meet you. You must be the Hokage of Konoha." As they retreated, the group caught a glimpse of a figure flickering into existence, stunning everyone. Sarutobi shot the enraged Danzo a look that said, "Are you kidding me? What happened to the infant? This boy looked 6 or 7 years old. Where did he get the black robe?" But most captivating was the brilliant blue sphere of energy in Lucian's right hand. In the dark underground, it made him look like a demon child. Sarutobi sighed heavily and said, "Child, no matter what happened, stop this now. Since you are here, you should know what happened." Lucian replied with a cold gaze. In the world of adults, there is no good or bad, only right and wrong. In his eyes, Danzo wasn't a bad person, he was a person who deserved to die. Moreover, Lucian had inherited the power of a king, making him a natural enemy to Konoha, to everything. Stay in Konoha. As a civilian. As a ninja. As the village chief. Don't be ridiculous. The tiny village of Konoha could not contain Lucian's ambition. That power is what allowed an infant to grow so quickly. Orochimaru studied Lucian carefully. The boy seemed to have an aura that was completely out of place in this world. When his eyes met Lucian's, Orochimaru was surprised to find he understood his gaze. "Lucian, don't mind that I'm small, I'll grow up fast. How about joining me?" Orochimaru smiled, his eyes replying, "Interesting. Let's talk again after you've survived this." "Lucian, you understood. You're a smart one, indeed." Orochimaru, likewise. Sarutobi's eyelid twitched. Were they flirting with their eyes right in front of him? Danzo roared, "All of you, attack. Kill him. Hey, too late. Accept my grand gift." The 2 sentences of banter were just Lucian stalling for time to gather spirit particles. "First, I'll destroy your root. Condensed spirit particle flame." This was the technique Lucian had been preparing ever since Danzo appeared. By continuously compressing spirit particles, the super-concentrated particles would burn, releasing extremely destructive, high-temperature flames. Yhwach had once used these spirit flames to easily conquer Hueco Mundo and bring ruin to the Soul Society. Swoosh. Lucian could only use a crude version for now, simply projecting the highly concentrated spirit particles. The moment Lucian made his move, Sarutobi acted, retreating while simultaneously performing a technique. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A massive wall of earth and rock rose from the ground, forming a barrier. The instant the wall appeared, the spirit flame made contact with it. The wall was then effortlessly obliterated, and a blue flame erupted forth. Boom. Along with a massive explosion, a powerful shockwave swept out, blasting Sarutobi and the others away. The blue flame shot towards the sky, becoming a towering pillar of fire that pierced through all the upper levels of the root facility. It set off a chain reaction, causing the entire underground base to collapse. A few minutes earlier. Although Konoha was on a war footing and the atmosphere was tense everywhere, the Ninja Academy still had classes. The students, just let out of school, didn't understand the hardships of war. They ran into the arms of their elders with smiling faces, while others walked home in groups or alone. Not far away, a carefree man with waist-length white hair was walking with a young blonde woman in twin pigtails. "The new class of students is about to graduate. The sensei is preparing to make me a Jonin leader. I need to pick the good prospects as soon as possible. Who knows, I might be able to train a ninja as excellent as myself, ha ha ha." Bam. Before Jiraiya could finish his narcissistic speech, he was met with Tsunade's fist. Idiot. After sending Jiraiya flying with a single punch, Tsunade saw a red-haired girl of about 10 years old running angrily, looking like she was about to beat someone up. Tsunade immediately grabbed her. Who are you? Let me, Auntie Tsunade. The red-haired girl turned her head and her expression immediately turned to one of pleasant surprise. She often went to the Senju clan's lands to see her clan's ancestors and play, so she was naturally familiar with the princess of the Senju clan. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. What did you call me? Sorry, my mistake, Sister Tsunade. The red-haired girl stuck out her tongue sheepishly, looking quite cute. Her delicate little face was bright red, like a tomato that made you want to take a bite. Who were you about to hit just now, Kushina? No one. I was just playing hide-and-seek with my classmates. Yes, that's it. Seeing Kushina Uzumaki lie without blinking, Tsunade rolled her eyes. Everyone knew that Kushina was the big sister of the upper grades, the #1 girl in the ninja academy. Sister Tsunade, look over there. Kushina pointed not far away, her face full of gossip. What are that white-haired uncle and that effeminate-looking guy doing? The world of adults is so scary. Tsunade turned to look, and her face immediately darkened. Chapter 5, Minato, that white-haired uncle is terrifying. After Jiraiya was sent flying by Tsunade's punch, a yellow-haired kid walking out of the academy stared in shock at the figure falling from the sky. Driven by a desire to help, and not wanting to see a white-haired uncle fall to his death, he rushed over and caught Jiraiya. The momentum was too much. The two of them crashed to the ground, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, they landed face to face, their lips meeting. Their eyes locked. It was as if the world stood still. The crowd watched the drama unfold. My goodness, that man doesn't even spare children. Tui. My first kiss. You damn brat, you've ruined my innocence. Jiraiya immediately jumped away, letting out a pig-like squeal, and with tears in his eyes, he started roughing up the yellow-haired kid. From the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi, that kiss under the setting sun was my lost youth. The yellow-haired kid was speechless. I saved you and you're hitting me. Ahem. Noticing the stares from the crowd, Jiraiya coughed lightly, showing no sign of embarrassment. He pulled the yellow-haired kid up, flicked his flowing white hair, and spoke in a deep, powerful voice. Young man, what is your name? Such an air of a master. The yellow-haired kid was dumbfounded. After a moment, he managed to stammer out, Kaze. Minato. Namikaze Minato. A fine name. No, it's Namikaze Minato. Wow. Suddenly, Jiraiya looked as if he had discovered a priceless treasure, exclaiming in amazement, incredible, truly incredible. I see a glorious light erupting from the crown of your head. Do you know, for someone so young to have such impressive chakra, you are a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of cultivation. Therefore. The crowd was stunned, and Minato was even more confused. Jiraiya's voice dropped to a serious tone. I am entrusting you with the mission to punish evil and uphold world peace, all right? Okay. Minato nodded subconsciously, and then saw Jiraiya stuff a book into his hands. This draft of Make Out Paradise is a priceless treasure. I can see we're bound by fate. In exchange for your wallet, I'll bestow it upon you. No need to thank me. My wallet. This white-haired uncle. Does he have no shame? Watching Jiraiya walk away coolly with his wallet, Minato Namikaze was on the verge of tears. When he took out the book and looked at it, the simple and kind young Minato's face instantly turned bright red. On the cover was a suggestive illustration. Below it were the words, Make Out Paradise Draft. Puffed. Jiraiya. Tsunade, who had watched the entire exchange, her face darkened as she clenched her fists. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion shook Konoha, and the ground trembled violently. What the hell, is Tsunade that strong? Jiraiya was flabbergasted. She clenches her fist and the world falls apart. Has Tsunade been hiding her true strength all this time, afraid of making me feel inferior? But the towering flames in the southeast of Konoha shattered Jiraiya's fantasy and startled everyone. What's that? Hiss, the sky looks like it's been torn open. Everyone on the streets of Konoha stared at the scene in shock. The terrifying blue flame tore apart the surrounding land like a volcanic eruption. A pillar of light shot towards the sky, and you could even see a huge hole punched through the heavens by the column of fire. Although Lucian's spiritual power was not yet strong enough, his plan was well executed, unleashing his power with all his might. First, an announcement. The king has arrived. Who's fighting? That's the root base. The shinobi of Konoha were all alerted. Even from a distance, they could feel the scorching heat from the towering pillar of fire, which had raised the temperature of the entire village. Who was this? So terrifying. Jiraiya and Tsunade both rushed towards the direction of the root base. At the site of the root headquarters, the foundation of Konoha, which lay beneath the village, had been blasted through from below. The area was covered in dense, long fissures, and everything within had been buried. The spirit flame continued to burn, turning the area into a zone of molten rock. Boom. The ground suddenly exploded, and a continuous wall, like a mountain range, burst forth from the earth. It was Sarutobi's Earth-style, Earth-flow fortress wall. The wall, over 100 meters thick, had bought them a chance to escape the spirit flame. However, cough, cough. The impact of the spirit flame's explosion had left Sarutobi's aura significantly weakened. He looked at the completely ruined root base, his eyes somewhat vacant. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I was just happily sitting in my office admiring my crystal ball, then went to have a few words with Danzo. And then what? Danzo is crippled, Root is gone, and I'm injured. Root, an organization nearly on par with the Umbu, was destroyed. Looking around, he saw few survivors. Hiruzen Sarutobi's head was buzzing. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly looked at Danzo, whose aura was faint as he convulsed on the ground, looking as if he were about to die. Danzo, are you all right? Don't you dare die. If you die, I'll... Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish, Lucian's slightly mocking voice rang out. TSK, what a nauseating display of love. What an insult. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. Orochimaru gave a strange smile, not caring in the slightest about the injuries he sustained from being blasted away. On the contrary, his interest in Lucian grew even stronger. Sarutobi, capture him alive. I want to study every single one of his cells. Danzo took a deep breath and opened his eye, suppressing the hatred in his heart. Instead, an uncontrollable greed began to surface. This child, so young and yet so strong. It was as if he was back on the day his sensei was surrounded and attacked, the day he was powerless. The day his descent into darkness began. Everything was because he lacked sufficient power. He craved power. All right. Sarutobi tore off his Hokage robe. His short, yet refined body had held up the sky for Konoha for an entire generation. The god of shinobi. Looking at Lucian, Sarutobi felt a pang of pain in his heart. Such a powerful child. If I had discovered him first, perhaps things would have been different. Chapter 6, Hōgyoku, crippling Danzo's 5 limbs. Danzo also stood, his blood-covered face making him look like a fierce demon. This cursed infant. I must obtain everything he has. What a magnificent soul. At that moment, the soul energy of the root ninja killed by Lucian was completely absorbed by him. In Lucian's eyes, soul energy was the purest form of energy. Like spiritual chi, absorbing it was a great boon. Hiss. To everyone's horror, Lucian's body began to grow taller. They watched as he grew from the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old to that of a 10-year-old, his aura flaring with newfound strength. A scene like this shattered everyone's understanding of the world. A monster. The newly arrived Konoha ninja all stared with wide eyes. Then, they saw Lucian take a step forward. Danzo instinctively took a step back. Lucian smiled. Why create distance? If you truly wish to harm me, you would draw closer to attack. You are afraid of me. You bastard, I. Danzo began, enraged by the humiliation, but his pupils suddenly contracted. Hōgyoku. Lucian vanished from sight. The Hōgyoku was the Quincy's method of high-speed movement. The more spirit particles gathered, the faster the speed. Everyone strained to sense and observe him, but before they could find Lucian's location, a demonic whisper sounded in Danzo's ear. Combat distance is only meaningful when the opponents are of equal strength. But between you and me, distance is utterly meaningless. Blood artery. The moment Lucian appeared beside Danzo, he activated blood artery. By injecting spirit particles into his blood vessels, he drastically increased his body's destructive power and aimed a vicious kick at Danzo's left shoulder. Bam. When the crowd caught sight of Lucian again, they saw Danzo being sent flying by a brutal kick. With the speed of Hōgyoku and the power of blood artery, Danzo's taijutsu was completely unable to block him. Rip. Everyone watched as Danzo's left shoulder was shattered. Amidst a spray of blood, his entire left arm disintegrated into fragments as he crashed into the ground, able only to curl up and vomit mouthfuls of blood. Many of the ninja felt a cold shiver run through them. Both hands were gone. His right eye was crippled. Swish. Lucian moved again, flashing to Danzo's side and stomping down viciously. Arg. A wretched scream echoed across the ruins of the root base. They saw Danzo's right leg get crushed by Lucian's stomp, leaving him writhing and screaming on the ground. Another leg, broken. Stop it. Lightning style, thunder. From a distance, Sarutobi released a sharp spear of lightning from his mouth, sweeping the electricity towards Lucian. Blood vene anhaben. Lucian didn't even turn his head. A semicircular shield, like a barrier, formed around him, covering a dozen meters. This was an enhanced extension of blood vene. It could expand the defensive blood vene outside the body, forming a patterned, semicircular shield to block enemy attacks. It could also corrode anything that touched it, further expanding its range. Boom. Sarutobi's lightning style was completely ineffective, only creating ripples as it struck the blood vene anhaben. You know, death isn't the frightening part. Looking at Danzo lying in a pool of his own blood, Lucian raised his foot again. I believe today's experience will be etched into your memory for life, but the pain has only just begun. I will not grant you an easy death. Arg. An inhuman scream of agony rang out once more. They watched as Danzo's only remaining limb, his left leg, was slowly crushed under Lucian's foot. Faced with such excruciating pain, Danzo's consciousness was on the verge of collapse. So ruthless. What in the world did Lord Danzo do to him? Witnessing such a brutal scene firsthand, the ninja who were preparing to attack felt their hearts pound wildly. Sarutobi was also stunned. This child was so cruel. My God, that kid. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had just arrived, were also dumbfounded. Was that the Hokage's advisor, Konoha's hidden boss, Danzo? His right eye was already gone, both hands shattered, and now both his legs were crippled as well. Anyone else would have lost the will to live. All four limbs were useless. Aya, just kill me. The immense physical pain was causing Danzo's consciousness to break down. His bloodshot eye stared daggers at the boy standing over him, his face a mask of savagery. You'd better kill me right now. Otherwise, if you give me a chance, Is that so? I look forward to your performance. To Danzo's terrified gaze, Lucian raised his foot again. My four limbs are already crippled. Where is he going to kick? It can't be, there. Demon, devil. When he saw Lucian's foot aiming for his groin, Danzo's heart nearly stopped. His mind went blank, and an uncontrollable roar burst from his throat. A warrior can be killed but not shamed. Ignore me, everyone. Arg. In Danzo's despair, Lucian's foot came down, and a sickening crunch echoed instantly. Only four limbs. I'll just have to cripple all five. Hiss. The ninja who were about to attack froze as if petrified, their faces masks of stunned disbelief. Such viciousness. Many of the ninja felt a cold chill run down their spines. Some of the kunoichi spat in disgust. Seeing this, Sarutobi's eyes turned red. Attack, he roared. Kill him. Fire style. Water style. Jolted back to their senses, the hundreds of ninja present began to form hand seals in unison. Chapter 7, The Sannin Strike, A Moment of Despair. Too slow. Lucian deactivated blood vene anhaben and activated Hōgyoku. The crowd only saw a brilliant flash of light as Lucian streaked across the battlefield. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if countless afterimages of Lucian appeared, only to merge back into one. In an instant, he had crossed the entire field and appeared behind them, standing tall. His speed was so fast that no one could react. Behind Lucian stood over 100 shinobi. Including Sarutobi, Orochimaru, and even the newly arrived Jiraiya and Tsunade, all of them were frozen in place for a moment. Thud. 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 The next moment, with the exception of the stunned Danzo, every shinobi within 100 meters of Lucian shuddered violently. Then, as if dealt a heavy blow, they were all sent flying backwards like cannonballs. With a single strike, nearly 100 shinobi were defeated. Gulp. The shinobi rushing over from the distance watched with expressions of utter disbelief and shock. What just happened? A black flash. So fast. Minato, who had also just arrived, was frozen in place. His mind was filled with the image of Lucian's figure flashing past, and all the enemies falling. It was too fast, too cool. Minato, I get it. Speed is power. That should be enough. Lucian took a deep breath. Although most Quincy abilities didn't consume much spiritual power, mobilizing a large number of spirit particles required immense spiritual power to support it. He had seemed powerful just now, but in his current state, Lucian would struggle to even release a small Heilig file. But this was the result he wanted. This feeling of dancing on the edge of life and death, he craved it. Hōgyoku, are you ready? Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and the others who had just arrived felt as if they were suffocating, their hearts pounding in their chests. Because as Lucian cut across the battlefield from a distance, he had collided with those who were rushing over from afar. For example, Kushina Uzumaki was less than 5 meters away from Lucian. Directly in front of him. Damn it, move. Kushina, the big sister of the academy, found her body refusing to obey her commands. It was as if an abyss was yawning right before her. Aya, he clearly looks about the same age as me, why is he so terrifying? Kushina screamed internally, but in the next second, she froze. The person in front of her, who looked to be her age, glanced at her as a king would a mere ant, dealing a massive blow to her pride. She was about to roar that she wasn't afraid. But the words died on her lips, and she could only mutter under her breath. I used to take down kids his size with a single punch. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly. A fearless brat, huh? Red hair. Lucian's gaze drifted forward, and sure enough, the yellow-haired boy was there too, looking at him with a resolute gaze. This era, not bad. Tui, damn it, what did this kid eat growing up? Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hate. So handsome at such a young age, what would he be like when he grew up? You bastard, you kicked me there, humph. Not far away, Tsunade's face was also dark. The great Princess Tsunade, sent flying by a mere child. Unforgivable. What if they were flattened? I'm becoming more and more interested in you, young man. Orochimaru flashed a sinister smile, the flame of a scientist's soul burning in his eyes. Attack together. Sarutobi roared. Lucian was trampling on Konoha's dignity, and Sarutobi's anger was uncontrollable. 10,000 snakes formation. Hearing the command, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. His mouth opened to an unbelievable angle, and countless snakes began to pour out madly, quickly forming a massive, overwhelming wave of serpents that flooded the ruins. They surged towards Lucian with unstoppable momentum, and from each snake's mouth, a sharp blade emerged. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi rapidly threw several shuriken. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The shuriken flying towards Lucian began to multiply at an incredible speed. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. By the time they were halfway there, the sky was filled with a dense swarm of shuriken. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. His white hair suddenly grew and expanded, forming the shape of a lion's head that rushed towards Lucian. This seemingly simple move was not only incredibly fast but also powerful enough to shred any enemy. With this, the sky was filled with shuriken, the ground was a tide of snakes, and the space between was filled with sharp hair, sealing off all of Lucian's escape routes. The 3 master-student pairs were feigning an attack. The real killing blow was with Tsunade. The 4 of them had over a decade of tacit understanding. They knew that against a high-speed shinobi like Lucian, they first had to block his path, then close in for a powerful strike. Kushina, get out of the way. Seeing this, an academy teacher shouted. Me. Kushina was also frozen to the spot, less than 5 meters from Lucian. All the attacks were headed for him. If Lucian dodged, the storm of shuriken, the thousands of snakes, and the dense hair would absolutely shred her to pieces. If he didn't dodge, he would die. Kushina. It was as if everything happened in that one moment. Danzo's eyes were filled with anticipation. And a girl with long, straight black hair, who looked to be about 13 or 14. She was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and in her eyes, a single Tomo Sharingan was active. She rushed forward from behind Kushina and threw her arms around her, shielding her. Chapter 8, Facing Death, One Must Maintain Elegance. Mikoto. After being embraced, Kushina's breath seemed to stop. She was a few years older, yet from their first meeting, they became close friends who could talk about anything, as if they'd known each other forever. She had given Kushina, an outsider to the village, a sense of warmth. Gentle Mikoto was like a beacon in her heart. And now? Are we going to die together? For them, that single moment stretched into an eternity. Then, in the next instant, everyone present witnessed an unbelievable scene. Tsunade, who was poised to leap in and finish the fight after the 3-pronged feint, froze in her tracks. Facing death, one must maintain elegance. They saw Lucian give a strange smile, making no move to dodge or counterattack. He simply stood there, smiling. He opened his arms wide, as if to embrace death, welcoming its arrival with the utmost elegance. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Mikoto and Kushina, standing before Lucian, were shaken to their core. Why isn't he dodging? Due to their different perspectives, in their eyes, and in the eyes of Minato and the other ninja in front, Lucian looked like a hero, facing death without fear to protect the 2 girls. With a body that looked no older than 10, he stood as a wall before them. In that moment, his small frame seemed to grow infinitely tall in their minds. What kind of foolish enemy is this? As some whispered in disbelief, the attacks landed. Puchichi. With a sickening sound, the shuriken and white hair pierced straight through Lucian. Amidst the spray of blood, the ferocious swarm of snakes suddenly halted. Orochimaru had stopped them. From their direct line of sight, they saw that the attacks which would have struck the two girls were completely blocked by Lucian's body, while the rest of the barrage just missed them. It was a scene of a man pierced by 1,000 blades. The mental shock of it all left the ninja in front of Lucian with their minds completely blank. As the snake swarm halted abruptly, a few tails flicked out, knocking Mikoto and Kushina away. The combination of emotional shock and physical impact caused them to lose consciousness. Seeing this, a kunoichi scooped up the two girls and carried them from the battlefield. The snakes hissed, and the entire field fell silent. Damn it. Orochimaru was surprisingly furious. He immediately withdrew the snakes, his face dark. With the snakes gone, all signs of life vanished from Lucian. It was just a probing feint. Why didn't such a powerful person fight back? Why didn't he even dodge? It was incomprehensible. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief, as if the powerful figure who had dominated the field moments before had never existed. He died, just like that. Was it really to save two girls he didn't even know? Tsunade unclenched her fists, her gaze lost. Sensei. She said, her voice dry. What exactly did that child do wrong? His sudden death made them all recall the situation. That's right, why were they fighting? They didn't even know why he was an enemy, much less why he had suddenly given up resisting. Was he out of strength? He had just crippled Danzo and destroyed Root, but Sarutobi was too ashamed to speak the words. Every action has a consequence. Any explanation would only complicate things further, so he remained silent. Quickly, continue the attack. In the midst of the silence, the near-dead Danzo shouted with manic excitement. Blast his body to bits, make sure he's not alive. Seal every piece of his flesh and blood. I'm going to study him, piece by piece. Hiss. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. At that moment, many ninja felt a cold disgust at Danzo's depraved behavior. Stop. Don't go near him. Jiraiya shouted. Just when everyone thought it was out of respect for the dead. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He saw that Jiraiya's face was extremely serious as he stared intently at the body. What are you looking at? He might not be dead. Question mark. I can feel it. I've been training with natural energy, although I haven't mastered it. Jiraiya's first sentence made Orochimaru want to hit him, but he continued. But my perception of energy has improved. I can sense a strange, unknown energy spreading within that body. It's fast, it's spreading so fast. It's strong, getting stronger and stronger. The others were confused by what they were hearing, but then Jiraiya's expression changed drastically, and he roared. Look out. It's dangerous, fall back. At the same time, a fatal sense of crisis spread across the field, making everyone's scalp tingle. They saw pinpricks of light appear on Lucian's body. In less than half a second, the light grew so blinding that everyone present had to shut their eyes. Lucian's body began to dissolve into spirit particles, which then converged, reforming into a new figure. Boom. Boom. Jiraiya and the others retreated hastily. But it all happened too fast. Everyone felt a violent and unimaginable surge of pressure. Thud. 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 In an instant, the energy exploded outwards in all directions. A terrifying repulsive force sent everything within a several hundred-meter radius flying, and many of the weaker ninja instantly dissolved into a bloody mist. Boom. The spirit particles formed a pillar of light. This pillar, bright enough to illuminate all of Konoha, shot upwards and tore a rift in the sky. The scene once again shocked those watching from afar. Splash. In an instant, like a torrential downpour, terrifying droplets of spiritual power rained down from the sky. Incredibly. Each droplet seemed to weigh a ton, striking the ground like armor-piercing bullets, destroying everything below. Arg. Painful screams filled the air. As one shinobi after another had their bodies destroyed and their souls shattered, the place turned into a living hell. The shinobi who survived through various means, like Hiruzen Sarutobi, glanced behind them, their eyes filled with rage and despair. In just a few short seconds, at least 100 shinobi had died. Sarutobi's heart ached so much he could barely breathe. Chapter 9, Hōgyoku Evolution, Lucian becomes an adult. The pillar of spirit particles and the rain of spiritual power came as quickly as they went. When everyone present looked up, their pupils couldn't help but widen. Hiss, what kind of monster is he? The moment the light dissipated, Lucian reappeared, completely transformed. His 10-year-old body had fully matured. He now stood at over 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. He had taken on the appearance of a man of about 20, remarkably handsome and extraordinary. His long black hair flowed in the wind, and he wore a white Quincy uniform with a deep red and black cape, naturally exuding a kingly aura. Even more astonishingly, Lucian stood suspended dozens of meters in the air, looking down upon the earth like a god, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Evolution requires fear. Especially the fear of facing death, of being annihilated into dust. Interestingly, I succeeded. And congratulations. Standing high in the sky, Lucian's voice, carried by the spirit particles, spread throughout all of Konoha. For witnessing the birth of a king. What? His death had instead promoted his evolution. Many people's worldviews shattered. With hindsight, they finally understood why Lucian had sought death just now. It was not for the laughable reason of saving two little girls. He had used the crisis of death to force his own evolution. How on earth did he do it? Orochimaru gave a subtle smile. The truth had not disappeared, instead, it had become even more mysterious. Good. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo, who had been excited just moments before, was on the verge of collapse. He had experienced too many highs and lows in such a short time. He screamed like a madman. A genjutsu. It must be a damn genjutsu. Damn it. It's fake. It's all fake. There are always villains trying to harm me. I don't believe it. You should all die. Die, arg. He's gone mad. Sarutobi's face was full of bitterness. Danzo had gone from hope to despair, then from despair back to hope, and now from hope to despair again. Coupled with his crippled body, the blow was too great. With all 5 limbs crippled, who wouldn't break down? Swish. Lucian flashed to the ground, and in an instant, many ninja couldn't help but retreat. In their hearts, Lucian could no longer be called human. If someone called him a demon, or even an evil god, people would believe it. It was all too incredible. Especially with Hiruzen Sarutobi remaining silent, no one dared to make a move. Thank you, Hōgyoku. The process had seemed smooth, but what Lucian had done could only be described as insane. To grow strong quickly, Lucian had only one path, to use the properties of the Hōgyoku to complete his own evolution. What was the Hōgyoku? The Hōgyoku can absorb the desires from the hearts of those around it and manifest them. It can also protect its host's body, making it immortal. When the host's abilities reach their limit or their life is threatened, the Hōgyoku can cause the host to evolve to the next stage. And so, Lucian's plan began. He used his not-so-powerful spiritual energy to launch an all-out attack, disregarding the cost to give Konoha the greatest shock, thereby pushing himself to a certain critical point. Then, he found the right opportunity to complete his evolution in a fatal or death-like crisis. But this was all predicated on the Hōgyoku being perfect. The Hōgyoku needed to sense Lucian's earnest desires, it needed to absorb the desires of those around him, and it needed to have the ability to make Lucian evolve in this world. Various conditions had to be met. In other words, Lucian had done this without fully understanding his golden finger. I admit, I was gambling. But I won the bet. One cannot achieve greatness without a touch of madness. Lucian was also learning from Aizen. That time Jin Ichimaru assassinated him, Aizen didn't dodge Kamishini no Yari. Aizen, who should have died, instead completed an evolution thanks to the Hōgyoku. What in the world are you? Sarutobi now understood. Lucian was definitely not human in the conventional sense. The investigation report clearly stated he was an infant, 3 months old. Which family's infant becomes an adult in the blink of an eye? Everyone looked at Lucian with a mix of emotions, awe, fear, resentment, excitement, as if he were the center of the world. Am I human? Lucian was silent. Since transmigrating here, he had experienced the darkness of infancy, the terror of Danzo, the recovery of his power, ruthless slaughter, and then self-evolution. His path was gradually becoming clear from the initial confusion. It seemed it was time to establish a goal. I am Lucian, king of the invisible empire. At this moment, Lucian's ambition was fully reawakened. Others may like a simple, ordinary life, but if one has the ability, no one is content with being ordinary. He would unite the ninja world, he would continue to evolve, he would break the barriers between dimensions. Authority, power, beautiful women, I want it all. Reborn into a new life, he would live it with vigor and grandeur. Since this world is without a master, then I shall be its king. These 2 declarations shook all of Konoha. Carried by the spirit particles, they spread out in all directions, seemingly intended to reach every corner of the land of fire, and the entire ninja world. At the same time, powerful beings all over the world looked towards Konoha, as if a great terror had been born there. The 3 great sage regions. The white snake sage in Ryuchi Cave awoke, and the slug sage in Shikatsu Forest trembled. In Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage coughed up a mouthful of blood. Puffed. The sleeping Gamamaru was suddenly jolted awake from his dream, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with shock and terror. Before the two sage toads, Fukasaku and Shima, could react, Gamamaru fainted again, leaving behind only one sentence. Konoha is in trouble, the ninja world faces a great change, recalled Jiraiya. Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? Chapter 10, follow me, and I shall grant you eternal life. Silence fell over Konoha once again. Everyone stared at Lucian with wide eyes. The Invisible Empire. They could understand that Lucian wanted to establish a new nation, but to declare himself king of the ninja world, his ambition was laid bare. He wasn't just an enemy of Konoha, he was an enemy of the entire ninja world. Insolence. You think, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane had just rushed to the scene. Koharu, in the throes of menopause, acted like a shrew, immediately assuming a posture of superiority. The sorrow of the weak. A life force that doesn't match one's strength is a waste. Before Koharu could finish her sentence, Lucian slightly raised his fingertip, instantly gathering the surrounding spirit particles. A small Heilig file shot out like a laser beam. It arrived in an instant. Splat. With a flash of light, Koharu Utatane's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter all over Hamura Mitokado beside her. It was a suffocating scene. Everyone's thoughts came to a halt. He killed a Konoha elder just because he disagreed with her. Anger had just begun to rise in Sarutobi. As he prepared to speak, he was met with Lucian's cold gaze. Silence. Lucian's spiritual power swept out, sending Sarutobi flying. At this moment, there was no longer any power in Konoha that could kill Lucian. They didn't understand the terror of a warrior who grew stronger with every battle. The Reaper Death Seal. To a Quincy, the so-called Shinigami of the Reaper Death Seal was too fragile. He could even reverse control it. It would have no effect on Lucian. Alternatively, Sarutobi's soul power was insufficient to seal Lucian. The 8 gates released formation. Lucian could just take a nap in the Shatten Breach, and the effect of the 8 gates would have worn off by the time he came out. Then, Lucian turned to look at the maddened Danzo, his eyes cold. The madness was temporary. Danzo's will was strong, he might be back to normal by tomorrow. Old fiend Danzo, your suffering has only just begun. Live on in despair. I will destroy your dream. You will never become Hokage in this lifetime, because I am destined to destroy Konoha. Not even Hashirama could stop me. I've said it. Every word pierced Danzo's heart, making his body tremble uncontrollably. A demon. This was a devil. Faced with the strange gazes of countless people, Danzo wanted to die, but in the end, he was afraid of death and could only close his eyes and pretend to be unconscious. Swish. As everyone stood on high alert, Lucian glanced at Orochimaru, then vanished from the spot, not to be seen again. Many people were in a daze. If not for the ruins and corpses all over the ground, they would have thought it was all a dream. Many collapsed to the ground, soaked in sweat as if they had been pulled from water. The pressure exuded by the evolved Lucian was too intense. They knew nothing about him. Could Konoha withstand such an enemy? Sensing a decadent atmosphere spreading through Konoha, Jiraiya spoke up unexpectedly. Hey, who's Hashirama? Why did he mention Hashirama? The entire field was stunned. That's right, who was Hashirama? Hey, don't hit me. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Seeing Tsunade's face darken, Jiraiya immediately dodged. He then sighed deeply, actually, that Lucian just now. I might have been able to take him down. The energy in his body was unstable, which is why he was in a hurry to leave. Tsunade frowned, why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have been any use? It was just a possibility. If he had escaped or if I was wrong, it would have only brought more harm to Konoha. Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile. This was the only way. Everyone has ambitions. There have been plenty who wanted to unite the ninja world. Although he has ambition, you can see he's not just a madman who only kills. Right now, he has nothing but strength and good looks. It will take a long time to build up a force. As long as we work hard to become stronger, the will of fire in Konoha will not be extinguished. Jiraiya looked at the other ninja and shouted, isn't that right? Right. With me, long live Konoha, long live the Hokage. Long live Konoha. Long live the Hokage. For a moment, the ninja cheered, their spirits instantly ignited. But one sentence was too heartbreaking, nothing but strength and good looks. I want to have nothing like that too. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hey, is no one going to help me up? Thanks a lot. Sigh. Looking at the wreckage all around and the vacant-eyed Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart ached so much he could barely breathe. He could only let out a deep sigh. After such a huge commotion, the already turbulent ninja world was bound to become even more unstable. Konoha had suffered such great losses, yet they couldn't retaliate, as they couldn't even find the person responsible. Sarutobi was even somewhat grateful that Lucian had left suddenly. Facing such an unknown entity had sparked a trace of fear in his heart, which he found deeply shameful. It was too humiliating. Unnoticed by anyone, Orochimaru quietly left the scene and quickly returned to his home, locking the doors and windows. Ha! Standing in front of the mirror, Orochimaru took off his shirt and stared at his reflection, somewhat lost in thought. Then, Orochimaru smiled, a crazed smile. Is this the truth? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Indeed, this is the truth I seek. The moment Orochimaru was kicked away by Lucian, a few words had been carved onto his body with spiritual power. The wound could heal, but the words were clearly visible. 9 words of truth. Follow me, and I shall grant you eternal life. These words, combined with everything that had just happened, made Orochimaru understand that Lucian was truly different. Perhaps he really was the child of God that the people from the orphanage spoke of. Chapter 11, Constructing a Spirit Particle Space, the Ninja World Trembles. Lucian had not deceived Orochimaru. A powerful, pure-blooded Quincy could live for 1,000 years without blinking. As long as he had enough soul energy, Lucian was virtually immortal. And a pure-blooded Quincy who had been granted a script by Lucian could be resurrected at any time, even after death. For Orochimaru, it didn't matter if it was true or false. Even if there was only a 1 in 100 million chance, he would still try. There are too many truths in the world, but how can one pursue infinite truth in a finite lifetime? Therefore, Orochimaru's first goal was eternal life. Only by living forever, would he have the chance to analyze the truth of all things. Truth is what I pursue. But to follow, how could I not present a grand gift? The words, refuse, and doubt never appeared in Orochimaru's mind. From the moment the words, eternal life, appeared, there was nothing else in his eyes. Konoha had only been established for a little over 30 years. He himself was only in his early 20s. Why should he give up an infinite life for the sake of a mere few decades in Konoha? A grand gift. I must choose it carefully. The future king. I am ready. Please leave behind your coordinates, so that I may find you. Konoha, beneath the shadows. This was where Lucian currently was. His seemingly effortless and instantaneous disappearance was, in fact, Lucian using the Shatten Breach to enter a shadow space. I can't stay in the Shatten Breach for long, so construct a spirit particle space. Lucian manipulated the spirit particles. Undetected by anyone in Konoha, within the shadow of a building, he constructed a small spirit particle space. A pure spirit particle space, an independent small world. In the world of Shinigami, the so-called invisible empire was formless and shadowless. Who would have thought that such a kingdom could exist within the shadows? The small space was completely white, with nothing in it. Lucian didn't need to put much effort into building it. After all, it was only a temporary stop. I almost lost control. Lucian did his best to soothe his spiritual power and spiritual pressure. Jiraiya was right. The energy within his body after the evolution was too violent. An inexperienced person like him had almost failed to control it. However, the pressure the Konoha ninja felt was mainly spiritual. Lucian's spiritual pressure had a great suppressive effect on ninja who did not primarily cultivate their souls. If he were to convert his energy level, without considering his abilities, Lucian estimated that his current spiritual power level was around the mid to late Kage level. And that was just his spiritual power level. Lucian also had spiritual pressure, which referred to the density and strength of his soul. Against those ninja who basically didn't cultivate their souls, Lucian could kill most of them with his spiritual pressure alone. Even without spiritual pressure, combat power didn't just depend on the amount of energy. Ninja battles were battles of intelligence, and no one understood Lucian's abilities. Take Haiden, for example. His taijutsu was that of an ordinary jonin, but given the right conditions, he could kill the god of shinobi. After all, it had been less than an hour since Lucian had regained his ability to move. He had fought by growing stronger through battle, but his foundation was too shallow. The evolution had not only increased his potential. He hadn't had time to master and develop his abilities. The Almighty had still not awakened, it would probably only appear at the next stage. Tsukumo Hatake, Might Due. Lucian hadn't seen either of them. They were clearly not in the village. One wielded the white light chakra saber, a Kage-level powerhouse whose strength surpassed the current Sannin. The other was a currently unknown taijutsu master who could explode with power at any moment. No, wait, Might Due had only barely mastered the 8th gate during the 3rd Shinobi World War. He couldn't even kill all of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a far cry from Guy. Right now, he definitely hadn't mastered the 8th gate. Not enough to make Lucian wary. My abilities are also a little different. Is it because of the Hōgyoku? Setting aside the Hōgyoku for now, which Lucian needed to explore slowly. But he could feel that the abilities of the Quincy progenitor were different. For example, Yhwach had to continuously absorb human souls, or he would revert to the weak state he was born in, and even wither and die. But Lucian didn't feel this. He no longer had any physical defects. His other abilities, such as the Quincy Cross and Sanct Altar, also seemed to be different. These were things Lucian would have to realize one by one. Next, I'll stabilize my strength, master my skills, and find a place to settle. And build the invisible empire. And so, Lucian silently trained in the spirit particle space. He had killed a total of several hundred Konoha ninja. If he absorbed all their soul energy, converted to the ninja world's ranking system, even if he couldn't become a super Kage, he would at least be at the peak of the Kage level. No one could have known. The great demon king who had destroyed Konoha was right under their noses, in the shadows. In a world of different dimensions, news travels at an incredible speed. While the Konoha ninja were still cleaning up the battlefield, and the villagers of Konoha had not yet recovered from the chaos, the news of what had happened in Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. What? Someone invaded Konoha. Crippled Danzo, that old schemer. Killed several hundred Konoha ninja. Declared war on Konoha and got away unscathed. One piece of news after another, though lacking in detail, was confirmed to be true. It struck the entire ninja world like a meteorite. It was unbelievable. Even if they didn't want to admit it, in the eyes of most nations, Konoha and the Land of Fire were the strongest. The village built by the god of shinobi and the Asura of the ninja world was number one. The idea of a single person taking on Konoha was too fantastic to be true. The major ninja villages were shaken. Chapter 12, Reactions of the Great Villages, Black Zetsu appears. Village hidden in the cloud. On a mountain peak that pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, the deafening roar of thunder echoed. In the Reikich's office, the man sitting in the head seat was a middle-aged man with light yellow hair and bulging muscles. He was the third Reikich, a shinobi who prided himself on his strongest spear and strongest shield, capable of going toe-to-toe with the Eight Tails. The third Reikich appeared rough and short-tempered, but his words were gentle yet powerful. If you can, please bring him here. My village hidden in the cloud can accommodate his ambition. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Blue Bee, agreed, his potential is strong. He is worth recruiting. If you ask me, it's just an unknown Kekkei Genkai, that's all. A sturdy teenager, who bore some resemblance to the third Reikich, spoke with a tone of defiance. He was only able to do that because of the information gap. His actual strength might not even match mine. The future fourth Reikich was in his prime, full of vigor. He naturally disliked Lucian, a young man who had suddenly appeared and made a name for himself in the ninja world. He had rarely met his match among his peers. Who was afraid of whom? You idiot. You fool. You're just jealous, oh yeah. A playful rap suddenly sounded beside him, causing the future fourth Reikich's face to flush red. You idiot, B. Shut up. You want a beating. You idiot, you. Thump, thump, thump. Before the kid in the sunglasses could finish, he was met with a beating from his older brother. Killer B was young, just old enough for the academy, and not yet a Jinchuriki. But unlike in the original story, where the future fourth Reikich A only discovered B after becoming a Reikich candidate. In this timeline, A and the young B had hit it off from the start, and he had taken him in as a brother. The third Reikich nodded in approval. In the village hidden in the cloud, it was a rule that each Reikich must have a partner. Raising them together from a young age would foster a better bond. Seeing this scene, the third Reikich couldn't help but smile, his face full of pride. My children are not inferior to anyone. Village hidden in the stone. In the center of the village, surrounded by rocks, a furious roar came from the Tsuchikige's office. What a mess of intelligence. Is this the kind of news I want? I want every movement of the Konoha forces. I don't give a damn if Danzo is dead or not. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, in his prime, floated in midair, looking quite displeased. Although the destruction of Konoha was a happy event, most of this intelligence report was just boasting about how strong Lucian was. This did not sit well with Anoki's master mentality. Even the Asura of the ninja world who had once made him grovel on the ground was dead. In the vast ninja world, who could compare to him, let alone a mere youngster? Rashi, take advantage of Konoha's internal turmoil and lead a team to probe the border of the Land of Fire. While you're at it, contact the village hidden in the sand or the village hidden in the rain, and try to form a joint operation. Aside from the battle-crazed bunch from the village hidden in the cloud, Anoki was the Kage with the deepest obsession with Konoha. He would never forget the humiliation brought upon him by the Asura of the ninja world. He was always looking to take a bite out of Konoha. The Second Shinobi World War was his chance. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Village hidden in the sand. In the Kazekage's office. The third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest in history, stood by the window and took a deep breath of the unique sandy air of his village, then looked longingly in the direction of Konoha. Only a few hundred ninja died. That kid is not strong enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi is not dead. The third Kazekage cursed Sarutobi in his heart, wishing that Konoha would be completely destroyed. Konoha of the Land of Fire occupied the most prosperous area in the ninja world. Not to mention other resources, just the forests were so vast they couldn't be cut down. It was nothing like his village hidden in the sand, which was so poor that sand was everywhere, and any tree was treated as a treasure. Inform Chiyo not to get too entangled with the village hidden in the rain. My greatest enemy is Konoha. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Village hidden in the mist. The third Mizukage looked at the intelligence report and fell into deep thought. As the ninja village of the Land of Water, an island nation, it was built deep in the mountains of the island, covered in thick fog, and completely isolated from other countries. The village hidden in the mist was not keen on the resources and wars of the mainland. Firstly, it was too far from the mainland, and secondly, it was self-sufficient. Of course, if they had the chance, they would definitely take a bite, but the current situation was unclear, so they could only bide their time. Pass down the information about Lucian. Designate him as a dangerous person. If any suspicious individuals are found, report immediately. Apart from Konoha, the other major nations did not pay much attention to Lucian. As long as he wasn't a powerhouse on the level of Hashirama or Madara, even a few more Kage-level individuals would not have much impact on the upcoming war. They would just wait and see. But there was one person who paid attention, and was even suspicious. In just a few days, he grew from an infant to an adult. None of his techniques resemble ninjutsu. In every aspect, he is out of place with ninjas, and I can't even sense chakra from him. Is it really a Kekkei Genkai? On the outskirts of Konoha, a pitch-black figure looked down at the remains of a root ninja he had just tortured to death for information, lost in thought. In his 1,000 years of experience, he had never seen anyone as strange as Lucian. Where on earth did he go? There's no trace of him. Black Zetsu did not like powerful individuals that he couldn't understand. Lucian's existence was a challenge to his knowledge, and it made him uneasy. Good, this adds a little novelty to my boring life. Black Zetsu grinned, revealing his serrated white teeth. He then turned to look at an old man sitting cross-legged in a cave, and his smile grew wider. A young man like this should be able to pique a little interest in you. But I won't tell you. Heh, this is fun, hee hee hee. Chapter 13, Target, Tailed Beasts, the Nine-Tails trembles in fear. Hee hee hee, interesting. After one last look at Konoha, Black Zetsu turned and left. He didn't believe he couldn't find Lucian by searching the entire ninja world. Black Zetsu. Lucian emerged from the shadows. He's already mixed up with that man so early. Lucian thought to himself. In the original story, Black Zetsu only actively appeared after Madara entrusted everything to Obito and infused his will into the other half of White Zetsu's body. Things were a bit different now. Black Zetsu had already disguised himself and was by Madara's side. After stabilizing his energy earlier, Lucian had just left the spirit particle space when he was startled. He saw a pitch-black fellow cruelly torturing a root ninja, looking just like a ghost. Hearing Black Zetsu's laughter from within the Shatten Breach, Lucian wanted to hit someone. Such an unpleasant laugh. Who is that old schemer plotting against now? Lucian wasn't interested in Black Zetsu. He focused on expanding his perception, sensing the spiritual bodies throughout Konoha. There were currently 3 ways for Lucian to become stronger. 1. Patiently absorb spirit particles and bide his time until he was invincible. 2. Rely on the Hōgyoku to continuously evolve in all aspects. 3. Rely on slaughter to devour soul energy. The stronger the opponent, the better. The first option would take who knows how many years. For the second, he couldn't just keep killing himself every day. Hōgyoku, are you trying to exploit a bug in my system? The third was currently the best method, but Lucian couldn't just mindlessly kill, as it would have a great impact on his mental state. The soul energy of ordinary ninja wasn't very effective. So he had to find top-tier powerhouses. And for top-tier powerhouses, Lucian had already set his target. The Nine-Tailed Beasts. As life forms made of enormous amounts of chakra, they also had souls. For example, when Minato Namikaze used the Reaper Death Seal on the Nine-Tails, its soul was huge, a source of highly concentrated spirit particles. If he killed them all and devoured their soul energy, and then absorbed the soul energy of ninja from the war, it would be enough to quickly raise Lucian's level to the 6th Sage level. Even if it wasn't enough, Lucian had several backup plans. Without further ado, Lucian flew directly towards the location of the Nine-Tails spiritual body that he had sensed. The night was quiet. But in the Konoha hospital, many ninja were groaning in pain. They had all been seriously injured by Lucian. The hospital was busy today. Lucian's appearance had taught Konoha a good lesson. In a hospital room in a corner on the third floor, two Lolas who had just woken up were whispering to each other. "Mikoto, thank you for saving me." The fact that Mikoto had stepped forward to protect her in a life-or-death situation filled Kushina with gratitude. True friendship is found in times of crisis. Mikoto Uchiha took Kushina's hand and smiled gently. "It's good that you're okay. We're not official ninja yet. If you encounter a situation like that again, remember to stay far away." MHM. Faced with the gentle young lady, Kushina nodded obediently. However, thinking about what happened today, Kushina's eyes grew distant. It seemed she understood something, and Mikoto also fell silent. The two girls had just woken up and didn't know what had happened afterwards. Their memory stopped at the scene where Lucian gave up resisting and was killed. Then, the two girls were knocked unconscious by a snake's tail. The image of him as a hero was something they couldn't shake. Lucian's death also made their hearts heavy and complicated. Mikoto, how could there be such a foolish person in the world? As she was speaking, Kushina's body suddenly trembled. A monster was roaring deep inside her. "Quick, undo the seal. I'll get you out of here. Hurry. Or we'll both die." "Huh? Is that the monster?" Kushina was shocked. Except for hearing it roar during the transfer of the Nine Tails, the beast had never paid her any mind. But today was different. "Hey, you're the Nine Tails. Are you that much of a coward? Damn it, it's too late." The Nine Tails' tone was extremely angry, with a hint of a tremor. It was hard to imagine that the proud Nine Tails would have a day of fear. The Nine Tails was extremely sensitive to danger. After Lucian evolved, its fur stood on end. The threat made its heart run cold. It was a fatal feeling, one that could completely annihilate it. And now, it sensed Lucian rapidly approaching, and it felt his undisguised killing intent. "Nine Tails, who the hell did I provoke? Once, there was a guy named Hashirama Senju. Without a word, he beat me up and sealed me away. I asked him why he captured me. He said I was too strong. What the hell? He beat me with one hand and didn't even lock the cage properly. Then there was that despicable Uchiha Madara. He also controlled me without a word, leaving me with years of psychological trauma. And today, this one is even more ruthless. He wants to kill me. You all bully beasts too much." The Nine Tails recalled the past, its eyes filled with bitter tears. Boom. With a loud roar, the wall of the third-floor hospital room was blasted open, waking up the other people in the hospital. Sarutobi, who was in a room on the third floor accompanying Danzo, immediately stood up. Konoha had suffered great losses. The root ninja were almost completely wiped out, and hundreds of other ninja had died, including some genin and students who had come to watch the commotion. Sarutobi was mentally and physically exhausted. He looked at the numb-faced Danzo and frowned slightly. "What's happening outside?" "Lord Hokage, it's bad. That Lucian is here again. Damn it." Sarutobi immediately rushed out. The expressionless Danzo's eyes were suddenly filled with venom and fear. "He's back again, that devil." Hearing the name Lucian, Danzo's whole body shivered. Just hearing those two words made his very soul tremble. He finally understood why Lucian hadn't killed him. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Chapter 14, Kidnapping Kushina, Hōgyoku awakens his eyes. With Lucian's appearance, the hospital was thrown into chaos. As Sarutobi ran down the corridor and saw Lucian, his voice was grave. "What are you trying to do? Do you really want to be Konoha's mortal enemy? Don't think you're invincible." Heh. Lucian ignored Sarutobi and directly pushed open the door to the adjacent hospital room. Upon opening the door, he saw two Lolas holding hands. For a moment, six eyes met. You're. Seeing Lucian, Mikoto Uchiha was stunned, her small mouth falling open involuntarily. Although Lucian had grown from a child to an adult, she inexplicably recognized him at a glance. Kushina's eyes also widened. She rubbed them with her other hand and then blurted out. "Ah, you've gotten so big." Lucian paid no attention to the two girls, instead carefully sensing the Nine Tails' spiritual pressure. Worthy of the Nine Tails. The amount of spirit particles was far greater than that of the several hundred ninja he had killed. "It's hopeless. He's here to kill us." The Nine Tails' roar echoed again. Kushina was a little confused, completely unable to understand the Nine Tails' meaning. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lucian walking towards her with a cold expression. A murderous aura spread out, causing the temperature in the entire room to plummet. At that moment, Kushina finally came to her senses and subconsciously muttered. "Are you going to kill me? In that case, take my life. These Lolas are something else." Lucian couldn't understand Kushina's way of thinking at all. He formed a hand knife and chopped down towards her. Thud. Seeing Kushina's eyes roll back as she fainted, Mikoto Uchiha protectively pulled her into her arms and assumed a fighting stance. You go down too. Looking at the two girls who were like conjoined twins, Lucian gave Mikoto a chop as well. Package deal. Lucian held Kushina and Mikoto, one in each arm, then turned to look at the extremely furious Hiruzen Sarutobi at the door. There was also an even more furious, red-eyed teenager. Ah. You bastard. Let go of Mikoto. Seeing Mikoto in Lucian's arms, Hōgyoku Uchiha's heart was about to break. As the young master of the Uchiha clan, he could have anything, but there was one thing he had always sought but never obtained. That was Mikoto's gentleness and embrace. As the most beautiful princess of her generation in the Uchiha clan, and the daughter of an elder, Mikoto was kind and gentle, the goddess in the hearts of all the young Uchiha. But Mikoto had never smiled at him, likely because he was too arrogant and brash as a youth. He acknowledged his shortcomings and was willing to change for Mikoto. Hōgyoku believed, a simp, in the end, will have everything. But now, the goddess he hadn't even touched a fingernail of was knocked unconscious and held in another man's arms. Fury instantly filled his entire being. The hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. Die. The charging Hōgyoku was completely ignored by Lucian. He glanced at Sarutobi, who was also making a move, left a single sentence, and vanished. I'm taking the 9 tails. See you. Such insolence. Simply lawless. Seeing Lucian take Kushina away, Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly enraged. The fact that the 9 tails was inside Kushina was something that not even the Sannin knew. It was a strategic asset of Konoha. Everyone, after him. Sarutobi roared and gave chase, even though the hope was slim. He's gone. Orochimaru, who had just rushed over, was a bit stunned. He had thought that Lucian's return was to find him. Orochimaru, what? I'm less important than 2 lawless. Does he like women? I can be one too. Ah. Mikoto. A heart-wrenching cry from Hōgyoku Uchiha echoed through the hospital, truly bringing tears to the eyes of those who heard it. An indescribable pain swept through Hōgyoku's entire body. The sight of Mikoto being snatched away brought him not only pain but also an extremely intense hatred. Hum. A special chakra surged through Hōgyoku's brain, acting on his optic nerves and causing a change in his crimson eyes. The 2-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, becoming a 3-tomo in the blink of an eye. But it didn't stop there, it began to spin even faster. Along with an extremely dark energy fluctuation, the 3-tomo of the Sharingan linked together, forming a strange, pinwheel-like shape. Mangekyo Sharingan. If Lucian had seen this, he would have definitely exclaimed in shock. In the original timeline, Hōgyoku Uchiha had awakened his Mangekyo during the Third Shinobi World War and had kept it hidden. But at that time, Hōgyoku was in his 30s, wasn't he? But now he was only a teenager. A massive level up. Hagoromo, because of a goddess's death, went from 0 to 3-tomo. Obito, because of a goddess's death, evolved from 2-tomo to Mangekyo. Hōgyoku, because his goddess was stolen, evolved from 2-tomo to Mangekyo. In summary, women are the shortcut to evolving the Sharingan. Yes. The next day, another piece of news shook the ninja world. Konoha's wanted poster. A bounty on the Demon King Lucian, 3 billion ryo. Wanted dead or alive. Hiss, is this for real? My god, this is insane. The news spread like wildfire through the ninja world, causing a massive uproar. All the ninja were discussing it with excitement, and even shock. This was definitely the highest bounty in history. To put it in perspective, even more than 20 years later, Chiriku, one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire's daimyo, had a bounty of 30 million. The Hokage's son, Asuma, had a bounty of 35 million. Even the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, was only worth 60 million. The highest bounty for other rogue ninjas was barely 100 million. Lucian, who had been given the title Demon King, had his bounty raised directly to 3 billion ryo. A number that was enough to drive any ninja crazy. What was most shocking was that Konoha had also announced that if one obtained Lucian's flesh and blood, after confirmation, they could also receive a reward of no less than 100 million ryo. Lucian's flesh and blood energy was different from chakra, so it would be easy to identify. They're so damn rich. This time, it wasn't just other ninja, even the Kage of other villages were a little envious, shocked at how wealthy Konoha was. At the same time, it strengthened their resolve to take down Konoha. Chapter 15, A Strange Loli, Kakuzu Goes Crazy. Mine. It's all mine. Upon hearing the news, a man with a masked mouth and a Takigakure rogue ninja headband had his green eyes instantly turn red. Get out of my way. All of you, get out of my way. Where is Lucian? Show yourself. Kakuzu was really going crazy, mad with excitement. That was 3 billion ryo. Enough to make him ecstatic. This wasn't the future, where inflation had taken its toll. Money was worth a lot right now. The future Asuma's bounty, in the present, would be a few million ryo at most. One can only imagine how frantic 3 billion ryo made Kakuzu. He charged around like a raging bull, searching everywhere for any trace of Lucian. In Konoha, Sarutobi was also going crazy. Are you insane, Danzo? My 30 million ryo. Why did you act on your own and raise the bounty to 3 billion ryo? Sarutobi's heart ached so much he could barely breathe. One doesn't know the cost of firewood and rice until one is in charge of the household. Konoha's development required money everywhere. He wished he could split 1 ryo into 2. Danzo was calm. I'll pay for the extra. Sarutobi. Damn it, just how much money have you embezzled? Seeing Sarutobi's strange look, Danzo sneered, what? In your eyes, the Nine Tails isn't worth that much. Did all those dead ninja die for nothing? Or perhaps, my injuries are worthless. You should know, Lucian is too great a threat. If he's not dead, he'll have to spend his life dodging the pursuit of countless ninja. If he is dead, then we've just spent money to buy peace. Sarutobi took a deep breath, his headache getting worse. Do as you wish. I'm tired. Seeing Sarutobi leave the hospital room, Danzo's eyes were filled with a cold darkness. He then looked at Orochimaru, who was beside him. Ordinary limbs are not suitable for me. I need your help, Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. What can I do for you, Lord Danzo? The first Hokage's cells, and the Sharingan. While the ninja were searching for Lucian. In a shadow on the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, Lucian had created a small spirit particle space. Where is this? Before them was a vast expanse of white, with nothing in it. The two Lolas huddled together tightly. From time to time, the two girls would steal glances at Lucian, who was not far away, with a mix of fear, nervousness, and curiosity. This is my world. Lucian walked over and looked at Kushina's stomach. Take off your clothes. Ah. Ah. After a moment of confusion, Kushina let out a sharp scream and hid behind Mikoto like a startled rabbit, shivering. Mikoto Uchiha's voice also trembled. Don't hurt Kushina. She's still young. Take me instead. Lucian. Aren't you young too? Lucian noticed a problem. From beginning to end, he had not seen a trace of hostility in the eyes of the two girls. But on second thought, Kushina had only been in Konoha for a few years, so her sense of belonging wasn't that strong. And Mikoto Uchiha, TSK, and Uchiha. I want to see the Nine Tails seal. If you do it, it'll be too much trouble. Lucian's slightly lazy gaze suddenly filled with pressure, and his voice grew a few degrees colder. I can kill you and then kill the Nine Tails, or you can undo the seal and fight for that 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Kushina was stunned. So it was for the Nine Tails. Just as Mikoto was about to speak, she was stopped by Kushina. Then, Kushina took a step forward, raised her head, and spoke with a stubborn seriousness. I'll do it. I will repay the life I owe you, but you cannot harm Mikoto. More of this strange talk. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly, a wise choice. Begin. Kushina. Mikoto, live on for me. Kushina smiled brightly, formed hand seals, and pressed them directly onto her stomach. If a tailed beast is unsealed for no reason, the Jinchuriki will die. Her foundation in sealing jutsu was very strong. Not only had she been exposed to it from a young age in the land of whirlpools, but she had also been taught by Mito Uzumaki for a period of time. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she didn't lack chakra, she was fully capable of unsealing it herself. Gurgle, gurgle. To Mikoto's shock, deep red chakra, like bubbles, began to pour out of Kushina's body. This chakra was evil and powerful. Damn humans. Roar. The red chakra continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a massive, several dozen meter tall nine-tailed fox that leaped out, letting out a furious roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The enraged nine-tails opened its massive maw, and a huge black ball of chakra began to form in its mouth. Hirenkyaku, blood artery. As the nine-tails was forming the tailed beast bomb, Lucian instantly appeared on its head and delivered a vicious kick. Bam. In a battle of vastly different sizes, the nine-tails was sent flying by Lucian's kick, and the tailed beast bomb it was forming dissipated. Bam. 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 As the nine-tails was sent flying, Lucian moved quickly, delivering a series of kicks. Mikoto was dumbfounded. The massive nine-tails was being kicked around like a ball by Lucian. Its huge head was becoming misshapen. Arg, you damn human. The nine-tails was filled with grief and indignation. At least Hashirama Senju had pinned it to the ground. Madara Uchiha had only glared at it. Lucian was simply trampling on its dignity. Its head spinning, the Ninetales was kicked to the ground by Lucian's final blow. Time for a swift end. Chapter 16, Annihilating the Ninetales, Granting the Script. Sanct Altar. Dozens of enormous golden pillars of light emerged from beneath Lucian's feet, striking the ground first and then soaring into the sky, forming a massive wall of light. Like a barrier, it completely sealed the Ninetales as it fell into it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Ninetales fell into the range of the Sanct Altar. Before its muddled head could clear, it was assaulted by an intense pain. Roar, arg. From the walls of light on all sides, countless arrows filled with a destructive aura shot out. Innumerable Heilig file pierced through the Ninetales' body, dealing a heavy blow to its soul. Sanct Altar, a great defensive spell for Quincy that combines both offense and defense. It encloses the area with a wall of light, which can isolate enemies. Once an enemy steps into this area, they will be shot down by an endless barrage of Heilig file. Human, you can't kill me. Arg. The terrifying pain and the feeling of its own weakness sent the Ninetales into a panic. It tried with all its might to break out, but found it impossible. For the first time, it felt the true meaning of death. Never before had a human's attack struck directly at its soul. If it died this time, the so-called rebirth of the tailed beasts would be meaningless. It would completely disappear from the ninja world. The so-called consciousness, will, spirit, and so on, were all essentially soul power. Just like this. As the endless barrage of Heilig file continued, Lucian watched the Ninetales' soul energy continuously dissipate. It was the perfect supplement. While maintaining the Sanct Altar's barrage, Lucian greedily devoured the dense spirit particles. His aura continued to grow stronger. At the same time, a certain pitch-black fellow suddenly felt a sense of unease in his heart, as if something important was about to be lost. Why do I have this feeling? Could it be that Madara is dead? No, that tool is not important. Black Zetsu's face grew even darker. He tried his best to sense it, but found nothing. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Could it be Mother? Impossible. Splash. The massive body of the Ninetales began to disintegrate under the endless assault of the Heilig file. Clumps of red chakra evaporated like gas as the Ninetales roared and struggled. But it was all useless. Lucian watched coldly. Perhaps he was the first transmigrator to kill the Ninetales just because he felt like it. A complete death, with no chance of revival. After all, any soul destroyed by a Quincy would be completely erased. Without any obstacles, Lucian's spiritual power level broke through from the peak of the Kage level to the Super Kage level, and his spiritual pressure also increased greatly. Super Kage level. It was that simple. The Almighty, unlocked. The Almighty. It seems a bit different. After briefly sensing the Almighty, Lucian could only describe it as incredibly powerful. It was a completely rule-breaking ability, a conceptual one, an absolute trump card. With the right conditions, he could gather subordinates and conquer the world. Kushina. Mikoto tightly held the barely breathing Kushina, whose life force was continuously fading. Mikoto couldn't believe this was really happening. I'm fine. He's so strong. Kushina managed a smile, doing her best to open her eyes and look at the battlefield. Grandma Mito said that those who can suppress the Ninetales are heroes, like the first Hokage. But you killed the Ninetales. As the last wisp of the Ninetales' consciousness was annihilated, the other tailed beasts felt a chill in their hearts. They all sensed that something was wrong, as if a great disaster was imminent. Because Lucian had killed the Ninetales within the spirit particle space. They were all of the same origin, but now one was gone, without a trace of consciousness. The strongest of them, the Ninetales, was completely dead. Watching Lucian walk towards them step by step, Mikoto took a deep breath, gently laid Kushina down, and knelt. My lord, I beg you to save Kushina. I am willing to do anything for you. Are you sure, anything? Looking at the delicate little loli, Lucian asked seriously. Mikoto Uchiha bit her lip, glanced back at the dying Kushina, and nodded forcefully. Then, from now on, your body and soul belong to me. This is truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone, Lucian thought, looking at Mikoto with satisfaction. He had already taken them. There was no reason to let them go. Whether Mikoto's intentions were true or false didn't matter. In the future, the Uchiha clan would be proud of the choice Mikoto made today. Puchi. Lucian cut his finger, and 2 drops of crimson blood floated out. Mikoto was suspicious, but her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the blood. That shade of red seemed to have a fatal attraction, making her want to drink it. My blood contains energy. It will transform you and grant you new power. As Lucian spoke, he flicked the 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the 2 girls. From this day on, you shall be pure-blooded Quincy. Lucian could bestow his blood, and the souls of those who drank it would be engraved with a letter representing an ability. Once the script was formed, Lucian could send even more powerful souls into the drinker's body. Due to the nature of this ability, the souls of anyone killed by a person to whom Lucian had granted an ability would be absorbed by Lucian, strengthening him. To put it simply, he could let his subordinates do the killing, and Lucian could sit at home and level up. Hiss. Mikoto's eyes suddenly widened. The dying Kushina's body also twitched. It felt as if her soul was being torn apart, cut by 1,000 blades. Along with the immense pain, the two girls began to change. Chapter 17, the two girls come of age, a chance encounter with three little ones. Height. Watching the two girls who had just endured painful modification, Lucian looked a little dissatisfied. They were both too young. Making Lola's subordinates felt like letting children play at war. Sure, the stern Ritter had plenty of Lolas, even a few traps, but was that really a good idea? When the two sides clash and the enemy are all burly men while Lucian's side is a field of Lolas, where would the momentum be? Focus and receive my spiritual power. Lucian pressed both hands to the girls' foreheads and bestowed their script. He gathered reishi for them to absorb, engraved the script, and poured in spiritual power until their level rose to around elite Jonin, along with a powerful Ryatsu. This was to help them adapt to becoming stronger as fast as possible. Cute means nothing next to sexy. The two girls' bodies began to grow rapidly, black and red long hair streaming. In the blink of an eye they were about 1.70 meters, tall and striking, every inch the goddess. Two beauties who looked 18 appeared. Ah, my clothes. Not bad at all. 3 months later. The shinobi world was in turmoil. In just 3 months, a near boiling point second war suddenly erupted. 2 months ago, Omega-Kure and Sunagakure fought. Hanzo tried to use poison gas to sweep the battlefield, but all the poison released from the salamander was neutralized by Chiyo, who discovered the salamander's poison supply needed 5 minutes to replenish. Head aching, Hanzo withdrew, and both sides pulled back. A month ago, Sunagakure started fighting Konoha again. Chiyo led the Suna shinobi against Konoha's force led by Hitaki Tsukumo. Konoha's White Fang slew Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, the parents of Sasori, igniting Chiyo's hatred and frenzy. The battle went straight into a white-hot phase. Aside from Kirigakure staying quiet for now, Iwagakure and Kimogakure were both watching for chances to provoke Konoha. For a time, Konoha was under tremendous pressure. On top of that, Konoha was already fighting Omega-Kure. In the chaos across the shinobi world, the land of rain at the three-country border suffered the worst. Good intelligence work. Anything else? Inside the reishi space, Lucian sat calmly on the throne, looking at the two girls with approval. Both wore white Quincy uniforms, white cloaks marked with pentagrams, military caps bearing the Wandenreich insignia, and high boots. Tall and commanding, they looked like female generals. The Wandenreich hadn't been formed yet, but uniforms had to be unified. Unified in form only. Not everyone needed to wear the exact same cut. Quincy attire could vary, short or long skirts, long coats, suits and the like, but the overall palette had to be pure white. Uzumaki Kushina's red hair fluttered, lively eyes flashing with excitement, cheerful and fiery. Uchiha Mikoto's black hair fell naturally, a gentle, water-soft femininity emanating from her bones. Kushina shook her fists, thrilled. Nothing else. Has the Empire's sight been decided? Leave the next opponents to me. I'll guarantee the mission. Lucian spoke softly. Konoha. All right, Kushina's eyes went wide, then, seeing Lucian's amused look, she puffed out her cheeks. Her body had grown and developed perfectly, but a few childish habits lingered. Mikoto's gaze stayed tender. Lucian-sama would likely choose the land of rain. Mikoto's wisdom truly isn't something Kushina can match. The girls pouted adorably at Lucian's words. He raised his hand, tore open the reishi space, and stepped onto the ground. For 3 months, Lucian had been cultivating. He had also trained the two girls within the reishi space, honing their abilities with initial results. The land of rain, the most chaotic place, was Lucian's target. There, on the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. Finally time to fight. I, Uzumaki Kushina, will make my name resound across the shinobi world. Hands on her hips, Kushina vibrated with excitement. Nothing she loved more than hitting people. Beside her, Mikoto's eyes curved like crescent moons. Don't get careless. The shinobi world has many strong ones. I'm not afraid. Even if I really die in battle, I'll be revived, won't I, my dear Lucian-sama? Kushina winked playfully at Lucian, face full of expectation. Lucian's tone was utterly certain. Why waste spiritual power on resurrection? Wouldn't it be nicer to find another loli to raise? Ah, that's so heartless. Pouting loudly, Kushina lifted a finger, lively eyes turning serious. Small Heilig file. A lightning-like ray flashed from her fingertip, slicing the air, skimming past Lucian and lancing into the rear. Boom. A massive boulder exploded in an instant. With startled cries, 3 small figures were blasted clear. Cough, cough. Ninjas. Run. A young boy's urgent voice rang out. Kushina used Hōgyoku to move. Spotted on the ground. Well now, 3 little brats. Lucian thought, not brats here. Mine are just well developed. Uchiha Mikoto walked over, looked the 3 panicked children up and down, and spoke out of the blue. Shall we eat them? Whimpers. Man-eaters. Terrifying. The 3 children trembled. Lucian's eyelid twitched. So even gentle Mikoto was full of darkness inside. Chapter 18, Konan, Yhiko, Nagato. Kushina's eyes darted around, and she said with a mischievous grin, that little girl with light bluish-purple hair is so cute, she'd be best steamed. The other 2 can be stir-fried. And no. Don't eat us. If you have to eat someone, eat me. I have more meat. The orange-haired little boy's voice trembled, but he was courageous. The red-haired little boy kept his head down, but he also stood firmly by their side. Tears welled up in the light bluish-purple-haired little girl's eyes, but she said bravely, 2 beautiful big sisters, and a handsome big brother, we were just looking for food, really. We're sorry for bothering you. Hearing this, Kushina's eyes lit up, and she couldn't stop smiling. Sister. Did you hear that? She called me big sister. She's just too cute. Hey, wait, I'm 18 now, so she should call me big sister. Lucian had a dark expression. Does her body grow but not her intelligence? Lucian didn't expect to meet the 3 little ones here. This was the borderline, after all. For them to be searching for food here showed just how chaotic the land of rain is right now. Kushina couldn't help but glance a few more times at the red-haired boy, sensing a familiar clan aura. She then stepped forward and hugged the little girl. All right, big sister was just teasing you. Are you hungry? How about big sister roasts a bunny for you? Thank you, beautiful big sister. The little girl whispered while discreetly making a hand signal. The 2 little boys breathed a sigh of relief. The signal meant they were temporarily safe. Konan. Lucian looked at Konan. She didn't have a princess-like life like Mikoto, nor did she receive care from others after her hometown was destroyed like Kushina. Those 2 never had to worry about food or clothing, let alone experience true darkness. Konan, however, had wandered since she was a child, which made her mature early. She knew how to take care of others and possessed considerable wisdom and courage. Most importantly, she understood the cruelty of the world. It could be said that Konan was the female character in the ninja world whom Lucian admired the most. Let's not waste time. Let's go straight to the land of rain. Lucian's words stunned everyone for a moment, then they heard him continue, find a hotel, have a good meal, then take a hot bath and change your clothes. From today on, you will follow me. Konan, Yhiko, and Nagato were stunned. Someone was willing to take them in. Was this a dream? A powerful ninja. Kushina smiled, bowing her head to gently stroke Konan's hair, and whispered, see. That big brother seems cold on the outside but is warm on the inside. He's a super nice person. He's just a bit proud. He pretends to be aloof. He clearly wants something but holds back. Isn't he afraid of bottling it up? Ouch. You meanie. Puffed. Seeing the aggrieved Kushina rubbing her head after being flicked, Konan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she hadn't laughed like that in a long, long time. This big brother is really a good person. 2 hours later. Lucian was leading 2 great beauties, 2 little boys, and 1 little girl. Ignoring the strange gazes from a group of Land of Rain people, they walked straight through the street, heading towards the border between the 2 countries in the other direction. The refreshed Konan, Yhiko, and Nagato felt as if the world was completely different. It was as if all their past suffering was to welcome this very day. For a moment, the 3 of them lowered the guard they had built up over a long time towards Lucian and looked at him with respect. Sister Kushina, you're a liar. Konan's pale little face was now much rosier. She had changed into a Lolita-style Quincy outfit, looking like a little angel. Her delicate little face made Mikoto and Kushina always want to give her a kiss. But at this moment, Konan's eyes were full of disbelief. Kushina's words had completely shattered her worldview. Yhiko couldn't help but speak up, yeah, how can someone be a child 3 months ago and suddenly become an adult 3 months later? Nagato raised his head slightly, then quickly lowered it again. Kushina proudly held up a finger, wrong. To be precise, on that day 3 months ago, he grew into an adult directly. The process took about 10 minutes. I know you don't believe me, but I have proof. Kushina pointed to herself and Mikoto. Look, me and the gentle sister Mikoto. The three little ones. Is it true? They're so grown up. Suddenly, Conan stole a glance at Lucian, then blinked and asked in a peculiar tone, Kushina. Sister, would it be convenient to tell me how old you were 3 months ago? Trying to turn the tables on her, huh? Kushina huffed twice and said decisively, little one, big sister will teach you now. A girl's age is a secret, you can't just ask about it, understand? In any case, I'm older than you. Mikoto couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Was she sure she was older than all three of them? Lord Lucian must have done it. It's so magical. Conan thought to herself, her bright eyes uncontrollably drawn to Lucian. During her wandering, she had seen too many people. But this calm, elegant, and slightly aloof big brother was truly as dazzling as the sun. Yhiko and Nagato also cast looks of admiration from time to time. They thought Lucian was super cool. Many a Megakure ninja had passed by on the road before, but wherever Lucian stood, no one dared to approach. He had the aura of a powerful leader. Lucian spoke calmly, Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha. Here, Lord Lucian. Hearing Lucian call their full names, Kushina and Mikoto instinctively straightened up and knelt on one knee, awaiting Lucian's command. Chapter 19, Target, Hanzo of the Salamander. 15 li to the southeast, there is a man named Hanzo of the Salamander. Kill him. Lucian gazed into the distance, where a large number of life forms were gathered. This is your first battle. I will not hear the word failure. Go. Yes, Lord Lucian. The next moment, the two women vanished. The three little ones couldn't help but look around, astonished to find that the two women were nowhere to be seen within a several hundred-meter radius. They were too fast. Hanzo of the Salamander. The next moment, Yhiko exclaimed, unable to contain his worry, Lord Lucian, Hanzo is powerful. He founded the village hidden in the rain. So what? Forget about that. You only need to remember one thing. Lucian was unconcerned. The so-called demigod was only impressive depending on who he was compared to. Hanzo's fatal flaw was a severe lack of intelligence. Lucian looked up at the sky, as if he were about to grasp everything in his hands. Before us, there are no enemies. Hearing these words and seeing Lucian's calm, handsome face, the three little ones were stunned, feeling an unprecedented shock in their hearts. A new door had opened in their minds. If there was a god in this world, then it must be Lord Lucian. Let's go. Lucian picked up Conan and, using his spiritual power, wrapped up Nagato and Yhiko, then flew directly into the air. For a moment, the three little ones were dumbfounded. The fierce wind was so strong that Nagato's and Yhiko's cheeks were nearly blown off. Only Conan, enveloped in spiritual power, had her hair gently fluttering. Lord Lucian. In Lucian's arms, Conan's fair little face instantly turned as red as the setting sun. Her rapidly beating heart was a testament to her nervousness and shyness. Thank you, heavens, for letting me meet you. On the border between the two countries, Konoha and the village hidden in the rain had been fighting for over 10 days. Of course, it had mostly been skirmishes. Konoha was under a lot of pressure right now, and Hanzo of the Salamander of the village hidden in the rain was also cautious, never advancing rashly. For a time, the two sides were at a stalemate. On the border, in the Konoha camp. We can't go on like this. If we don't solve the problem of Hanzo, the village hidden in the cloud and the village hidden in the stone will definitely seize the opportunity to attack Konoha. Our forces are spread too thin. Inside the Konoha tent, Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned slightly. Hanzo was being too cautious right now. It seemed he was deliberately tying down this unit to disperse Konoha's forces. Considering this possibility, Jiraiya looked at a ninja, as Orochimaru replied. When will he arrive? Orochimaru was supposed to be on this expedition with them, but he had been temporarily borrowed by Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with his fondness for Danzo, hadn't said much. Who knows what kind of depraved things Danzo had been up to during this time. I'm here. At that moment, a travel-worn Orochimaru arrived, a remarkably relaxed smile on his face, which surprised both Tsunade and Jiraiya. What was going on? Orochimaru usually sneered, but this kind of smile. Did he find money? Find a wife? Jiraiya let out a breath and said, You've come at the right time. We're planning a decisive battle. We can't drag this out any longer. What do you think? Orochimaru's raspy voice sounded, I'll listen to you. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a look. They both felt that something was off with Orochimaru, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Hanzo is not to be underestimated. I was afraid of failure, which is why I hurried back. After all, human life is so fragile. We've been comrades for a while. We won't have the chance to work together again in the future. His words were strange. Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled. After we solve the problem of Hanzo, we'll have to split up and lead our own troops. After the Second Shinobi World War ends, we'll each become Jonin leaders of our own teams. We really won't have the chance to work together again. Tsunade's beautiful eyebrows arched slightly. What on earth had happened to Orochimaru? But now was not the time for too many questions. Following that, the main forces of Konoha began to move. On the outskirts of the Omegakure camp, two tall, beautiful women moved through the area using the Shatten Breach, passing one large camp after another without being detected. The two women headed towards the strongest spiritual body they could sense. Be careful, Kushina. I know. They had been focusing on the strongest spiritual body, but as they got closer, Kushina discovered that outside an unremarkable large tent, there were a large number of ninja guards hidden in 3 layers, both inside and out. A demigod, he's being too cautious. Kushina couldn't help but complain. For a great demigod to be hiding in a small tent was one thing, but to have dozens of ninja guarding him in secret, was he that afraid of death? But that was Hanzo's way. Although he was strong, he was a very careful and cautious person. He was equipped with a 24-hour rotating guard, and ordinary people could not get close. Even if his opponent was an unknown rookie ninja, he would not underestimate them in the slightest. Always choosing the most reliable method to eliminate his opponent was Hanzo's law of survival. Medium Heilig File. Kushina directly gathered the surrounding spirit particles in her palm, instantly forming a huge arrow filled with tyrannical energy. The moment she left the Shatten Breach, Kushina threw it directly at Hanzo's location. Boom. Along with the sound of the air exploding, the Omegakure ninja hiding in the shadows and guarding Hanzo were shocked. Before they could react, they saw a beam of light shoot into the camp, causing a terrifying explosion. The large tent was directly blown up. A cry of pain was heard, and a powerful shockwave sent all the hidden Omegakure ninja flying. Chapter 20, Script Ability, the Compulsory. He reacted so quickly. In Kushina's eyes, there was no human figure, only a spiritual body and spiritual pressure, in other words, a person's soul. She saw Hanzo use a body flicker just before the tent was destroyed. Fire style, blazing array. A low, cold shout was heard. Only then did Kushina see the ground collapse, revealing a dense array of explosive tags which were then immediately ignited. Sensing the danger, Kushina instinctively entered the Shatten Breach. Boom. A powerful explosion rang out, turning the area within a dozen meters into a sea of flames. The Omegakure ninja also reacted, crying out in alarm, "Lord Hanzo. Don't panic. I'm fine." From another corner, Hanzo, wearing his respirator, emerged. He scanned his surroundings with a grim expression but found no sign of any enemy. Fall back for now, and seal off this area with all your might. Although he hadn't seen the enemy, Hanzo could sense a faint danger. Ever cautious, he was always ready to attack. Summoning Jutsu, Ibius the Salamander. Ibius, a highly venomous black salamander, appeared, and in the blink of an eye, a purple poison gas began to spread. Ibius spewed a wide-range poison mist from its mouth. Even Hanzo, who had an antibody to the salamander's poison, would be poisoned by the poison sac, which showed how potent the poison was. The Omegakure ninja retreated with all their might. The purple poison mist covered an area of several hundred meters. But Hanzo still couldn't find any sign of the enemy. He couldn't help but wonder, are they hiding underground? No, they vanished the moment the explosive tags went off. This guy is releasing poison. Inside the Shatten Breach, Kushina frowned slightly. She wanted a grand, spectacular battle, not this kind of toxic atmosphere that restricted her movements. Mikoto, I'll leave it to you. In another part of the Shatten Breach, Mikoto was calm. Holding her breath, she walked directly out of the Shatten Breach and slowly raised her slender hand. Disperse. As a Quincy, her basic abilities included Heilig File, Attack, Hirenkyaku, Movement, Blood Artery, enhances physical strength, Blood Vene, enhances physical defense, and Shatten Breach, Evasion, Eavesdropping. These abilities could be enhanced by training, increasing spiritual power and spiritual pressure, and mastering the control of spirit particles. But a pure-blooded Quincy who had drunk Lucian's blood would also obtain a unique script. They would gain a unique ability comparable to a Shinigami Zanpakuto or an Arrancar's Resurrection. Mikoto's script ability, the Compulsory. The Compulsory releases her nerves outside her body. As long as the nerves come into contact with a solid object, whether living or non-living, she can arbitrarily change the shape and state of motion of that solid. This ability is transferable. When a solid controlled by her nerves comes into contact with or approaches another solid, the nerves in the original solid will make contact with the new solid. She can then arbitrarily change the shape or trajectory of the new solid. Simply put, anything that comes into contact with Mikoto's external nerves will have its shape and state of motion controlled, and this control can spread like a rolling ball, allowing her to become a one-woman army. Like a virus spreading. In the world of Shinigami, each member of the Sternritter had their own designation. The script appeared in the form of a letter, from A to Z. But the strength of a Quincy was not ranked in alphabetical order. The letter symbolized the first letter of the ability's English name. For example, Mikoto's the compulsory, with the first letter C, had the designation C. Lucian's the almighty, with the first letter A, had the designation A. However, Lucian didn't bother with English designations, it was meaningless. You finally appeared. Seeing a figure suddenly appear in the poison mist, Hanzo was about to attack, but then his expression changed. The spreading poison mist suddenly seemed to have grown eyes. It instantly dispersed from the center where Mikoto stood and flew towards the inside. Mikoto's external nerves had come into contact with the poison gas, and she had changed its shape and trajectory. This ability. In Hanzo's eyes, the spreading poison gas was returning, as if under some kind of control. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, Hanzo's salamander, Ibius, let out a painful hiss and began to twitch uncontrollably. Seeing this, Hanzo immediately flashed away. Die. Mikoto Uchiha's eyes narrowed, and something that horrified Hanzo happened. Hiss, roar. The huge salamander, Ibius, had its two massive front claws twisted in an unnatural way, turning into the shape of a pretzel in the blink of an eye, with blood gushing out. This was the so-called transferability of her ability. As the poison gas, controlled by Mikoto's nerves, flowed, it touched other poison gas, which was then also controlled by Mikoto. When the poison gas approached Ibius the salamander, Ibius was also controlled by Mikoto. Forcibly, its body shape and state of motion were changed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Not only that, but Ibius the salamander's head also began to twist, as if an invisible giant hand were trying to wring it to death. If one did not understand Mikoto's ability and blindly approached her, or carelessly touched a solid controlled by her, then no matter how many people there were, they would all die. Poof. Having suffered a heavy blow, Ibius the salamander vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to the summoning realm. Damn it. Hanzo snapped out of his shock and roared angrily, then began to form hand seals. At that moment, a sense of crisis came from behind, interrupting his attack. The explode. Kushina, emerging from the Shatten breach, directly fired a spirit particle bomb. Script ability, the explode. The explode turns anything her spiritual pressure touches into a bomb for attack. It is indefensible and has astonishing destructive power. The explode ability, the ability of the Sternritter Bambietta Basterbine, seems simple but is extremely powerful. However, this ability was modified by Lucian. Originally, it turned anything her attacking spiritual pressure touched into a bomb. Now, she could directly fire spirit particle bombs. The reason Lucian modified this ability was because of Kushina's personality. Simple and direct was good. Turning everything into a bomb and simply and directly blowing up all enemies was something Kushina liked. An indefensible bomb. Extremely powerful. Chapter 21, Instant Kill of the Demigod, the three Sannin are shocked. Two people. Hanzo cast a quick, startled glance, but he didn't panic at all. He was the ninja who stood at the summit of the shinobi world in that era, called a demigod by other ninja. Do you think the title demigod is a joke? Madara, Hashirama, isn't it? When Hanzo was preparing to use body flicker to evade, launch a furious counterattack on the two intruders, and show the intruders what a demigod truly was, Hanzo realized something terrifying. Just as he was about to form seals for body flicker, he found his hands moving out of his control. And his hands began to twist. Sorry, you were too close to the summoning beast earlier. From a distance, Mikoto met his gaze calmly. Ability transmissibility, poison gas touches poison gas, controlled, poison gas touches a summoned beast, controlled. But earlier, on the summoned beast, it could only be controlled. Mikoto extended her nerve control outward onto Hanzo, not only his movement trajectory was manipulated, even the shape of his body. Die. Mikoto forcibly altered the shape of Hanzo's body. As if an invisible giant hand began to contort Hanzo's body. At that instant, Kushina's explosive orb struck. Ah. I haven't even married a wife. Hanzo of the salamander let out a roar, full of unwillingness. A demigod, yet before he could display his power, he was beaten to death by two little girls. After all, battles in the shinobi world are battles of intelligence. If you don't understand the enemy's abilities, anyone can be instantly killed. Boom. The spirit particle bomb fell upon the head of the contorted Hanzo, blasting his skull to pieces. The demigod died with his eyes unclosed. Lo. Lord Hanzo. Could it be Jinjutsu? I don't believe it. Lord Hanzo can't be dead. The Omega Kurei ninja avoiding the poison mist in the distance had been ready to admire the demigod's prowess. But the moment Hanzo died, everyone's minds went blank. Know that Omega Kurei was built by Hanzo of the Salamander. In the hearts of Omega Kurei, Hanzo's status was akin to Konoha's Senju Hashirama. He led the shinobi of the Land of Rain to rise and gain a breathing space among the great nations. At his peak, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki had to treat him cautiously. In that era, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru together couldn't beat him and were bestowed a title that seemed glorious but was actually humiliating, the Three Sannin. Such a Hanzo was slain by Kushina and Mikoto. They had only just faced off for a single exchange. Who would dare believe it if word got out? Salamander Hanzo, let's have our decisive battle. Just then, Jiraiya's loud shout came from afar, accompanied by the sound of a large unit advancing. But Omega Kurei paid the Konoha shinobi no mind at all. Every ninja glared at Kushina and Mikoto with extreme fury and charged together. Kill. Kill them. Ah. Avenge Lord Hanzo. The collapse of their faith drove Amegakura's shinobi mad, rushing at the two girls in a frenzy. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto said calmly, mission accomplished. Don't get entangled. Go. Kushina instinctively glanced toward the distant Konoha main force, clenched her fist, and then left together with Mikoto. Sister Tsunade, soar. What's the situation? The Konoha shinobi stared blankly as the Omega Kurei ninja went mad and charged into the distance. We were ready to die in battle, this is what we get to see. Jiraiya scratched his head first, then burst out laughing, ha ha ha, as expected, they were scared of me, the sage Jiraiya, early on. Shut up, idiot. Tsunade was rather solemn. She stared intently in the direction where Kushina had left, that flowing red hair felt strangely familiar. No, Kushina had changed too much. From a cute little tomato-faced loli to a refined red-haired beauty. At 1.70 m with long legs, she was noticeably taller than Tsunade. Orochimaru observed the battlefield, his eyes suddenly narrowed, there. Hanzo's corpse. SSS. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no mistake. Though headless, the attire, and the furious shouts of Omega Kurei just now, confirmed it. Who did this? Gulp. The Konoha shinobi did not feel joy, instead, a chill rose in their hearts. That was a demigod. Who killed him with so many Rain present? Could it have been those two stunning girls who just left? On a small hill not far from the battlefield. The scene just now entered Lucian's eyes as well as those of the three kids. Their eyes were wide at the moment, full of shock. Did we just see that? 2 explosions in a row, then Hanzo of the Salamander began releasing poison. And then. No, there was no then. That gentle big sister Mikoto raised a hand and suppressed the giant summoned beast, they couldn't even see the technique. Kushina casually tossed an energy sphere and blew up the dazed, motionless Hanzo. The whole process took less than half a minute. A demigod. Wouldn't that mean, invincible, gulp? Yahiko's exclamation drew nods from Konan and Nagato. In their minds, Hanzo was the strongest existence. Then the two women who so easily killed Hanzo, didn't they rival the legendary god of shinobi? Lucian spoke flatly, it's just an intelligence mismatch. Still far off. Is that so? Lord Lucian is amazing. Listening to Lucian, the three kids were both astonished and full of admiration. The two big sisters had trained only 3 months and were already that strong. As expected of Lord Lucian, truly godlike. Children. Lucian finally understood why Orochimaru liked to abduct children. Because children are so pure, a blank sheet on which you can write at will. Chapter 22, Quincy Crossblade, Lucian's sword pressure. For Kushina and Mikoto's performance, Lucian had to give praise. They did things cleanly without dragging their feet, and without pointless chatter. Lucian was satisfied. If the two of them needed to kill someone but started rambling or had a sudden saintly change of heart, Lucian would have considered replacing them. Intelligence truly matters. As for those who, in battle, can't help but spill every detail of their abilities. Lucian had only 2 words, idiots. Not good, Lord Lucian, Sister Kushina and Sister Mikoto have run into trouble. Konan cried out, and Lucian looked as well. While Kushina and Mikoto were pulling away from the frenzied Omega Kurei shinobi, an unexpected interception occurred during their retreat. An Hōgyoku unit. Jiraiya and Tsunade's earlier sense hadn't been wrong. The reason Hanzo had kept stalling instead of going to a decisive battle was to ally with a Hōgyoku and wipe out the Konoha forces in one strike. At some point the IWA unit had arrived, planning to jump in right after both sides clashed, which would have been deadly for Konoha's troops. Stop hiding and get out here. Facing dozens of IWA ninja ahead, Kushina barked coldly. What a hot-tempered little girl. A sturdy middle-aged man in a purple combat suit, with purple hair, stepped out from behind the rocks. Behind him loomed a mass of at least 2,000 IWA shinobi. Iwagakure's Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Though later Rashi would leave the village over differences with Inoki and become a wandering monk. Right now Rashi was top-tier fighting power for IWA. Like the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, both were famed powerhouses of this era. Rashi squinted at the two women, then his voice sank. Before I could even react, Hanzo was killed. I have to admit. Damn it. However ambitious Hanzo might be, he could only huddle in a Megakure bullying the land of iron. So, by cooperating with Hanzo, a single core might have crushed Konoha at minimal cost. But just now, before he could spring from hiding among the rocks, their partner Hanzo died. It made Rashi seethe. Waiting for Konoha and a Megakure to finish fighting before entering is not the same as charging in directly, and the losses would skyrocket. I don't like bullying women. Before I lose my temper, leave at once. Otherwise, HM. After all, they were both strong, and Rashi did not relish provoking powerful enemies from Konoha. But those words made Kushina laugh in anger, eyes widening. Otherwise. Let me tell you, Lord Lucian is waiting for me to return and report. A guy oozing purple haze like you, I can kill 100 with one punch. Hateful, this woman was so fierce. Rashi felt his rage surge and was about to strike when hearty laughter sounded from afar. Ha ha ha, what perfect timing, beauties. The Konoha shinobi had stopped fighting a Megakure, and Jiraiya laughed loudly. Orochimaru and Tsunade followed close, staring hard at the IWA who had appeared. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jiraiya glanced at Kushina and Mikoto, then looked to Rashi. So it's you, the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi. What a coincidence, and how sneaky. If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me the nonsense. Rashi's temper was foul. As he spoke, unbearably scorching chakra surged over him like molten rock. Tsunade frowned. Jiraiya, didn't you hear clearly? ? Jiraiya blinked, momentarily blank. Orochimaru, however, smiled wickedly. The one she reports to is Lucian. Lucian. Demon King Lucian. Jiraiya and Rashi were both startled. Jiraiya knew well how strong Lucian was. The legend of Demon King Lucian had thundered through the shinobi world, Rashi had heard it to the point of numbness. After all, that 30 billion Ryo bounty was madness, enough to make even Rashi itch to try. The first month it shook the entire shinobi world. By the second month, war had broken out and the commotion quieted somewhat. By now, fewer people paid attention to Lucian, since the Second Great War was the main stage. Most of all, no one could find Lucian. Even Kakuzu was going crazy. Kakuzu, Lucian, come out. Give me a drop of blood to hand over to Konoha, and we split the profit, how about it? A long-running business. All of it money. Lord Lucian. Watching from afar as Kushina and Mikoto stood at the center of three sides, the three kids were extremely anxious. Konoha, IWA, AIM, nearly 10,000 people. Quincy Crossblade. Before the astonished gazes of the three children, Lucian raised his hand and drew a jet-black longsword from the void. It emitted a gleam that made the soul tremble. Ordinary Quincy's can use a Quincy Cross to summon a bow, but Lucian's Quincy Cross summoned a black blade. It could cut souls and release slashes of immense destructive power. Hanzo is dead. This country will belong to me as well. Looking down at the IWA and Konoha shinobi on the mountainside, Lucian slowly raised his blade. A terrifying aura washed out, and he swung. Sword pressure. Before the three kids' horrified eyes, the slashing wave unleashed by Lucian's strike was unspeakably dreadful. It stretched for over 1,000 meters, like a colossal star flash, erupting with overwhelming might as it tore forward. Rip. The air split in an instant with rolling thunder, startling every shinobi awake. They looked up and all were stunned. That moonbright descending slash made everyone feel a mortal crisis. Kushina and Mikoto started in alarm and flashed straight into the shadow domain. Boom. Chapter 23, One/Cleft in Abyss, Rashi's Fury. But their ninja were not so lucky. Aside from a few powerhouses like Orochimaru and Rashi who used body flicker to dodge, the rest of the shinobi were all enveloped within the range of the slash. Ah! Countless screams rang out almost simultaneously. The colossal slash was not only terrifying in might, it was fast as lightning, cleaving across the battlefield in an instant. A narrow, ferocious ravine appeared in the earth, and the ninja closest to the slash died on the spot. Those not far away were invaded by the dreadful edge and tossed by an extremely violent shockwave. PFF. Even Jiraiya and the others who had body flickered away suffered heavy injuries. Within that raging gust was an undefendable spiritual pressure that made even the soul feel torn. The aftershock of the slash did not diminish. After ripping through Hōgyoku's position, it surged on toward Konoha and Megakure behind, sweeping forward as if it had no end. It became a storm that crushed everything. Ah! Countless screams rose again, as life was reaped mercilessly like by a death god's scythe. The ground split apart with thunderous roars, and only after who knew how long did it slowly subside. The whole battlefield fell silent. The surviving ninja were shaken, terror in their eyes. Lord Lucian. The hearts of the three children were shaken to the core. From the mountaintop it was even clearer. Looking out, the land was blood-red. Most of the shinobi flung away by the aftermath were in pieces or unconscious, and only a scant few were half-kneeling on the ground. Not only that, even straining to look into the distance, they still could not see the end of that ravine. A vast, narrow chasm had appeared along the border of the two countries, forming a terrifying abyss that split them apart. Over 100 meters wide, and dozens of li long. A canyon that shook the shinobi world. Later, countless people would call it the Imperial Grand Canyon. It would commemorate the first slash by His Majesty, the great Emperor of the Invisible Empire, that shook the shinobi world. Not bad. It was also Lucian's first time unleashing sword pressure at full power. With the Quincy Crossblade's blessing, though he had only just stepped into the Superkage tier, it was enough to cleave an island with a single strike. The manga never truly showed how powerful sword pressure is. In that series, battles are all about abilities, living off spiritual pressure, and the top fighters are simply too fast. Such wide-area sword pressure can hardly cut down top-tier foes, so it's not that practical. But it's more than enough for clearing out small fry. Swish. Lucian brought the three children down to the ground. That terrifying ravine still held a keen spiritual force, and the three did not dare approach. Wow, amazing, Lord Lucian. Kushina and Mikoto emerged from the shadow domain, marveling at the bottomless chasm. With that kind of destructive power, who could withstand it if they didn't dodge? Lucian's eyelid twitched slightly. Calling it amazing, he certainly was, but the word choice felt off. Ah. Damn it, damn it. Blown away, Rashi's eyes were blood-red. The descending slash had not only torn the earth, it had torn through Yhwach's ranks. Some were cut down directly, more were ripped apart alive by the sweeping storm. So many dead, Rashi's rage was understandable. That monster has grown stronger again. The remaining Konoha shinobi stared at Lucian in fear, and even Jiraiya and the others were utterly silent. This speed of growth brought despair. If that slash had come down vertically on Konoha just now, it could have cleaved the village open. Even if it were split, you could fill it back in. But if it had slashed from the side, how many would still be alive then? At the thought of such a scene, Jiraiya and the others even lost the courage to attack, afraid of provoking Lucian's wrath. At last. I meet you again. Orochimaru glanced at Lucian, then lowered his head, his body shaking beyond control. It was not fear, but unspeakable excitement and thrill. Immortality stood before him. Yet Orochimaru was extremely proud. Of course, one could not be proud before Lucian, that would be courting death. He needed one or more great gifts to earn a chance to follow Lucian, not kneel on the ground and beg for alms. He had prepared 2 great gifts, but it still felt a bit lacking. Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at the youthful, radiant Tsunade, as if she might also be a gift. Tsunade was the goddess in the hearts of countless in Konoha. Born of the Senju clan, granddaughter of the first Hokage, disciple of the third Hokage, among the younger generation of Konoha, none held a more exalted status. In her early 20s now, she was at her most beautiful. Yes, Lord Lucian will surely like it. Lucian, what kind of twisted idea is that? Orochimaru, look around you. If you don't like beauties, who would believe it? Of course, Lucian did not know what Orochimaru was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely have said. Utterly depraved. Lava released chakra mode. Terrifying Four-Tails chakra erupted as Rashi's body was shrouded in high-temperature magma. He became like a humanoid volcano, the ground beneath his feet melting. Furious, Rashi attacked directly. Lava release, scorching river of flowing lava. Multiple magma spheres spewed from his mouth. The very air burned away with white smoke. With such super high temperature attacks, an ordinary ninja would die on contact. Impudent. Kushina and Mikoto snapped coldly. Raising their hands, massive spiritual arrows shot forth. Chapter 24, Spiritual Pressure Kills the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Swoosh. 2 medium holy arrows were fired straight out. Mikoto's holy arrow blasted apart all the incoming magma spheres, and Kushina's holy arrow followed right after, striking Rashi in an instant. With a boom, a hole was blown through Rashi's abdomen. Immediately, Four-Tails chakra gushed out. Under astonished gazes, his abdomen healed at high speed. Roar. Agonized pain and grief drove Rashi half-mad, and a beast-like hull tore from his throat. Waves of searing chakra kept surging from his body. Rashi entered partial tailed beast transformation, retaining human form while sprouting 4 tails, wrapped in a dark red-tailed beast cloak. A black-purple tailed beast bomb began to gather in his mouth. Not good, a tailed beast bomb. Sensing the destructive energy within it, Jiraiya and the others fell back, even instinctively looking to Lucian. Should we have the subordinate strike or not? If he makes a move, do we evade, if we take it head-on? In any case, Jiraiya and the others never took their eyes off Lucian. This was all intelligence. At this moment, Lucian signaled the 2 women to stop and began calmly instructing. Remember, if one spiritual entity's spiritual pressure is clearly stronger than that of the surrounding spiritual entities, it will overawe them so they cannot move. The gap in spiritual pressure between individuals must be large. The side with the weaker tolerance for spiritual pressure may even be unable to withstand the stronger pressure and die on the spot. So, as his deep voice sounded, the men called the Demon King lifted his gaze, casual and unhurried. In an instant, a vast pressure descended. A terrifying, invisible energy swept out like a torrential downpour. Bang. To the shock of all, the forming tailed beast bomb shattered at once, as if struck by an unseen force. Next, Rashi's body halted. He froze like a fool where he stood, and in an instant his soul collapsed. A moment later, he crashed to the ground. Gurgle gurgle. That fearsome tailed beast chakra seemed unable to accept it. It surged madly as if to save Rashi, but it was useless. With Rashi's death, the tailed beast chakra slowly dissipated. Hiss. At the sight, the remaining shinobi trembled all over. An enemy being strong is not what's terrifying. What's terrifying is the silent, traceless power that killed outright without anyone even seeing an attack. Looking at Rashi's lifeless eyes, unclosed and filled with fear and despair, it was as if someone had hit pause. Everyone's breath stopped. Such a fragile soul. Spiritual power, like chakra, is energy. Spiritual pressure is the density and strength of the soul. In Lucian's view, aside from a few, the spiritual pressure of the shinobi world's ninja was far too weak. Swish. Lucian flashed to stand before Rashi and pressed one hand hard to his forehead. Dissipate. Not if I have anything to say about it. The death of a Jinchuriki causes the tailed beast to die as well, but it will be reborn. As life forms condensed of chakra, their consciousness will reconsolidate after a period. But before Lucian, the tailed beast's consciousness, more precisely, its soul energy, could not escape. Roar roar roar. The soul of the 4 tails, Son Goku, was clutched in Lucian's grasp, howling in unwilling terror. It felt the fatal death, the kind from which there would be no revival. What is he doing? Jiraiya and the others were stunned, except in special circumstances, they could not see souls. In their eyes, Lucian was gripping empty air, and they had no idea what he was doing. Yet his aura invisibly grew stronger, chilling them. SSS. In a distant corner, a figure suffused in green appeared, looking like a branch-like creature. The branches slowly opened, revealing a tall, thin silhouette with a human face. The face was half black and half white, eerie in the extreme. Wah, the Jinchuriki died. That jutsu didn't even need hand seals. So jealous. Shut up. Say one more word and I'll cut you down. White Zetsu's clamor darkened Black Zetsu's face even more, while a storm surged in Black Zetsu's heart. As a millennia-old schemer, Black Zetsu prided himself on broad knowledge, with a grasp of all sorts of messy jutsu. But Lucian unleashing a terrifying attack without even lifting an eyelid surprised him. If the attack alone merely surprised him, the unknown energy within it instantly put him on high alert. Energy. Soul. Definitely not chakra. The face that usually wore a sinister smile was now exceedingly grave. Because he sensed a threat of death from that energy. Especially that sword pressure slash just now, brush against it and die, it made him not dare approach. After all, he was a product of Kagaya's will. In theory only 6 paths, level yin-yang release could harm him, yet that energy contained no trace of yin-yang release. Lucian. After searching so long, had he found such a terror? Damn it, even the 4 tails Jinchuriki is dead. Black Zetsu was angry. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast dies too, who knew when it would revive, or where it would hide. But what Black Zetsu did not know was that the 4 tails and the 9 tails would not revive again. That person is dangerous. I'm keeping my distance. Hearing this, White Zetsu was quite surprised. Wow, little black bro, first time I've seen you so cautious. Does that guy take more dumps than others? Black Zetsu glared. Get lost. Ari, great. I never liked sticking together anyway. You never bathe. Shut up, idiot. Chapter 25, Tsunade recognizes Kushina. Black Zetsu's sinister gaze turned toward Lucian. More precisely, toward the space behind Lucian. There stood 3 children, eyes full of shock, fear, and worship. The leftmost boy, who kept his head lowered with red hair covering his eyes, suddenly looked up. Within his terror, ripple-like light purple pupils appeared. The eye that governs life and death, yin and yang, the Rinnegan. Trouble ahead. Black Zetsu felt heavy-hearted. It had only been a few years since the Rinnegan was transplanted. Madara's successor had not been found, so Black Zetsu had been secretly watching over the red-haired boy to prevent accidents. Who could have known that after leaving for half a day, such an accident would occur? Damn it, how could things go south this fast? Black Zetsu cursed inwardly, racking his brains for a way to take Nagato away. Just then, Lucian lifted his eyes to the side, and an overwhelming pressure descended, making Black Zetsu tense all over. Bad, run. Boom. As Black Zetsu and White Zetsu burrowed into the ground, a small holy arrow shot down in an instant, blasting a deep pit in the earth. A faint cry of pain drifted out. Escaped. Lucian glanced once and did not mind it. That gloomy spiritual entity paired with a wisp of obscure will needed no guessing to be the dutiful son Black Zetsu. In most ways he was ordinary, but in the art of running away he was first in the shinobi world. As for Black Zetsu, Lucian did not dislike him. In a world ruled by power, there is no good or evil. A dutiful son saves his mother and kills or deceives some along the way. Whose hands are not stained with blood? Of course, that premise holds only if Black Zetsu does not oppose him. Otherwise he must die. Conan. I'm here, Lord Lucian. The future cool-tempered angel was now a sweet little loli, soft and adorable. Conan nodded her little head and stole a glance at Lucian, then lowered her blushing face, her voice syrupy. Ah, Lord Lucian was too charming. Not only Conan, Yhiko and Nagato were dizzy inside as well. Yes, Lucian's existence was like that of a god, calmly annihilating any foe. Lucian did not fit in with those silly shinobi at all. I will grant you power, but to follow me, power alone is not enough. Mikoto will remain. You have 3 days to gather all military forces in the land of rain and soothe the populace. All who resist are to be killed without mercy. As his words fell, Lucian's voice, born on Reishi, spread across the land of rain, making countless people think they were hallucinating. From this moment, the land of rain belonged to Lucian. Yes, Lord Lucian. The 3 children were thrilled. It is in human nature to revere the strong and yearn for power. They wanted to become as strong as Kushina and Mikoto and share Lucian's burdens. When Mikoto left with the 3, only Lucian, Kushina, and a few like Jiraiya remained. Ah, haha, well, ahem. Jiraiya gave a dry laugh, his thoughts in disarray. Ah. If Lucian acted, everyone would die. The one who will bring great reform to the shinobi world. Within these months, Jiraiya had returned to Mount Myaboku once, first to study sage mode, and second to hear the Great Toad Sage's view of Lucian. The Great Toad Sage spoke only a few broken lines. Because Konoha faces calamity, the shinobi world will undergo great reform. Sage, is Konoha destroyed? I only vaguely heard the words 5A-rated tourist attraction. Nothing more could be seen. 5A-rated tourist attraction. What was that? For the common folk of the shinobi world, it is enough to eat their fill. Shinobi struggle to live. Nobles do not dare travel outside their own nations. The concept of tourist attractions did not exist in Jiraiya's mind. A place to travel. But what did 5A-rated mean? Jiraiya's head was a muddle, yet he understood that the conflict between Lucian and Konoha could not be reconciled. Kushina. Tsunade's attention was entirely on the red-haired beauty, who looked more familiar the more she looked, and she could not help but speak. Kushina, is that you? When she saw Kushina instinctively avert her gaze, a little at a loss, Tsunade understood. It really is, but... Tsunade now doubted her life. Where did that little loli go? She was already almost bigger than me now. Fine. When Tsunade was young, she was not that big. Her later development was not exactly normal. Too big is not necessarily good. It is easy to cause, ahem. Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Such a big child, who could believe it? But since Lucian had gone from a child to an adult in a blink, Orochimaru's heart pounded even harder. It was not only his own life he could manipulate. Could he also manipulate others' lives? Truly. He could truly grant me immortality. Interesting. Seeing everyone's bewildered faces, Lucian felt amused. Especially Tsunade. Hey, where are you looking? Chaotic thoughts. Women's minds are indeed unusual. Me. Kushina took a deep breath and met their eyes coldly. Listen well. I was never a Konoha person. I only lived there a few years. From today on, I have no connection to Konoha. Anyone who dares to stand against Lord Lucian is my mortal enemy. Chapter 26, a backstab from Orochimaru. Hearing this, Tsunade opened her mouth, bitterness rising. Whether sincere or not, Kushina could never go back. If she returned, she would surely face suspicion and confinement. Better to follow Lucian, it felt safe. Lucian looked over. Little girl, who are you giving that cold face to? It doesn't suit you at all. Ugh, so annoying. Kushina puffed her cheeks. She had been a cheerful, lively girl, close with Tsunade. Suddenly putting on a cold face as an enemy felt very unnatural. Lucian said calmly, I know you and Mikoto still miss Konoha, don't rush to deny it. Seeing Kushina flustered, Lucian went on, after all, you had a home there, some friends or family. Human feelings are hard to control. But, longing alone is enough. Lord Lucian, Kushina was a little at a loss. In Kushina and Mikoto's eyes, Lucian was aloof yet spoke kindly, even allowing some less than proper acts. But they also knew Lucian still regarded them as his people. If they ever betrayed him, the coldest strike would follow. Do I usually look that cold and heartless? No, not at all. Kushina's expression turned pitiful. When Lucian's frosty gaze shifted to Jiraiya and the others, they grew extremely wary. After all, they were enemies, they didn't dare hope Lucian would let them go. Let enemies go. That didn't seem Lucian's way. At that moment, something shocking happened. Orochimaru, standing behind Tsunade, took a small step forward, no one paid it any mind. Then he raised his hand, chakra wrapping it, and chopped down hard. Forgive me, Tsunade. Thud. Tsunade's head tilted, disbelief flashing in her eyes, and she collapsed unconscious. Orochimaru. Jiraiya was even more stunned, he had just watched Orochimaru attack. Slash. The Kusanagi flashed, and Jiraiya dropped to one knee in pain. A hideous gash split his abdomen, blood pouring uncontrollably, yet the pain in his body was not a fraction of the hurt in his heart. Orochi, are you going to kill me? The war in the land of rain is my last chance for cooperation. The wicked smile on Orochimaru's face froze into ice, his narrow serpent eyes grew even colder. Kushina was dumbfounded, weren't they comrades? Then she glanced at the indifferent Lucian, stepped forward to lift the unconscious Tsunade, and watched the show. Lucian also watched, even shaping a throne from spiritual power and sitting down. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru did not stop. With a single-handed sweep, several giant serpents shot from his sleeve. Jiraiya flashed aside and roared, are you insane, Orochimaru, why are you doing this? Why? Orochimaru murmured, as if asking himself, then answered with certainty. I'm not insane. I'm seeking the truth, one that requires me to abandon everything to be worthy of pursuing it. Run. Flee in disgrace. Go back and tell the third Hokage, the past me belonged to Konoha, the future me belongs to the invisible empire. Jiraiya's body trembled. He looked at Lucian, then at the merciless Orochimaru, and felt the whole world turn dark. Why must it be like this? Jiraiya roared, venting his grief and fury. Never had there been such a day. The men who had been his companion since he was 6, the men who once took a blade for him, would backstab him. More than 10 years of laughter and tears. Scenes flashed through his mind, each more painful than the last. Drip, drip. Tears traced his cheeks, the color left Jiraiya's eyes. Sensei, you never taught me what to do in a moment like this. What should I do? Ha ha, ha 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 ha, so this is how a man grows. Jiraiya gave a miserable laugh, stared hard at the indifferent Orochimaru for a few seconds. Then glanced at the unconscious Tsunade in Kushina's arms, gritted his teeth, and decisively turned and sprinted away. For a moment, the world fell silent. To pursue my dream is my right. Orochimaru watched Jiraiya's receding back in silence for a few seconds. Then he sheathed the Kusanagi, lightly straightened his clothes, and walked toward Lucian step by step. So ruthless. Kushina stayed on guard, set Tsunade down, and took a battle stance. Lucian waved a hand slightly and watched Orochimaru approach. Orochimaru drew 2 scrolls from behind, half-knelt, and raised them with both hands as he spoke with respect. Please forgive me for privately letting Jiraiya go. Someone must carry the message to proclaim your greatness. I bring gifts for you. I hope they please you, Lord Lucian. And please, accept my fealty. Lucian looked Orochimaru over carefully. A wise choice. Letting Jiraiya go was purely personal sentiment, but Lucian didn't mind, Jiraiya could not affect the larger situation. Taking the scrolls, Lucian glanced at them and was slightly surprised. The labels on the scrolls read. Scroll of Seals, First Hokage's Cells. Though these were useless to Lucian, this is the shinobi world, not the world of death gods. It's impossible for everyone in the empire to cultivate reishi. Their value was immense. Most importantly, Orochimaru had put real thought into it. Chapter 27, Jiraiya's God-tier line of thought. You should know, the Scroll of Seals is in the Hokage's office. Orochimaru might have been able to view it. But taking it out of the Hokage's office is difficult, carrying it out of Konoha is even harder. Danzo's maneuvering must have been involved. But Danzo would never have expected Orochimaru to take the Scroll of Seals, follow Lucian, and defect outright. Otherwise, Danzo would spit out 8 caddies of blood in one go. Looking at Tsunade in Kushina's arms, Lucian couldn't help asking, this woman. Lord Lucian, Tsunade is the first Hokage's granddaughter, the third Hokage's disciple, and a medical ninjutsu master who can offer you some small help. Please rest assured, I guarantee Tsunade has never been touched by a man. The elite Jonin Dan who tried to harass Tsunade was killed 3 months ago. Orochimaru thought this but did not say it, since Lucian did not know who Den was. Wow, that's the original style Orochimaru. No, exactly the kind of man I had in mind. Seeing Kushina's stunned look and the odd glint in her eyes, Lucian could only say a few calm words. Well done. As a man, one must dare to face his own heart. Power, fame, wealth, strength, beauties, eternal pursuits of men. Then Lucian found it odd, of those 5 words, Orochimaru seemed to pursue none of them. No. In the future, the snake uncle coveted the Sharingan. Wasn't that a desire for power? I know what you seek. Take the land of rain, and I will grant it. Yes, Lord Lucian. The matter just now had not yet spread. Jiraiya, sprinting through the land of fire, stopped, his eyes were utterly vacant. Why? Jiraiya muttered like a madman, the cost of growth was too great. Unlike Tsunade, who in childhood had the first Hokage to dote on her and was the princess in Konoha's heart, unlike Orochimaru, who at least was raised by his parents. Jiraiya had been unwanted, a lonely orphan. His happiest day was team assignment after graduation. He had a teacher, comrades, and countless people who cared. In his heart were Orochimaru, Tsunade, Sarutobi, and Konoha. He was willing to give everything for them, even his life. But in one day he lost 2 of the most important people, a pain that made him want to die. Who? Jiraiya. A Konoha ANBU captain spotted Jiraiya and was startled to find him there. Seeing Jiraiya so broken, as if he'd lost his soul, the ANBU had many questions. He hurriedly said, have you seen Orochimaru? He defected. Orochimaru, defected. Jiraiya's lifeless eyes grew dimmer, he didn't even ask why. The ANBU captain sighed. Who knows the reason? Yesterday Orochimaru stole the Scroll of Seals, killed several shinobi, and left the village. The enraged third immediately declared him a rogue ninja. Jiraiya. So that's how it was. Orochimaru had prepared long ago, no wonder his words had sounded so strange. Knowing he'd become a rogue ninja, he helped face Hanzo before Konoha's pursuit arrived. Orochimaru. Jiraiya suddenly laughed, baffling the ANBU. No. Suddenly Jiraiya's expression turned solemn. He and Orochimaru had been companions for over 10 years, he knew him very well. Though cold, he was truly good to his comrades. For a person to change still takes time, how could so much change happen in merely 3 months? Especially since even after defecting he immediately helped them. Even if he betrayed them, he spared a life to keep Lucian from acting. Jiraiya's train of thought seemed to tilt. Could it be? Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened. Could Orochimaru have done it on purpose? Purposefully defected and betrayed to go undercover at Lucian's side and obtain intel. Hiss, taking the lead, venturing alone into the tiger's den, to help Konoha find a way to deal with the great demon king Lucian. The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed, and Jiraiya grew excited. Yes. A hero. Lucian's monstrous growth defies reason. Compared to that, Kumo, Suna, Iwa, and Kiri are all unimportant. Yes, that's it. Jiraiya truly deserved to be called the future eccentric of the shinobi world. His train of thought was downright bizarre. It wasn't Jiraiya's fault, he truly didn't understand what Orochimaru wanted at his core. So he filled in the blanks, undercover work, secret agent, unsung hero, and pinned them all on Orochimaru. After all, it was a possibility. But Jiraiya, like a drowning man clutching a straw, chose to believe amidst overwhelming sorrow. Under the ANBU's stupefied gaze, Jiraiya suddenly burst into loud sobs. Wah, Orochimaru, I misunderstood, you should curse me, I'm too stupid, wah. Orochimaru, wait for me. I can't let a man suffer alone, I will too. Chapter 28, Uchiha Madara. A ghost. Watching Jiraiya run off crying and making a fuss, the Umbu ninja were bewildered. But before they could react, Jiraiya ran back again and spoke quickly. Go back, tell Sensei that Tsunade was captured by Lucian. Orochimaru and I are going deep into enemy territory to investigate, even if it means death. To put it simply, I've defected. Just like that. Bye-bye. The Umbu ninja were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Just as they were about to leave, Jiraiya returned again, his expression grave. Hanzo was killed by Lucian's subordinates. The Konoha forces, along with Rashi from Iwagakure leading over 2,000 ninja, and many Omegakure ninja, were all killed by Lucian. Tell Sensei to be extremely careful of Lucian. He's getting stronger too fast. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not enter the land of rain. That is Lucian's territory. Also, tell Sensei. Orochimaru is a hero. I won't be coming back. Bye-bye. The entire squad was completely baffled. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? One ninja asked, Captain, is Lord Jiraiya defecting? The squad leader, an experienced elite jonin in his 30s, could only cough in the face of the questioning gazes from his team. You bunch of idiots, can't you see Jiraiya isn't in his right mind? Another ninja asked, still confused, so what does that mean? Get lost. How the hell should I know what he means? The Umbu elite was utterly speechless. What a mess. But if Lucian had really conquered the land of rain, then this was a major incident. Compared to pursuing Orochimaru, reporting this matter to Lord Hokage was more important. At the same time, somewhere in the ninja world, in a dark, vast, and silent underground space, there, in a bizarre scene, sat an old man in the twilight of his life, looking as if he could pass away at any moment. But from his body, an aura of looking down on everything, of absolute dominance over all creation, flowed from him. His half-open eyes stared ahead, as calm as still water. If anyone were to meet his gaze, they would see an abyss of profound and terrifying depth. The Asura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Even now, his name was a taboo existence that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it, a name no one dared to discuss. So, that child, Nagato, we've lost control of him. A slightly hoarse, deep voice sounded as Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu before him. He was so calm, as if nothing could fluster him. Black Zetsu did not speak. Although he had escaped in time, he was injured. Indeed, Black Zetsu could feel the lingering effects of that attack, which made his very soul ache. He didn't know how long it would take to recover. It made him understand that Lucian was an unprecedented enemy. White Zetsu, however, was trembling with fear. Lord Madara, it's not my fault. Black Zetsu insisted on looking for Lucian. I didn't want to go, but he dragged me along. As a result, we were gone for a little while, and Nagato was taken away by that monster, Lucian. Black Zetsu sneered. He's quite good at spinning tales. But Black Zetsu wasn't worried in the slightest. After all, in Madara's eyes, he was a product of his will. Would a person not even trust himself? Lucian. As if hearing this name for the first time, Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. From White Zetsu's tone, he knew that Lucian must be a rather troublesome powerhouse. But any powerhouse should have an astonishing track record and a remarkable path of growth. Yet he had never heard of him. Something wasn't right. That's right, Lucian is a complete and utter monster. To absolve himself of responsibility, White Zetsu began to exaggerate wildly. They say that when he was born in Konoha. White Zetsu took a deep breath and shouted. Purple Chi came from the east for 30,000 li, and 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers all cheered. He became a genin in 1 day, a chunin in 2, and reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths in 3. He crippled Danzo on a whim, killed tens of thousands of Konoha ninja, snatched the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and swaggered off. Then, wielding a watermelon knife, he slaughtered his way from Konoha to the land of rain. With every swing of his blade, he stained 3,000 li with blood and killed 1,000,000 enemies. He cut off Hanzo's head with one slash, annihilated the Four-Tails Jinchuriki with another, and then with a third slash, he carved out an abyss that stretched for tens of thousands of li. The entire ninja world is about to collapse. At this, White Zetsu sighed with emotion. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. If he had been born a few thousand years earlier, the Sage of 6 Paths would have been irrelevant. Uchiha Madara was stunned, and Black Zetsu was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Black Zetsu wanted to kick this bastard to death. Aren't you laying it on a bit thick? Uchiha Madara was silent for a long moment before spitting out a single word, scram. You got it. Lord Madara, you carry on. I'll be scrambling. White Zetsu flashed a sycophantic grin and, like a pug, literally rolled on the ground once before melting into the floor, fleeing underground as fast as he could. Meeting Madara's gaze, Black Zetsu said gravely, "Lucian is indeed miraculous." He then relayed everything he knew. Uchiha Madara listened to every word. Even with all his experience, a flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. If Black Zetsu was not mistaken, the current Lucian was still an infant. Indeed, in the eyes of the Konoha ninja, Lucian's actual age was only 6 months. If that wasn't a monster, what was? Creating an abyss with a single slash, killing the Four Tails Jinchuriki with a glance, and even making you feel a sense of mortal danger. Interesting. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that his boring life had found a new source of amusement. If Hashirama knew about this, he'd surely make a big fuss. Hey, wait, why am I thinking of that idiot Hashirama again? Damn it, get out of my head. Come back a little later, maybe. Uchiha Madara said faintly, Nagato falling into his hands might not be a bad thing. Chapter 29, The Name of the Great Demon King Lucian. Black Zetsu completely failed to understand Madara's train of thought. Wasn't he afraid that Lucian, seeing a new prize, would just gouge out his Rinnegan? But Black Zetsu had to maintain his disguise as a product of Madara's will, so he couldn't ask too many questions. Too many words lead to too many mistakes. Such a powerful person, besides myself and Hashirama, stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara unconsciously mentioned Hashirama again, his tone quite certain. What is the view from the top like? A kind of lonely solitude. The so-called Rinnegan is definitely not a threat in his eyes, nor would he greedily seize it. That would be a lack of recognition of his own abilities, a self-negation. Meeting Black Zetsu's questioning gaze, Uchiha Madara suddenly smiled. Rather, it's a kind of surprise. Not only will Nagato be fine, but he will also grow even faster. That yearning for an evenly matched opponent is something a black lump like you cannot understand. Black Zetsu. Not everyone is a battle maniac like you. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu truly didn't understand. To hell with opponents. Shouldn't all enemies be nipped in the bud? Next time, don't neglect intelligence gathering again, Black Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat. He had, on a whim, deliberately not reported the intelligence on Lucian. But who knew that Lucian, who was supposed to be a mere brat, would suddenly become so strong, completely losing control of the situation? It made him want to curse. Continue searching for my successor. If you find him, then it will be time. Uchiha Madara looked at his frail body, then erupted with a domineering aura that viewed all creation as ants, filled with intense excitement. What a powerful opponent. Let us dance. Use your death to send me off. Black Zetsu. At a time like this, you're talking about dancing. Noticing the fleeting astonishment in Black Zetsu's eyes, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Mere gravel, not even a fraction of my worth. Besides Hashirama, no one has ever made me take them so seriously. You should be proud of that for the rest of your life. Black Zetsu immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live Lord Madara," while mentally plotting to kill Lucian. He would not allow any accidents in his plan. Especially with the Rinnegan near Lucian, it made him unable to rest. After Black Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara was lost in his own thoughts again. Hashirama, I will let you know that I was right. 3 days later. After a few seriously injured Hōgyoku and Konoha ninja, as well as spies from various villages, escaped from the land of rain. The ninja world was in an uproar. An unprecedented uproar. Hanzo was dead. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was dead. Thousands were annihilated in a single blow. The land of rain had fallen. Not only that. Orochimaru had submitted. Tsunade had been captured. And then came Konoha's wanted poster. S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru, bounty of 100 million Ryo. News like this spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. The Demon King Lucian, who had shaken the ninja world a few days ago, now had his title upgraded. His name was now, the Great Demon King Lucian. The village's vigilance towards Lucian rose sharply, and he was immediately classified as an SSS-ranked dangerous person. The villages were also doing their best to gather intelligence on Lucian. At the same time, news was released from the Land of Rain. From this day on, the Land of Rain shall be renamed the Wandenreich. Anyone who dares to invade the territory of the Empire shall die. A simple sentence, yet it was filled with the domineering nature of the new empire, or more accurately, the domineering nature of Lucian. While it stunned people, they were also waiting for the reaction of the 5 great nations. Sniff, sniff, so scary. The third Mizukage admitted defeat. Whether it was true or not, he wasn't getting involved in mainland affairs anyway. Went with the village hidden in the mist produce a god of shinobi. Even an Azura of the ninja world would be fine. One must be prepared for danger in times of peace. Who knew if some powerhouse would come to the village hidden in the mist one day and torment them? And indeed, in the original timeline, there was one. He was played to death by an angry Obito. Another god of shinobi. Konoha is truly a cradle of the strong. See. Never be arrogant. Remember that there is always someone better. The kind, muscular third Raikage earnestly taught the future fourth Raikage. The young Killer Bee was off playing somewhere, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Blue Bee, was silent. Lately, he had been hearing the Eight-Tails' strange wails, but even the Eight-Tails didn't know why. He was often awakened by nightmares, as if someone wanted to kill him. Don't worry, he won't attack the village hidden in the sand. After all, we're so poor. These were the third Kazekage's original words, but he spoke them with tears in his eyes. Being poor was an advantage at a time like this. Arg. Die. I want you to die. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had gone mad, his eyes bloodshot and filled with killing intent. That was over 2,000 ninja. And the strategic level 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Inoki could not accept this loss. His hatred for Lucian had reached its peak. In the original timeline, to kill the third Raikage, Inoki had gathered over 10,000 Iwagakure ninja and surrounded him for 3 days and 3 nights. He had literally worn him to death. This showed just how ruthless Inoki was. So what if he's strong? Is he as strong as Hashirama Senju? Is he as strong as Uchiha Madara? Even if he is that strong, he still has to die. Inoki gave the order, a mad order. The Tsuchikage's kill order, gather the ninja, and fight Lucian to the death. In the Hokage's office, silence. Or rather, Hiruzen Sarutobi was so heartbroken he couldn't even speak. Chapter 30, Tsunade faces reality. Tsunade captured. Orochimaru submitted. Even that big idiot Jiraiya had gone crazy and run off to find Orochimaru. What the hell is this about Orochimaru being a hero? How could I not know? Jiraiya, with his intellect, is going undercover. He's going to get himself killed. Sarutobi thought, my heart aches. In the current generation, apart from Tsukumo Hatake, there were no other outstanding ninja. It would be at least 10 years before the geniuses of the next generation could emerge. For a time, Konoha was facing a shortage of talent, a generational gap. That's all for now. Do what you must. Sarutobi was weary, and even more grief-stricken. He had thought that since Lucian had been quiet for 3 months, everything was fine. But who knew that he would pull such a massive stunt out of nowhere? It had shattered all of Sarutobi's psychological defenses. Kill. 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 The clan heads looked at each other. Suddenly, a young man, not even in his 20s, erupted with a terrifying killing intent. 3 consecutive shouts of kill made even Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart tremble. Konoha will not be provoked. Lucian must die. Looking at this red-eyed young man, the expressions of the others were strange. 2 months ago, a coup had taken place within the Uchiha clan, stunning everyone. The Uchiha clan head, in his prime, had been overthrown by a young man not yet 20. But the Uchiha were too secretive, no one knew what had happened, but no one dared to underestimate them. What? Am I wrong? Fugaku Uchiha's eyes were sinister. Was awakening the Mangekyo something to be happy about? Every time Fugaku looked at his Mangekyo, he felt a rage that wanted to destroy everything. Oh! Konoha's enemies are not just Lucian. What are you prepared to do? The one who spoke was Danzo Shimura, who was also met with many subtle glances. Everyone knew that Danzo had had his 5 limbs crippled and his right eye destroyed by Lucian. But a month ago, he had fully recovered. Only his hands and right eye were wrapped in bandages, and he walked with more vigor than a young man. Was medical ninjutsu so advanced now? They didn't know if his 5th limb had recovered. And no one dared to ask. Fugaku Uchiha raised his crimson eyes and said coldly, the Uchiha clan has not yet gone to war. If you are afraid of Lucian, my Uchiha clan can act. Insolence. How dare you speak like that? Danzo roared, his killing intent far stronger than Fugaku Uchiha's. His voice was even louder. Have you all forgotten? The village hidden in the sand is at war with Konoha. It has dragged on for so long. Surely the Uchiha will not let this achievement slip by. Fugaku Uchiha snorted coldly and said no more. Seeing this, Sarutobi's headache grew worse. He waved his hand and said, let's solve one problem at a time. First, deal with the village hidden in the sand. As for Lucian, we'll talk about it later. Fugaku's expression grew colder. The others were disappointed but also relieved. Lucian had nothing to lose, but the other great ninja villages were the main issue. At this moment, all the nations and villages were waiting. The village hidden in the mist, no reaction. The village hidden in the sand was watching the show. The village hidden in the cloud was watching the show. Konoha and the village hidden in the stone were enraged. They all made harsh threats. But surprisingly, while Konoha talked a big game, they made no move at all, continuing their heated battle with the village hidden in the sand. They had no intention of sending troops against Lucian. But the village hidden in the stone was very decisive. Rumor had it that the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was personally leading an army of over 10,000 ninja, marching majestically towards the Wandenreich. For a time, spies from all nations and villages were scattered throughout the border of the Land of Rain. Hiss! Is that the abyss carved out by the Demon King's single slash? It's too terrifying. I thought it was an exaggeration. The reality is even more terrifying than the rumors. Who can withstand that? Has a new god of shinobi been born? One spy after another exclaimed in shock, their hearts filled with awe. They were not just here to watch the battle, but more to investigate Lucian's abilities, to see if he was as terrifying as the rumors said. But looking at the bottomless, endless abyss, everyone's scalp tingled. For a time, Lucian's status in the hearts of the ninja rose sharply. He had reached a level comparable to the god of shinobi and the Asura of the ninja world, and even slightly surpassed them. After all, this was the most recent legend. This is going to be a good show. Apart from the Hōgyoku spies, the spies from the other villages all smiled. Some village ninja were filled with despair, afraid that the great demon king Lucian would come for them. This is bad. The great demon king Lucian is too strong. Lord Tsuchikage, he can't hold out. The Hōgyoku spies felt a chill in their hearts. All but one of them immediately rushed back towards the land of Earth. If one person couldn't persuade him, then a group of them would. The spies from the other nations understood. The leaders of the various villages had already decided. If Lucian was truly that strong, the kind who could take on an entire village by himself, then they would issue a public announcement recognizing his status. They would acknowledge the legitimacy of the Wandenreich and list it as the sixth great nation. If the Wandenreich established a ninja village, they would recognize his title of Kage. In short, intelligence was paramount. He, Kage. Mukage. Tikage. And Kage. Remember, my Wandenreich does not need a so-called village chief. Hearing Lucian's words, everyone was a little confused. So those Kage, in your eyes, are just village chiefs? Huh. It seems that's true. Tsunade, standing below, wanted to retort. After all, being the granddaughter of a village chief didn't sound very impressive. But meeting Lucian's gaze, she felt a chill. This was a demon king who killed without blinking. Tsunade had been awake for 3 days. From the initial anger, fear, helplessness, and confusion when she woke up. It wasn't until Konoha issued the wanted poster that Tsunade faced reality. S-rank rogue ninja Tsunade, bounty of 30 million ryo. Sarutobi's issuance of the wanted poster for Tsunade was originally intended to sever her ties with Konoha. It was also to make Lucian's side not be too cruel to Tsunade. But in Tsunade's eyes, it was different. Chapter 31, Lord Lucian is the eternal god. Born into a great clan, she understood darkness and politics even better. Having personally witnessed how powerful Lucian was, in Tsunade's eyes, Konoha was afraid of him. So they had given up on her, indirectly gifting her to Lucian. That's right. The Hokage is now a village chief. Tsunade laughed self-deprecatingly, feeling dejected. To fall from the respected princess of Konoha to a prisoner was a psychological blow that ordinary people could not experience. There was no escaping the Demon King's clutches. Even if Konoha's intentions were good, she could never go back. At that moment, Yhwach walked in. Lord Lucian, a man named Jiraiya is here to see you. He wants to join the Wandenreich and has brought a great gift. Tsunade. Orochimaru. What the hell is Jiraiya up to? Tsunade and Orochimaru were stunned. Is he serious? Is he trying so hard to get into the Demon King's den? That guy isn't here to save me, is he? No, although he's a bit of an idiot, he's definitely not that stupid. Tsunade couldn't understand Jiraiya's thinking at all. Orochimaru, this kid is a lost cause. Oh. A look of interest appeared in Lucian's eyes. He then raised his hand, bring him in. Whether his intentions were true or false, Lucian was in need of talent. Currently, the Wandenreich had not been established, it was just a name. After all, with only a handful of people, Lucian was too embarrassed to found a nation. Lawless with the bodies of mature women, Kushina, Mikoto. The 3 little ones, Konan, Nagato, Yhwach. Apart from Orochimaru, a normal young man, even Tsunade had been semi-coerced into joining. Could such an organization be called an empire? Of course, he could establish one. After all, Lucian had occupied the Land of Rain, and all the people here were his subjects. But all of that would have to wait until Lucian had bestowed abilities upon his subordinates. He couldn't do everything himself, it would be too damaging to his image. Lord Lucian, is this pressure all right? Behind Lucian's throne, the tall Mikoto was massaging his shoulders. Her jade-like face was flushed red, making her look very beautiful. Not bad. Lucian was satisfied. Mikoto was indeed gentle. Below, Kushina pouted, muttering something under her breath. The lowly Konan watched secretly, her beautiful, big eyes filled with envy. I want to give Lord Lucian a shoulder massage too, but I'm too small and not strong enough. What kind of person is he? Tsunade was also confused. Lucian was clearly a demon king who killed without blinking. But what she had seen and heard in the past 3 days had shaken her worldview. An existence like Lucian cared about whether the common people had enough to eat, whether helpless orphans were being cared for, and whether the elderly were displaced. Were these things a demon king should do? It wasn't just talk, he had even personally taken action for the common people. Could you believe such a thing? He seemed cold, but sometimes he would joke with his subordinates and was even indulgent towards them. It made Tsunade feel as if she were seeing the shadow of Hashirama Senju. No. Even her great-grandfather had not been so attentive. After all, Hashirama came from a great clan and simply did not understand the suffering of the common people. Great-grandfather, could a person like this be a bad person? Tsunade fell into a confused silence. If Lucian really did unite the ninja world, then the world would surely be a better place. Lord Lucian is the eternal god. If the 3 little ones had only admired Lucian's power before, they now respected his character from the bottom of their hearts. Indeed, no one present understood the suffering of the common people better than them. And no one could see more clearly the great aura that made Lucian so different from other ninja, an aura of truly loving the people as his own children. In just a few short days, the 3 little ones were willing to dedicate their lives to Lucian. Lucian, isn't it normal to care for your subjects? I don't get it. Before long, Jiraiya, who had changed into casual clothes, entered the main hall. Tsunade, Orochimaru, long time no see. Under the bewildered gazes of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Jiraiya smiled and greeted them, then looked at Lucian, staring at him for 2 seconds. He then knelt on one knee and shouted. Lord Lucian, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiraiya, an elite jonin of Konoha, also known as the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku. I could run at 1, jump at 2, read at 3, dance at 4, cultivate chakra at 5, graduate from the Ninja Academy at 6, at 7. Watching Jiraiya ramble on, everyone was stunned. Even Lucian didn't know how to react. This guy was truly a character. He went from 1-year-old to his 20s without stopping. He even mentioned peeping on a widow bathing at the age of 8. What a guy. Lucian didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. Meanwhile, Tsunade covered her face, and Orochimaru kept giving Jiraiya meaningful looks. Ahem, Oro-chan really does care about me. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Jiraiya was very happy. His decision was absolutely right. That's right, just like that. Let's work hard for our undercover careers together, Oro-chan. Finally, Jiraiya's expression turned serious, and he took out 2 scrolls. Lord Lucian, these are 2 scrolls. One is a map of all of Konoha's departments, clans, and various units, along with the specific information I have on Konoha's ninja. The second contains all the ninjutsu I know, including the method for training in Mount Maiboku's sage arts. Chapter 32, The 3 Little Ones Berate Jiraiya. Jiraiya continued, with just these 2 scrolls and my admiration for you, please allow me to follow you. To become a hard-working and uncomplaining soldier under your command, I. Lucian interrupted, all right. Lord Lucian, I am sincere. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and overflowing, like the river Styx in flood. Jiraiya was suddenly anxious, but then his eyes widened. Hey. You agreed. It was that simple. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. The others also found it hard to understand. Jiraiya was clearly trying to be a spy. Who would believe his talk of admiration and worship? Even Orochimaru and Tsunade thought that Jiraiya was a dead man. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths could save him. But Lucian seemed completely unconcerned. Lord Lucian, this guy doesn't look like a good person. The 3 little ones were very anxious. They were afraid that this decision would bring some unforeseen trouble for Lucian. After all, this white-haired uncle looked like a big-mouthed, unreliable villain. Where do I not look like a good person? Jiraiya glared. What unlovable children. Yhiko pouted, from head to toe, you don't. Konan glared, you big villain. Nagato muttered, you white-haired monster. Well, I'll be damned. Jiraiya wanted to hit them. Whose bratty kids are these? It's fine. Lucian found the scene quite amusing. They were master and disciples in the original timeline, but now they couldn't stand the sight of each other. It was too interesting. A betrayal you can see is not frightening. What is truly frightening is a betrayal you cannot see. Lucian spoke calmly, and his words sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. We are willing to dedicate everything to Lord Lucian. Kushina, Mikoto, the three little ones, and Orochimaru immediately declared their oaths. Seeing this, Tsunade felt that if she didn't do something, it would be difficult for her to get by in the future. She immediately knelt on one knee and shouted as well. Jiraiya didn't need to be told, he shouted louder than anyone. Lucian nodded in satisfaction, not caring whether his subordinates were sincere or not. Trust and reliance have the same meaning, they are the actions of the weak. To him, they were meaningless. Conan, go and add another cup. Yes, Lord Lucian. Watching Conan turn and leave, the others could only stand and wait, looking at each other. Especially Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. They looked at each other and finally fell silent. Kushina couldn't help but ask, Lord Lucian, when will we establish the nation? Without establishing a nation, things were not official, like now. There were no messengers, the titles were a mess, the status of the subordinates was uncertain, and there was chaos everywhere. Also, calling Lucian Lord. It didn't reflect Lucian's noble status at all. Lucian said softly, you have such worries too. We'll talk about it after I have bestowed power upon you. Power? Yahiko and Nagato were full of pleasant surprise. Orochimaru's heart was about to leap out of his chest. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a look, a strange sense of anticipation filling them. This was power bestowed by Lucian. It was likely that set of powers that was completely different from chakra, something that no one in the ninja world understood. After all, the unknown was equivalent to death. No one wanted to face an enemy full of unknowns. Conan was quick. Everyone looked over and saw Conan carrying a tray with 6 cups of sake on it. It was exactly for the 6 people who had not yet received power. Even I get one. What confidence! Jiraiya's heart grew heavier. Lucian was not afraid of anyone knowing his power. What confidence! Pucci. To everyone's surprise, Lucian cut his finger, and drops of crimson blood flowed out. Under the control of his spiritual power, the blood dripped into the 6 cups of wine respectively. 1 cup each. Bear with it. The process is a bit painful. Drinking blood wine. A power inheritance. The 3 little ones didn't think much of it and obediently drank it down. But Orochimaru and the other 2 realized a terrifying point, powerhouses like Kushina and Mikoto could be mass-produced by Lucian. Who could stand against that? Hiss. After drinking the blood wine, the 6 of them all felt the pain of their souls being torn apart, as if they were being cut by 1,000 blades. Seeing this, Kushina smiled, go on, cry out. Can't you even bear this little bit of pain? I was smiling the whole time. It was a breeze. Really? I don't believe you. Hearing this, the 6 of them all clenched their teeth and tried their best to remain calm. But, are you kidding? To be able to smile through that kind of pain, are you a pervert? Mikoto also said with a straight face, was it really that painful? Why did I feel as comfortable as if I were soaking in a hot spring? The 6 of them. Are we being treated differently? It really hurts. The corner of Lucian's eye twitched. These 2 girls were becoming more and more devious. Infuse. The 6 who had just been converted into Quincy needed Lucian to infuse them with spiritual power and spiritual pressure to master their abilities as quickly as possible. The 3 little ones' bodies were too small, they also needed to grow up quickly. Quickly, with Lucian's help, the 6 completed their transformation and mastered their abilities. The 3 little ones had also grown to the appearance of 18 or 19-year-olds. Since the 3 of them had initially changed into clothes made of spirit particles, the clothes had also grown with them. 2 handsome young men, and a stunningly beautiful young woman with long, light blue-purple hair. Tall and beautiful, with a cute expression mixed with a cold demeanor, she was quite to Lucian's liking. The grown-up Conan was truly amazing. To everyone, including Kushina and Mikoto, Lucian had bestowed upon them spiritual power equivalent to an elite jonin and extremely strong spiritual pressure, so they wouldn't have to spend time training from scratch. The rest was up to them to practice. This was an unknown to any ninja. Chapter 33, Madara, you dropped your Rinnegan. Ha, ha. A dozen minutes later, even Orochimaru was collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. He swore he would never experience that kind of pain again. For a moment, he thought he was going to die. But the power that surged from his body afterwards made Orochimaru laugh out loud. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I feel it. I feel it. The transformation of life. Eternal life is within me. Orochimaru couldn't help but be moved. What a magnificent power. Something he had pursued so bitterly. But now, to obtain it so easily made all his past efforts seem so insignificant. Hearing this, Kushina couldn't help but ask, Lord Lucian, am I immortal now? Seeing Lucian nod, Kushina jumped for joy. Wow, wow, wow. That's great. A beautiful girl who's forever 18. Mikoto also nodded. Growing old is too scary. Lucian was speechless. I haven't even said it yet. Your reactions are too slow. Thank you, Lord Lucian, for your gift. The three little ones were also very happy. Various combat skills appeared in their minds like instincts, opening a door to a new world for them. Tsunade and Jiraiya were silent once again. The ninja world was about to change hands. Konoha was finished. Spiritual pressure, spirit particles, spiritual power, Heilig file, Hōgyoku. Blood vene, blood artery, Schattenbereich, spirit particle space, Quincy King, spirit particle flames, and so on. These were all basic abilities of a pure-blooded Quincy. They seemed simple. But for the strong, attacks were often that simple. There wasn't so much flashy stuff. And each person had a script ability bestowed by Lucian, each different, but all more powerful than the vast majority of Kekkei Genkai. With advanced training, they could even unlock the Vollständig, which was like a cheat. Compared to ninja who basically only cultivated chakra, Quincy cultivated more than just spiritual power. They would enhance their spiritual pressure, i.e., their soul, and even had corresponding enhancement skills for their bodies. Their comprehensive abilities allowed them to deal with any unexpected situation. Just the Schattenbereich alone was something that ninja couldn't deal with. It was the perfect assassin's tool. It was a completely different system from the chakra system. One couldn't say which was superior. But to ninja, the Quincy were an absolutely fatal enemy because of the severe lack of intelligence. Most importantly, for a Quincy to live a long life was too simple. Or rather, they were inherently long-lived. To live even longer, they just needed to train hard. Even if Lucian had no ambition at all, he could still outlive all the ninja of the 5 great nations, of the entire ninja world. In that respect, even 10,000 gods of shinobi wouldn't be enough. Lucian, I'll just quietly watch you grow old and die. Forget it, Sister Tsunade. Konoha is beyond saving. Kushina walked over at this moment, having long since recognized reality. Fortunately, Lucian was not the kind of person who loved to kill. Those who did not resist could live. I know. Tsunade smiled bitterly. Now, even her grandfather was useless. She might as well adjust her mindset and work hard for Lucian. Perhaps, seeing her hard work, he would spare a few more lives in Konoha. Ha! Jiraiya felt the same way. Going undercover was impossible. Jiraiya didn't even dare to have any thoughts of sending intelligence back to Konoha. If Lucian found out, Konoha would suffer his wrath. After all, intelligence was too important. Lucian might launch a massacre. I am loyal, I am loyal. Jiraiya forced himself to be hypnotized, trying hard to forget about Konoha. He then knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. Lord Lucian is eternal and immortal. The Wandenreich will last forever. Seeing this, the others were stunned for a moment, then they all shouted in unison. Lord Lucian is eternal and immortal. The Wandenreich will last forever. What a line. Lucian raised his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. After all, this was true, and also what he had hoped for. Ah, Nagato, your eyes. The grown-up Yhiko had some of the charm of the original, Deva Path Pain, but after looking at Nagato, he was suddenly shocked. The others were also startled. Because 2 eyeballs had fallen from Nagato's body. And were rolling on the ground. Everyone looked over and saw that the eyeballs on the ground were a strange purple color with a ripple-like pattern. Seeing those eyes, Jiraiya and the other 2 exclaimed. The Rinnegan. Nagato has the Rinnegan. The expressions of Orochimaru and the other 2 were strange. Those were the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. I don't know what's going on either. Nagato was a little nervous. He then parted his long red hair, revealing a pair of bright, ordinary eyes. I just felt my eyes were itchy and painful. I touched them lightly and they fell out. And then I grew another pair of eyes. It should be fine, right? As he spoke, Nagato looked at the Rinnegan with some disgust. He really didn't like those eyes. Those eyes made him feel out of place, made him afraid to look up at people. They even often ached, making him uncomfortable. At the same time, in a dark cave, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. The faint connection he had with the Rinnegan in Nagato's body had suddenly been severed. Did something unexpected happen? Did he misjudge Lucian? No, I couldn't have been wrong. Phew, you scared me. It's good that you're okay. Yhiko breathed a sigh of relief and then said with a smile, those eyes are too weird. They're not as good-looking as your new ones. But Orochimaru and the other 2 were grave. How could this child have the Rinnegan? Especially Jiraiya. Before Lucian appeared, the great toad sage had spoken of a child of prophecy. Could it be Nagato? But with Lucian's existence, even the child of prophecy was useless, wasn't he? Chapter 34, Forming the Holy Legion. The transformation process rejected organs that did not belong to the body. Lucian raised his hand, wrapped the eyeballs in spirit particles, and brought them before him. After a few glances, he lost interest. To be honest, the Rinnegan wasn't very good looking. The Tensegan was much prettier. After all, these were Madara's eyes. Out of respect, Lucian tossed them into an urn. Madara. Lucian didn't need the Rinnegan. Its only use was to lure out Madara. After all, Lucian didn't know where Madara was hiding, nor did he have the time to look for him. He didn't need Orochimaru to research it. The power of the Quincy was enough to keep Lucian busy for a long, long time. Why bother with so many distractions? If it were a Zanpakuto, then Lucian might be interested. Or he could use the Hōgyoku to create some Vasto Lord or Arrancar. That's right. I'd be invincible. Suddenly, Lucian's eyes lit up. What were hollows? Soul bodies. Regardless of their strength, the mere fact that they were soul bodies was a bug in the system. Because ordinary people couldn't see them. In the ninja world, apart from a very few individuals and specific situations, no one could see souls. Even Dan Kato's spirit transformation technique didn't have much offensive power. But if he created hollows, they would be invisible assassins. Hollow, I'm standing right in front of you. But you can't see me. Vasto Lord, I haven't even made a move, and you're already on your knees. Lucian was looking forward to this, but he would have to wait until things stabilized. You don't need to know too much. Just know that those are Uchiha Madara's eyes. Orochimaru and the other two, as well as Mikoto Uchiha, were extremely shocked. The three little ones were also startled. Weren't those Nagato's eyes? How could they belong to someone else? Considering a certain possibility, that the person named Uchiha Madara had stuffed his eyes into Nagato's sockets, the three little ones shivered. So scary. How could there be such a terrifying person? Uchiha Madara, weren't his eyes the Sharingan? If Orochimaru and the other two were just confused and shocked, then Mikoto Uchiha's worldview had completely collapsed. The eyes of the Uchiha ancestor were not the Sharingan. The Rinnegan is the final evolution of the Sharingan. The major events in the ninja world are all the family affairs of the Otsutsuki descendants, but none of them are good. Lucian wasn't interested in the infighting of the Otsutsuki descendants, nor did he bother to explain. Sooner or later, he would have to fight his way to the Otsutsuki planet, but he was too weak now. You must remember, a Quincy. Seeing their questioning looks, Lucian explained a little, then stood up. Everyone suddenly felt that their worldview needed to be reorganized. Madara, the Rinnegan, the Otsutsuki, just how many terrifying existences were there in the shadows? From this day on, you are members of the Holy Legion. Yes, Lord Lucian. Lucian was not forming a stern ritter like Yhwach, because he was not Yhwach. He also constantly reminded himself not to follow Yhwach's old path. Yhwach's failure had many reasons, such as the protagonist group's plot armor, Hashwolf concealing the future to get his revenge, which led Yhwach to think it was a dream and thus be defeated, and so on. After all, Yhwach had destroyed Hashwolf's hometown and killed his uncle. Hashwolf had approached him for revenge from the beginning. But in the end, it was because of Yhwach's arrogance and ruthlessness. His arrogance made him look down on everything. His ruthlessness made him kill all of his subordinates. The Holy Legion only needs elites. When there are more members in the future, I will select 4 from among you to become my royal guard. Lucian's words made everyone's eyes light up. The royal guard. Just from the name, they knew it meant being a subordinate trusted and recognized by Lucian. Lucian continued, the Legion needs a leader besides myself. In the future, a Legion commander will also be selected, and personal guards will be chosen. Royal Guard, Legion Commander, Personal Guard. Everyone was filled with anticipation and thought. It seemed that only pure-blooded Quincy who had been granted a script by Lucian could enter the Legion, competing among a dozen or a few dozen elites. An empire cannot rely on elites alone. It needs a foundation. From this day on, we will select those with superior spiritual pressure from all over the country. For now, we will select 3,000 people to become the Soldat unit under the Holy Legion, and they will obey the Empire's commands. Lucian couldn't possibly waste his blood to create a bunch of pure-blooded Quincy. However, impure Quincy, i.e., mixed-blood Quincy, were possible. They wouldn't have a script, but they could learn the basic abilities of a Quincy, which was enough for years of training. Lucian decided to select those with excellent spiritual energy from within the Empire's territory and transform them into Quincy. Go and select them. I want to see those 3,000 people today. I will also give you 3 days to familiarize yourselves with your abilities. In the process of being transformed into a Quincy, chakra was washed away. Only one's own abilities, such as Keki Igenkai, would be retained. For example, Mikoto's Sharingan was still there. But it had only gone from 1 tomo to 3 tomo, and had not become a Mangekyo, so it wasn't of much use. Keki Igenkai would also be converted to be used with spiritual power. Also, inform the former ninja and villagers of the Land of Rain that in 3 days, we will gather in the center of the empire. I am going to establish the Wandenreich. Yes, Lord Lucian. Lucian looked up at the sky. The view there was truly beautiful. No one has stood at the top from the beginning. Not you, not me, not even the gods. But the long vacancy on the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I will stand at the top. That day, the Land of Rain, which had just stabilized, was in an uproar again. What? Lord Lucian is forming an army. Is it for real? Can civilians join too? Between the ages of 6 and 60, regardless of whether you are old, weak, sick, or disabled, as long as you are qualified, you can receive the Empire's training and become a member of the Empire's Soldat unit. Is he going to found a nation? That's great. I have to join. Chapter 35, a nationwide selection of 3,000 Soldat. When the news spread, everyone was stunned and excited. The powerhouse who had carved out an abyss with a single slash and occupied the Land of Rain was going to select talent today and establish an empire in 3 days. Many civilians, in particular, couldn't believe it, but after confirming the news, they went into a frenzy. Not everyone was content to be a civilian, but becoming a ninja was too difficult. The 5 great nations had no more than a few 100,000 ninja in total. How many could there be in the entire ninja world? Ninja. It was something countless civilians revered and yearned for. It wasn't a profession, it was power. The ninja world was often in turmoil. Without power, one couldn't even eat. The civilians of the Land of Rain had experienced this firsthand and craved power even more. The workload. Looking at the dense crowd, even Orochimaru's scalp tingled. To select 3,000 people from an entire country, and to complete it today. It was truly a case of the leader giving an order and the subordinates running their legs off. Kushina put her hands on her hips and smiled, the Soldat unit under the Holy Legion, do you know what that means? It means I'll have underlings too. With a wave of her hand, 10,000 underlings would appear. Kushina was smug. The grown-up Konan flicked her hair and couldn't help but say, Sister Kushina, although the Land of Rain isn't large, with the civilians, there are at least 1 million people. How are we supposed to select them? It was a country. No matter how small, it was still a country, far larger than a ninja village. Were they going to check them one by one? With just a few people, they wouldn't finish even by next year. Lord Lucian said those with superior spiritual pressure, that is, those with superior soul density and strength, which can also be understood as outstanding spiritual power. So we don't need to test them one by one. The others were not familiar with spiritual pressure, so Mikoto explained to Nagato and the others. We'll divide the empire into 8 regions, with 1 person in charge of each. We'll release our spiritual pressure layer by layer and see who can withstand it. Those who perform outstandingly will have excellent spiritual strength. Everyone nodded. That would be much easier. But there was a problem. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, although ninja don't primarily cultivate spiritual energy, they are stronger than civilians. Isn't that unfair to the civilians? Everyone nodded. Although many Omegakure ninja had died, they could still make up 3,000 people. However, it was clear that Lucian valued civilians. It would definitely not be acceptable to select only ninja. Kushina immediately raised her hand to speak, Lord Lucian, there is no absolute fairness in the world. I think this problem can be solved by having half civilians and half ninja. That would be relatively fair. Tsunade couldn't help but take another look at Kushina. This little girl had been well trained by Lucian. She had grown a lot. Orochimaru nodded, then, to prevent not having enough people, each person will select a few more in their respective regions. We'll gather them here and select again until there are only 3,000 left. If we encounter anyone particularly outstanding, we'll record it and report it. The group discussed the details for a while longer, then quickly split up to take action. Lucian, who was watching from the shadows, chuckled. It was convenient to have subordinates. That night, the selection that had shaken the Land of Rain came to an end. Although those who were not selected were a little disappointed, almost everyone respected Lucian even more. After all, no powerhouse in the ninja world had ever valued civilians so much. To the civilians, a leader like this was great. On a plaza, 3,000 people, either nervous, excited, or thrilled, looked ahead, waiting for Lucian. At this moment, Yhiko spoke softly, to transform them all into Quincy, 1 drop of blood per person. Lord Lucian, will his body be all right? All of their power belonged to Lucian, a part of his power. To share it with 3,000 people, who could withstand that? At this, Jiraiya said, if it's as you say, then we've all misunderstood. The Holy Legion members are only pure-blooded Quincy. The Soldat will definitely not be like us, so the power given to them will be weaker than ours. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lucian arrived. Welcome, Lord Lucian. The group of 8 and the 3,000 people all knelt on one knee. Lucian nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a bucket floated over, immediately attracting the attention of Nagato and the others. Because they could sense that the spirit particles within it were extremely dense. The water inside was formed from spirit particles. It could be understood as spirit particles turning into gas, spiritual chi turning into liquid, and spiritual liquid turning into water. It had taken Lucian a whole day of compression to create one bucket. If he let Kushina drink it all, it would be enough for her to advance. Swoosh. A drop of blood was flicked into it by Lucian. Give each person a bowl. Remember to be quick to avoid the loss of spirit particles. Yes, Lord Lucian. The group of 8 held their large bowls, their hearts filled with surprise. There was only one drop of blood. Noticing the expressions of the group of 8, Lucian didn't say much. One drop of blood was enough. What he wanted were mixed blood Quincy. If a pure-blooded Quincy and a human had offspring, the offspring would also be a mixed blood Quincy. Only when a pureblood and a pureblood have offspring will the offspring be a pureblood. It wasn't that mixed bloods were bad. But they were different. For a pure-blooded Quincy, various skills were innate powers that they didn't need to learn. But a mixed blood Quincy had to learn them one by one. Not only did they have to learn skills, but they also didn't have a script. Their lifespan was also far shorter than that of a pureblood. In comparison, they were far inferior to a pureblood. Watching them distribute the bowls, Lucian said calmly, the transformation process is painful. If your will is not strong enough, you will die. Make your choice. Everyone's heart tensed. The ninja hesitated but ultimately stayed. The one in charge was no longer Hanzo. A new ruler, a new court. If they didn't seize this opportunity, who knew what the future would hold? The civilians who were able to be here were prepared to make sacrifices. In the end, no one left. Chapter 36, The Founding of the Nation, the Hōgyoku Invasion. Arg. A moment later, the 3,000 people all screamed in agony. Even if it was just one drop of blood, the pain of the transformation was not something an ordinary person could endure. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, one after another, dozens of explosions were heard. Dozens of people had their wills collapse, causing the spirit particle power to go haywire and their bodies to explode. Seeing this, Kushina couldn't help but be startled. They can die. How lucky was I? Lucian was speechless. Any power comes with a price. If one's will is not strong enough, it's all for naught. Lucian, as the inheritor of the progenitor's power, had endured a pain that was geometrically multiplied. An ordinary person's will would have definitely collapsed. He had only survived by relying on the Hōgyoku. Then, by absorbing the soul energy of those who had died after touching him, his will was strengthened and gradually calmed. Count the number of deaths and replace them as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Lucian. Of the 3,000 people, more than 200 had died. They were quickly replaced. In the end, 3,000 soldats stood on the plaza, each of them experiencing their new power. That large bowl of spiritual water had raised their level to that of a chunin. Regardless of whether they were ninja or jonin before, at this moment, they were 3,000 soldat with the energy level of a chunin. Although they didn't know any techniques, they could learn the basic skills quickly. Sensing the spiritual power and spiritual pressure of the soldat, Jiraiya and the others were dumbfounded. Lord Lucian made it too easy to create powerhouses. How could the other ninja villages compete? One side needed a large amount of time and resources to cultivate, while the other side mass-produced them. In comparison, the ninja world was finished. Kushina, Mikoto, teach them the basic skills. As for you, Orochimaru, go and practice to master your power. Yes, Lord Lucian. An army, a populace, a territory, the foundations of the empire were all there. Lucian was full of anticipation for the future of the empire. 3 days later. The land of rain, a country that cried with rain almost every day, suddenly had a clear sky. The high sun seemed to be offering its congratulations on the birth of a king. The clouds even joyfully spread a magnificent rainbow across the sky, full of color. Quick, quick, quick. Today is the day the nation is founded. We can't miss it. Great Lord Lucian, I admire you. May you be well. Ah, if not for Lord Lucian, the land of rain would have long been reduced to ruins. One after another, the former ninja and villagers of the land of rain rushed from afar, all gathering in the central area. Those ninja had gradually accepted the reality. Of course, those loyal to Hanzo had long been killed. As for the civilians, they didn't care who was in charge. But they knew that their current leader was a king who had the common people in his eyes. That was enough. More importantly, it was Lucian who had allowed the Land of Rain to completely avoid the war. In the past few days, they had not seen any ninja from other countries burning, killing, and looting here. The smiles on the faces of the children and the elderly had also increased. It seemed that everything was heading for the better. The nation is already founded. Do we need so many people to participate? That's right. Isn't founding a nation just about organizing an army, building a palace, and making an announcement? Lucian's ambition is too great. He's bringing all the ninja under the Empire's control, holding both military and political power in his hands. In comparison, the daimyo of the other countries are too weak. Sure, Lucian doesn't want to be a daimyo. They say he wants to be called His Majesty. At the same time, spies from various other nations and villages also cautiously entered the area. They also discovered that this demon king Lucian seemed to be different. Who on earth had spread the rumor that the great demon king Lucian only knew how to kill? He was clearly a benevolent king who knew how to win the hearts of the people. This also gave them a rough understanding of Lucian's character. Warm as spring to his own people. And cold as winter to outsiders. Interesting. While the former villagers and ninja of the Land of Rain were anticipating the establishment of the empire, in a great hall, Lucian spoke faintly. But Orochimaru and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The latest intelligence. Anoki was leading the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, and over 10,000 Iwagakure ninja in an invasion. They had currently reached the border of the Land of Earth and were about to cross into the Empire's border. They had even raised the slogan, Iwagakure and Lucian will fight to the death. The major ninja villages had also turned their attention to this. Even the war between Konoha and the village hidden in the sand had been temporarily halted. They were all waiting for the outcome of the battle between the Wandenreich and Iwagakure. Today was the day the Wandenreich was to be established. For Anoki to choose this time. What a humiliation. Orochimaru spoke, Lord Lucian. No hurry. Lucian raised his hand slightly, looked down at the beautiful, tall young woman with light purple hair, and spoke calmly. The enemy is invading. Let's have a cup of black tea first. Everyone was stunned. Conan immediately smiled and nodded. Yes, Lord Lucian. Just like that, no matter what enemy he faced, he was always so calm and composed. This was the god in their hearts. Following that, everyone sat down quietly and enjoyed the black tea. I'm suddenly not nervous anymore. Yhwach was surprised. The others couldn't help but nod. The process of drinking tea had calmed their hearts. After all, who would drink tea on the eve of a great battle? One would need a heart of steel for that. Lord Lucian, do you have a battle plan? Jiraiya was quite grave. Although his strength was not bad, and even because of the information gap, he could handle any opponent with ease. But that was in a one-on-one situation. When the number of enemies reached a certain level, and one's own level was not that high, the human wave tactic could wear you down. From Lucian's attitude, it seemed that he would not let the former Omegakure ninja and the Soldat unit participate in this battle. Nor would Lucian make a move himself. Then there were only the 8 of them. Lucian put down his teacup, scanned the room, and said calmly. A mere 10,000 or so people. It seems your understanding of power is insufficient. Chapter 37, kill, and you will become stronger. Everyone was stunned. My understanding of power is insufficient. That's right, you're too slow. Hearing Lucian's words, Kushina coughed lightly and said, for example, if one of you were to encounter a team of 1,000 ninja with no Kage-level members and no special abilities, could you wipe them out? In other words, can you kill them? Do you feel any pressure? Tsunade's brow twitched. She said seriously, if it were me, the Shadenbarich could ensure that I dodge any attack, and the Hirenkyoku would greatly increase my mobility. My attacks are all instantaneous. Not many ninja can dodge them. My Script ability can also attack over a wide area. With high-speed movement and high-intensity attacks, I could kill 1,000 ninja without injury in 10 minutes. No one could escape. It seemed, there was no pressure. Of course, this was excluding ninja with special Kekkei Genkai and Kage-level powerhouses. But hearing that Tsunade could so easily kill 1,000 ninja, the eyes of the others also lit up. Jiraiya spoke cautiously, that's only 1,000 people. When the number exceeds 10,000, there will be many unexpected situations. The enemy has the 3rd Tsuchikage and even a Jinchuriki. Consumption is also a problem. Yhwach said nonchalantly, we mainly use spirit particles to attack, not spiritual power. The consumption is not that great. We can disperse and attack at high speed. When enough of them are dead, they'll be scared off. Mikoto said softly, the Empire's territory cannot be invaded. We cannot let a single person go. So they had to kill them all. That was a bit difficult. Everyone began to think of various countermeasures. They felt that they could split up, with a few people intercepting the powerhouses while the rest bombarded the crowd. With their speed and evasion abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. The problem now was that although the consumption was low, it wouldn't be enough over a long period of time. Their current level was only that of an elite jonin. Even if they won, they might not be able to kill everyone. After a person dies, their soul will naturally emit a high concentration of spirit particles. If a Quincy devours all of their soul energy, it will make the Quincy stronger. It's a shortcut. Lucian put down his teacup and spoke calmly. If the amount of soul energy devoured reaches a certain level, the Quincy's spiritual power and spiritual pressure will be greatly enhanced, and they will even evolve. It can be like this. Kushina blinked in confusion. Mikoto and I killed Hanzo. Why didn't we become stronger? In fact, the soul energy of all the enemies they killed would be completely absorbed by Lucian. Not just soul energy, but also the knowledge, experience, skills, and talents they had displayed would be absorbed and integrated by Lucian. This was the terror of the Quincy progenitor. With subordinates, he didn't need to train at all. Through war, his own talents would gradually be strengthened. Lucian said directly, from now on, you can absorb it. Last night, Lucian had lifted the restriction. From now on, 90% of the soul energy of those killed would be absorbed by Lucian, and 10% would go to them. Giving them 10% of the energy to strengthen themselves would also allow them to serve him better. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile, as Lord Lucian said, it is indeed difficult for me to annihilate more than 10,000 people right now. But we can grow stronger through battle. We will become stronger and stronger, and the enemy will become fewer and fewer. In the end, we will be victorious. This will be a war that will go down in the history of the ninja world. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar. After the initial shock, they were inexplicably shaken. To become stronger through slaughter? It was simply unreasonable. But the scene of just a few people potentially annihilating more than 10,000 ninja was something no one could remain calm about. That was annihilation, not just defeating them and making them surrender. If word of this got out, the ninja world would definitely be shaken. If we kill them all, the soul energy of more than 10,000 ninja, plus the Tsuchikage, plus the 5 tails. Even if I only absorb 90%, it will still be a great enhancement. Lucian was looking forward to it. Therefore, not a single invader would be left alive. This war was an extremely rare and great gift for Lucian, a perfect feast. When the time comes, Lucian's normal attacks will be ultimate moves. When the time comes, Lucian can say with composure, I have only made a slight move, and I have already reached the limit of a ninja. Kushina was excited. Mikoto smiled. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade also let go of their worries. The three little ones, oh no, the grown-up Yhiko, Nagato, and Konan were facing so many opponents in their first battle. They were more excited than anything else. They only heard Lucian say, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Lord Lucian, please give your command. The three of them had solemn expressions and knelt on one knee. Inoki is yours. Take him down as quickly as possible. I want him to die with his eyes open. Yes, Lord Lucian. Lucian then looked at the expectant Konan and the other two and said, Konan, Yhiko, Nagato. The 5 tails Jinchuriki is yours. Kill him. Yes, Lord Lucian. Mikoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, you will deal with the remaining enemy ninja. Be careful, grow stronger through battle, and wait for the two sides to provide support. Attack together. In this war, I hope to see the birth of the Volständig. Yes, Lord Lucian. The Volständig. Everyone was looking forward to it. But Orochimaru and the other 5 had only obtained their Quincy abilities 3 or 4 days ago. Even with Lucian's help, they were still not very proficient. Only Mikoto and Kushina had a chance of unlocking the Volständig. And it was only a chance. The Volständig was not an evolution. It was just the complete release of one's power, equivalent to a Zanpakuto's Bankai. By increasing one's spiritual power, spiritual pressure, and proficiency with the script, the power of the Volständig would also gradually increase. After he finished speaking, Lucian stood up, his aura filled with a sense of looking down on everything. Before us, there are no enemies. Chapter 38, Inoki arrives, a pillar of flame shoots into the sky. The border of the land of earth. The land of rain was located in the center of the 3 great nations of wind, fire, and earth, with its borders adjacent to theirs. It was also surrounded by small countries such as the land of birds, the land of grass, and the land of rivers. It was an absolute land of chaos. Among the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees of the border, spies from all nations and villages held their breath. They're here. So many ninja. It seems Inoki is really angry. It's a bit irrational. No matter who wins or loses, there will be a lot of casualties. Isn't he afraid of a sneak attack from the other great ninja villages? Maybe Inoki is just looking for an excuse to pass through the land of rain and attack the land of fire. After all, there's no profit to be made in the land of rain. Hiss, that's really possible. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. As the Kage of a village, even if Inoki was angry, his first consideration should be the interests of the village. Take Hiruzen Sarutobi, for example. Even when provoked to such an extent by Lucian, he had endured. Did he lack the courage of a powerhouse? No, it wasn't that Sarutobi was afraid. He had too many concerns. Konoha's weakness. After all, Lucian had nothing to lose, while Sarutobi couldn't afford to be reckless. For Hōgyoku to fight the Wandenreich, there was no benefit in winning, and even less in losing. If it was just to vent his anger, this was not a good time. The Second Shinobi World War was in full swing. The prosperous land of fire should be Hōgyoku's target. But for Lucian, it didn't matter. Regardless of Inoki's purpose, to dare to bring so many people and attempt to cross the Empire's border was to seek death. The Empire's territory was inviolable. Even if the nation had not yet been founded, the former Land of Rain was Lucian's territory. Lord Tsuchikage, the Land of Rain is a few li ahead. The 10,000 or so people looked like a dense mass. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han the Steam Ninja, also had a grave expression. Lucian, will he choose to let us pass? Humph, I'm the one making way for him. He has no reason to refuse. The semi-floating third Tsuchikage, Inoki, snorted coldly. It was true. No matter how angry Inoki was, his first consideration was the interests of the village. Personal hatred could not make him lose his reason. What was the use of the mere Land of Rain? Passing through the Land of Rain to catch Konoha off guard was the way of a king. If they didn't go through the Land of Rain, their intentions would be too obvious and would easily alert Konoha. But I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. Han didn't know why, but the closer he got to the Land of Rain, or rather, the closer he got to Lucian, the more uneasy he felt, as if a great disaster was imminent. Inoki glanced at him and said, Han, you have rendered countless meritorious services to Hōgyoku. You are also one of the top powerhouses in the ninja world. Yet you are afraid of a young man. Han was silent, calming his mood. On a mountain in the distance, Lucian and the others looked at the invading Hōgyoku forces. The dense mass of Hōgyoku ninja was indeed enough to make countless people's scalps tingle. Seeing so many ninja for the first time, Kushina couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There are so many of them. It's all right, Kushina. Lucian calmly looked into the distance, not paying them any mind. His tone was indifferent. Whether it's one speck of dust or two, it's hard for the naked eye to tell the difference. Hearing this, everyone was filled with admiration. Lord Lucian could always say things that could be listed as wise sayings, making their blood boil. Then, let's set off. I will start the show. 5 li. 4 li. 3 li. When they were less than 1,000 meters from the border, Inoki had the troops stop. They would rest for a while and send a messenger to inform Lucian and negotiate. Just as Inoki was about to speak, his eyes widened. Boom. An incomparably blazing pillar of spirit particle flame shot up from the ground in the center of a large army, turning into a towering pillar of fire, carrying a scorching heat. The spirit particle flame, dozens of zhang wide, directly melted the earth in a radius of several hundred meters. It also created a powerful storm that spread to the surroundings. Instantly, cries of pain were heard. Arg. Following the screams of the Hōgyoku ninja, and looking at the spirit particle flame that was dozens of zhang wide and shot straight into the sky, Inoki roared. You bastard. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The Hōgyoku forces immediately dispersed, their hearts filled with lingering fear as they looked at the towering pillar of fire. Even from a few hundred meters away, they could feel its terrifying heat. In that instant, at least a few hundred ninja had died on the spot. He's here. Lucian's unknown attack. The spy spirits were roused, and they all began to record. No one had expected Lucian to attack proactively, to intercept them outside the border. Inoki launched a few Earth-style jutsus at the spirit particle flame, but they were melted before they could get close. He immediately roared angrily, Lucian. You're playing tricks. Show yourself. At that moment, a cold laugh came from within the spirit particle flame. He, you are not worthy to meet Lord Lucian. You idiot, Yahiko, your laugh is too unpleasant. We're not villains. Right, you have no heroic spirit at all. You should learn from Sage Jiraiya. Ha, welcome the arrival of the Wandenreich. You trash. You idiot. Hearing this, the veins on Inoki's forehead bulged. It seemed that not only was Lucian arrogant, but his subordinates were even more so. Inoki said coldly, what are you standing around for? Set up a barrier and seal them in. Boom. At this moment, the spirit particle flame gradually dissipated, revealing 8 figures. Before the Hōgyoku ninja could react, the 8 spiritual pressures intertwined and madly spread out in all directions. In an instant, the earth in a radius of several hundred meters began to tear apart. Ah, what is this? Cough, cough, I feel like I'm carrying a mountain. Chapter 39, Dust Release, Particle-Style Jutsu. Arg. The spiritual pressure acted on their souls, like a mountain pressing down. Chunin couldn't move their bodies, Jonin struggled to breathe, and Genin felt the pain of their souls being torn apart. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, most of the Genin within a few hundred meters had their souls shattered and fell to the ground, dead. This scene shocked all the Hōgyoku ninja. Even Inoki was stunned, completely unable to understand. A powerful ninja could shatter buildings with their aura, like Hashirama, but that was also accompanied by chakra. But he had never seen an existence that could crush the earth and kill ninja with their aura alone. Pure soul energy. Highly concentrated spirit particles. After absorbing them, I can feel myself getting stronger. My spiritual power and spiritual pressure are both increasing. Although it's not obvious, if I kill them all, I can definitely advance. This is great. Following a series of whispers, the 8 figures were revealed to the crowd. Like 8 white dots in the yellow earth. The 8 of them wore uniform snow-white outfits, which were out of place with the ninja but also very mysterious. They all bore the emblem of the Wandenreich and the Holy Seal. Wandenreich, members of the Holy Legion, at your service. Looking at the 8 handsome men and beautiful women, all the Hōgyoku ninja were stunned. Lord Tsuchikage, why are their combat uniforms so cool? They look so mysterious and imposing. And ours are so plain. Attack. All of you, attack. Kill them. Inoki roared. Lucian had dealt them such a heavy blow, completely eliminating any possibility of negotiation. So, kill them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the ninja could make a move, Orochimaru and the others all dispersed and charged into the crowd. The advantage of being in a crowd was that the ninja would not easily release ninjutsu to avoid friendly fire. They would mostly rely on taijutsu. This also gave them a chance to rack up some experience first. Spirit blades. Blades condensed from spirit particles appeared in the hands of the 8. Bloodvene. Hirenkyaku. With their physical defenses enhanced, they moved at extremely high speeds. The 8 of them were like 8 white flashes of light, flickering through the crowd. Every flicker was accompanied by a splash of blood. They were too fast, giving the ninja no chance to react. Especially in a crowd, where they had to worry about their teammates and couldn't randomly release ninjutsu, they became lambs to the slaughter. Arg. In the blink of an eye, the Hōgyoku ninja's blood stained the earth red, and cries of pain were everywhere. Damn it. Stop, you bastards. Inoki was filled with rage. He wanted to kill them all, but he didn't dare to easily release a powerful move. However, the 8 of them were too mobile. It was difficult to accurately attack them in a crowd. It was like having 8 weakened versions of the Yellow Flash in the future Third Shinobi World War. However, the future Yellow Flash needed to first throw a kunai with a Flying Thunder God seal to teleport. But these 8, in terms of mobility, could move as they pleased, wherever they wanted. Especially in a crowd, they could just slash around with their spirit blades. They were all enemies anyway. Apart from some ninja who were proficient in the body flicker technique, the rest of the Chunin and Genin were complete sitting ducks, with no ability to resist at all. Sometimes, having more people was a burden. Hiss, that's Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. And the 2 powerful women who killed Hanzo. Who are the other 3? They're so fast. I can't even see their shadows. So strong. The spies in the shadows were dumbfounded. Wasn't Lucian's speed of cultivating powerhouses a bit too fast? After all, even the body flicker technique couldn't make continuous turns. Every flicker required hand seals. How could they move so quickly, turning without the slightest pause? But Inoki was experienced. After his anger subsided, he immediately gave an order, all Hōgyoku ninja, listen up. Use Earth Style to go underground and avoid them. Earth Style, underground projection fish technique. Earth Style, hiding in rock jutsu. Earth Style, Earth Shore return. After the initial panic, the Hōgyoku ninja also reacted. Most of the ninja went underground, while some activated their defenses, ready to attack at any moment. In the blink of an eye, apart from a few genin who were scared silly, I only know the 3 basic techniques, the battlefield was empty. On the empty battlefield, the 8 of them in their white Quincy outfits stood out. After absorbing a few more clumps of soul energy, Kushina said with regret. They're so insidious, running underground. If you had let me kill for another half an hour, I could have advanced. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. How stupid would the Iwagakure ninja have to be to stand still and let you kill them? The opportunity just now was fleeting. Damn it, take them down. Earth style, Earth's core dynamic. A group of Iwagakure ninja appeared and quickly formed hand seals to perform a ninjutsu. They slammed their palms onto the ground, and the entire ground beneath them began to heave and churn like waves, rushing towards the 8 of them with immense force. Sorry, your casting speed is too slow. The 8 of them easily dodged. The vast majority of ninja needed to form hand seals even for the body flicker technique. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the more hand seals were required. In their eyes, it was full of openings. Good, good. You have successfully angered me. Inoki smiled cruelly, waved his hand to signal the Iwagakure ninja to retreat, and displayed a speed even faster than the 8 of them. Swish. Before his words had faded, Inoki appeared above Nagato and Orochimaru. The chakra in his body surged, and he brought his hands together, aiming at them. Dust release, particle-style jutsu. An incomparably domineering ninjutsu erupted. A huge cube of energy shot out from Inoki's hands. In the center was a spherical white light, which came crashing down on them. Dust release, a Kekkei Tota that surpassed Kekkei Genkai, could turn everything within its barrier into an atomic state. Its upgraded version, the fission-style jutsu, had once destroyed 25 of Uchiha Madara's would clone Susanoo in an instant. It was extremely powerful. Look out. Chapter 40, Conan's ability, the balance. Chapter 40, Conan's ability, the balance. Look out. A fatal sense of crisis spread, and Nagato's and Orochimaru's pupils contracted. When the Tsuchikage strikes, you know he means business. It was too fast. As a pinnacle existence in the ninja world, compared to the demigod Hanzo who randomly released poison, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was someone countless ninja did not want to face. Contact with dust release would leave no bones behind. Bang. There was almost no sound, like a balloon being popped. After Inoki's dust release, particle-style jutsu hit the ground, it instantly disintegrated all objects on the ground. A great terror in the silence. They disappeared. Damn it, where are they hiding? But after the attack landed, Inoki's face did not show any signs of relaxation. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly. He had clearly seen them disappear from before his eyes just as the barrier was a few centimeters away from them. Because the speed was too fast, it created the illusion that they had been directly disintegrated. Mikoto, that red-nosed guy is so strong. Seeing a large chunk of the ground disappear out of thin air, Kushina felt goosebumps. If she had accidentally touched it, how scary. He's a Kage, after all. We can't simply view him as Kage level. Mikoto's gaze was also grave. She had to admit that since Lucian had taken her from Konoha, her worldview had been expanding daily. After all, most of the Uchiha clan had an arrogant, "I'm the best in the world" attitude. It was easy to lead the new generation of Uchiha children astray, making them think that the Uchiha were invincible. Mikoto had also been influenced. But after leaving, she discovered that an Uchiha without a Mangekyo was a joke in front of top-tier powerhouses. Ha, ha. In the Shatten Breach, Orochimaru and Nagato took deep breaths. That was close, so close. A few centimeters, and they would have definitely died there. That feeling of being so close to death was too stimulating. Fortunately, the Shatten Breach was instantaneous, completely dependent on one's reaction speed. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Rock Pillar Spears. Earth style, Earth and Stone Dragon. At this time, dozens of Iwagakure ninja all formed hand seals and released ninjutsu. However, Han, who saw this, couldn't help but roar in anger. You bastards, are you blind? The dozens of Iwagakure ninja were all attacking Inoki in midair, their eyes incredibly vacant, as if they were being controlled. This scene also made Inoki wary. That feeling of becoming a puppet, of being clearly manipulated, but without seeing any chakra threads, made Inoki's heart grow heavy. TSK, love is not for me. Although Jiraiya said so, his smile was full of strangeness. Come on, feel the love in my heart. Script ability, the love. The love, by making a heart shape with his hands, he shoots out a heart-shaped, multicolored substance. The target hit will completely obey Jiraiya and be controlled by him, attacking his enemies. The heart-shaped spirit particles can be changed into various forms, such as ropes, bows, and arrows, and so on. In a word, Jiraiya's attacks carried a substance that controlled people. During the attack just now, the Iwagakure ninja had all been controlled by it. For a time, some who saw Jiraiya controlling the Iwagakure ninja couldn't help but stay far away. Stop it. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, tried to go and stop them. 3 small high-leg files shot out in quick succession. He dodged 2, but was still pierced through the shoulder by 1. Swish, swish, swish. Conan, Nagato, and Yhiko surrounded him, their expressions cold. Next, your life is mine. Heh, with just you. Han's words were dismissive, but he acted faster than anyone. He would never underestimate any opponent. A thick steam rose from his body, his steam armor, which could use steam to increase his strength and speed. Boil release, unrivaled strength. Han raised his chakra to the boiling point in one breath, instantly increasing his strength. He then quickly attacked Conan, who looked the weakest. Clang. A magnificent spirit particle sword appeared in Conan's right hand, and a shield with a rhombic Quincy cross protrusion appeared in her left. The shield of misfortune in her left hand, the spirit particle sword in her right. At this moment, Conan was like a legendary female knight, valiant and heroic. I bestow upon you misfortune. Seeing Han attack, Conan raised her sword and activated her ability. The charging Han's expression changed drastically. He suddenly felt his strength rapidly fading. As if tainted by some misfortune, his power became fragile. Pucci. The weakened Han brushed past Conan. A gruesome, long gash appeared on Han's abdomen. Blood splattered out, and he crashed to the ground. Cough, cough, what happened? Han's eyes were filled with horror. This ability. Script ability, the balance. Conan's ability was the same as that of the Wandenreika's grandmaster, Hashwolf. It was a conceptual ability, an ability that ensured she would never be injured at the end of a battle. The balance, 1, directly inflicts misfortune on the opponent through the sword. Things that have been inflicted with misfortune will become fragile in the face of her power. 2, manipulates misfortune and fortune, transferring all of her own injuries to the enemy. At the same time, any misfortune that befalls her body will be borne by the shield of misfortune, and the damage will be reflected back to the opponent twice, causing them to face the calamity of extinction. Simply put, Conan could make everything weaker and more fragile. If she couldn't weaken the enemy, then any injury she sustained would be transferred to the enemy. Not only that. The shield of misfortune would also cause a secondary reflection of damage. Chapter 41, The Power. The Strength of a Kage. Meaning, if Conan is struck by a sword, and her ability activates, the enemy will be struck twice, and Conan will be unharmed. If Conan is seriously injured, then the enemy will suffer double the serious injuries, or even death. At the end of the battle, Conan will be unharmed. It was a bug-level ability. Because in a fight with Conan, she would never be injured in the end. One-on-one, Conan could hold off and wear down any enemy. Of course, Conan's abilities were not limited to this. It all depended on her own understanding and application. How to manipulate luck was all up to her imagination. Well done, Conan. It all happened in an instant. Seeing this, Yhiko's and Nagato's eyes lit up. They immediately condensed spirit particles at their fingertips and each instantly fired a small Heilig file. Boom. But just as the small Heilig file were about to hit Han, a huge amount of chakra erupted from Han's body, and he instantly left his original position. When the three of them saw Han again, his body had undergone a significant change. He maintained his humanoid form, but was covered in a dark red-tailed beast cloak, having directly entered a partial tailed beast transformation state. Roar. In just a few short seconds, Inoki had just dodged the attack from his own Iwagakure ninja when he heard the roar of his beast. Are those three young people that strong to make Han enter a partial tailed beast transformation without hesitation? Inoki's gaze was grave. He realized that he had really underestimated Lucian's subordinates. He hadn't felt they were that strong. But each of them gave him a sense of crisis. In the end, it was because of a lack of intelligence. Sizzle. At that moment, the sound of the atmosphere being torn apart was heard. Below, Tsunade clenched her fist, and it actually caused the atmosphere to tremble. Monstrous strength fist. To the left, a huge shockwave erupted from Tsunade's hand, directly tearing the atmosphere apart. Accompanied by a piercing roar, it attacked Inoki. Script ability, the power. Pure power, extremely violent. By absorbing spirit particles and strengthening her spiritual power, she could enhance her strength almost without limit. Tsunade, who was already proficient in taijutsu, with the blessing of her script, was able to shatter the atmosphere with a single punch, unleashing a shockwave that could shake the heavens and the earth. This blonde girl was too violent. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but be dumbfounded. My god, Tsunade, who would dare to get close to her? He was sure that if he were to be touched by Tsunade's fist now, even a graze, he would definitely die. Medium Heilig file. To the right, Orochimaru, emerging from the Shatten breach, accumulated spirit particles in his right hand to form a huge arrow. He then fired a beam of astonishing power. They don't even need to form hand seals. Each of their abilities is as strange and varied as a Kekkei Genkai. Inoki's reaction speed was too fast. Even when his attention was divided, he was able to detect such a high-speed attack at the first moment. He turned and punched out with both fists. Earth style, rock fist jutsu. Earth Style, Hardening Jutsu. Earth Style, Added Weight Rock Jutsu. In an instant, a thick layer of rock condensed on Inoki's fists, and he activated his hardening technique. Not only that, but he also greatly increased the weight and attack power of his fists. Boom. Boom. Inoki punched out with his left and right fists, creating two brilliant sparks in the sky and a shocking sonic boom. He had directly destroyed their two attacks with his fists. Hiss, he might be stronger than Sensei. This scene made Orochimaru and the other two grave. Inoki, in his prime, had almost no dead angles or weaknesses. He also had extremely rich combat experience, a powerful combat awareness, and the dust release. His combat power could be called the pinnacle of the current era. Even the third Raikage, no, the Kage of this era were all strong, each with their own advantages. At the same time, Kushina and Mikoto were fighting, more than 10,000 ninja. After all, the battlefield of the third Tsuchikage and the Five Tails Jinchuriki was not something other ninja could approach, so they all targeted the two women. Come on. Announce my existence with your deaths. Remember, I am Kushina Uzumaki. Please call me the Queen of Explosions. Kushina was filled with a strange excitement. What she craved most now was to become famous in the ninja world and be worshipped by countless people. The scene of countless ninja kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Long live the Queen," made Kushina laugh out loud, not at all like a goddess. Large Heilig file. Kushina held her spirit blade and drew an arc in the void. A huge bow and arrow appeared above the trajectory and shot directly towards the crowd. Boom. The moment the large Heilig file landed, it turned into a huge sword of light. Like a laser cannon, it unleashed a terrifying power, and all the ninja in a straight line were completely annihilated. A long, huge gash left the Iwagakure ninja horrified. I am Mikoto Uchiha. Mikoto straightforwardly shouted her name, which stunned many of the spies in the shadows. What the hell, an Uchiha? What's the situation with Lucian? He has members of the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan, and the three Sannin as his subordinates. Has he taken over all of Konoha? Sarutobi, sniff, sniff, my life is too hard. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Anyone who tried to approach Mikoto had their body forcibly changed in shape, twisted to death. The compulsory was like a god on the battlefield. Aarg, get out of the way. Dozens of Iwagakure ninja who had just finished forming hand seals and were about to release ninjutsu at Mikoto were shocked to find that their direction of movement had changed. This also caused their attack direction to change. A series of ninjutsu all attacked their own people. Not only that, but those out-of-control Iwagakure ninja ran around in chaos, crashing into everything. Then, like a virus spreading, one after another, the Iwagakure ninja all began to lose control. From a distance, Mikoto Uchiha stood calmly in place. The area within 100 meters of her was completely cleared. Not a single Iwagakure ninja could attack her, they were all stopped by their own people. By controlling one, and using the transferability of the compulsory, she could turn 1 into 10, then into 100, increasing in a snowball effect. Of course, every ability has its limits. Mikoto's limits were range and quantity, but these could be improved in the future. But even so, with so many Iwagakure ninja, not a single one could harm Mikoto. They couldn't even get close. Hiss. This woman is too terrifying. Compared to Kushina's various explosions, although they were powerful and indefensible, a power that could be seen was not terrifying. What was terrifying was Mikoto's completely incomprehensible ability, which made one's scalp tingle. More than 10,000 Iwagakure ninja were being hunted down by two women. These are all their abilities. In a dark corner, Black and White Zetsu silently watched the show. Chapter 42, White Zetsu's thick-skinned jutsu. Black Zetsu, observing from the shadows. He had expected to see Lucian make a move, but this time, it was all done by his 8 subordinates. He had thought they were being sent to their deaths, but he hadn't expected them to become famous. I've been around for so many years. Have I been overlooking something? Black Zetsu was completely bewildered. Lucian was one surprise, and now they were coming one after another. It was as if his 1,000 years of time had been wasted. A great enemy. Lucian is truly the enemy of my lifetime. Do you need me to explain? Suddenly, a steady and powerful voice exploded in his ear. Black Zetsu was instantly horrified. White Zetsu shrieked. Hey, who's that? Have you no public decency? Shouting so loudly, don't the neighbors need to sleep? This idiot. Black Zetsu's eyes were filled with savagery. Next time, I'll definitely kill him. But at this moment, Black Zetsu's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss, because he discovered that he seemed to be in another world. A vast expanse of white, with nothing in it. We meet again, Black Zetsu. Has your state of mind changed? As the words fell, a man in a white Quincy uniform and a black cape walked over from the distance. The formless pressure was constantly increasing. Arg. White Zetsu's pupils contracted, and then he screamed. His entire being detached from Black Zetsu and he fell directly to the ground. White Zetsu's eyes were filled with a look of worship, as if he were looking at the god of his faith. Lord Lucian. You're so handsome. Ah. Just hearing your voice makes my little heart go pitter-patter. It's definitely the most beautiful kingly voice in the world. As he spoke, White Zetsu looked around and his eyes widened. My god, where is this? Could it be the legendary god realm? Ah, only a place like this is worthy of your magnificent body. Then, White Zetsu covered his eyes and shouted, Ah. I can't look at you. You are more dazzling than the sun. A weak existence like me is not worthy to look into your eyes. Great master of the Wandenreich, may you be eternal and immortal. Please allow your humble servant to offer you the most supreme admiration. Thud, 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 thud. White Zetsu knelt on the ground. No, he prostrated himself completely. After lying on the ground, he slammed his head on the ground with all his might. He was working so hard. Black Zetsu. Damn it, I'm going to go crazy. In the end, what made White Zetsu so shameless? Is he really willing to give up everything to live? Can he be any more shameless? An interesting soul. Lucian had to admit, he was amused. He had to admit that a weirdo like White Zetsu was a once-in-a-millennium find. It would be hard to find a similar one in most worlds. Black Zetsu's tone was quite grave. Where is this? A space ninjutsu? No, perhaps a unique bloodline ability. Lucian couldn't be bothered to explain. Black and White Zetsu were staying in the shadows, so Lucian had directly established a spirit particle space here. In this kind of different space, the two of them would never be able to escape. Seeing this, White Zetsu was suddenly angry. Black Zetsu, what's with your attitude? Lord Lucian is the greatest god in my heart. A scumbag like you is not qualified to speak with him. Black Zetsu's eyes were murderous. You bastard, I should have killed you long ago. Ah. As long as I can stop you from defiling my beloved Lord Lucian, I am willing to die. Kill me. Arg, after so many years, you have successfully angered me. Hey, we're evenly matched. What's the use of being angry? Damn it, what on earth gave you the illusion that you're evenly matched with me? Just as the furious Black Zetsu was about to speak, he saw Lucian raise his hand. His body and mind tensed, and he assumed a posture as if facing a great enemy. He saw Lucian raise his hand and condense a table, 3 chairs, and some tea sets. He then spoke amiably. A verbal spat is too boring. Why don't you have a chat with me? Black Zetsu. White Zetsu. This monster, why are his words so pretentious? Although they thought so, the two of them obediently sat down in the chairs. Resistance was impossible. They could only chat with Lucian for a bit. Lucian said faintly, the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was shaken, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wow, 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 isn't it Lord Madara's will? I want to report him. Then, White Zetsu covered his mouth and immediately changed the subject. Kaguya Otsutsuki, what a nice name. She must be a beautiful woman. Lucian and Black Zetsu ignored him. In an instant, Black Zetsu understood a lot. He finally said in a deep voice, what is your purpose? To stop me. From Lucian's words, he knew that Lucian was definitely the person in the ninja world who understood him the most. This made him terrified, afraid, and even confused and helpless. How many years had he worked for this? Black Zetsu couldn't remember. Everyone's life has its own growth stages, and each stage has its own goals. Even a good-for-nothing can live out the different colors of each age. But he, from the very beginning, had only one goal, to save his mother. His abilities were fixed from birth. His entire life was dedicated to saving his mother. The very meaning of his existence was to liberate the legendary rabbit goddess. I never felt it was boring. In fact, I was full of motivation. How could you understand me? Humans can't persevere like I can. Black Zetsu was self-conscious about his ugly body, but he was also proud of his unwavering determination. Meeting Black Zetsu's apprehensive, pleading, and desperate gaze, Lucian said indifferently, didn't I say? Watching the show is too boring. I just wanted to find someone to chat with. That's all. Apprehensive and pleading. Bullshit. Even if Black Zetsu knelt on the ground and cried, it wouldn't change any of Lucian's decisions. It was just that, by chance, Lucian had no killing intent towards Black Zetsu at the moment. Why kill him? To make the boring ninja world even more boring. Black Zetsu is the most important part of taking down Uchiha Madara. Lucian thought to himself, directly treating Black Zetsu as a tool. What was Uchiha Madara? In Lucian's eyes, he was arrogant, domineering, and conceited, but at the same time, a bit of a tsundere. That man was worth conquering personally. Chapter 43, the giant wood golem appears. Finished, Lucian spoke. Go back and tell Uchiha Madara that I threw his Rinnegan into an urn. Holy crap. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were both stunned. Just now, they had seen Nagato. Although he had grown a lot, they still recognized him, but his eyes were not the Rinnegan. A look of anticipation appeared in Lucian's eyes. If he wants them, tell Uchiha Madara to come and get them himself. Is he trying to lure Madara out? What on earth is he planning? Black Zetsu's expression grew graver. White Zetsu wiped away his sweat and said weakly, they've been in the urn for so many days, won't they have started to stink? Black Zetsu's face darkened. How the hell should he know? He hadn't experimented. Normally, if an eye wasn't properly preserved, it would have rotted long ago. But those were the Rinnegan. Perhaps they could last a few more days. Lucian sipped his tea and said, watch the show, then you can leave. What about me? Hearing this, no, Black Zetsu's heart shook. He was afraid that he would let White Zetsu leave and keep him here. White Zetsu immediately stood up straight, of course. Is there any use in keeping me? Look at how dark he is. You wouldn't even be able to find him in the middle of the night. Scram. Black Zetsu's eyes were cold. Seeing that Lucian didn't object, he also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy. Lucian suddenly felt that he was in a good mood. If he let White Zetsu go, Black Zetsu would definitely kill him at the first opportunity. After all, White Zetsu knew his true identity. He had to be silenced. Anyway, White Zetsu wasn't one of the humans who had been immersed in the infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times. He was extracted from the ghetto statue, Kagaya's army. But Lucian felt that this White Zetsu was quite interesting. It might not be interesting if he suggested it again. He could join the Empire's intelligence division. Since he was useful, he would stay. Lucian directly dispelled the spirit particle space. Black Zetsu then found that he was back in the outside world, but he didn't dare to move. He was very sure that Lucian had the ability to kill him. Black Zetsu would not stir up trouble for no reason. At the same time, the battle between Inoki and Orochimaru's group of three continued. This third Tsuchikage was simply unreasonably powerful, leaving them with no way to attack. This guy is too strong. A direct attack is unlikely to be effective. We need to end this battle as soon as possible. Tsunade said, looking at Orochimaru. Tsunade's script, the power, could shatter the atmosphere and unleash a terrifying shockwave, like a humanoid beast, but it was difficult to hit the flying Inoki. Jiraiya's script, the love, needed to hit the opponent to be effective. Inoki was too cautious, so he couldn't hit him either. Lucian had told them that the first rule of a Quincy was that even among comrades, one should not casually reveal their script ability. It was like in the anime, where people in a fight would explain every ability, word for word. Don't understand. Let me repeat it. Lucian complained. You're courting death. When the difference in strength was not particularly large, intelligence was life. To reveal everything was to think that you weren't dying fast enough. But since they were comrades, they would naturally know some things. They would also understand a lot from their daily sparring. So Tsunade and Jiraiya had a few guesses about Orochimaru's script ability. Seeing their gazes, Orochimaru licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, I like my script, because imagination is the true truth. Orochimaru loved the ability bestowed upon him by His Majesty. A scientist didn't need to be too strong. But Orochimaru believed that with this ability, he would be the strongest in the future. Not making a move. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi teach you 3 such useless things? Inoki's words were merciless, but his heart was on high alert. The 3 of them had a fighting style that was completely different from that of a ninja. Inoki, who understood that intelligence was life, would not be caught off guard. He immediately pulled away and quickly formed hand seals to attack. He was preparing to use dust release to send them off in one go. Too late. Orochimaru's eyes grew cold. He didn't even raise his hand. Dozens of small needles appeared out of thin air in front of Inoki, exuding a sharp aura. Inoki was startled. He immediately gave up the hand seals and quickly dodged. Where did these needles come from? Inoki frowned. He hadn't seen any trace of them flying. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Could he create things out of thin air? Question mark. Just as he dodged the needles, Inoki felt the sky darken. He suddenly turned his head and his eyes widened. Impossible. With a roar, huge, thick trees shot out from the ground, growing madly. In the blink of an eye, a wood golem nearly 100 meters tall was formed. It looked down on him like a mountain. A wood golem. Wood style. Hashirama Senju. For a moment, Anoki's thoughts were in a mess. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless branches sealed off all of Anoki's escape routes. Taking advantage of the moment Anoki was distracted, the giant wood golem slapped down. Bam. Seeing that there was nowhere to dodge, Anoki only had time to use the hardening jutsu, which could be performed with abbreviated hand seals, before he was swatted away and smashed into the ground. For a moment, nearly half the Hōgyoku ninja on the battlefield froze. They stared dumbfounded at the massive wood golem. Seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "You're quite good at playing, Orochimaru." As she spoke, Tsunade couldn't help but be lost in thought. Although it wasn't wood style, the wood golem really did have some of the style of the first Hokage. Jiraiya smiled. "To be honest, I can write novels. My imagination is not bad either. Why don't we switch?" "You idiot, would you just waste it?" Although Orochimaru was also interested in Jiraiya's ability, his own ability was just too suitable. Using it for combat was a waste. Chapter 44, I bestow upon you the title of Sannin. A chance. Seeing Anoki crash into the ground, Orochimaru charged forward without hesitation. Damn it, again. Just as Anoki was about to get up, he felt an invisible barrier around him, as if a small, formless cage had appeared. The next moment, Anoki burst out with all his strength and broke free from the seal. A pity. I'm not used to my abilities yet. The phantom cage wasn't strong enough. But a single moment was enough. As he spoke, Orochimaru vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the just risen Anoki and kicked out. Thud, thud, thud. Anoki didn't have time to perform a ninjutsu, but his taijutsu was strong. In an instant, he exchanged dozens of kicks with Orochimaru and even sent him flying. Is that really wood style? Only then did Anoki look up again at the giant wood golem, his expression grave. That's right. Scared, aren't you? Jiraiya said, directly throwing a medium-high leg file. At the same moment. Below, Tsunade clenched her right fist, a violent force erupting from her entire body. With an incomparably ferocious posture, she punched at Anoki again. Monster Strength Blast. Scrift, the power, unleashed. The terrifying force madly compressed the air, and a shockwave that seemed to connect heaven and earth erupted from Tsunade's fist. And at that very moment, Orochimaru, lying on the ground, revealed a sinister smile. It's done. What did you do? Although Jiraiya's and Tsunade's attacks were sharp, Anoki, seeing Orochimaru smile, felt a chill in his heart. He had a feeling that a great disaster was imminent. No, this guy must die. The next moment, Anoki dodged the attacks at an extremely high speed and swooped down towards Orochimaru. Despair under my dust release. Dust release, Fission-style jutsu. Seeing that Orochimaru had not yet gotten up, Anoki finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. He turned and brought his hands together. In the blink of an eye, the entire gloomy sky was illuminated by an endless white light. A huge white pillar of light shot out from in front of Anoki. Many people paused in their steps and looked over. Bang. In an instant, the area of several hundred meters where Orochimaru was located was turned to dust. Anoki looked at the bottomless hole that had been blasted out, his face full of suspicion. He was sure that the attack had hit Orochimaru, and there was no trace of his aura left. He died, just like that. He suddenly felt a little excited. Anoki laughed self-deprecatingly. Wasn't it normal for someone of his strength to kill a brat? I'm getting old. I almost couldn't handle 3 young people. Fortunately, I was a step ahead and got the first kill. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Lord Tsuchikage killed one of them. The Hōgyoku ninja who saw this were all pleasantly surprised. Kushina and Mikoto frowned slightly, then their attacks became even more ruthless. Since Orochimaru is dead, then you can all die. On the other side, Han, who was fighting against Conan's group of 3, felt it. His partial-tailed beast transformation was showing signs of developing into a full-tailed beast transformation. It could be said that the group of 8 had killed too many ninja, putting immense pressure on the Hōgyoku ninja. But Anoki's first kill gave them immense confidence again. Listen up. Anoki crossed his arms, scanned the area below, and said proudly. Young people, you are excellent. Although you will die soon, you are worthy of being remembered by me and praised by the ninja world. I, the 3rd Tsuchikage, bestow upon you the title of Sannin. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Lucian couldn't help but smile. So they didn't get the title from Hanzo, but from the 3rd Tsuchikage instead. Was this the irresistible inertia of history, the arrangement of the legendary fate? Weren't Mikoto and Kushina snatched away by me? Would an Uchiha Shuken and an Uzumaki Nanako pop out of nowhere? At this moment, in Konoha. Shuken. What a strange name. Big cousin Mikoto. In the Uchiha clan's lands, Fugaku frowned as he watched the girl training hard in the field. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Compared to Mikoto, this girl was merely pretty. The most important thing was personality. Mikoto was the standard good wife and wise mother. This Shuken loved to fight too much. Before he had awakened his eyes, Hōgyoku felt that he couldn't beat her. Beside him, Fugaku's father, who had been overthrown as clan head by his own son, couldn't help but say, even if you have those eyes, don't be too arrogant. The Uchiha clan is no longer just mine. You must maintain good relations with all the elders. Among the younger generation, Shuken is the most suitable to be your future wife. Do you understand? Fugaku was silent, unconsciously clenching his hands. Only after becoming the clan head did he realize how ridiculous so-called personal hatred was. The responsibility of leading the clan to rise had made Fugaku grow a lot. Go, get on good terms with Shuken. In a few years, you will marry her. All right. Fugaku was finally defeated by reality. He now understood what interests were, what a family was, and what a legacy was. On the other side, at the Ninja Academy. Nanako, is she your cousin? At the same time, in the senior class, Minato Namikaze looked at the red-haired girl beside him and couldn't help but ask. Kushina and Nanako had entered the village together. But Kushina had been taken away by Mito Uzumaki for training, so she had enrolled a few days later than Nanako. But in those few days, Minato Namikaze's heart had been filled with Nanako. Because this girl was gentle and caring. Nanako Uzumaki nodded, her eyes red. I have never been separated from my cousin since we were young. She has always been protecting me. Don't worry, Kushina will be fine. Minato Namikaze could only comfort her like this, but he had made a decision in his heart. He had to graduate as soon as possible. Only then could he quickly become stronger. To protect the village, to protect Nanako. Lucian. Chapter 45, The Visionary, the Power of a God. Lucian wasn't clear on these matters, he was still observing the battlefield. The Sannin. What an ironic title. Jiraiya and Tsunade were unmoved. They glanced at the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared, then continued to attack Inoki. Small Heilig file. Seeing the two of them start to release their techniques again, Inoki's eyes were filled with a cold smile. Don't struggle in vain. 3 of you weren't enough, let alone 2. But just as Inoki was proclaiming his might, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body and lost control. He was then hit in the shoulder by a small Heilig file. Damn it, what happened? Inoki's body swayed. He couldn't even control his flight and had to land on the ground, staring at them from a distance. He felt as if more than half the bones in his body were broken. But that was completely impossible. He hadn't been injured before. I just killed a physical clone I imagined. Is it worth getting so excited? A cold laugh was heard, which horrified Inoki. The Orochimaru who should have been dead walked out from another shadow, completely unharmed. Orochimaru looked at the pained Inoki and licked his lips with some excitement. What a powerful ability. As long as my imagination is sufficient, all truths will be realized. Thud. As Orochimaru spoke, Inoki became even weaker and fell to his knees. That feeling of having most of his bones broken didn't seem to be an illusion. Inoki's eyes were filled with savagery, damn it. What did you do to me? Orochimaru raised his hand and a Heilig file annihilated the ninja who had come to help. He then said indifferently. Don't expect me to tell you. You can only be helpless and wait for death. Script ability, the Visionary. Also known as, the Dreamer. The Visionary instantly turns the imagination in one's mind into reality. This ability can create objects out of thin air, but it cannot destroy or transform objects out of thin air, unless the object was created by its imagination. The reason Orochimaru said this ability was the strongest was not because of its combat power. As a scientist, this ability was too perfect. To turn imagination into reality. The bigger the imagination, the stronger the ability. Creating space, the original user of this ability in the source material once created a cosmic space to imprison Kenpachi Zaraki. Creating inorganic matter, wood golems, meteorites, magma, seas of fire, mountain ranges, skyscrapers, and so on can all be created. Creating life, whether it's people or plants, they can all be created through imagination. Creating superpowers, imagining superpowers and bestowing them, such as psychokinesis, teleportation, and so on. Even the Sharingan is possible, and even creating bloodline abilities. All of the above can be achieved by the Visionary. Not only that, any object created by the Visionary can be destroyed by Orochimaru in an instant. It can even cause harm through touch. By touching an object, he can harm it through his imagination. The reason Inoki was seriously injured was because he had come into contact with him during their taijutsu exchange, and it was then caused by Orochimaru's imagination. The premise was that he had sealed Inoki with a spirit particle cage for a moment. Otherwise, Inoki would never have gotten close to Orochimaru. He imagined Inoki's bones were broken, and it was instantly realized. The only limitations are that I can't be distracted, I must always remain calm, and what I imagine cannot exceed my body's tolerance. Lucian, watching from a distance, had to admit that this ability was truly a bug. However, this ability's imagination has its limits. Some things that are too large cannot be created by one's own imagination alone. But one can first create some clones, imagine together, and then create after the imagination has grown. Lucian, who had been baptized by the Information Age, could say that this was an ability that any person from Earth would dream of. The potential of creating through imagination was too great. It could even break the boundary between life and death, the barrier between mortals and gods. The reason Lucian had bestowed the visionary upon Orochimaru was not for him to use it in combat. In scientific research, he could even imagine a time machine into existence. After all, the Empire had plenty of people for combat. But when the Empire's military strength was sufficient, he would have to consider the people's livelihood. Technology for the people's livelihood was important. Lucian, computers won't appear for decades. I can't wait. I like this ability too. Lucian had once had a question. The members of the Sternritter had so many conceptual abilities. Did Yhwach have them too? You see, the so-called script abilities originated from the sharing of his soul. He had separated a part of his own power and bestowed it, which was why he could reclaim it with Oswalin. If Yhwach had all of his subordinates' abilities, then it would be impossible for him to fail. Because the designation M symbolized the miracle. The miracle of being immortal and undefeated. But obviously, Yhwach was not immortal. It was strange. He had bestowed the script by sharing his soul, but he himself didn't have the ability. It didn't make any sense. If he really had them all, then even plot armor wouldn't work. Lucian could only think of it this way. If Yhwach had all the script powers, then no matter how much the protagonist group cheated, it would be useless. So the original Bleach didn't have this setting. But, Mai the Almighty is different. Lucian suddenly smiled, making the nearby black and white Zetsu shiver. When he first awakened the Almighty, Lucian had discovered that it was different from Yhwach's. Not only did it not have some of the limitations from the original work. Most importantly, the script abilities bestowed by Lucian could all be used through the Almighty. An evolution caused by the Hōgyoku. All the scripts were gathered in one person. Whatever his subordinates could do, Lucian could do too. How terrifying. Truly, the power of a god. Chapter 46, Third Tsuchikage, Dead. By continuously strengthening and sharing his power, what was named, the Almighty, could, in the future, become truly omniscient and omnipotent. It could be said that he could now use the visionary to create some characters from the world of Shinigami. But such a creation would be meaningless. Not only that. The Hōgyoku also seemed to have no limits. This meant that if Lucian continued to evolve and become strong enough, he could completely create a passage to another world and forcibly invade it. He could even create a world from nothing. Truly becoming a creator god. More than half the bones in your body have been shattered by me. Are you still unwilling to give up? Orochimaru walked over slowly and said indifferently. Jiraiya also chimed in, do you want to feel my love? The attack just now had been imbued with his script, the love. Anyone hit by Jiraiya's ability would obey and be controlled by him. Inoki had been hit. In such a seriously injured state, he could be controlled by Jiraiya. Ha, you underestimate me. Feeling weaker and weaker, Inoki exhausted his last bit of strength to form hand seals and released a terrifying monster. Earth-style, Golem Jutsu. A huge rock golem appeared, directly raising its right hand to protect Inoki. It ran quickly, and Inoki's last cry was heard. Iwagakure ninja, listen up. The mission has failed. Everyone, retreat to the village. Flee. In an instant, all the Iwagakure ninja were stunned. But when they looked back, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. Tsunade's power-infused shockwave crashed into the giant rock golem's right hand. Boom. With a loud roar, the rock golem's arm was blown apart. Half of its hand fell from the sky, with Inoki in it. You have a title, after all. To express our gratitude. The 3 Sannin of the Empire will see you off. A spirit blade appeared in the hands of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade respectively. With Hirenkyaku, they instantly appeared in front of Inoki. Watching the 3 of them stab at him with their blades, Inoki, with his bones shattered, his eyes bloodshot, roared with all his might. Flee. Flee quickly. Pucci. The 3 of them stabbed their blades into Inoki's body without the slightest hesitation. 1 blade to the throat. 1 blade to the heart. 1 blade through the head. In an instant, all of Inoki's life was extinguished. In Inoki's bloodshot eyes, there was only unwillingness and despair, which gradually faded. The 3rd Tsuchikage, dead. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had stopped. The Yhwach ninja felt as if the sky had collapsed. Gulp, the third Tsuchikage, is dead. The spies in the shadows were all dumbfounded. He was the Kage of a village. In the entire ninja world, only 5 people were qualified to be called Kage. The others were just playing around. Just how formidable was Inoki before? No matter how Orochimaru and the other 2 attacked, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. He had completely displayed the style of a Kage. But in the blink of an eye, he was dead. Wow, 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 so scary. White Zetsu shivered. The great demon king Lucian, his subordinates are all little demon kings. Black Zetsu was incomparably grave. He didn't understand. How on earth did Orochimaru trick Inoki? Even he couldn't understand. Then, if it were Uchiha Madara in his prime, it was possible that he could have been killed by a trick. Arg, impossible. Lord Tsuchikage. Kill. Kill. Avenge Lord Tsuchikage. For a time, all the Yhwach ninja went mad. In the original story, Inoki had survived until Boruto. Due to old age and frailty, he had died of exhaustion while suppressing the rebellion of the artificial humans. But now was the Second Shinobi World War, Inoki's peak era. His death was enough to shake the ninja world. Naruto, what the hell does Boruto have to do with me? Why bring it up? Die. All of you, die. The Yhwach ninja attacked recklessly, and various ninjutsu flew through the sky. Some Yhwach ninja rationally wanted to retreat to the village, but they couldn't help themselves. Their rage was ignited. Unfortunately, with Hōgyoku, Blood Vene, and the Shatten Breach, the possibility of harming the group of 8 was too small. Especially after Inoki's death, Orochimaru and the other 2 joined the slaughter without hesitation. The Yhwach ninja could only become lambs to the slaughter. Roar. Inoki's death had also greatly stimulated Han. His partial-tailed beast body began to rapidly expand, and his chakra surged out like crazy. In the blink of an eye, a pure white beast that looked like a fusion of a dolphin and a horse appeared. The 5 tails, Kokuo. What a huge monster. Conan's group of 3, with the least experience, were stunned when they suddenly saw such a huge-tailed beast. Like ants, they could only look up at Kokuo's terror. Roar. The moment Kokuo appeared, it opened its mouth and began to gather a tailed beast bomb. Look out. Sensing its powerful destructive energy, the spiritual power on Yhiko's body emitted an extremely scorching heat. Burning finger. Yhiko accumulated the extremely scorching heat in his right index finger. He then shot a pillar of flame of astonishing power from his mouth towards Kokuo, like a small laser cannon. Script ability, the heat. An elemental, strong attack type ability that can turn spirit particles into super high temperature flames for various forms of attack. If Yhiko grew, its destructive power could be comparable to the Shurikai of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. Of course, it was only comparable to the Shurikai. However, as long as Yhiko was strong enough, the heat would also become stronger. It all depended on his own strength. Boom. The scorching pillar of flame directly pierced through the unformed tailed beast bomb. It also made Kokuo feel a sharp pain, and its roar grew even louder. Han, this is not good. I suggest we return to the village immediately. Chapter 47, The Penetrator, Rewriting the Future. Why? Han was conscious even in his full-tailed beast form. At this moment, the grief-stricken Han only wanted to kill all 8 of them and then charge into the land of rain to slaughter everyone. Kokuo's voice was grave, their attacks all carry energy that damages the soul. If this goes on, I might die, the kind that can't be revived. The 5 tails, Kokuo, was steady. If it had been that big fool, the 1 tail, he would have long been wailing, making a few harsh threats, and then running away without looking back. There's danger. A strong sense of fatal danger spread throughout its body. As Kokuo hurriedly retreated, it glanced at a figure in the distance. He was holding a strangely shaped weapon. Weapon, okay, it's a sniper rifle. The Azura Path Pain had tracking missiles, laser cannons, rockets, and even mechanical armor. A tailed beast is not a living creature, but it has a soul. If once is not enough, then multiple times it is. Nagato held a spirit particle sniper rifle, aiming at the huge-tailed beast. Script ability, the Penetrator. The Penetrator, everything that is touched on the straight line between the muzzle and the target will be pierced. There is no way to cancel or defend against this power. Not only that, this ability has a short period of invincibility, during which any attack is nullified. The development of this ability has almost no limits. Sufficient combat wisdom can give it unparalleled power. A conceptual ability. In the original story, this ability belonged to the captain of Yhwach's royal guard, Leo Baro, who proclaimed himself His Majesty's greatest masterpiece and the man closest to God. If Nagato were to develop the Volstandig, he would not need a weapon to assist him. He could use his body to emit a destructive attack that pierces everything, destroying everything. Roar, arg. The next moment, without seeing Nagato make a move, a hole appeared directly on the body of the Five Tails, Kokuo. From the front, one could see the mountain behind it through the hole. It was completely pierced. Silently, a conceptual attack that could not be seen. Die. Nagato fired in succession. Several more holes appeared on its body, and Kokuo couldn't help but feel a chill. What a terrifying human. This kind of attack was simply indefensible. There was no sound, and he couldn't even see anything being fired from the muzzle. It was as if he had just casually aimed, and he was pierced. The additional soul damage made Kokuo's aura weaken a bit. Han, my body is too big. Let's flee quickly. Kokuo returned to Han's body. The moment he returned to his human form, Han had no choice but to flee. He ran in a random direction, not towards the village. He didn't even have time for the Iwagakure ninja. After all, Nagato's sniping was too terrifying. A slight pause, and it would be death. The heat. Yhwach condensed an unusually powerful flame in both hands. It shot out and formed a small sea of fire, which swept madly towards Han. Steam eruption. Han, with the help of the tailed beast's chakra, pushed his steam ability to the limit. His powerful speed directly created the illusion of teleportation. The next moment, he appeared several hundred meters away. He was running at his limit. However, the next moment, a beautiful figure with her eyes closed blocked Han's path. It seemed she had been waiting for him. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The moment Han suddenly stopped, Conan's eyes suddenly opened. Hiss. Han's whole body tensed up, as if he had seen a terrifying abyss. Facing Conan's eyes, Han's soul couldn't help but tremble. Conan's originally light orange-yellow pupils were now blood-red. It wasn't just one pupil. Upon closer inspection, there were multiple blood-red pupils in her eyes, like the eyes of a demon god. With just a slight glance, Han felt like a blank piece of paper, all his secrets seen through. In an instant, his forehead was covered in fine sweat, and his body froze. Your journey ends here. I will rewrite your death. Conan whispered like a god. She made no move. But before her words had faded. Puchichi. Dozens of blood lines spurted from Han's body. His entire person was directly torn into pieces. Blood splattered, and the ground was covered in minced flesh. When Han's head hit the ground, there was only one expression in his eyes, fear. What happened? After Inoki's death, Han had become the focus of attention. At this moment, many people were once again dumbfounded. Another incomprehensible ability. The time Orochimaru had seriously injured Inoki, there was a slight possibility that it could be guessed. But Conan's, she was dozens of meters away from Han and had made no move. And Han had become minced flesh. Just from a glance in the crowd. No, this woman knew that Han would run in that direction and had intercepted him halfway. A coincidence? Ha! Conan closed her eyes again. When she opened them, her pupils had returned to their light orange-yellow color. She took a deep breath. Lord Lucian's power was too great. Conan's heart was still pounding. Just by using a little bit of that power, she felt an indescribable shock. That was the power of a god. Unlike Hashwalth, because he was Yhwach's other half, or perhaps he also had the ability to share, he could only use Yhwach's ability after being cultivated by him. He could only exchange power with him at night. Conan could borrow Lucian's ability when he was not using it. Because Conan's skrift was the balance, she could avoid being harmed by borrowing an ability that was too strong. That ability was, the Almighty. To see the future, and to rewrite the future. Chapter 48, Mangekyo, Volstandig. A slaughter had begun. An evolution of slaughter. With the deaths of Inoki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki, the Iwagakure ninja became sheep. Apart from a few who fled in a frenzy out of fear, most of the Iwagakure ninja attacked relentlessly in anger. After all, they couldn't escape. Without the threat of the Kage and the tailed beast, the group of 8 began a terrifying slaughter. Large high-leg file. Multiple high-leg file. Countless arrows rained down on the battlefield, creating one explosion after another, taking out swathes of Iwagakure ninja. Gradually, the Iwagakure ninja felt despair, but they no longer had a chance to escape. Hiss. The spies in the shadows were completely speechless. This great war would shake the ninja world in an unprecedented way and be recorded in the history of the entire ninja world. Especially when they noticed that the group of 8 was getting stronger and stronger, many spies were so scared that they fled, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. All right, you can leave. In the shadows, Lucian waved his hand at Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu couldn't help but glance at the dead Five Tails Jinchuriki. The more he looked, the more something felt wrong. At the moment of Han's death, Lucian had used his spiritual power to move him far away and had been holding him with his right hand outstretched. This made Black Zetsa feel uneasy. What's the point of doing that to a dead person? But Black Zetsa didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly scrammed. White Zetsa stood there trembling. He had wanted to lighten the mood. But after Black Zetsa left, he realized just how much pressure there was standing next to Lucian. It was greater than being next to Lord Madara. White Zetsa was on the verge of tears. Lord Madara wouldn't kill me, but he might not be the same. Boo-hoo. Three-tailed beasts. Plus Inoki and more than 10,000 ninja, 90% of their soul energy. Lucian assimilated the energy and closed his eyes. The soul energy of over 10,000 people. The knowledge, experience, skills, and talents of over 10,000 people. All of this was absorbed by Lucian, strengthening him in all aspects. How terrifying. It greatly enhanced Lucian's combat level. It also gave him an extremely strong foundation, allowing him to use energy with greater ease. Hum, hum, hum. Suddenly, the bodies of the group of 8 paused. As if a shackle had been broken, their auras rose sharply. Powerful spiritual pressures were released on the battlefield, making the Hōgyoku ninjas' blood run cold. Their level had risen from elite Jonin to Kage level. Exchanged for a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wow, Sister Mikoto's eyes are so beautiful. Conan's casual glance was immediately drawn to Mikoto Uchiha's red pupils, which were like a pinwheel. The others also saw it. Tsunade was surprised. Is that the Mangekyo? The Mangekyo. Mikoto Uchiha was also a little happy at this moment. Although the Quincy were strong, the Mangekyo was the glory of the Uchiha clan. She could feel the two abilities dwelling within her pupils. The left eye amplified spiritual power, and the right eye amplified spiritual pressure. It wasn't particularly special, but it was enough to surprise Mikoto, not to mention the Uchiha's trademark, the Susanoo. The increase in her level had automatically upgraded her bloodline ability. And there were no side effects. She could use the Mangekyo by consuming spiritual power and could also nurture it. The next time her level increased, it would evolve again. Volume 50. Stan. Dig. Kushina, not to be outdone, shouted the 3 words. Conan and the others were filled with surprise and envy. A vast spiritual pressure shot into the sky, and the surrounding earth tore apart inch by inch. The spiritual pressure on Kushina's body materialized and destroyed everything. Kushina herself floated up, standing in the air. A 5-pointed star appeared above her head, and a pair of spiritual particle wings with separated tips extended from her back. She flew freely in the air. Spirit particle light bullets. Kushina, with her abilities fully released, fired a large-scale barrage of spirit particle spheres from the tips of her wings. Boom. 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 Countless spirit particle light bullets filled the sky, destroying everything they touched, annihilating it completely. One after another, the Hōgyoku ninja died under the light bullets. When the others made their move, who knows how long it had been. The entire battlefield fell silent. To be precise, 2 hours, from beginning to end. Apart from a few Hōgyoku ninja who had fled after Inoki's death, the rest were all killed in battle. A sea of blood was not enough to describe this war. Even if word got out, it would be hard for anyone to believe. After all, 8 people destroying more than 10,000 ninja and killing a Kage sounded like a fairy tale. Do we need to kill them? At this moment, Yhiko couldn't help but look towards the various hidden places where the spies from the other nations and villages were. Conan and Nagato were also filled with killing intent, their eyes red. Kushina and Mikoto were the same. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Don't be controlled by killing intent, and don't become a slave to power. Control all your power. Killing intent existed. In the original timeline, Orochimaru's killing intent had made Sasuke tremble. But because it existed, if one's mental state was not strong enough, it was easy to get lost. They're all too young. Although they all looked to be 18 or 19, their minds were not mature enough. Tsunade thought of them as a group of children. Even Tsunade had almost gone berserk. After all, to become stronger by killing was like a demonic ability. After killing so many, it was impossible to control one's consciousness. One could only try to remain calm. Orochimaru suggested, let's continue. A full-on battle, without using our script abilities, until we're exhausted. As soon as his words fell, the few of them began to brawl. The battlefield, which had just fallen silent, once again rumbled endlessly. Seeing this, the spies cursed them as madmen and all left. This is the territory of the land of Earth. There's no need to clean up the battlefield. Leave it to them. Someone would come to collect the bodies soon. There wouldn't be a plague. Chapter 49, Creating Our Nation. At the same time, Lucian opened his eyes, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. So that's how it is. If I slaughter all the tailed beasts, it should be enough. His level had not entered the Six Paths Sage level. Lucian was not disappointed. The quantity was enough, but it had not caused a qualitative change. But Lucian was not in a hurry. Because from this moment on, there was no longer any power in this ninja world that could kill, or even defeat him. The experience, knowledge, and talent of over 10,000 people is something an ordinary person cannot imagine. Lucian had a deeper understanding of all his own powers, such as spiritual power and spiritual pressure. And he was innovating. The basic ninjutsu were not bad. They could be modified and integrated into the Quincy system. For example, the 8 Gates released formation, the Flying Thunder God technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and so on. The Flying Thunder God technique was very useful. By leaving a coordinate, he could perform ultra-long distance teleportation, or large-scale teleportation, which had strategic significance. There was also Sealing Jutsu. If Lucian were to create new skills unique to the Quincy, it would not only enhance his use of energy, but also enrich the Quincy's abilities. Innovation equals progress. Lucian would not stand still. He glanced at the brats who were recklessly releasing their energy and whispered. 2 hours have passed. It's noon. The Wandenreich, it's time to establish it. The central area of the former Land of Rain. Almost all the civilians and ninja had been here since early morning. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people. Many had been waiting for a long time, but there was not a trace of impatience. In fact, they didn't even know that the Hōgyoku ninja had invaded and been completely annihilated by the group of 8. The weather today was indeed good. It was a rare day without rain. Countless people bathed in the sunlight, enjoying the rare peace. Ah! What's that? Many people were surprised to find that there seemed to be a black dot on the sun. But as the black dot grew larger and larger, everyone realized it was not an illusion. It appeared in the sky like a black ray of light, and then it continued to grow. The sky turned dark. A darkness that connected heaven and earth instantly swept across the sky. It was as if it had swallowed all the light. The originally bright Land of Rain was instantly dim, with a sense of the abyss descending. It immediately caused a huge panic. Hiss, what's that? Outside the former Land of Rain, countless people looked at the sky shrouded in darkness. It was a huge black light shield, with a fatal color, which stunned countless people. As countless people were in a panic, a steady and powerful voice was heard. My name is Lucian, the master of the Wandenreich. Lord Lucian. That voice directly calmed everyone's nervousness. The spies from all nations felt a chill all over. What kind of power was this, to dye the entire country black? On the tallest building in the center, even in the extreme darkness, the eyes of Orochimaru and the others were extremely bright as they looked at Lucian in front of them. Lord Lucian. No, you are the Emperor of the Wandenreich. Conan and the others all knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. Please guide us, Your Majesty. Lucian looked down at his subjects, an indescribable sense of pride surging in his heart. An ordinary person becoming a king in 6 months. This psychological journey was like a roller coaster. He didn't know what Yhwach's mentality was when he founded his nation. Perhaps it was a mentality of playing with the world, of viewing all things as ants. The so-called subjects were not in his eyes at all. Yhwach was arrogant and ruthless. How powerful was the Stern Ritter? Almost every member was not weaker than a captain level, and many were even strong enough to instantly kill a captain level Shinigami. Even the royal guard couldn't stop them. But with such a majesty, there were such subordinates. The vast majority were like Yhwach, arrogant, ruthless, and extremely conceited. There were a lot of weirdos and perverts, and many were killed by their own conceit. Yhwach was even more ruthless. With one Oswalin, the entire Stern Ritter was wiped out. The great Wandenreich was killed by Yhwach alone until only he was left. He faced Aizen and the protagonist group alone, and was finally taken away with one slash. Of course, although he was mainly killed by his subordinate, Hashwolf, a king really can't be too ruthless. So many awesome subordinates, all killed by one person. If he doesn't die, who will? Yhwach was a typical case, constantly reminding Lucian not to be too arrogant, conceited, or ruthless. The matter of conquering the world could be left to his subordinates. Anyway, they could be resurrected even if they died. If they really couldn't hold out, he would make a move. Or occasionally go out and show off. Wouldn't that be nice? Stand behind me and witness the path I walk. First. Lucian slowly raised his hand. An indescribably vast spiritual power swept out, touching all the spirit particles in the entire Land of Rain. Create our nation. Crack. The next moment, the darkness shattered, and light appeared. An incomparably dazzling spiritual power was sprinkled on the earth, and the entire former Land of Rain trembled. Countless people stared dumbfounded at the terrifying scene. Boom. Crack. All the buildings in sight were collapsing. It was as if the mountains and rivers were shattering. There was destruction everywhere. That powerful force was tearing everything apart. Everyone was stunned. Everything that was shattered was floating. Kushina and the others behind Lucian were also stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be the founding of the nation? They had thought that His Majesty was going to announce the establishment of the Wandenreich to everyone. Then organize people to carry out a major transformation of the land of rain and establish a new order. That would take a long time, perhaps a decade or several decades. When the empire was stable, he would then display his ambition to swallow the ninja world. But His Majesty didn't play like that at all. He had destroyed everything in the country. Spirit Particle Concentration. Chapter 50, The Wandenreich, the Silbern. Spirit Particle Concentration. The next moment, Lucian manipulated the spirit particles and carried out a nationwide transformation. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the shattered buildings and earth were all being reassembled. In the blink of an eye, new buildings and streets were formed, covering everything in sight. In the central area, a huge plaza was formed. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they would be horrified beyond words. The empire, which had been reduced to ruins, suddenly had a continuous stretch of neat and uniform buildings. Boom. With a loud bang, a massive complex of buildings over 100 meters tall condensed from the void in front of the plaza and landed on the ground, full of magnificence and splendor. It was as if there was the center of the world. Hiss. Countless people gasped, completely speechless. In less than half a minute, as if in the blink of an eye, the entire world was different. The chaotic and messy land of rain had now been transformed into a huge city, with all the buildings in an orderly fashion and the streets wide. It was full of medieval Western European style, yet also had the charm of an ancient Eastern country. It was so magnificent that it was dazzling. What a great existence! The civilians were shocked. The ninja trembled. It was said that when Konoha was first established, the first Hokage, in order to reduce the consumption of resources, had used his extremely powerful wood style to build countless wooden houses for Konoha. Then, with the changing of the times, it had been continuously repaired and rebuilt to have its current appearance. Lucian left them speechless. With his own power, he had built a huge city that covered the entire land of rain, and it was so beautiful and magnificent. The buildings were generally several stories high, and the imperial headquarters in the very center was over 100 meters tall. There was the center of power, and it was also like the center of the world. At this moment, many spies from other countries were shaken. They had the urge to kneel at Lucian's feet and offer him their hearts. One can only imagine how crazy the citizens of the empire must be now. Long live Lord Lucian. Get lost. He's the ruler of a country. You should call him daimyo. You're the one who should get lost. Daimyo, my ass. Didn't you see the announcement? He's His Majesty, the Emperor of the Wandenreich. Right. Long live His Majesty. Go to hell. His Majesty is a god, an immortal existence. Ah. The Empire is immortal. His Majesty is eternal and immortal. Countless civilians and ninja of the Empire went crazy. They all knelt on the ground and shouted hysterically, their voices even spreading far and wide. The establishment of the Wandenreich instantly gave countless people a sense of belonging. His Majesty, the great Emperor of the Wandenreich, had become, in the hearts of countless people, the eternal god. Your Majesty. In the wide hall of the tallest building in the center, Orochimaru and the others were shaken. Everyone was speechless with excitement, their minds devoid of words. They couldn't find a single word to express their feelings. This city will soon become the cornerstone of a new world. Lucian sat on the magnificent throne, his hands on the armrests, his tone full of anticipation and powerful ambition. The one and only, the true world. The Silbern. I shall call it that. The Silbern, because it was dedicated to the future, was why this city was called so. Listen up. Lucian, do you want my treasure? Go ahead, I've left everything there. The Silbern. Mikoto and the others savored the word. They could hear the undisguised ambition in it, the ambition to trample the entire ninja world underfoot. Imagination creation. A white cloud appeared in Lucian's hand. Imagination bestowal, soul. Imagination bestowal, weather control. Quickly, to everyone's surprise, the white cloud flew up. They could even see the eyes and mouth on the white cloud. It was cute and adorable. Yeah, His Majesty is eternal and immortal. The white cloud's voice was crisp, like a cute little girl. So cute. Seeing this, Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, and Konan all showed expressions of affection. It must be comfortable to hug this white cloud. Seeing this, Lucian was not stingy. With a wave of his hand, 4 white clouds with different colored eyes landed next to the 4 women. The four women's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, your majesty. Lucian gently stroked the white cloud and said, Go, the Wandenreich cannot be a country that weeps. Yeah, I understand, your majesty. The white cloud happily circled around everyone and shot up into the sky. It could become stronger by continuously absorbing spirit particles and could control the weather of the Wandenreich, bringing favorable weather to the empire. Lucian didn't like the weather here. It was fine if it rained, but it rained every day. Who could stand that? Indeed, I am still far behind. Orochimaru quietly watched Lucian's operation. He couldn't create a similar life form now, let alone directly bestow superpowers upon it. White Zetsu had only just come to his senses. He suddenly exclaimed, Wow, so invincible. His Majesty is even more powerful than Uchiha Madara. Of course. Konan said proudly, her eyes full of admiration. The others took another look at White Zetsu. Where did this guy come from? He looked so silly. But speaking of which, this city is really big. Kushina muttered to herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She wanted to go shopping. Was Konoha big? It might give people the illusion of a small village. But it was actually really big. It's just that the anime didn't show it. The description of the size of a country in the original work shattered many people's perception of the size of the ninja world. But the city Lucian had built covered the entire former land of Rain and even slightly exceeded its borders. A country was far larger than a village. It was countless times larger than the so-called capitals of the other great nations, and it was especially magnificent. The purpose of a city was to display its strength to the enemy. If it wasn't big, then it would lose its meaning. Chapter 51, The Ninja World is Shaken. The empire is in ruins and waiting to be rebuilt. Everything needs to be perfected. What Lucian wanted to build was a true empire, not a so-called city, nor a small force piled up by a few powerhouses. Then the laws, economy, people's livelihood, military, and so on all needed to be perfected. Recruit talents in all fields from the empire and even the entire ninja world. The treatment will be generous. Arrange residences for the empire's ninja and civilians, and restore the economy and people's livelihood as soon as possible. Other laws can be gradually perfected, but there are 3 points that anyone who touches them will die. Everyone's expression was serious as they listened attentively. Lucian's tone carried a hint of killing intent. Those who harm the citizens of the empire without reason shall die. Those who wantonly invade the territory of the empire shall die. Those who speak disrespectfully of the master of the empire shall die. To unite the ninja world, one cannot be soft-hearted. In Lucian's view, the death of those 10,000 or so Hōgyoku ninja was nothing. At most, it would shake the ninja world for a few days, and would soon become a topic of conversation and be forgotten. Announce to the entire ninja world, our Wandenreich will not be invaded. Yes, your majesty. The ninja world was in an uproar. The great war that the entire ninja world had been watching ended in an incredible way. Inoki was killed in battle. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki was killed in battle. More than 10,000 Hōgyoku ninja were all killed in battle. The Silburn appeared in the world with a shock. Everyone who heard the news suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. After confirming it again and again, they fell into a silent silence, and then shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The first to receive the news was the village hidden in the stone. Inoki's son, Kitsuchi, was a young elite jonin with a high sense of responsibility and team spirit. He had been acting as the agent after Inoki left. Just as Kitsuchi was happily sitting in his office, expecting to receive news like this. Hōgyoku has crossed the land of rain, ambushed the land of fire, and caught Konoha off guard. This battle is a great victory. Long live the Tsuchikage. But the subsequent bad news made Kitsuchi feel as if the sky had fallen. It's fake. You're lying to me, right? Kitsuchi's eyes were red, and he waited expectantly for the few Hōgyoku ninja who had fled the battlefield early to speak. But what he got was a sad silence. Impossible. My father is dead. Why didn't you die? As Kitsuchi spoke, he raised his fist and slammed it down. Fleeing in the face of the enemy. Die. Die. Thud, 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 thud. The Hōgyoku elders watched the crazed Kitsuchi slaughtering the deserters, but they didn't say anything. Even now, they couldn't believe it was true. Quickly, when Kitsuchi was brought to the battlefield, the corpses all over the ground made everyone despair. From this moment on, the village hidden in the stone, which could have been ranked among the top, had directly become a straggler. It was even worse than the village hidden in the sand. After all, the village hidden in the sand had the third Kazekage, the Chiyo siblings, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The 3 strongest people in the village hidden in the stone, the Tsuchikage and the 2 Jinchuriki, were dead. For the village hidden in the stone, it was no different from the sky falling. Hope was cut off. Kitsuchi. The elders looked at Kitsuchi with great worry. They were afraid that his mentality would collapse, or that he would go crazy and seek revenge on Lucian. That would be the real end. But to the elders' relief and pain, Kitsuchi was not impulsive, but his voice was so cold. Collect the body of our great Lord Tsuchikage, collect the body of Lord Han, and collect the bodies of the heroes of our village hidden in the stone. From now on, I will inherit the position of the fourth Tsuchikage. Who agrees, and who opposes? He has really grown up. The elders took a deep breath and took the lead, all kneeling on the ground. We greet you, Lord Fourth Tsuchikage. Father, I will avenge you. The expressionless Kitsuchi's eyes were filled with hatred. Men, prepare a gift for the Wandenreich. The third Mizukage was really scared, and even a little terrified. Only 8 people had acted. He wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Regardless of the process, the bloody result was right in front of him. The third Mizukage was having trouble sleeping, afraid that Lucian would send people to attack the village hidden in the mist. Who knew how many people Lucian had under him, let alone how strong he was? Back when Konoha was first established, although other ninja villages had also begun to be established, at that time there were only 2 villages in the entire ninja world. Konoha, and the other villages. All the first-generation Kage had been intimidated by the existence of Hashirama and Madara. He didn't feel ashamed at all for admitting defeat to Lucian. What should I send? Ninjutsu. It seems they don't have a chakra system. Money. Treasures. Beautiful women. Local specialties. One by one, they flashed through the third Mizukage's mind, but he was not satisfied. But the Wandenreich had just been established, so they must be in need of everything. The third Mizukage decided to send a little of everything. Who knew which thing would hit Lucian's sweet spot? In a word. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Please let us go. But if Lucian was really ruthless and wanted to attack the village hidden in the mist, then the third Mizukage would definitely fight to the death. But it was definitely not wrong to be on good terms first. For some reason, the village hidden in the sand suddenly withdrew its troops and no longer fought with Konoha. The original situation was that the Land of Rain had made a move, the village hidden in the sand had made a move, and the Hōgyoku ninja had made a move. The village hidden in the cloud and the village hidden in the mist were ready to make a move at any time. But the sudden death of Inoki had made everything quiet. The war had originally been started because of the imbalance in the development of resources among the various countries. But suddenly, another powerful country that was qualified to compete for resources had appeared. This completely broke the balance. If they didn't first stop the war and observe the new situation, then it would completely spiral out of control. Why is it like this? Is Inoki that weak? The third Kazekage was furious. The Hōgyoku ninja who should have shared the pressure had directly knelt. Then what was the point of fighting with Konoha? To let the village hidden in the cloud pick up the spoils. He could only choose to stop the war. Chapter 52, Danzo, Life is Worse Than Death. The middle-aged Chiyo's expression was grave. This Lucian, he's not right. Of course, he wasn't right. He was too strong. The third Kazekage pondered for a long moment and said, send someone with a gift. My village hidden in the sand acknowledges the existence of the empire. To show our respect, send more people. Chiyo, you go too. Sending more people was, of course, to gather intelligence. Everything was unknown. It was too frightening. Everyone nodded, but an elder suddenly spoke. Lord Kazekage, what should we send? The third Kazekage. Why are there always tears in my eyes? Because my village hidden in the sand is so damn poor. That night, the third Kazekage refined gold dust from the yellow sand with red eyes. Seeing this, the elders were filled with emotion. Keep it up, Lord Kazekage. This time, let me lead the team, Father. Lord Raikage. The village hidden in the cloud also chose to send a congratulatory gift for the founding of the empire. Or rather, apart from the deeply hateful village hidden in the stone, the other countries and villages would all take the initiative to send a congratulatory gift to the Wandenreich. It was not only an acknowledgement of the country, but also a way to gather intelligence. If there was no conflict of interest, no one would be willing to provoke a strong enemy for no reason. The buffer zone between the 3 countries had never been the target of any country. It was too chaotic. Seeing that the Raikage was about to refuse, the 4th A immediately said, Lord Raikage, if you don't see a higher scenery, you will never know how big the world is. I am going to see that scenery. The 3rd Raikage looked at the youthful vigor of the 4th A and finally nodded. After all, it's a congratulatory gift for the empire. Lucian will surely not make things difficult. It's time for you to go out and see the world. Thank you, Lord Raikage. Then I'll go and inform B. Stop. Killer B is so young. He hasn't even started school. What is he going out for? He is my future partner, my brother. Seeing the extremely stubborn fourth A, the third Raikage frowned slightly. Seeing this, Blueby said softly, the Second Shinobi World War has currently ceased. The road is safe. If you send more people, there won't be any accidents. But before his words had faded, the fourth A had already run off, which made the third Raikage laugh in anger. You brat. When you get back, I'll definitely break your legs. Konoha. Looking at the detailed intelligence reports, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but cry. There was pride, there was heartache, but more than that, there was sorrow. That guy, Inoki, even I wasn't confident in taking him down, yet he was killed by you. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, you've finally grown up. But the 3 Sannin who had killed Inoki and shaken the ninja world made Hiruzen Sarutobi grief-stricken. The Sannin, but they were not the Sannin of Konoha, but the Sannin of the Empire. Who knows what kind of waves they had stirred up in the ninja world. Having lost the Sannin, Konoha's prestige had also been greatly reduced. It could be said that the Wandenreich was built on the corpses of Konoha and the village hidden in the stone. Who knows how many people in Konoha had something to say about the Wandenreich, but there was nothing they could do. Tsukumo, this mission can only be accomplished by you. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the men with long, silver-white hair and a ponytail, and said in a deep voice. Lord Hokage, please give your command. The White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, had also been bombarded by the recent string of news. Danzo's near death, the Hokage's disciple's defection, the Iwagakure's great defeat, the establishment of the empire, and so on. Even someone as calm as him couldn't help but say. How terrifying. Sarutobi said, although the Second Shinobi World War has briefly ceased, I have a new great enemy. Tsukumo Hatake knew who Sarutobi was talking about. He believed that no one was not curious about Lucian. The first time he heard the name was from Konoha. The Wandenreich has been established. My Konoha must send a congratulatory gift. We are not afraid. We are showing the grace of a great ninja village. His Excellency the Daimyo has also sent people. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes dimmed for a moment, then he became firm. I have already chosen the person to send Konoha's congratulatory gift. He is in the open, and you are in the dark. Your mission is to gather all possible intelligence, especially the source of their power. You must not be exposed. If it is impossible, I will allow you to abandon the mission. Tsukumo Hatake nodded deeply. This mission was dangerous. Lucian might not know, but the Sannin did. The Wandenreich and Konoha had an undeniable grudge. Who knew what Lucian would do if he found out? Sigh. There was no one else to use. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. To secretly enter the Wandenreich without being easily discovered, and to be able to escape even if discovered. Looking at the entire Konoha, only Tsukumo Hatake had the ability and strength. But even for the White Fang of Konoha, if he was really discovered, his chances of survival were low. But for Hiruzen Sarutobi, intelligence on Lucian was more important than anything else. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the destruction of Konoha. Root, the newly established Root. Arg. Why? Why is he so strong? The calm Danzo in the outside world, every time he returned to Root, was like a crazed beast. It had been 3 months. Danzo was often awakened by nightmares, his mind filled with the image of Lucian ruthlessly trampling on him. That look of treating him as an ant, as a toy, he would never forget it. Danzo desperately strengthened himself. Before, with Orochimaru's help, he had perfected his limbs and eyes. Perhaps even the heavens didn't want Danzo to die so quickly. Before the first Hokage's cells had been thoroughly researched, Danzo had integrated them into himself. Fortunately, he had won the bet and survived. It's not enough, far from enough. Danzo touched his right eye and trained the strength of his limbs. In Danzo's eyes, the wood style and the Mangekyo were the strongest. But what he had was a crippled wood style and a weak 3 tomo. With these half-baked things, how could he fight against Lucian? Chapter 53, Uchiha Madara, you just wait. But Danzo could no longer find a way to become stronger. It's impossible to match the first Hokage's wood style. The Mangekyo. Danzo had always been paying attention to the Uchiha. Fugaku's sudden rise to power was a big problem. On what basis? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't stop. So he had been investigating in secret and had finally found some clues. It was mainly that Fugaku was too hasty. If he had taken power in a few years, Danzo wouldn't have cared. But he was only a teenager. Danzo had to think more. The Mangekyo, huh? Keep it for me for now. Temporarily suppressing the idea of making a move on the Uchiha, Danzo turned his gaze to the scroll in front of him. A handwritten copy of the Scroll of Seals. On it was a forbidden jutsu, an extremely powerful external force. If 1,000 people are not enough, then 10,000, 100,000. If humans can't fight him, then use a god to fight him. Danzo, who had originally been indifferent to this forbidden jutsu, was now also walking down the same old path as the original Orochimaru. Forbidden jutsu, reanimation jutsu. At the same time, in that dark and silent cavern, Black Zetsu was silent, and the domineering Madara was also silent. The atmosphere in the entire underground space was extremely oppressive, like a volcano about to erupt. Heh. Uchiha Madara uttered a single word, neither angry nor excited. The intelligence Black Zetsu had brought back made Madara feel a little suffocated. It wasn't because the group of 8 had annihilated the Hōgyoku ninja. That was nothing to Madara. But my awesome Rinnegan was thrown into an urn. Damn it. How much effort had Madara put into awaken the Rinnegan? He had fought constantly to awaken the 3 Tomo. He had endured endless sorrow to awaken the Mangekyo, and Azuna's sacrifice to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. He had faked his death to obtain Hashirama's cells, and had only awakened the Rinnegan when he was on the verge of dying of old age. The Rinnegan was a history of struggle, blood, and tears. It was the foundation for his future conquest of the ninja world. But now, Lucian, I misjudged you. You don't even care for the Rinnegan. Good. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes tightly. What had happened, had happened. Any worry was meaningless. Even if the Rinnegan would not decay, it had, after all, fallen into Lucian's hands, which meant his plan had been halted. Madara would not allow it. At that moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Madara and Black Zetsu immediately looked over. A figure was walking over from the distance, step by step. The person's aura was awe-inspiring, their expression cold. With every step closer, the pressure in the cavern increased. When Madara and Black Zetsu saw the figure clearly, even Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, and Black Zetsu was even more stunned. Black Zetsu said in a condensed voice, "You are. Does a mere ant have the right to speak with me?" The person looked at him with cold eyes, and a powerful aura directly sent Black Zetsu flying. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly and looked at the person, as if trying to see through him. But even so, he couldn't see through him at all. Damn it. How dare you be so insolent in front of Lord Madara? Black Zetsu was furious at this moment. But he really didn't have any powerful offensive ninjutsu and could only glare. They looked at each other in silence. The person was not Lucian. He was a person who looked exactly like the aged Uchiha Madara. Even his posture was no different. That aura was also not the slightest bit different. Anyone would think he was the real person. Even Black Zetsu was a little confused. This was definitely not the transformation jutsu. A crimson light bloomed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He said coldly, "A good ninjutsu. Even I can't see any difference. But that's no reason to make a fool of me. Do you want to dance too?" Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. That pure killing intent was like a sea of blood, instantly making the underground space extremely oppressive. Hey, Lord Madara, it's me. The Uchiha Madara opposite him felt the killing intent and immediately deflated. From a proud wolf, he had turned into a little sheep in the blink of an eye. White Zetsu. Black Zetsu's voice shrieked, full of anger, panic, and disbelief. He was angry that White Zetsu was playing such a trick, panicked that White Zetsu knew his true identity, and most of all, he couldn't believe that White Zetsu had such an ability and such a strong aura. Script ability, the yourself. He can imitate the appearance, posture, and all the power and techniques of an enemy. For example, White Zetsu could transform into Hiruzen Sarutobi and obtain strength and combat techniques comparable to his. This ability was unreasonable. It seemed simple, but it was another bug. Only when the enemy became stronger than before White Zetsu imitated them would there be a way to deal with him. Although the ability was not bad, Lucian would not let him go into battle. Imitating everything, even strength, was conducive to White Zetsu's intelligence gathering. White Zetsu's ability was suitable for the intelligence department. That's right, it's me. White Zetsu immediately dispelled the ability and returned to his original form. He looked at Black Zetsu with a half-smile. Don't worry, some things, I won't say. Black Zetsu's face darkened slightly. He wished he could just kill White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara was calm. He withdrew his killing intent and glanced at White Zetsu. Lucian sent you. You found a good master. Ahem. White Zetsu smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to say anything. To be honest, the times have changed, my lord. White Zetsu said directly, Lord Madara, His Majesty sent me to deliver a message. The Rinnegan is in His Majesty's hands. He's waiting for you to get them. Do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara's eyes were extremely sharp, which startled White Zetsu. I've delivered the message. I'll be leaving now. White Zetsu ran off without stopping, his shout echoing in the cavern. Thank you, Lord Madara, for your care over the years. I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. I will repay you. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes slightly. Repay me? Have I become so weak that I need the help of a good-for-nothing? Boom. 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 Powerful streams of chakra were drawn from the Geto statue by Madara. The tubes connected to his body were like water pumps, constantly drawing chakra. Not only that, a very strong life force erupted. If an outsider were to look at Uchiha Madara at this moment, they would be shocked. Because his withered old man appearance, in just a few breaths, seemed to have become a few years younger. Even his pale hair had turned a little black. Chapter 54, Lucian, Konan, this flower is mine. He finally can't sit still. But this can only be maintained for one battle. Black Zetsu watched the scene with a blank expression. There was no other way. He could only rely on Madara to snatch it back. But could he really snatch it back? Madara's body was already about to decay. Even if he briefly returned to his peak, whether he won or lost, the result would be death. The plan was completely disrupted. 3 days. Sensing the state of his body, Madara estimated. By continuously drawing life force and chakra from the Geto statue, it would take about 3 days for him to return to his peak state. He had originally been waiting to find a successor, and then have a good fight with Lucian. But plans can never keep up with changes. This passive feeling is really unpleasant. Madara closed his eyes again, trying hard to draw in life force. A mysterious young man. You have successfully ignited my passion. The night was quiet. The center of the Wandenreich. At the top of the Silbern, in the empty great hall of the highest center of power. Lucian sat on the throne and looked at White Zetsu. You've delivered the message. Is there anything else? White Zetsu scratched his head. What was Madara thinking? Thinking of this, White Zetsu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, does your majesty want to dance? Lucian. Good grief. Just changing one word, and the whole aura is gone, isn't it? King of dance, yes, music, dance. Go and rest. Yes, your majesty. White Zetsu turned and left, leaving Lucian sitting alone on the throne, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Setting aside the matter of Uchiha Madara for now. In the 6 months in the ninja world, everything felt like a dream. From an ordinary person, he had become the ruler of a country in one leap. The psychological journey in between was as intense as a roller coaster, often making Lucian dazed and unable to sleep. Standing too high, it's really cold. Lucian felt that it was lonely at the top. He hadn't even had a chance to properly see the scenery of the ninja world before he was standing at the top. His ever-increasing majesty made even a thick-skinned girl like Kushina occasionally act with caution. Lucian considered himself to be gentle and fond of lively company. But the huge difference in status and power had made him cold. Lucian really couldn't learn to be like Hashirama. System, are you there? Lucian spoke unexpectedly. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Looking back, he realized he didn't have a system. He just wanted to find someone to chat with, to chat about everyday things on an equal footing, to recall the past. Unfortunately, there was no such person around him. For a time, the young and vigorous Lucian had prematurely entered the daily routine of the aged Madara. This is not the life I want. Even being a fatuous ruler is better than sitting here alone like a fool. Lucian frowned slightly. He was almost invincible now, but his life was becoming more and more boring. Things were getting worse and worse. Something was getting more and more wrong. To do as one pleases is the style of a powerhouse. Just as Lucian was about to get up, the sound of light footsteps was heard in the empty great hall. Along with a crisp, sweet girl's voice. Your Majesty, are you there? Lucian's posture became a little more lazy and casual. Is that you, Konan? Come in. The light in the hall was slightly dim. When Konan had walked for half a minute and approached, Lucian saw her current appearance and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Konan. She had taken off her Quincy combat uniform and was wearing a white dress. Beautiful. Did the ninja world have this kind of clothing? It was quite fashionable. The tall, 1.7-meter Konan had let her light blue-purple long hair fall on her shoulders. Her delicate face was a little apprehensive, and her bright eyes were a little shy. A pure and elegant posture, truly pitiable. Lucian immediately praised himself for his previous decision, the decision to help the lowly grow up quickly. Sorry, in the face of sexiness, cuteness is not worth mentioning. Konan held a large, exquisite flower in her hand and said with a gentle smile, Your Majesty, I made a paper flower. I hope you will like it. At the same time, she stole a glance at Lucian. Konan suddenly found that the Lucian at this moment was different from usual. His usual kingly demeanor was now like that of a big brother next door, which made her nervousness ease a lot. For a moment, Conan made up her mind. He raised his hand to take it. Lucian looked at the exquisite paper flower in his hand and said with deep meaning, "This flower, I like it." Lucian was not an emotional idiot. After all, a girl sending flowers in the middle of the night, right? Ah. The pleasantly surprised Conan didn't have time for the next moment before she exclaimed. Her whole person floated up and landed directly in Lucian's arms. In an instant, Conan's fair cheeks turned completely red. Your Majesty. I. As if it were an illusion, smoke began to rise from Conan's hair. She was so nervous that she couldn't even speak clearly. Especially with Lucian so close, she could even hear His Majesty's strong heartbeat. The warmth in his embrace made Conan's eyelashes tremble. I was sending flowers. I just made them. I know. Lucian was completely unconcerned. Perhaps it was really a misunderstanding. Conan was just simply sending flowers. But for a king, it didn't matter. He was sure that his actions would not harm Conan. Don't worry, no one will come in tonight. Ah. Conan secretly opened her eyes. They were bright. Such beautiful eyes. Lucian was moved. Under Conan's direct gaze, Lucian lowered his head. Conan's mind instantly went blank. Conan's thoughts stopped at this moment. This kiss opened a door to a new world for her. She had sent a paper flower, and in return, she had sent out her own flower. Gradually, Conan closed her eyes and melted into Lucian's embrace. In just one night, Conan had matured a bit more. Chapter 55, Kushina's pitiful state. The next day. The empire was newly established, and the entire nation was mobilized, all working hard to build their homeland and contribute to the rise of the empire. Everyone was extremely busy. Orochimaru had even forgotten what his laboratory looked like. The empire was in urgent need of talents in all fields. Don't have any? Then go and recruit them. Can't recruit them? Then go and snatch them. Compared to destruction, Lucian preferred construction. Watching the country grow stronger and stronger, watching the citizens smile happily, that sense of accomplishment was satisfying. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lucian's few capable subordinates finally took a short break. Everyone gathered in the Great Hall, waiting for Lucian's next instructions. Seeing Kushina's miserable expression, Mikoto asked with gentle concern. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? I didn't sleep at all last night. Kushina said melancholically, didn't I just unlock the Volstandig? I was so excited I couldn't sleep. But there was something I didn't understand, so I was thinking of going to ask His Majesty. Going to see His Majesty in the middle of the night? Mikoto was amazed at Kushina's thick skin. The empire was just getting on the right track. As the supreme leader, His Majesty could not be easily disturbed. Kushina was puzzled, is there something wrong with that? Conan went too. Hearing Conan's name, Tsunade was also very curious. That's right, where's Conan? I haven't seen her all day. Is she handling other work? Everyone shook their heads. They were all busy with their own things. Who had time to care about others? Kushina continued to complain, when I went to see His Majesty, I saw that Conan had gone in first. She probably had questions too. I was thinking of waiting for Conan to finish asking before I went in. Everyone was stunned. Kushina said with a miserable expression. But I waited, and Conan never came out. 1 hour, 2 hours. It wasn't until the sky was bright that I realized I had waited all night. At this, Kushina squatted on the ground in grievance. Were Conan's questions that difficult? Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful. Everyone. This child has strong perseverance. But it seems, something isn't right. The few brats were bewildered. Jiraiya revealed an old driver's smile. This involves a distant era. It is said that in ancient times, the population was sparse, and people did not know how to increase the population. It was not until someone took the first step in the continuation of the bloodline that we have the splendid ninja world of today. Listen, an old driver's words are not simple. Orochimaru was not interested at all. Tsunade was speechless. Especially seeing the inquiring gazes of the few brats, she was suddenly speechless. Jiraiya, will you die if you don't talk? Hey, I was just telling a story. Shut up, you idiot. Tsunade cursed, and then her expression was full of suspicion. That Conan, no, she seems to be taller than all of us. Now that Conan, Kushina, and Mikoto were all nearly 1.7 meters tall, Tsunade felt a great deal of pressure. His Majesty had made them so tall. No, I have my advantages. A few goddess-like girls want to catch up to my advantages. They're a bit too young. MHM. Kushina leaned close to Mikoto and whispered. Something's not right. Conan stayed with His Majesty for a whole night and a whole morning. I feel like there's something fishy going on. Mikoto couldn't help but facepalm. How could you not understand? Although children in the ninja world matured early, it was only a psychological maturity. Who knew what adults like to do? At that moment, Lucian's figure suddenly appeared on the throne. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing Lucian, everyone immediately tidied up their appearance and paid their respects. Lucian raised his hand slightly and got straight to the point. The development of the empire takes time. There is no hurry to invade. Orochimaru and Jiraiya will stay. The rest of you will go out on missions. Hearing the word mission, everyone became even more solemn and waited. A group of 2. Tsunade and Conan, Kushina and Mikoto, Yahiko and Nagato. Go to the village hidden in the sand to get the 1 tail, the village hidden in the mist to get the 3 tails and the 6 tails, and the village hidden by a waterfall to get the 7 tails. As for the 2 tails and the 8 tails, I have other arrangements. The 9 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails had been absorbed by Lucian. The remaining 6-tailed beasts could not be let go. As for whether it would cause turmoil or public anger in the process, Lucian didn't care at all. Come on. I am sitting on the throne at the peak. I am waiting for you. Yes, Your Majesty. No one asked why. His Majesty's decision was the direction of their advance. But Tsunade looked back and couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, my teammate, Conan. Conan is resting today. You can set off tomorrow or the day after. Lucian's expression was quite calm and natural. Tsunade didn't say anything more, but her eyes were slightly complicated. She subconsciously wondered how Conan and His Majesty had spent the night. You are all dismissed. Orochimaru, stay. Yes, Your Majesty. Only Lucian and Orochimaru were left in the empty Great Hall. As Orochimaru was recalling whether he had made a mistake, Lucian's voice sounded. Are you interested in the Rinnegan? Your Majesty, perhaps I was interested in the past. But now that I am a Quincy, it is difficult for me to be interested in a power that does not belong to me. Orochimaru was calm, and he was telling the truth. He who had eternal life had greatly reduced his interest in those external powers. It was better to study how to develop his script and develop more soul power. Lucian nodded slightly and said softly, in another world, the research on the soul is profound. Based on soul energy, many different races have been developed, and many different power systems have been derived, which are not much worse than the Quincy. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A new truth. The more he came into contact with the soul, the more he could feel the mystery and vastness of the soul. Orochimaru was deeply fascinated by it. But he knew too little about it. Even if he wanted to experiment, he didn't know where to start. Chapter 56, Researching Hollows and Arankar. Shinigami are life forms with extremely high concentrations of spirit particles. All Shinigami live and sleep with their Asachi. Through accumulated training, they write the essence of their souls into the Asachi to create a Zanpakuto. An Asachi is a nameless Zanpakuto. A Zanpakuto can allow a Shinigami to unleash a power no less than that of a Quincy script, through Shirkai, Bankai, and step-by-step liberation. Hearing Lucian's words, Orochimaru was moved. Life forms with extremely high concentrations of spirit particles. Killing them must be invigorating. Hollows are the souls of the living world. After a period of time, the desires in their hearts will corrode their bodies, causing them to transform into hollows, which are evil spirits. They can evolve by continuously devouring souls and other hollows. The higher their level, the closer they are to a human form and reason, and they possess extremely strong abilities and power. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Shinigami were a bit difficult to deal with. But hollows. When he was slaughtering the Iwagakure ninja, he had discovered that he could see their souls. At that time, a single soul was not strong. What if he could fuse them together? But he hadn't thought that such creatures really existed in another world. Although the words, another world, had also given Orochimaru a great shock, he was more inclined to the present. A Zanpakuto. Lucian told Orochimaru these things to enrich his life and power. After all, the Quincy Cross Sword had no special properties other than damaging the soul. If it was really researched, Orochimaru could understand its power and then use his imagination to create things like Asachi. It would also give the Quincy a sense of urgency. Otherwise, when a race has no natural enemies or competition, they will become lax, unmotivated, and begin to decline. Come with me. Accompany me to record an experiment. Yes, Your Majesty. In a building, the Academy of Sciences that Lucian had prepared for Orochimaru. The full name was the Academy of Scientific and Technological Research and Exploration. However, the Empire currently only had Orochimaru as a scientist. The rest would have to be cultivated or found. Your Majesty. Upon entering, Orochimaru saw several hundred Iwagakure ninja, souls. An experiment needs test subjects. Start recording. All states and changes. Lucian walked over, ignoring the roars of the souls. A certain old man might come looking for a fight with me, but in such an old state, he's more likely to be killed by me. Then there's almost no possibility of resurrection. But I don't want him to die, yet I can't hold back. So I can only give him another way to live after he dies or is on the verge of death. If he knew, he would probably say things like, "Don't expect me to do things for you, you have no idea how strong I was at my peak, come, let's dance again, ... But I have patience. The ninja world would be too boring without him." Hearing Lucian's words, Orochimaru was bewildered. Which old man was so fierce? Hiruzen Sarutobi? No, the third Raikage. Please forgive Orochimaru's lack of knowledge. After all, in everyone's mind, that old man had been dead for years. Even though Lucian had mentioned him before, Orochimaru had subconsciously ignored it. Begin. Under Orochimaru's serious gaze, Lucian directly released the souls of the several hundred Iwagakure ninja. He imprisoned them in a spirit particle space and raised his hand, which bloomed with a blue-black light. That energy. Looking at the light in Lucian's hand, Orochimaru had an extreme urge to swallow it. That fatal temptation almost made him lose his reason. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and stopped. Hōgyoku, come on. The energy in Lucian's hand was the Hōgyoku's energy, which he used to promote and guide evolution. Hiss, roar, roar, ah, ah. Under the influence of the Hōgyoku, the souls lost their reason, exuding an extremely evil aura, and their bodies rapidly grew larger. They all turned into ugly monsters. Hollows. They've become much stronger. Ordinary humans really can't see them. Orochimaru's eyes were opened. Logically, a creature from another world shouldn't appear so easily. But Orochimaru also guessed that the mutation was because of the unknown energy in Lucian's hand. Hiss, roar, roar. The several hundred hollows roared at each other, constantly attacking and biting other hollows. They had turned into completely mindless monsters and had begun a slaughter evolution. Orochimaru could sense that every time a hollow devoured another, its aura would grow a bit stronger, and its evolution speed would increase. Ordinary hollows won't do. At least a Jillian-level Minos Grande is required. Lucian watched quietly. There were 3 levels of Minos Grande: lower class, Jillian, middle class, Ajuchas, and upper class, Vasto Lord. But now there wasn't a single Minos Grande. Who knows how long it had been? One hollow was the first to regain a trace of reason, and then it began a massacre. Quickly, all the remaining hollows were devoured. Roar. A hollow with a black outer body and a white, long-nosed mask. It was huge, but its movements were slow, and its intelligence was about the same as a wild beast. A Jillian-level Minos Grande. It devoured several hundred hollows to become the weakest, lower-class Minos Grande. But that's enough. What Lucian wanted was the Shinigamification of hollows, i.e., an Arrancar. The minimum requirement for an Arrancar was a Jillian-level Minos Grande. For example, number 9 among the Espada. If an Arrancar could appear, then the ability of a Shinigami, Lucian was very likely to develop it. After all, an Arrancar was a Minos Grande that had comprehended the ability of a Shinigami. To create one directly through imagination would not be able to create a Shinigami or an Arrancar in the true sense, as Lucian did not understand their specific structure. The Hōgyoku was Lucian's greatest cheat. Chapter 57, Kakuzu, I've come to offer my head. I will bestow upon you wisdom and power. Lucian flashed in front of the Minos Grande, and the Hōgyoku's energy enveloped it, forcibly completing its Arrancarification. After all, a truly powerful hollow could break its mask on its own, like Stark. This meant that the Minos Grande had the potential to become a Shinigami. Lucian was just forcibly accelerating the process. He wasn't bestowing the power of a Shinigami, after all, Lucian didn't know how. Although I don't understand it at all, it's truly fascinating. Orochimaru's eyes shone with the fervent light of a scientist as he recorded non-stop. Boom. Suddenly, the Minos Grande's body swelled. As if unable to withstand that powerful energy, it exploded directly. Did it fail? Lucian was not discouraged at all. After all, he was starting from scratch. A few more times would be fine. Then, to Orochimaru's astonishment, Lucian waved his hand and brought out several hundred more Iwagakure souls. Orochimaru didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought the number of Iwagakure souls was off. So His Majesty took them. Perhaps I should try with the soul of a powerhouse. Continue. Having finally gotten interested, Lucian was very motivated. He had to create an Arrancar. At the same time, Kushina and Mikoto set off. Yahiko and Nagato also set off. Only Tsunade was waiting for Konan to recover. After all, it was her first time. It was inevitable that she would be a little, The village hidden by a waterfall was in the land of waterfalls. The land of waterfalls was not far from the Wandenreich, it was just across the land of grass. Ninja world, here I come. It was the first time Yhwach and Nagato had been far from home, and they were both quite excited. Everything in the outside world was new to them. The two youths looked around, their eyes captivated by the wonderful sights of the outside world. But their speed did not decrease in the slightest. After all, the mission was the priority. At the same time, there was also a man with a mask and a rogue ninja headband on his head, rushing towards the Wandenreich. Although he's strong, 3 billion Ryo is my life. Kakuzu's voice was full of greed. His body was uncontrollably rushing towards the Wandenreich. No one was like Kakuzu, who had been searching for Lucian for a full 3 months without the slightest pause. He didn't even have time to eat. It was also because he needed to change a heart every 2 days. Otherwise, he would have reached the Wandenreich long ago. Was money more important than life? For Kakuzu, money was as important as his life. How would you know you would definitely die if you didn't try? But if there was even a sliver of a chance of success, he was willing to give it a try. Who was Kakuzu? He was a man who had fought against the god of shinobi and retreated with his whole body. Lucian, from 800 li away, you threw a kunai at Hashirama and ran. Almost there, almost there. Although Kakuzu was excited, and his 5 hearts were almost about to explode with excitement. But he was experienced. He was always on alert, trying to calm his chakra. But when he was just a few li away from the Wandenreich, Kakuzu shouted excitedly. Lucian, wait for me. You must wait for me. At that moment, 2 spiritual pressures suddenly swept towards him from the front. Kakuzu's body immediately paused. He felt an extremely oppressive feeling and his face turned cold. Who is it? Get out of my way. What is your relationship with the one you speak of? A plain voice sounded. Yhwach and Nagato, in their Quincy uniforms, walked out from the shadows and looked at Kakuzu with confusion. To call His Majesty's name directly, and with such an excited tone. Are they friends? TCH, so it's 2 brats. Although they looked to be 18, in Kakuzu's eyes, they were just brats. But he did not let down his guard in the slightest and said coldly. Get out of my way, or die. Yhwach frowned, you haven't answered my question. Kakuzu also frowned. The style of their clothes made him suspicious. After all, the image and characteristics of the group of 8 had also spread throughout the ninja world. Especially their clothes, which were different from the style of the ninja world, were talked about by countless people. A white cape, a white combat uniform, and the unique emblem of the empire. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, the 8 demon generals under the king of the Wandenreich. What the hell is that title? Why not the 8 warlords under the king? Nagato frowned. Yhwach said coldly, it seems you are not friends with His Majesty. Then you are an enemy. You don't look weak. Just right for a warm-up. Small Heilig file. Yhwach attacked directly, raising his hand and a laser shot out from his fingertip. Boom. The instantaneous attack, without any warning, caught Kakuzu off guard, and he was pierced through the shoulder. The sharp pain also ignited his anger. You damn brats, you've angered me. Tentacle fist. Kakuzu used a body flicker to change his position. His wrist and arm separated. Dense black threads shot out from his arm towards the 2 of them. A monster. Kakuzu's posture of dismantling his hand without a word startled Yhwach and Nagato. They immediately used Terenkyaku to dodge. Seeing the 2 large trees behind them being shattered by the tentacles, the 2 of them exchanged a look and launched an attack on Kakuzu. Medium Heilig file. Seeing the 2 huge arrows gathering in their hands, Kakuzu did not dare to be careless. After all, the rumors about the group of 8 were true. Each of them was strong, and even because of the lack of intelligence, they were more difficult to deal with than the vast majority of Kage-level existences. So Kakuzu directly released his Earth Grudge fear. As he dodged quickly, a large number of black threads shot out from his body, and then 5 colored masks appeared behind him. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, pressure damage. Chapter 58, I give up, I surrender. Compound ninjutsu, flame wind wild wave. One mask released a sea-like flame from its mouth, while the other released a huge, high-pressure wind ball. The wind fueled the fire. The vortex-like storm rolled the waves of fire, instantly creating a huge sea of fire like a tsunami, which surged towards Nagato and Yhwach. This guy is no ordinary ninja. He might be Kage level. At this, Yhwach and Nagato were not nervous at all. On the contrary, they were excited. A Kage level powerhouse was a pillar of support in any village. There weren't many in the entire ninja world. To them, he was a lot of experience points. The next moment, the two of them entered the Shatten breach. Damn it, they're really hard to deal with. After the attack, there was only a ruin left. Kakuzu, seeing the two of them disappear, couldn't help but recall some intelligence. It seemed that all 8 members of the group had an extremely subtle way of dodging. No one knew where they were hiding. What bad luck. Kakuzu suddenly didn't want to fight the two of them anymore. It was meaningless. Just as he was preparing to leave, a sense of crisis came from behind. Burning finger. Like a volcanic eruption, a flame of astonishing power shot out. Before it arrived, Kakuzu felt a scorching heat that far surpassed that of fire style. Just as Kakuzu was about to use a body flicker to dodge, the water element mask was directly pierced and destroyed. Without any warning. Damn it, what's going on? To have a heart destroyed silently and without a trace made Kakuzu so angry that he almost lost his reason. But experience told him not to fight someone of the same level without sufficient intelligence. Just you wait. When I find Lucian. Kakuzu thought that he should at least make a harsh threat. But before he could finish, the earth element heart was also silently destroyed. Arg, damn it. To lose 2 hearts in the blink of an eye made Kakuzu a little crazy. With Nagato's the penetrator, when the sniper rifle was aimed at the enemy had only one choice. That was to dodge in advance. Don't even think about defending. A moment's delay, and it would be death. Silent and without warning, there was no so-called bullet. Earth grudge fear, final shot. As Kakuzu quickly pulled away to dodge Yhiko's the heat, he activated his ultimate move. He gathered the wind, fire, and lightning earth grudge fear mask monsters on his right arm. Kakuzu quickly dodged and charged up, then fired a terrifying chakra cannon forward. Swoosh. The huge beam of light instantly tore through the void. It destroyed everything in its path and constantly changed direction, sweeping towards the two of them. Hirenkyaku. Yhiko dodged the beam and quickly approached Kakuzu. As Kakuzu was firing, he added blood artery and kicked viciously at one of Kakuzu's hearts. Bam. The lightning heart was instantly kicked and exploded. Ah. Die. All of you, die. Kakuzu's eyes were about to pop out. An extremely dense mass of black threads erupted from his body. Like 10,000 arrows being fired at once, they attacked Yhiko viciously. Yhiko instantly dodged, but the next moment, he was stunned. Nagato, who was about to continue his attack with the penetrator, also suddenly slipped and looked at Kakuzu's actions in disbelief. Kakuzu had roared and released a move, then silently turned and ran. That speed was like a flash. That guy ran away. Nagato and Yhiko were wide-eyed. He was a guy who talked a lot of harsh words but was actually a huge coward. Kakuzu, I'm not a coward. It's a strategic retreat. One of them was fast and had strong attacks, while the other's fast attacks couldn't even be seen. Kakuzu couldn't take it. He only had 2 hearts left. If he didn't run, was he waiting to die? Are all the people in the Wandenreich monsters? How am I supposed to fight Lucian? The frantically fleeing Kakuzu now had deep doubts about his own abilities. He had been beaten silly by 2 subordinates. He needed to form hand seals and then charge up to cast a technique, while the other side's skills were instantaneous. How was he supposed to play? Boom. At this moment, Kakuzu discovered with grief and horror. His body had been silently pierced again. A huge hole appeared on his body. Another heart was broken. Only the last one was left. He would die, he would really die. Stop. I surrender. I'm not fighting anymore. I have no grudge against you. Kakuzu quickly hid behind a large tree and shouted loudly. Terrifying, a great terror. Nagato had directly become Kakuzu's nightmare. He still hadn't figured out how he had been hit. The other side had just aimed a piece of scrap metal at him. If he had shot an energy cannon, Kakuzu would have accepted it. But he hadn't seen any attack at all, and one after another, his hearts had been abruptly broken. But you are His Majesty's enemy. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, making Kakuzu curse inwardly. He looked up and saw Yhiko and Nagato landing in front of him, staring at him coldly. Kakuzu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I was just kidding. Actually, I'm a... No, I'm a fan of the great Emperor of the Wandenreich. Yes, a fervent fan. I didn't say anything bad about His Majesty, right? I'm devout. Yhiko and Nagato exchanged a slight glance. It seemed that was really the case. Apart from shouting His Majesty's name a few times, he hadn't said anything about killing, fighting, or getting revenge. His initial excited shouts really did have the flavor of a fan. Too young. Kakuzu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes also revealing a look of envy, jealousy, and hate. To become stronger, he had transformed himself into a monster and had only stepped into the Kage level after decades of biding his time. These two people, even if they had started cultivating in their mother's womb, would have been at it for no more than a dozen years. The Wandenreich, they're all monsters. Chapter 59, bragging will get you killed. Nagato looked at Kakuzu carefully and said seriously. Although you are not a citizen of the Empire, His Majesty is your idol. Then you cannot call him by his name directly. You must at least use honorifics. Yes, my mistake. I will definitely revere Lord Lucian. Kakuzu cursed a few times in his heart, then coughed lightly. Can I go now? Otherwise, I will die. Yhwach looked at Kakuzu carefully, marveling. If it were anyone else, they would have died at least 4 times. This monster was still alive and kicking. So Yhwach threw out a chain and directly tied Kakuzu up. Kakuzu was stunned. What do you mean? You are a fan of His Majesty, after all. I will take you back to the Empire for treatment. Yhwach immediately dragged Kakuzu away, reminding him along the way. This is a spirit particle chain. If you escape, your body and soul will not be able to escape. If you struggle any further, you will definitely die. Kakuzu was furious. Playing bondage with him. Don't I have any face? Hiss, you bastard, slow down. Yhwach started to run wildly with Kakuzu, and Kakuzu's whole person was flying. Kakuzu would never forget this day. It was an utter humiliation. In the Imperial Laboratory. After failing twice more, Lucian fell into deep thought. What on earth was wrong? Was it because of the different rules of the different worlds? No, the Minos Grande had already appeared. The Hōgyoku also had that ability. But why couldn't he create an Aaronkar? Could it be that the hollows produced in this world could only evolve and could not become Shinigami? Orochimaru couldn't help but comfort him. Your Majesty, any great experiment requires repeated attempts. You will definitely succeed. Lucian nodded and carefully sensed every trace of the hollow's energy. Although he had lost more than 2,000 hollows, he had also created 3 lower-class Minos Grande. Even if they all exploded, their energy filled the spirit particle space. He had injected too much energy. The hollow's foundation was too poor. It seems I can only experiment with the soul of a powerhouse. As Lucian was thinking this, a report came. Your Majesty, are you here? I've brought you a fervent fan. A fervent fan? Which beautiful young lady? As Lucian was thinking this, he sensed the outside. Apart from Yhwach and Nagato, there was an evil spiritual pressure. It seemed to be influenced by the cultivation of some kind of evil art. It's very suitable. Bring him in. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as Yhwach and Nagato walked in, they briefly looked around the laboratory, then without looking further, they immediately dragged Kakuzu in. Your Majesty, his name is Kakuzu. He is very strong. Don't say that. I'm weak. The moment Kakuzu saw Lucian, he felt as if his soul was about to explode. That indescribable terror made it difficult for him to breathe. Too powerful. Was I crazy to think of fighting against such an existence? Kakuzu. Orochimaru muttered, his eyes surprised. The village hidden by a waterfall once sent an elite to assassinate the first Hokage. He fought with him and left alive, but was severely punished upon his return to the village and subsequently became a rogue ninja. If I'm not mistaken, your age is almost 70, right? What the hell? Yhwach and Nagato were stunned. This guy fought with the first Hokage. He's almost 70. Nagato looked over and shrugged, sorry, old man. I didn't know you were so old. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so ruthless. I think. Yhwach grinned, I'm sorry too. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have tied you up and run. His Majesty wants us to respect the old and love the young. Kakuzu. Do you look sorry at all? Don't bring up my humiliation again. Humph, this old man. For some reason, when his glorious past of fighting with the first Hokage was mentioned, Kakuzu's spine straightened, and he looked as if he was not afraid of death. This old man once fought with the god of shinobi for 9 days and 9 nights, until the sky was dark and the sun and moon were without light, and reshaped the map of the ninja world. If not for my old age, how could 2 brats have taken me down? Humph. Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. To hell with 9 days and 9 nights. If we fought seriously, if you lasted 9 seconds, I'd lose. Lucian didn't say anything. After sensing Kakuzu's soul, he raised his hand and a small Heilig file shot out. Boom. The last heart exploded directly. Cough, cough. Kakuzu stiffly lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his body, his eyes full of disbelief. Didn't I just brag a little? Was it necessary to be so ruthless? Arg, damn it. Kakuzu let out his last roar and fell powerlessly to the ground, his dim eyes full of unwillingness. Because of his earth grudge fear, he could extend his lifespan by constantly replacing his heart. He was even called the one who lives as long as heaven and earth. But accidents always come so suddenly. Kakuzu, I'll never brag again in my next life. Nagato and Yhiko's hearts also skipped a beat. They immediately said respectfully, Your Majesty, we're going on our mission. MHM. As the two left, Lucian grabbed Kakuzu's soul. Kakuzu, hiss, is he a demon king? He won't even let my soul go. Orochimaru said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. With Kakuzu's soul, you will definitely succeed. Perhaps. Lucian threw Kakuzu into the spirit particle space. Under the influence of the Hōgyoku, he turned into a hollow in the blink of an eye. There was a considerable difference from the hollows formed from the Iwagakure ninja. Although it was an ordinary hollow, it was even more evil. Hum. There was no need to waste the souls of those ordinary Iwagakure ninja. He directly let the hollow formed from Kakuzu devour the free-floating energy of the three lower-class Minos Grande. Roar. Kian. At this moment, Lucian's eyes lit up. Chapter 60, Arankar Kakuzu. With a sudden roar, the eyes of Lucian and Orochimaru lit up. The Kakuzu Minos Grande was much stronger than the previous three Minos Grande, after all, it had devoured three. Although it was far from a middle-class Minos Grande, this lower-class Minos Grande had some intelligence. This was extremely rare even in Hueco Mundo. Lower-class Minos Grande were beasts, those with intelligence were extremely rare. Good. You have given me enough surprises. Lucian increased the Hōgyoku's energy influence, accelerating the evolution of the Kakuzu Minos Grande. Quickly, Kakuzu's body could be seen shrinking. But its spiritual pressure became even stronger. Slowly, the monstrous body gradually took on a human form. Crack. The sound of the mask shattering was heard, revealing the face of an ordinary-looking uncle. He carried a sword on his body. It was shaped like a Zanpakuto, but it was sealed from the Arankar's spiritual core. However, there was a large hole in his body. Roar. The newly born Arankar let out a ferocious roar, its emotions extremely difficult to control. Calm down. Lucian's spiritual pressure swept out, instantly suppressing the Arankar to the ground. He carefully sensed its power, and Lucian was satisfied. Although it couldn't control its power and emotions, the experiment had been a success. An Arankar, a Shinigamified hollow, possessed basic abilities such as Sonido, movement, Hi-Ero, defense, Siro, energy attack, and Garganta, isolation. It also had an ability similar to a Zanpakuto, called a Resurrection. This ability, does it represent greed? This Arankar's ability represented greed, similar to the ability of the ninth Espada in the Shinigami anime, Arañero Araruri. But the difference in strength was great. After all, Arañero was one of the strongest Arankar, having devoured more than 30,000 hollows. The symbolic ability, devour and fuse. This sword. Holding the Arankar's sword, Lucian felt the energy. Since a ninja's soul could be influenced by the Hōgyoku to become a hollow, devour and evolve into a Minos Grande, and then become a Shinigami. Then why couldn't the Quincy Cross sword be influenced to become a Zanpakuto? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Lucian was looking forward to the ability of a Zanpakuto. Because he didn't want his sword to be too ordinary. I'm alive. The Arankar's confused eyes gradually cleared, and Kakuzu's consciousness reappeared. He was surprised to find that not only was he alive, but he also had a different kind of energy from chakra. Many skills subconsciously appeared in his mind, which he could use with practice. Seeing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, Are you Kakuzu now? If so, His Majesty is here. Kneel and submit. What a magical experiment. From a human soul to a monster, and then from a monster to a human form. And then a new power system. Every second made Orochimaru feel a sense of novelty. When Kakuzu looked up and saw Lucian, his body couldn't help but tremble. If he had felt that Lucian was extremely powerful before, then in his current Arankar form, he felt an absolute suffocation. That insurmountable, huge gap. Spiritual pressure. Yes, this word popped up. Lucian's spiritual pressure was far stronger than his. Greetings. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Wandenreich. At this, Kakuzu lowered his head. It seemed he also understood that the source of his power was all given by Lucian. The power system of the Wandenreich. But it seemed different from those two brats. Remember, you are an Arankar, a Shinigamified Minos Grande. Familiarize yourself with your power and the laws of the Empire. You are currently the only Arankar. For now, join the Holy Legion. Lucian finished speaking and left. He also realized once again that the Hōgyoku was different from the one in Shinigami. It seemed to have recorded all the power systems and abilities in Shinigami. Not only that, the Hōgyoku could continuously absorb and record new systems. For example, the chakra system. Any life form changed by the influence of the Hōgyoku would be controlled by Lucian. Simple. The Quincy were controlled by Oswalin in their ability and life. The Arankar were controlled by the Hōgyoku in their ability and life. He could strip them of their ability and life at any time. Only after Lucian left did Kakuzu take a deep breath. He felt his power, frowned slightly, and then relaxed. It seemed not bad. Orochimaru chuckled, "Congratulations on joining the Wandenreich. From now on, you will be far from death and pain." "If I could, humph." Kakuzu didn't say much. He really didn't want to join. The pressure Lucian gave him was too great, giving him a great lack of security. However, the pale-faced fellow in front of him, his eyes. "If it's convenient." Orochimaru licked his lips and then said with anticipation, "Can you let me examine your body?" "Don't worry, it'll be quick." The next moment, Orochimaru directly suppressed him with his spiritual pressure without another word. He pressed him onto the operating table. Rip, his clothes were torn. "Let go of me." "What are you doing?" "Ah. Yamit." As the various nations and villages were preparing congratulatory gifts for the establishment of the new sixth great nation. The gifts had to be prepared first before being delivered. During this time, apart from Tsunade who was waiting for Konan, Nagato and Yihiko had gone back. Kushina and Mikoto were rushing across the land of fire. The sea. Upon reaching the coastline of the land of fire, Mikoto Uchiha couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The endless sea once again made Mikoto feel the vastness of the outside world. The ninja world was too dangerous. Some people had never left their village in their entire lives, let alone their country. Is that the land of water? It's so close. Mikoto looked at the faintly visible island, then took out a map. When she saw the icon marked on the map, Mikoto glanced at Kushina and couldn't help but fall silent. The land of water was far away. What could be seen from the coastline was the land of whirlpools. The country that had been destroyed a few years ago. Chapter 61, The Kirigakure Squad. A few years ago, the militaristic factions of various countries began to rise, attempting to expand their national interests through military force. The tailed beasts were an unavoidable topic. But how to better seal and control the tailed beasts? The land of whirlpools had extremely powerful sealing jutsu. Before Konoha could react, it was besieged and destroyed by various countries. Since then, the Uzumaki clan had been displaced. Only a very small number of people had escaped and were living in anonymity. Like Nagato's family, like Karen's parents, and like Kushina, who had personally witnessed the destruction of her country. "Don't worry, Mikoto. I'm fine now." Seeing Mikoto's worried eyes, Kushina said with a light smile. But the moment she lowered her head, her eyes were filled with pain. The hatred of a fallen nation, the enmity of a destroyed clan. To have personally witnessed her clansmen being ruthlessly slaughtered, that kind of pain was indescribable and could never be forgotten. In the process of His Majesty uniting the ninja world, no matter who participated at that time, their country will be destroyed. Kushina thought to herself, then took a deep breath and recovered her cheerful personality. She raised her hand and shouted. "The endless sea is ahead. Let's go and explore. First, let's kill these pirates." Kushina raised her hand and condensed a huge arrow, which she shot directly at a nearby pirate ship. "To raise a pirate flag in front of me. You're courting death." Boom. A pirate ship carrying over 100 people was instantly blown to pieces. After the destruction of the land of whirlpools, this small area of the sea had also become a paradise for pirates. When the land of whirlpools was still around, no pirate dared to be so audacious here. Kushina snorted coldly, "Thieves, a bunch of bastards. So there are such things as pirates." Mikoto once again felt the chaos outside the great nations and then began to look for a boat. The land of water was too far away, after all. At the same time, on a boat of medium size a few nautical miles away from the two women, 4 people were startled. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Of the other 3, one was a boy of about 12 with ordinary looks. One was about 10 years old, with a shark-like face. The last one, a girl of the same age, had reddish-brown hair crossed in a bun, and her green eyes were wide open. Her face was delicate, making one can't help but sigh that she would definitely be a great beauty in the future. The little girl said in a crisp voice, "Sensei, the Redbeard pirates have been wiped out. What about our mission?" As she spoke, the little girl's mouth was pouted, and she was a little unhappy. It was extremely rare to receive a B-rank mission just a few months after graduation. If not for the little girl's own strong talent, and the fact that her 2 temporary teammates were not bad, this kind of mission would not have been given to these genin. A B-rank mission was a mission that might involve fighting with ninja, which was much stronger than the D-rank missions of cleaning up garbage. The Redbeard pirates, as one of the pirate overlords in the sea between the land of water and the land of fire, had committed all kinds of evil, burning, killing, and looting. What made many people unhappy was that the Redbeard pirates and the other 3 pirate groups called themselves the Emperors of the Sea. Together, they were called the 4 Emperors. This had angered people, especially the merchant caravans, who had jointly funded a mission to the village hidden in the mist to eliminate the pirates. The other 3 Emperors were in other sea areas, and each was being dealt with by a Kirigakure squad. That ninjutsu just now. The Jonin leader, Kakato, pondered, our mission was to annihilate the Redbeard pirates, which was formed by an ordinary Jonin who had gathered some riffraff. Since they have been wiped out, our mission is also complete. Hearing this, the little girl put her hands on her hips and said fiercely, is that the mission I want? What I want is a fight. Are we going to go back to the village and do missions like cleaning up garbage and finding puppies? So fierce. Fiercely cute. One teammate shivered, afraid of being beaten. The other shark-faced kid grinned. This little girl was a famous genius in the village hidden in the mist. Her family was also not small. She was a child of heaven. This team was only temporarily formed. Kakato couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, then what do you want to do? Remember the laws of a Kirigakure ninja. The mission is the priority. We can't stir up trouble for no reason and bring unnecessary trouble to the village. The little girl hummed, set sail. Question mark. They are obviously looking for a boat. The place they are going to by sea is very likely the land of water. And they are so strong. They are an unsafe factor. As a Kirigakure ninja, I have an obligation to investigate external hidden dangers for the safety of the land of water. That makes a lot of sense. Kakato had originally been against it. But the 3rd Mizukage had ordered that any suspicious person must be reported. The premise was that a little investigation had to be done first. Otherwise, it would be too chaotic. So Kakato said, in that case, then change your clothes, and be ready for battle at any time. Yes, sensei. A moment later. As Kushina and Mikoto were looking for a boat that could accommodate 10 people sailed over. When the 2 women looked over, they saw a delicate and cute little girl standing by the side of the boat, shouting sweetly. You 2 beautiful big sisters, do you need a boat? If it's on the way, I can ask my uncle to give you a ride. Wow, kawaii. The moment they saw the little girl, Kushina's and Mikoto's eyes lit up. What a cute girl. But the 2 women exchanged a slight glance. Even if the little girl was dressed like a rich man's daughter and her words and actions were innocent. But her spiritual pressure was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Especially on the boat, there was a spiritual pressure comparable to an elite jonin. It was obviously a ninja in disguise. But none of this was important. To avoid trouble when crossing the land of fire, hadn't they also taken off their Quincy uniforms and changed into casual clothes? Cute little sister, I want to go to the land of water. Is it convenient? Hearing Kushina's words, the little girl said in surprise, huh? What a coincidence. I'm going to the land of water in a while too. Let's go together. Okay, then let's go. P.S. In the 60th year of Konoha, Kisame was 29 years old. 2 or 3 years later, during the 4th Shinobi World War, Mei Terumi was 31 years old, so they were the same age. In this novel, the ages of the 2 have been increased by a few years for the sake of the plot. Please don't mind. Chapter 62, Mei Terumi, Kisame. Swish. Kushina and Mikoto made no attempt to hide their strength, leaping onto the boat in a single step. Hiss. The 4 of them's pupils contracted. Such speed, and without any hand seals. Especially Kakato. His heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. He had been too far away before to see clearly. But now he could see that either one of them was strong. Kushina chuckled, thanks. The little girl was startled, then revealed an innocent and cute smile. You 2 beautiful big sisters, you must be ninja. I've seen many jonin in the land of water, but none of them are as fast or as good looking as you. Hee hee, the jonin you've seen. I can kill 100 of them. Kushina squatted down and pinched the little girl's pretty face, saying extremely terrifying words with a brilliant smile. Gulp. For a moment, the little girl's smile froze. The other 2 youths couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Such confident words. Kakato's whole body tensed up. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was a huge trouble. All right, don't scare the child. Mikoto Uchiha revealed a gentle smile, which made the little girl relax a lot. She then heard Mikoto ask, little sister, what's your name? Teru. The little girl who was about to say her name paused for a moment. She considered whether to hide it, then gave up and said sweetly. Beautiful big sister, my name is Mei Terumi. Kushina blinked. Mei. No, my surname is Terumi. What's your name, big sister? The village hidden in the mist's information is sealed. They probably don't know about my family, right? Mei Terumi thought to herself. Kushina chuckled. I'm Kushina Uzumaki, and this is Mikoto Uchiha. 2 of the group of 8, people from the Wandenreich. Before the 4 of them could react, Kushina said directly, to be out on a mission at this age, you must be a little genius from the village hidden in the mist. And you, Jonin uncle, don't be so nervous, okay? Mei Terumi and the others were shocked. They quickly pulled away, their hearts on high alert. You see, between ninja, after taking off their headbands and disguising themselves, unless one side was much stronger or had sensory abilities, it was difficult to judge whether the other side was a ninja before they made a move. Let alone clearly judging their strength level. If everyone could see it, then they wouldn't be called ninja. With this posture, are you sure you want to fight? Kushina flexed her wrists. Before the 4 of them could react, Kushina instantly disappeared from her spot. Go and cool off in the sea. Thud. Thud. Like a red flash of light, 2 figures were instantly sent flying. When Mei Terumi came to her senses, Kushina had returned to her original position. Kakato and the other youth had been sent flying over 100 meters and had fallen directly into the sea. Why didn't you attack me? Did my appearance arouse your interest? The shark-faced kid was full of curiosity. His name was Kisame Hashigaki. Damn it. Is the Wandenreich going to invade the village hidden in the mist? The young Mei Terumi was filled with gravity. She exchanged a look with Kisame and immediately attacked. To Kushina's and Mikoto's surprise, Kisame quickly formed hand seals. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. A large amount of thick fog was exhaled by Kisame, and in the blink of an eye, their vision was blurred. 2 figures moved quickly in the thick fog, pulling away. Water style, water trumpet. A C-rank water style jutsu. Mei Terumi spat out a stream of water like a small waterfall from her mouth. It swept directly towards the 2 women. These 2 children are geniuses. Kushina and Mikoto exchanged a look and found a pleasant surprise. Although the Sannin had graduated at the age of 6, apart from Orochimaru and Tsunade, the newly graduated Jiraiya was of average talent, and the last-place student didn't even know any offensive ninjutsu. The 2 children in front of them were calmly releasing ninjutsu and even had the guts to attack them. With this kind of courage, they would definitely not be simple when they grew up. However. Alright, continue. Hearing the voice, Mei Terumi stared with wide eyes at the thick fog that had been blown away, and the 2 beautiful women who had appeared beside her at some point. She was stunned for a moment. Clang. Since ninjutsu attacks were useless, Mei Terumi directly threw 2 kunai as a feint. Then she drew a short sword and slashed without the slightest pause. The kunai were directly deflected. Mikoto raised her hand and grabbed her wrist. Kushina also kicked the attacking Kisame into the deck. You won't give up. You're the bravest girl I've ever seen. Too strong. Mei Terumi bit her lip. But even with her wrist caught, she still jumped up and kicked, only to have her foot caught by Mikoto again. A whoa. Then, to the 2 women's surprise, Mei Terumi still didn't give up. She opened her mouth and bit down hard. She would never let go of any chance to counterattack. The 2 women were stunned. Was this a Kirigakure ninja? Using all means necessary. Alright, you're really persistent. Kushina threw out a spirit particle chain and tied her up. But Mei Terumi struggled on the ground. Don't even think about getting any information about the village hidden in the mist from me. Kisame, run. Ha, you're right. I really can't leak any information. Kisame, who knew he couldn't escape from 2 such powerful people, made a move that even stunned Mei Terumi. He took out a kunai and threw it with extreme sharpness. This direction, this angle, my head. Mei Terumi's eyes widened. Was Kisame trying to kill her? Although they were a temporary team, this was too. Bang. Kushina deflected the kunai and frowned slightly. What are you doing? I might not be able to withstand the interrogation and leak information. A dead person is the safest. Kisame spoke with extreme seriousness and made an even crazier move. I have no experience. I might not be able to withstand the interrogation either. Since I can't escape. Puchi. To avoid leaking information, Kisame directly stabbed a kunai into his heart. He then bit off his tongue without the slightest hesitation, not even frowning. Thud. Kisame fell into a pool of his own blood with a smile on his face. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. Mei Terumi's gaze was vacant. Kushina's and Mikoto's hearts were also greatly shaken. This is a ninja. Chapter 63, Mikoto captures the 3 tails. How could this be? Mei Terumi was stunned, her psychological defenses shattered. Her first mission outside the village had taught her an extremely cruel lesson. People always need to grow. You can't die too. Seeing that Mei Terumi was also about to bite her tongue and commit suicide, Kushina immediately knocked her unconscious. Looking at the two children, one dead and one unconscious, Mikoto let out a deep breath. One fought with all his might to win, and the other committed suicide on the spot to avoid leaking information. A true ninja. His Majesty should like them. So, let's pack them up and take them away. Kushina's eyes darted about. She picked up Mei Terumi. Then, with her other hand, she grabbed into the void and directly pulled Kisame's soul into her hand. Kisame's soul, what? I died for nothing. Excuse me, can a soul commit suicide? Kisame was filled with helplessness. The next moment, Kushina returned to the shore. Spirit particle space. Kushina opened 2 spirit particle spaces in a row, throwing Kisame's soul and the unconscious Mei Terumi into one each. Done. Mikoto, wait for me to finish the mission before we take them away. But, can you sail a boat? Evening. From the boat, they could see the outlines of large and small islands ahead. This was the island nation, the land of water. The village hidden in the mist was deep within one of the islands. Are you a devil? The young Mei Terumi's voice was filled with unwillingness. She didn't know what had happened to her sensei and the other teammate. They might have fainted and died in the sea. But when she woke up, Kushina had directly pulled out her soul. Then she and Kisame's soul were staring at each other. See. Even if you die, you can't escape. Just sail the boat obediently. After her soul was stuffed back into her body, Mei Terumi's mind was a mess. She didn't even know that she had sailed the boat to the land of water. The facts made her understand that she could never go back. Perhaps she would be killed after she was used, or perhaps she would be directly tied up and taken back to the Wandenreich. The people of the Wandenreich are all devils. They can even play with souls at will. With her small body, how could she resist? Suicide would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. You two female devils. You're so beautiful for nothing. Mei Terumi gradually came to her senses. Since it was like this anyway, what was there to be afraid of? So, Mei Terumi glared fiercely at Kushina and Mikoto. Kushina smiled happily. I like the way you look like you want to hit me but can't. It's so cute. Arg, you female devil. I'm irreconcilable with you. Mei Terumi secretly swore that one day, she would make Kushina cry and shout. Big sister Mei Terumi, I was wrong. Your stubborn expression is so cute. I look forward to seeing you when you grow up. Kushina ruffled Mei Terumi's hair into a mess, her face full of smiles. Soon. When I finish my mission, I'll take you to see His Majesty. Then, we might be a family. His Majesty. The Demon King Lucian. Mei Terumi couldn't help but shiver. Even his subordinates are monsters. Then isn't the great Demon King Lucian a monster among monsters? I'm so cute, will I be eaten? Boo-hoo, I don't want to be eaten. The fierce little sister Mei Terumi, upon hearing the name of the great Demon King Lucian, immediately became aggrieved and pitiful, and her whole person wilted. That island. It's there. Mikoto sensed it and suddenly pointed in 2 directions. She had seen the tailed beast's spiritual pressure a few times. The spiritual pressure of the 3 tails and the 6 tails was as dazzling as the bright moon at night in her eyes. It couldn't be hidden at all. The 3 tails is yours, the 6 tails is mine. Let's make it quick. Hearing Kushina's words, Mei Terumi's eyes widened. So that was their purpose. But before she could say anything, she was grabbed by Kushina and landed on the shore. Mei Terumi couldn't help but be anxious. Hey, that's a tailed beast. Kushina said confidently, are you worried about me? Don't worry, it's no problem. I'm not worried about you. I'm afraid. Before Mei Terumi could finish, she was thrown into a spirit particle space. I'll be back soon. Go on in. After throwing Mei Terumi into the spirit particle space, Kushina and Mikoto also disappeared. If something happens, how am I supposed to get out? No, I hope the tailed beast is okay. I'm not important. Mei Terumi couldn't help but mutter in distress. She couldn't understand this different space at all and could only curl up in a corner. On an island near the village hidden in the mist. There was a deep lake here, and the 3 tails had always lived at the bottom of the lake. In the original timeline, the 3 tails was first sealed in Rin's body, and then implanted in the 4th Mizuki's body. After Yagura's death, it returned to the bottom of the lake, and was finally seriously injured and captured by Deidara and Tobi. At this moment, Rin had not even been born. The 3 tails had at least a dozen years of happy times. TSK, the bottom of the lake is so comfortable. The 3 tails, Isabu, was happily swimming at the bottom of the lake. Even a powerful old fox like the 9 tails was sealed. Its mood was extremely good. It was smart and never caused trouble. It was free. Olalala, olalala, oola, oola. The huge, spiky, three-tailed Isabu happily sang a song. Suddenly, it felt a sense of crisis. When it looked up, it saw a huge arrow tearing through the surface of the lake and shooting straight at it. Look out. With the three tails Isabu's huge body, it was difficult to dodge. It could only wrap itself in its huge shell on its back as quickly as possible. Boom. A huge explosion occurred at the bottom of the lake, directly blowing up the surface of the lake as well. Roar. A furious roar came from the bottom of the lake, mixed with a bit of pain. Mikoto Uchiha quietly looked at the surface of the lake. She looked like an extremely gentle and beautiful woman. No one could imagine her capturing a tailed beast. The three tails was rapidly swimming up from the bottom of the lake. At the same time, Mikoto's fingertips were condensing spirit particles. Attachment, the compulsory. The use of the compulsory was not just waiting for other solids to approach before she could control them. Mikoto could completely use the transferability of her ability to attach the compulsory to the Heilig file, treating it as a controllable solid, and then making it touch other solids to control them. Roar. The three tails Isabu burst out of the lake. Its huge body carried a great sense of pressure, especially the anger in its eyes. It was living well at the bottom of the lake, and someone had provoked it. They were courting death. Swoosh. A small Heilig file shot out like a laser. Its huge body immediately became a living target, and a small hole was blasted into its body. You damn human, you've angered me. The three tails Isabu roared, and a huge tailed beast bomb began to condense in its mouth. The stronger the tailed beast bomb, the slower it condensed. In Mikoto's eyes, it was extremely slow. Sorry, you have no chance. Chapter 64, Kushina successfully captures the six tails. The compulsory. Due to the transferability of her ability, the moment the small Heilig file hit the three tails, its body shape and trajectory were in Mikoto's hands. Mikoto Uchiha raised her hand slightly and manipulated the shape of the three tails' mouth. Roar. The three tails' mouth began to twist, and it let out a painful roar. Damn it. Is this a Mangekyo ability? The three tails caught a glimpse of Mikoto's blood-red pupils, which were spinning like a pinwheel. But Mikoto was not using it, she was just using her dynamic vision to observe. Shadow stroke. The three tails, Isabu, decisively gave up on the tailed beast bomb, curled up its whole body, and wrapped itself in the huge, thick shell on its back. It rolled forward quickly like a wheel. Like a human bullet tank, it attempted to use its huge size and weight to crush Mikoto. Stop. Mikoto controlled its trajectory and directly stopped the three tails in its tracks. Damn it. This damn ability. The three tails, Isabu, felt a wave of powerlessness. It shouldn't have swum to the bottom of the lake. That was a mistake. It's over. Mikoto mobilized all her spiritual power and clenched her fist hard. Along with a huge roar, the massive body of the three tails twisted like a pretzel. The immense pain made its consciousness gradually collapse. As the three tails' body was completely twisted, it was seriously injured and fainted on the spot. The three tails, capture complete. Mikoto's side was extremely smooth. But Kushina's side was in trouble. The place where the three tails lived was a little far from the village hidden in the mist, and few people went there. But the six tails Jinchuriki was a high-ranking official in the village hidden in the mist, and there were ninja everywhere around him. The current six tails Jinchuriki was not the future Utakata, he had not been born yet. As the village's top combat power, especially in a tense situation in the ninja world, he often went to the Mizuki's office to attend meetings. At this moment, the six tails Jinchuriki was in the Mizuki's office. Is the village hidden in the mist that strong? Kushina, hiding in a corner outside the Mizuki's building, sensed all the spiritual pressures in the office. It was basically a grand gathering of the top powerhouses of the village hidden in the mist. Charge in. No way. Although Kushina was confident that she would not be in any life-threatening danger even if she was surrounded, it would consume too much time and various accidents could occur. I can only wait. I hope I don't have to wait too long. Kushina then entered the Shatten Breach and adjusted her combat state. She had to take him down as quickly as possible. Half an hour, an hour. When Mikoto returned to the shore and brought Mei Terumi back to the boat, Kushina suddenly opened her eyes. He's finally out. Sensing the spiritual pressure of the six tails Jinchuriki, he was leaving the Mizuki's building and laughing with a few high-ranking officials. Before long, he was walking home alone. A good opportunity. Volständig. Kushina directly released all her strength in the Shatten Breach. Spiritual particle wings appeared on her back, and the spiritual pressure on her body uncontrollably spread to the surroundings. The casually woven Shatten Breach was instantly shattered. Boom. The moment Kushina appeared, the powerful spiritual pressure on her body instantly made countless people around her's breath stagnate, as if a great mountain was pressing down on their souls. Those high-ranking officials who had just left the building, and the third Mizukage in the office, were suddenly shocked. Look out. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki, who was closest, reacted the fastest. But just as he turned around, he was met with Kushina's spiritual pressure. Kushina gathered her spiritual pressure into one point and fiercely pressed down on the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. The powerful soul pressure directly made the Six-Tails Jinchuriki's body freeze. A single moment was enough. Spirit particle explode. The moment the Six-Tails Jinchuriki was frozen, a huge spirit particle sphere shot out from the tips of Kushina's wings, rushing over like a laser cannon. Boom. The huge light bullet covered the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. A huge explosion was heard throughout the entire village hidden in the mist, alarming all the ninja. She hadn't given the Six-Tails Jinchuriki any chance to counterattack or dodge. He had fallen directly into a pool of his own blood in the explosion. If Kushina hadn't greatly reduced the energy in the light bullet, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, who hadn't had time to release the tailed beast's chakra, would have been instantly turned to ashes. But even so, he was riddled with holes, and there was not a single intact place on his body. Done. Kushina swooped into the explosion area and grabbed the dying Six-Tails Jinchuriki. She shot into the sky and disappeared from the village hidden in the mist as a stream of light. The process was too short. By the time Kushina flew away, the third Mizukage had just used a body flicker to arrive. He could only watch from a distance as a point of light disappeared on the horizon. What happened? The third Mizukage was stunned as he looked at the ruins all over the ground. Did someone throw a bunch of explosive tags and run away? A few Kirigakure ninja who had seen it clearly from a distance quickly ran over and said, Lord Mizukage, Lord Kishimoto was taken away by a woman. The explosion just now was her attack. The third Mizukage quickly grabbed the Kirigakure ninja. Who? Did you see the person clearly? Beautiful, she has beautiful red long hair and a pair of fluorescent wings on her back. The Kirigakure ninja couldn't help but mutter, like a goddess descending from the sky. Seeing the infatuated look in the Kirigakure ninja's eyes, the third Mizukage kicked him. Damn it. No matter where you run, Elder Yun, lead a team and chase after them. Men, seal off the village hidden in the mist, and seal all the boats and exits of the land of water's coast. After the third Mizukage gave the order, he quickly asked a few Kirigakure ninja, and the answers he got were all the same. Beautiful, tall, young, red long hair. Suddenly appeared, had wings and could fly, attacked with light bullets, no hand seals, wearing white casual clothes. The more he heard, the more something felt wrong. It all happened too fast. The third Mizukage's brows were tightly furrowed, and his heart gradually sank. Are you sure she was only wearing white casual clothes? Yes, Lord Mizukage. It was a common style of clothing. Hearing the Kirigakure ninja say so, the third Mizukage and an elder exchanged a look, and they both saw the gravity and anger in each other's eyes. Apart from the clothes being different from the intelligence, everything else was basically the same as Kushina Uzumaki from the group of 8. Capturing a Jinchuriki. What on earth was the Wandenreich trying to do? I have shown enough respect to Lucian. I even sent an elite to lead a team to send a congratulatory gift. They are on their way. But what about him? The third Mizukage clenched his fists, his body exuding a coldness and anger that warned people to stay away. He's treating my village hidden in the mist as a piece of mud. To be kneaded at will. Although the third Mizukage was extremely angry, he had no way to deal with the Wandenreich. Geography dictated that the village hidden in the mist could not go deep into the mainland. The Wandenreich was in the center of the mainland. If the Kirigakure ninja were to go, they would either have to cross the land of fire, or go through the land of iron and cross 4 or 5 small countries, or go through the land of lightning. But no matter which one, as long as a large army advanced, it would definitely attract the attention of the various forces on the mainland, and even cause great suspicion and various accidents. They might even end up fighting with other countries before they even reach the Wandenreich. Send an elite squad to assassinate Lucian. Dream on. Too many people wouldn't work, and too few people wouldn't work either. The third Mizukage's anger had nowhere to be vented. He could only roar in unwillingness on the spot. Men, go and send a message to the gift-bearers and tell them to come back. No. The third Mizukage quickly vetoed it, and then his expression changed again and again. Inform the gift-bearers to ask Lucian what on earth he wants to do. If he doesn't return the Jinchuriki, then wait for war. My village hidden in the mist will not tolerate this kind of grievance. Everyone looked at each other. Wouldn't those gift-bearers be dead for sure? An elder's brow furrowed even deeper. From this, if it's not a personal grudge, then the Wandenreich's goal is the tailed beasts. But my village hidden in the mist has. Oh no. The third Mizukage's expression changed drastically. The 6 tails had been captured. Would they let the three tails go? Quick, no, I'll go and see for myself. After the third Mizukage went to that lake and saw the mess on the ground, he immediately felt that something was wrong. A moment later, a heart-wrenching roar was heard. Arg. Damn it. Lucian, you just wait. Chapter 65, Your Majesty, the various nations and villages have come to offer congratulations. One step slow, every step slow. After Kushina brought the six-tails Jinchuriki back to the boat, she immediately set sail and left. Even if the village hidden in the mist had completely sealed off the area, even if there were faster boats, even if there were ninja running wildly on the sea in pursuit, they had completely lost their chance. Dare to get close, and you'll be blown to death. Kushina and Mikoto's first mission outside the village was a complete success. Not only two-tailed beasts, but also two little geniuses. The harvest was full. At the same time, within the Wandenreich, Lucian didn't know how the two beautiful women's mission had turned out. He had always only looked at the results. A Zanpakuto. After understanding Kakuzu's sword, Lucian took out his Quincy Cross sword and studied it. He had been using the Hōgyoku to influence it, and gradually, the Quincy Cross sword had gained some of the characteristics of an Asachi. Not only that, but it seemed to have developed a special spirituality. Lucian flicked the cross sword. Hum. The blade let out a cheerful hum, like a mischievous little girl. This surprised Lucian. It was finally no longer a dead sword. Even if it couldn't awaken a unique ability, its power had been multiplied. Yhwach was too young. He had only been slaughtered after more than 1,000 years. Young people simply don't understand the charm of a Zanpakuto. Lucian thought to himself, stroking the cross sword. Hōgyoku's influence. Living and sleeping together. Accumulated training. Injecting the essence of the soul. Communicating and conversing, Shirkai and Bankai. At that moment, Lucian suddenly glanced into the distance. Lucian's red pupils, in the blink of an eye, became multiple pupils. The Almighty, activated. Lucian saw it. He saw a man full of domineering aura, who was doing his best to recover to his peak state. He would arrive at the Wandenreich tomorrow afternoon. An invitation to dance together. Are you finally coming? I've been waiting for a long time. Uchiha Madara. In the empty and magnificent Great Hall, Lucian's whisper was heard. HM. In a quiet and dark cave, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something and also glanced in the direction of the Wandenreich. If Danzo or Sarutobi were here at this moment, they would definitely recognize him. The white-haired Uchiha Madara now had half black hair and half white hair. He had recovered from an old man on the verge of death to the appearance of a man in his 40s. One could vaguely see the handsomeness of his youth, and that completely unrestrained domineering aura. And, the speed at which he was drawing life force and chakra from the ghetto statue was even faster. In the blink of an eye, a lot of his hair had turned black, and the wrinkles on his face had lessened. It was a little faster than expected. As if he were undergoing a sublime transformation. Lucian. That unpleasant feeling again. Could it be that he has seen the future? From the moment Lucian had black and white Zetsu inform him, Uchiha Madara had been inexplicably suppressed. He had hidden so deeply, yet Lucian had exposed him with a single sentence. Then what was the meaning of everything he had done? He and Hashirama were two extremes. That idiot would only get angry when his brain was short-circuited. Lucian, on the other hand, seemed to know everything, which made him feel uneasy all over. Especially just now, he seemed to have the illusion of being spied on. It was as if Lucian was standing in front of him, sizing him up, quietly watching him recover, without any intention of interfering, just waiting for him to return to his peak. Waiting for him to dance. What arrogance! For a moment, Madara once again accelerated his absorption speed. Hashirama. That best friend, the enemy of his life, once again appeared in Madara's mind. Soon, we will meet again soon. In this battle, whether he won or lost, by relying on plundering the ghetto statue's life force, he would not be able to continue to live. And whether he won or lost, he had arranged everything. He was just waiting for a battle, a hearty battle. A few dozen li away from the village hidden by a waterfall. A great battle had come to an end. There were ruins everywhere. In the center of the ruins, a giant beetle with 6 wings and 1 tail was groaning weakly. Quickly, the 7 tails disappeared. Only one Jinchuriki was left collapsed on the ground. Yahiko also let out a breath, finally got him. The most troublesome tailed beast, right? Probably. Nagato couldn't help but nod in agreement. The most troublesome, but not the strongest. The 7 tails could fly freely in the air. The scales it spat from its mouth could take away the opponent's vision. It was good at surprise attacks and was fast. With its extremely high speed and flying ability, if the 7 tails were to run, there were really not many people who could catch it. It wasn't like the other tailed beasts, which were huge living targets in Nagato's eyes. A few shots of the penetrator and it was done. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki was not eager to fight, which made the two of them chase for a long time. Conan hasn't set off yet, right? My mission location is the closest. Yhiko looked at the dark sky and couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. I've been chasing for so long. Big sister Kushina might have already reached the land of water. Nagato nodded deeply. Let's go back to the country quickly, or else. Thinking of this, Nagato and Yhiko were quite anxious. If they were the closest to the mission location but returned later than Kushina and the other two, that big sister would probably put her hands on her hips and laugh out loud, smugly. The ninja from the village hidden by a waterfall are chasing. Don't worry about them. It's important to go back. As the two teams were returning to the country, the sky in the Wandenreich was gradually brightening. The citizens of the empire began a day full of motivation. Since the establishment of the empire, the weather-controlling white cloud created by Lucian had brought favorable weather to the empire. But there was one thing the citizens didn't know. The weather was fine and the sky was clear. This situation also surprised the people of the empire. No one liked those wet days. It was too annoying. Look, even the heavens are making way for His Majesty. His Majesty is too great. The people had found another reason to admire His Majesty, the Emperor of the Wandenreich. Early in the morning, Conan came to pay her respects. Looking at the even more beautiful and a bit more mature Conan, Lucian said with concern, "It was my negligence. You should have rested for a few more days. It is my honor to share your Majesty's worries." Conan's gentle eyes were filled with determination. To become His Majesty's woman did not mean that she had to live in the palace every day. What she had to do was to contribute to Lucian's ambition, until death. Perhaps after the ninja world was unified, she would become a concubine and accompany His Majesty. Then, set off. Be careful on the way. Lucian didn't say much more. The world of the strong didn't need to be wordy. As Conan and Tsunade left, Lucian sat quietly on the throne, closing his eyes in thought. A moment later, Orochimaru arrived. Your Majesty, many countries and villages have sent people outside the city. They have all come to offer congratulations for the empire. Please give your instructions. Congratulations. To gather intelligence, more like. The ninja world would not talk about human feelings and worldly wisdom. Lucian understood this, but he didn't care. The congratulations from the various countries and villages were also a manifestation of strength. Not only could it establish the status of the Wandenreich in the ninja world, but it could also more quickly appease the small number of undecided people. Lucian's ambition was great, but he was not blind. The empire was not yet stable, and there were only a few talents. Even if he took over the ninja world, he would not be able to manage it. Most importantly, the process of conquest was what Lucian enjoyed. If it was too fast, there would be no sense of accomplishment. If the process was too fast, it would be like a wedding night. No one would be happy. Lucian said plainly, congratulations are fine, but they must abide by the rules of the empire. Those who violate them will die. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing that Lucian had no intention of going to greet them, Orochimaru did not feel that there was anything wrong. A few congratulatory gifts, at most from some high-ranking officials of a certain country or elders of a certain village. Even if a daimyo or a kage came, they were not worthy of being personally greeted by His Majesty. Chapter 66, I, Kakuzu, the domineering finance minister. After Orochimaru passed down Lucian's orders, Jiraiya took people to supervise, to prevent any troublemakers from causing trouble. Kakuzu was even more excited and volunteered to receive the congratulatory gifts. Why are you so excited? Jiraiya was quite speechless. Was this so-called 70-year-old man's brain short-circuiting? He was so excited that he was trembling all over. Kakuzu immediately glared, young man, do you know what a congratulatory gift is? When Konoha was first established, all the countries sent people with congratulatory gifts. Regardless of their purpose, in short, Konoha made a lot of money. Money. Bills. That's life. Do you understand? I understand. But I don't understand why you're so excited. To have his eyes turn red at the sight of money, Jiraiya was extremely contemptuous and couldn't understand at all. However, Jiraiya was quite curious. His Majesty has put the financial power in your hands. Are you sure you can manage it well? As an Arrancar, since Kakuzu was the only one, he was temporarily listed in the Sternritter. But the empire was in short supply of talents in all aspects. It wasn't enough to just be able to fight. Kakuzu was almost 70 years old, after all. He knew a little about everything, and he was especially particular about money. So Lucian had temporarily handed over the empire's finances to Kakuzu to manage. Hearing Jiraiya's doubts, Kakuzu's hair stood on end, and his body was full of killing intent. Brat, let me tell you, you can question my character, but you can't question my loyalty to His Majesty and my piety towards money. With the money in my hands, there will be no accidents. Whoever dared to embezzle or squander the Empire's money, even a single cent, Kakuzu would dare to fight to the death. Ever since Lucian had temporarily handed over the financial power to Kakuzu, for some reason, Kakuzu had cried. He had cried for a whole night, a heart-wrenching cry. And in one night, he had become a loyal follower of Lucian, as if he had become decades younger and was full of motivation, fighting for the Empire's economic development with all his heart. Don't get excited. I won't say it, okay? Seeing Kakuzu's murderous look, Jiraiya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really couldn't talk about money with this old man. Humph. Kakuzu snorted coldly, then swaggered towards the city gate. The Silburn was a huge city, after all. The city walls, which were dozens of meters high, stunned all the people from other countries outside the city. The land of rain, no, the Wandenreich. Many people had arrived early. The people from the other great nations who were a few steps late were speechless when they saw the magnificent city walls. The city walls were not high. But they were too magnificent, as if they were not a product of this era. Especially the gate, which was dozens of meters wide. Through it, one could see the continuous stretch of magnificent buildings inside, and in the distance, one could vaguely see the tallest building. It shattered all their imaginations. Even outside the city, the majesty and solemnity that permeated the air made many people from other countries feel constrained. You idiot. You fool. This city is too cool. Oh yeah. The young Killer Bee's sunglasses even fell off, and he couldn't help but exclaim. But no one paid him any mind, they were all attracted by the magnificence of the Silburn. How much manpower and material resources would it take? How on earth did they do it? The fourth A took a deep breath, full of disbelief. This was the poor former land of rain. Even the village hidden in the sand, which was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat, was not interested in it at all. This showed just how desolate the land of rain was. Lucian had only been here for a few days, and such a majestic city had appeared. Could it be true, as the spies said, that Lucian had finished the transformation with a wave of his hand? It was like a myth, unacceptable. As Lucian had said, in any era, a magnificent city was itself a manifestation of a country's strength. If a country didn't even have a decent city, then it was a weak country. What a miracle. As many people sighed with emotion, their hearts were extremely suppressed. Just being outside the city had shattered the so-called pride of a great nation in the hearts of countless people. This city, if it's discovered, it will be hard to escape. Tsukumo Hatake was hiding among the Konoha and Land of Fire teams. His hair was dyed black, he wore a mask, his headband was pulled down to cover his left eye, he wore a Chunin uniform, and he had changed to an ordinary long sword, doing his best to hide his chakra. Such a huge city, if there was no powerful barrier or the like to protect it, he simply wouldn't believe it. This directly shattered the idea of sneaking into the country. At that moment, Kakuzu arrived the fastest. He even moved a huge table and placed it on the ground, shouting excitedly. Welcome, everyone, to the Wandenreich, the Silburn. I am Kakuzu, the Deputy Minister of Finance of the Wandenreich. Please call me Minister Kakuzu, Mr. Kakuzu, His Excellency Kakuzu, Lord Kakuzu, or even Grandpa Kakuzu. Looking at the huge table, everyone was puzzled. Some people's hearts shook when they heard Kakuzu's name. That man who had once fought with the god of shinobi. A true old immortal. Although Kakuzu was an Arankar formed from a soul, he was a little different. His condensed body could be seen by ordinary people. All right, line up. As Kakuzu directed, he sat down, took out a pen and paper, and said seriously with a full voice. Since it's a congratulatory gift, it can't be casual. Otherwise, it's an insult to my empire. Small countries and small villages with congratulatory gifts of less than 10 million ryo, leave the gift and the person can leave. Large countries and large villages with congratulatory gifts of less than 100 million ryo, leave the gift, and the person can get the hell out immediately. What the hell? Is there such an operation? Many people were dumbfounded and glared. Even the people from the large countries and large villages found it hard to accept. Isn't the Wandenreich too domineering? We're here to offer congratulations and gather intelligence. We're guests, not subjects. What a talent. In the Great Hall, Lucian clearly saw this scene and didn't care. Anyway, he had told Kakuzu that the empire had no money. Since there was no money, then it was reasonable to do so, right? What? You didn't hear me or you're not willing. Seeing that no one was moving, Kakuzu's face immediately darkened. He was willing to fight for the rise of the empire's economy, but the key was that the empire had no money. Weren't congratulatory gifts just sending money? If you don't give it, then either get lost or die. Kakuzu deeply felt the feeling of having a backer, full of security. He said in a powerful voice. Let me tell you, don't think I don't know what you're doing. Aren't you just trying to gather intelligence? If your congratulatory gift is not enough and you don't leave, you can write me an IOU to enter the city. The Empire will come to collect the debt. Ruthless. Since he had said so, everyone could only accept it. It was impossible to get angry. Who knew if the great demon King Lucian was watching from somewhere? TCH, a bunch of trash. At that moment, a fat man with a Kirigakure headband, long orange hair, sharp teeth, and a large sword on his back sneered and led his men towards the table. As he walked, he looked at the others with disdain, a cold smile on his face. The so-called land countries. You want to gather intelligence but are not willing to spend more money. You're so scared. I'm embarrassed for you. Who is this fatso? Everyone stared at the fat man. The fat man waved his hand to signal his men to put the congratulatory gift on the table and said very shamelessly. The congratulatory gift from the village hidden in the mist is worth about 40 million Rio. Give me an IOU for another 60 million Rio. Don't worry, I am Hōgyoku Suikeisen. My character is guaranteed. Everyone booed. Isn't he just another poor bastard? The name Hōgyoku Suikeisen made people take another look. He was one of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It was rumored that the 7 of them could conquer a small country in one night. Hōgyoku was the owner of the great sword, same hata, and was extremely strong. Take the IOU. Don't even think about defaulting on the debt. Kakuzu stared at Hōgyoku and memorized him. When the squad on the mission returned, he would immediately send them to the village hidden in the mist to collect the debt. That's right, he had to add interest. 9 out, 13 back. No. Double it every day. That's it. Kakuzu revealed a greedy and cruel smile. Hōgyoku didn't know that Kakuzu had already added the interest. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. I'm here to offer congratulations. And you're doubling the IOU every day. Are you robbing me? Chapter 67, Konoha and the Land of Fire's congratulatory gifts shock everyone. That's right. Thinking of this, Kisaburo Hōgyoku found it a little hard to speak. Lord Mizukage had sent a message that the tailed beast had been snatched by the Empire, and he was to question Lucian. But with Kakuzu's operation of receiving the congratulatory gifts and the magnificent Silburn, Hōgyoku's spirit was greatly dampened. Seeing this, Kakuzu snorted coldly, if you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, fart it. It's so good to have a backer. If you don't like someone, just confront them. No. It's nothing. This wasn't the village hidden in the mist. Hōgyoku finally gave in and decided to ask about the tailed beast later. Seeing Hōgyoku leading his men in with a swagger, Kakuzu immediately shouted to stop them. Put down all your weapons, such as kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and swords. Foreigners are not allowed to carry any weapons in the Empire. Hōgyoku and the ninja behind him all glared. Kakuzu's green eyes glared even wider. How dare you glare at me? This is a rule set by His Majesty, the great Emperor of the Wandenreich. Men, disarm them all. Jiraiya also arrived with the Soldat unit at this moment, full of momentum. Damn it. The Empire is too domineering. Everyone felt uncomfortable. For a moment, some people left on the spot. But seeing Kakuzu's sharp gaze, the people from the small countries didn't dare to move, afraid of provoking retaliation. The people from the great nations endured it. Intelligence was important. Damn it. Hōgyoku's expression changed for a long time before he gritted his teeth and placed his greatsword, same hata, on the table. This is a top-grade famous sword. Don't touch it, or else I, humph. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Hōgyoku immediately entered the city. Otherwise, he would not be able to control his anger. If the sword is here, the person is here. If the sword is gone, the person is gone. The sword was the lifeblood of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Hōgyoku had endured to his limit. The village hidden in the clouds congratulatory gift, a large sum of 100 million Rio. The 4th A, with Killer Bee and a dozen cloud ninja, walked over and placed the congratulatory gift and weapons directly on the table. After he finished, he didn't even bother with Kakuzu and entered the city directly. Kakuzu didn't care at all. Money was what mattered. Chiyo led her men forward, finding it even harder to speak. This super first-class puppet master, who was rampant on the battlefield, now had an extremely embarrassed expression. She wished she could turn around and leave. Lord 3rd Kazekage, my congratulatory gift is not enough. Seeing Chiyo's changing expression, another sand ninja said with a dry smile, the village hidden in the sand's congratulatory gift is about 10 million Rio. Give me an IOU. After he finished, all the sand ninja couldn't help but lower their heads. He wasn't that thick-skinned fatty, Hōgyoku. Put down your weapons and enter the city immediately. Chiyo didn't want to stay a second longer. After she finished, she rushed into the city. Chiyo was famous. To be wronged here was something she would never forget in her life. Konoha, a congratulatory gift of 100 million ryo. The elite Jonin leader, Yhwach, put down the congratulatory gift and weapons. Just as he was preparing to lead his men in, he was directly stopped by Kakuzu. Konoha, stop. For a moment, the atmosphere was grave. The hidden Tsukumo Hatake also tensed his body. Yhwach was in the open, and he was in the dark. After all, it was a congratulatory gift. Even if they had a grudge with Konoha, they probably wouldn't take it out on Yhwach. But, he was different. The threat of the white fang of Konoha was far greater than that of Yhwach. He couldn't guarantee that Lucian wouldn't make a move, which was why Tsukumo Hatake was hiding. Yhwach's heart skipped a beat. He frowned slightly. This. Lord Kakuzu, the congratulatory gift from a great nation and a great village is 100 million ryo. Is there a problem? If I remember correctly, Konoha's bounty on His Majesty is 3 billion ryo. Kakuzu's words made all the people from Konoha wary. Kakuzu was also angry. This bounty had gotten him into a lot of trouble. Although he was doing well now, the process had been unbearable. Those two brats had beaten him up, His Majesty had been ruthless to him, and Orochimaru had subjected him to inhuman experiments. It was worth Kakuzu remembering for 800 years. The others all looked on with anticipation. They wanted to see Konoha and the Wandenreich fight. Yhwach immediately said, "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Lord Hokage cancelled the bounty the day before yesterday." Lucian's status was different now. As the ruler of a country, no matter how much Sarutobi hated him, he wouldn't dare to casually put out a bounty. Of course, the main reason was Lucian's strength. The bounty was useless. Kakuzu had a bad impression of the people from Konoha. He said with a blank expression, "If you really want to enter the city, a mere 100 million ryo is not enough." Yhwach clenched his hands and took a deep breath. "Then how much do you need?" 1 billion ryo. 50 billion ryo. Don't you think that's a bit much, my lord? Kakuzu. My god. Oh my god. I started with 500 million. Then I suddenly felt it was a bit little and changed it to 1 billion ryo. And you think it's 50 billion ryo? For a moment, Kakuzu felt that he had asked for too little. Konoha was really a rich dog. Kakuzu also took the opportunity to change his words, "Who told me to be kind-hearted? Then let's make it 2 billion ryo." He also realized it. Yhwach's face turned red. He had screwed Konoha. But whether it was 1 billion or 2 billion, it was too much. Yhwach couldn't help but turn his gaze to Jiraiya, who was not far away. But what he got was Jiraiya's ignorance and indifference. Yhwach's heart sank. Jiraiya had changed so much. Sorry, Shinku. Jiraiya sighed in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't have any closeness with Konoha. The moment he understood that the Quincy could live forever and how powerful Lucian was, Jiraiya had recognized reality. Being a fence-sitter would only provoke Lucian's anger. Only by firmly standing on the side of the Empire and working hard for Lucian would there be a chance to exchange for a trace of Lucian's mercy for Konoha. Most importantly, seeing the happy smiles on the faces of countless people in the Wandenreich, Jiraiya's heart was shaken. An immortal His Majesty and I can definitely bring peace to the ninja world. Peace in the ninja world was the true truth. Long-term peace. Jiraiya felt it was great. Haha, the Silburn is truly amazing. Just as Yhwach was at a loss for words, a man in gorgeous clothes, about 60 years old, from the land of fire, walked over with a loud laugh. "Jonin Yui, we are both from the land of fire and serve the daimyo. Konoha's congratulatory gift will be paid for by the daimyo's residents. In addition." At this, the men in gorgeous clothes looked around at the ninja from the various countries. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes as he shouted loudly. "The daimyo of the land of fire offers a congratulatory gift for the establishment of the Wandenreich. 10 carts of various treasures, 100 beautiful women, and 10,000 cattle and sheep. A total of 10 tons of various grains, a total of 20 tons of various metals, and a sum of 10 billion ryo." Hiss. For a moment, many people gasped. Yhwach and Tsukumo Hatake were also a little dumbfounded. Even Fuguki, the fourth A, and Chiyo, who had just entered the city, turned their heads in shock and stared at the men in gorgeous clothes with wide eyes. For a moment, their eyes turned red. At this moment, almost everyone had the urge to rob the men in gorgeous clothes, wishing they could snatch all the congratulatory gifts. The land of fire had too many resources, which was the fundamental reason why the great nations never stopped invading it. On what basis did the land of fire occupy so many resources? They were not convinced. Smack. The man in gorgeous clothes suddenly clapped his hands, which also brought everyone back to their senses. In the back, on the border of the Land of Fire, tens of thousands of Land of Fire soldiers were rushing over, majestic and imposing. If not for the carts, horses, cattle, sheep, and grain they were pushing and driving, one would have thought they were going to have a great war with the Empire. The man in gorgeous clothes was quite calm. He spoke again in a loud voice. May my Land of Fire and the Wandenreich form an alliance. To live in harmony and advance and retreat together. Making friends was the purpose of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Gathering intelligence. So what if he gathered it? The daimyo of the Land of Rain had been killed. If Lucian were to kill his way to the daimyo's residence one day, who would stop him? After hearing the deeds of the great demon king Lucian, the daimyo of the Land of Fire couldn't sleep at all. Even if he wasn't a ninja, he understood how powerful Lucian was. Even Konoha couldn't stop him. The few guardian ninja around him were nothing. It was important to spend a little money to save his life. As for giving resources to Konoha and letting them kill Lucian, this idea only stayed in the daimyo's mind for less than a second before he gave it up. If Lucian survived, he would definitely die. Daimyo of the Land of Fire, Father Lucian, please let me go. Lucian, scram. I don't have a son like you. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, we and Lucian are not in the same dimension. Good. 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 Kakuzu didn't care what the daimyo of the Land of Fire was thinking. At this moment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The more he looked at the men in gorgeous clothes, the more pleasing he was to the eye. The Land of Fire was so damn rich. In Kakuzu's mind, 10,000 plans to persuade Lucian to send troops to the Land of Fire instantly appeared. This friend, no, what are you all standing around for? Why don't you quickly get this big brother a seat? Kakuzu shouted, and walked over with great enthusiasm. He grabbed the hand of the man in gorgeous clothes and asked with concern. This big brother looks like he's in a high position of power and has a great aura. May I ask your name? You're too kind, my lord. I'm fine standing. My surname is Kishimoto, and my name is Oda. A fine name. Come, I'll take you on a tour of the city. Kakuzu held Kishimoto Oda's hand tightly and didn't let go, not bothering to look at the rest of the people. Go and accept the congratulatory gift from the Land of Fire quickly. I'll take this big brother for a walk. Don't neglect our friends from the Land of Fire. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. Jiraiya was also a little speechless. Everyone's mentality had collapsed. Wasn't the difference in treatment a bit too obvious? But they couldn't say anything. If someone had given them so many resources, they would have directly knelt down and called them daddy. This is big trouble. The fourth A and many other ninjas' hearts grew heavy. Although these resources probably weren't enough to change Lucian's decision, you don't hit a smiling face. Even Lucian probably wouldn't be so shameless as to shout about attacking the Land of Fire for no reason, right? Of course, that's what they thought. Since he wasn't going to attack the Land of Fire for the time being, then if Lucian wanted to expand his territory, he would definitely attack other countries. You see, Lucian had shown his ambition to unite the ninja world, and he had such powerful strength. How could he be willing for the Empire's territory to be so small? But it was useless to think about it now. Everyone slowly entered the city to gather intelligence. The Empire didn't even entertain them. They could just wander around as they pleased, as long as they didn't violate the laws of the Empire. So, many people split up. Look, the streets are so wide. The buildings are all magnificent. Look at that tall building in the distance. It's so grand. My God, is this city really in the same world as me? These civilians are so enviable. They had originally wanted to gather intelligence at the first opportunity, but most of them were captivated by the various buildings of the Silburn. Wide, clean, grand, magnificent, and ahead of its time was everyone's impression. Especially some people who were formerly from the Land of Rain. They lamented the changing of the times and had to be shocked at Lucian's handiwork. When they saw many civilians coming out of luxurious, large houses with happy and relieved smiles on their faces, it touched their hearts. Such smiles. Even in their own countries and villages, they were extremely rare. But here, almost every smile was warm. Lucian is not only powerful, but his methods are also so high. Tsukumo Hataki's heart was under great pressure. It could be said that, at present, apart from the rapid recovery and growth of its economic level and resources, all other aspects of the Wandenreich were good. If word of everything here got out, who knows how many people would be willing to live here. What made Tsukumo Hataki most wary was Lucian. This man, who was rumored to have a power comparable to the god of shinobi, was not only good at fighting, but also had an extraordinary wisdom. Everywhere, one could faintly hear the worship and admiration of many civilians for Lucian. How long had it been? Brainwashing. Was Lucian really good to the common people? The former was terrifying, and the latter was even more terrifying. It meant that Lucian's ambition was not just the ninja, but to take over everyone in the ninja world. These buildings. The fourth A and the young killer B were walking around, and the more they looked at the buildings, the more something felt wrong. When the fourth A couldn't help but touch a pillar, he suddenly found that he didn't know what material it was made of. His heart immediately sank to the bottom of the abyss. Just as the spies had said, the material of the wooden houses built by Hashirama Senju was also special. It seemed that what the spies had said might be true. In fact, the various countries and villages had already received reports from their spies. Lucian had raised his hand and destroyed the buildings of the Land of Rain, and then raised his hand again to build a magnificent giant city. But who was willing to believe it? But at this moment, they had no choice but to believe. It was as if they and Lucian were not in the same dimension. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The puppet master Chiyo. The future fourth Raikage, the 8 tails Jinchuriki. The future Kurenai Yuhi's father, the father of Kakashi Hatake. These people are all so young now. Lucian sat on the throne, seeing everyone who entered the city clearly. A part of the Silburn was the shattered and reassembled buildings of the former Land of Rain. But more of it was built by Lucian by mobilizing spirit particles. Spirit particle concentration could use spirit particles to create any building or object. So, the entire Silburn was Lucian's domain. Not even an ant could escape his detection. Tsukumo Hataki's so-called disguise had long been exposed in the eyes of Jiraiya and Kakuzu. After all, his spiritual pressure was obviously stronger than that of the others. It couldn't be hidden. But as Lucian said, today was for congratulatory gifts. As long as they didn't cause trouble, everything was fine. Afraid I'll kill you? You underestimate my magnanimity. Lucian really didn't want to kill Tsukumo Hatake here. But he was thinking of turning him to his side. Talent was not important. What was important was that if he could turn Tsukumo Hatake to his side, then Sarutobi's and Danzo's expressions would definitely be priceless. The more unhappy they were, the happier Lucian was. This Konoha, which had been licked by countless transmigrators, Lucian was going to go against it. To subdue Tsukumo Hatake, what do you think I should do, Orochimaru? Hearing Lucian's question, Orochimaru, who had been summoned, couldn't help but be stunned. His Majesty was completely cutting off Konoha's roots. The departure of the Sannin had made Sarutobi vomit blood. If he were to dig away the white fang of Konoha as well, wouldn't the third Hokage die of anger? Orochimaru thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, if you want to subdue a person, it's nothing more than threats and inducements. No matter how strong they are, they will always have something they want and a weakness. To be truly without desires, without attachments, even a god can't do it. Lucian couldn't help but nod. No matter what intelligent creature it was, there was no absolute refusal to submit. If there really was, then it could only mean one thing. The threat was not ruthless enough, the inducement was not enough, and he was not strong enough. The most direct way was for Lucian to kill his way to Konoha. Using the lives of everyone in Konoha to threaten Tsukumo Hatake, he would have no choice but to submit. But Lucian disdained to use such a small trick. Why bother with so much trouble? Thinking of this, Lucian decided to let Tsukumo Hatake recognize reality. Go and prepare a cup of sake, and bring him here by the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing Lucian say so, Orochimaru also instantly knew Tsukumo Hatake's choice. It would be the same as Jiraiya and Tsunade. The same choice. On the street. Just as Tsukumo Hatake was preparing to find a civilian to chat with, he saw Jiraiya walking over. He was immediately prepared to calmly walk around him, but Jiraiya directly blocked his way. Senior Tsukumo, His Majesty is looking for you. Please come with me. Exposed. Tsukumo Hatake's heart shook. Just as he was about to make a choice, he saw Orochimaru land in an instant. Don't think about leaving, or the Empire will kill its way to Konoha. Tsukumo Hatake's eyes were extremely grave. He couldn't help but say. I thought my disguise was good, and I didn't leak a single trace of chakra. How did you recognize me? To be recognized so easily was too hard to accept. Orochimaru licked his lips and said plainly, when you see His Majesty, you will know. Is that so? Tsukumo Hatake didn't expect the two of them to answer. The idea of escaping from the Silburn was directly abandoned. The two of them were no longer who they used to be. Fighting would only lead to a greater terror. At that time, not only would he not be able to escape, but Shinku would also die. Lead the way. Tsukumo Hatake couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. The experience in the Silburn was really bad. All of a ninja's means could not be used to their corresponding effect in the Silburn. The Hokage's expectations had also come to nothing. Captain, what should we do? Not far away, the people from Konoha could only stare. Shinku Yuhi was also helpless. Attack. Then everyone would die together. If they did nothing, there was a chance of survival. Tsukumo Hatake didn't even resist. How could they save him? Let's wait for now. If nothing happens and he comes out, then it's fine. If something happens, leave here immediately. I'll cover the rear. Yes, Captain. Chapter 69, The White Fang of Konoha, Submission Under Despair. A moment later. In the magnificent hall, Tsukumo Hatake finally met the great demon king Lucian, who had shaken the ninja world multiple times. Lucian sat calmly on the throne, looking down at him. The master of the Wandenreich. At this moment, Tsukumo Hatake felt at a loss, a feeling of not being in control of his own life. The White Fang of Konoha. Lucian looked at this extremely famous White Fang of Konoha, also one of the most regrettable powerhouses in the original timeline. Of course, what Tsukumo Hatake was most famous for was having a son named Kakashi Hatake. Lord Lucian, may I ask why you have summoned me? Tsukumo Hatake spoke under the pressure. Although he used honorifics, his body stood straight, and his eyes were full of fortitude. From this, one could see that Tsukumo Hatake was not the kind of man who would commit suicide because of some gossip. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy, and regardless of Tsukumo Hatake's thoughts at the time, what Lucian wanted was just to annoy Sarutobi and Danzo and add a talent to the empire. At that moment, Orochimaru walked over with a cup of sake. Lucian got straight to the point. What you want to know most is nothing more than my intelligence, and the source of Orochimaru's power. These are all in the wine with my blood dripped in. Those who drink my blood wine will obtain a power that is in the same vein as mine. But at the same time, their life and death will be in my control. Hearing the last sentence, Orochimaru raised his eyes slightly, but there was no extra expression. It seemed he had already guessed. Power itself has a price. Lucian never concealed this. It was a meaningless thing. The source of all power. Indeed. Thinking of this, Tsukumo Hatake couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency's power is not just that, right? Otherwise, the Sannin would not have betrayed so easily. No matter how strong you are, there will come a day when you grow old. A ninja as determined as Jiraiya, if it were just about strength, even if he were to die, he would have sent out intelligence to let Konoha make countermeasures. If it was impossible, he could also preserve the embers of Konoha's will. The embers of Konoha's will are scattered throughout the ninja world, living in anonymity. If 10 years is not enough, then 30 years, 50 years. When you grow old, when you are no longer that strong, or when hope appears in the embers, then Konoha will be rebuilt. The reason a ninja is called a ninja is because of the word endure. At this, Tsukumo Hatake thought of a certain possibility, and his heart grew heavier. But Jiraiya didn't do that at all. I can even see from his eyes that he is truly loyal to you. What on earth is possible to make all three Sannin make such a decision? Orochimaru looked up, and Lucian looked at the White Fang of Konoha with interest. Lucian gestured, Say your thoughts. Tsukumo Hatake's voice grew heavier. I can only think of 3 possibilities. First, the more a person experiences war, the more they understand its cruelty. They saw the hope of ending the war in you. After all, you are not only powerful, but you also have ambition, and you have the people in your heart. You are seen as someone who can unite the ninja world, pass down the empire, and let the ninja world no longer have war. But this possibility was directly rejected by Tsukumo Hatake. The Sannin might have such thoughts, but it was definitely not the most important. Second, your power has some kind of brainwashing ability, directly changing people's thoughts. Hearing this, a dangerous light appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He said coldly. Tsukumo Hatake, a guess is a guess, but don't use your narrow-minded heart to guess His Majesty's greatness. Tsukumo Hatake also rejected it, and not because of what Orochimaru said. As he saw it, a king like Lucian would disdain to use such a method. Otherwise, he would have changed him by now. Then there is only one possibility. Tsukumo Hatake took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Despair. Only deep despair. Only when Konoha has no hope at all will they try to change their hearts and submit to you. Only by working hard for you and offering their loyalty will there be a sliver of a chance to leave behind the embers of Konoha's will. This kind of despair is not just that your power is beyond imagination. More importantly, no matter what Konoha does, no matter how many embers are left behind, no matter how many years they endure, 100 years, 1,000 years, they will never be able to recreate the despair of hope. Absolute despair. He guessed it. Orochimaru was slightly surprised. The White Fang of Konoha had some skills. Saving the country by a roundabout way. What despair? Tsukumo Hatake had indeed guessed it. Konoha had no hope. Only by finding hope in Lucian was Jiraiya's choice. It was impossible for others to guess. Only by hearing Lucian's explanation of the power inheritance and feeling his current pressure. And then linking it to Lucian's growth process, the growth of Kushina and the other children, and Jiraiya's loyal eyes, could he vaguely guess some of it? But that possibility was too incredible. Lucian smiled inexplicably, then, your choice. At this moment, Tsukumo Hatake felt that he couldn't breathe. It wasn't Lucian's pressure, but the various thoughts that were pressing down on his heart, making it too heavy. The more he thought, the harder it was to breathe. Ha! Tsukumo Hatake took a deep breath before he said in a condensed voice, do I have a choice? What was in front of him was either to flee and die in battle, or to drink the blood wine. Lucian looked at Tsukumo calmly, it seems you've misunderstood. I've always been generous to talents, provided they don't offend me. Magnanimity. Tsukumo Hatake muttered. It was time to choose. A meaningless death was not as good as fighting for hope for Konoha. Reading the look in Tsukumo Hatake's eyes, Lucian flicked a drop of blood into the sake. Orochimaru handed it over and said, a reminder, the process is a bit painful. Heh. Tsukumo Hatake couldn't help but sneer. How could a ninja be afraid of pain? He downed it in one gulp. The next moment, Tsukumo Hatake's face turned pale. Pain. The pain of his soul being torn apart, of being cut by 1,000 blades. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining a great general. Seeing this, Orochimaru also immediately congratulated him. He knew that after Tsukumo Hatake drank the blood wine, he would understand the cruel despair that Jiraiya and Tsunade felt. An almost immortal Lucian, an immortal Quincy army. How could Konoha resist? How could they not despair? Only by prostrating at his feet could they beg for that sliver of invisible hope. Of course, that was Jiraiya's and Tsunade's initial thought. When they saw more and more happy smiles on the faces of the civilians in the Wandenreich, their thoughts gradually changed. One cannot know the bitterness of war without experiencing it. The existence of Lucian and the Quincy was the only thing that could bring peace to the ninja world. And it was an almost eternal peace. They were willing to give everything for it. Konoha, heh. Lucian discovered that Konoha had so many talents. Every decade or so, talents would emerge. Most of the younger generation had been dug up by Lucian, but the next generation had many geniuses. Like Minato Namikaze, Nawaki Senju, and the next generation had Kakashi, Might Guy, and so on. Shursue was even younger. And the next generation was even more incredible. At a glance, they were all full of cheats. Indeed, a deep despair. After Tsukumo Hatake endured the pain and realized his own power and transformation, his eyes dimmed a lot. That feeling of life being hard to decay. Konoha would eventually become history. Intelligence was useless. On the contrary, it would only make Konoha even more desperate. Don't think too highly of Konoha. His Majesty's target is the entire ninja world. Konoha is no different in His Majesty's eyes. Submit and live, resist and die. It's that simple. Orochimaru walked over and patted Tsukumo Hatake on the shoulder. And don't even think about using so-called loyalty to change any of His Majesty's decisions. If you want Konoha to survive, you might as well show absolute power when attacking Konoha, force everyone to submit, and stop killing with killing. Do you understand? Tsukumo Hatake's body shook. It seemed that the one who understood the most was Orochimaru. Orochimaru also knelt on one knee as he turned around and said, Your Majesty, I have overstepped. Please punish me. Such a small matter, what crime is there? Orochimaru was right, and Lucian didn't explain. Was there a difference between Konoha and the Land of Rain? After submitting, weren't they living well? Why did people always treat him as a great demon king? Lucian was also tired. Lucian, I just want to bring peace to the ninja world. Am I wrong? Madara, I also want to bring peace to the ninja world. Am I wrong? The various countries, it's our fault, Daddy. Chapter 70, The Final Dance, Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. Lucian sat calmly on the throne, giving Tsukumo Hatake a terrible pressure. He could only listen to the king's whisper. Tsukumo Hatake, from today on, you will stay in the empire. As for your family and clan, I will send someone to pick them up in a few days to relieve you of your worries. Going to Konoha to snatch people. Tsukumo Hatake was silent for a moment, then knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty. Not just Tsukumo Hatake, Lucian suddenly found that he had overlooked many things. That was the families of his subordinates. Mikoto's relatives, Tsunade's relatives, Kushina didn't know if she had any relatives. In short, whether they were willing or not, he had to take them. Otherwise, the Konoha F4 group, no, the now F3 group, would bite when they got anxious. Pass down the order. Outside the city, prepare a luncheon for all the gift-bearers. Yes, Your Majesty. Orochimaru was puzzled this time. Did those small characters need to be cared about? But why outside the city? Lucian looked at Tsukumo Hatake. You may also withdraw. For now, act as if nothing has happened. Yes, Your Majesty. Tsukumo Hatake's eyes were filled with gratitude. He immediately withdrew. He understood why Lucian was doing this. He didn't want him to hide or go undercover, but to protect his family. After all, Mikoto's family was in the Uchiha clan, and Tsunade's family was in the Senju clan. But he was just a small family. The news that had spread now meant that his family was in danger. At this moment, Tsukumo Hatake also once again felt the difference between Lucian and other superiors. Hold a luncheon. Under the watchful eyes of the great nations, witness my. Lucian looked into the distance. He has finally recovered. Who knows what kind of waves his appearance will stir up in the ninja world. Outside the Silburn. The fourth A and the others were like sitting at a flowing banquet, sitting separately at the dining tables outside the city. For a moment, all the people were extremely awkward and aggrieved. What did this mean? Didn't they even have the qualification to eat in the city? Seeing that no one was eating, Kakuzu was suddenly angry. What are you doing? Wasting food. Do you know how many people in the entire ninja world can't eat? Do you know how much money the Empire spent on these dishes? You bunch of bastards. This is all money. The last sentence was the main point, right? In a short period of time, everyone had a clear understanding of Kakuzu's extremely greedy and stingy character. Could such a person really be a good deputy minister of finance? Kakuzu snorted coldly. Whoever is not eating, get lost. Don't even think about entering the city. Damn it. I'll never come to this city again. Many people thought so. But they had only gathered a little bit of intelligence. How could they be willing? So they could only brace themselves and eat here. At a table, Shinkuyuhi spoke softly. What did he want from you? It was strange. It seemed that Tsukumo Hatake had not been exposed. But why was he taken away by Orochimaru? Where was he taken? Tsukumo Hatake was silent for a moment, then said plainly, I was discovered by Lucian. Orochimaru took me to be looked at, and then let me go. What an operation. Shinkuyuhi was also stunned. He didn't understand at all, and he didn't suspect anything. After all, no one understood Lucian, and they didn't think Tsukumo Hatake would lie. Tsukumo Hatake smiled bitterly in his heart. What can I say? I'm also in despair. If I reveal the intelligence, everyone here will die, and Konoha will be annihilated. If I submit, whether it's true or false, as long as the news gets back, Sarutobi will be fine, but Danzo will definitely use my entire clan as a scapegoat. So, I might as well say whatever. Anyway, I can't hide it for too long. At this luncheon, no one was happy. Kakuzu was also not happy. That was all money. But just as someone had finished eating and was preparing to return to the city, Orochimaru came. Everyone, please wait a moment. The reason I had you eat outside the city is because a powerhouse is coming. You can see him at the first opportunity outside the city. He's coming soon. A powerhouse. Everyone was clueless. Which Kage? They were all discussing who was coming. The fourth A's heart pounded. It can't be my father, right? Were the third Kazekage and the third Mizukage qualified? Would Hiruzen Sarutobi dare to come? Thinking about it, in the vast ninja world, only the third Raikage could be called a powerhouse by Lucian. Jiraiya and Kakuzu also looked over. Orochimaru shook his head. He didn't know either. The people who could be called powerhouses by His Majesty had all died long ago, right? Could it be, hiss? Thinking of this, Orochimaru was on alert. Jiraiya, Kakuzu, get ready. Ah. Are we welcoming an enemy? Jiraiya's head was full of question marks. Kakuzu was not happy. He said with disdain, hey, in my heart, only His Majesty is a powerhouse. Do some cats and dogs also deserve to be called powerhouses? Let him come out. See if this old man doesn't beat him to death. Orochimaru, then I'll leave it to you. I have high hopes for you. Humph, young people are timid. Kakuzu raised his head proudly. It was time to show his strength. He hadn't had a good fight since becoming an Arankar. The matter of being suppressed on the operating table by Orochimaru with his spiritual pressure right after gaining his power would never happen again. No matter who it was, they would all have to lie down for this old man. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard. The ground began to shake violently, and long fissures began to spread. What's going on? Kakuzu and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had a feeling that a great terror was about to appear. That's. Jiraiya looked forward and saw countless branches beginning to spread from the abyss that Lucian had split open. He couldn't help but be stunned. Would. Did Orochimaru do it? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't imagine any branches. As everyone knows, wood style was the signature of the first Hokage. At this, the gift-bearing ninja's expressions were grave. We can't let the wood cross the city gate. Seeing the group of branches crossing the abyss, Orochimaru suddenly raised his hand. Imagination creation. Spiritual power barrier. With a hum, a huge, light blue barrier appeared directly in front. That thin layer of light gave many people the illusion that it could not be broken no matter how they hit it. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Outside the abyss, far from the city gate, a domineering figure quickly formed hand seals. Along with a low, soft shout, a huge amount of chakra erupted like a mountain torrent and a tsunami, and the abyss was torn apart a bit more. Hiss. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of everyone outside the city, countless towering trees erupted from the flat ground and the abyss. In the blink of an eye, a vast forest was created, which directly filled the abyss and rushed madly towards the city gate. Look out. It can't be blocked. The forest, which was attacking like a tsunami, made Orochimaru's expression grave. An attack of this scale could definitely break the barrier. Imagination creation. A magnificent forest. Rumble. The next moment, a large number of trees also emerged from the ground where everyone was, and crashed towards the attacking forest. But the difference in scale between the two was great. Orochimaru's forest was directly destroyed and covered. Condensed spirit particle flame. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both released spirit particle flames. Dozens of fire pillars formed a barrier, completely sealing the front. Kakuzu said coldly, no matter who it is, the Wandenreich will not be provoked. Sonido. Kakuzu instantly disappeared from his spot and went to the other side of the abyss. No matter how strong the enemy was, he had to perform well. Sonido, an Arrancar's high-speed movement method, was similar to a Shinigami's flash step and a Quincy's Hōgyoku. Is this your first time using wood style? Such a scale is not weaker than Hashirama Senju. Looking at each other from afar, the domineering figure looked forward, and Black Zetsu beside him couldn't help but whisper. Although I don't want to admit it, my wood style is much worse than Hashirama's. Only Hashirama could make this man approve so much. Hearing the other party's words, Black Zetsu nodded slightly. You now, having absorbed so much life force, should have recovered to your peak. Peak. Hearing Black Zetsu's evaluation, the domineering man's voice was indifferent, a mere product of will. How can you understand the power I possess at my peak? This body is already decaying. This is not the final dance. So arrogant. Black Zetsu's heart was heavy. The final dance, to dance with that demon king. Black Zetsu was deeply worried about this. Chapter 71, May I have your name? My name is Uchiha Madara. Swoosh. As soon as the man's words fell, Kakuzu used Sonido to flash over quickly. He didn't even bother to see who the enemy was. He raised his hand without hesitation, preparing to release a Siro. You dare to break into the city? Die. Oh. Is that the little mouse that was let go by Hashirama? Looking at Kakuzu's explosive kick, the man's expression did not change in the slightest. It was full of indifference. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Bam. A powerful force came from his abdomen. Kakuzu's expression changed drastically, and he was directly kicked away. In an instant, he flew back hundreds of meters and crashed into the sea of trees. Seeing this, Black Zetsu reminded him, their abilities are all strange. You shouldn't have used taijutsu. The third Tsuchikage was killed by a trick after getting close. Is that so? Then let them please me. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, the man coldly crossed his arms, his body exuding an aura that looked down on all creation. Seeing this, Black Zetsu didn't say anything more. After all, the other party's combat experience was extremely rich. Swoosh. 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 Dozens of figures crossed the abyss covered by the forest and rushed over. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at the flying Kakuzu and frowned slightly. Seeing everyone rushing over, the re-emerged Kakuzu felt very embarrassed and explained with urgency. I was careless. I didn't flash. When Kakuzu looked up again, he felt a strange familiarity. The more he looked at the other party, the more familiar he seemed. He subconsciously said coldly. To be able to kick me away, you must not be a nameless person. May I have your name? Everyone stared intently at the front. A head of wild, untamed black long hair, a suit of blood-red ninja armor from the Warring States period. His entire body exuded a vast aura that no one could compare to. The man's deep, dark eyes instantly turned crimson. He crossed his arms and looked down, giving people a great sense of pressure. He said indifferently. My name is Uchiha Madara. Wow. Everyone's body shook, and their eyes widened in horror. Uchiha Madara? Are you kidding me? Didn't he die long ago? This appearance of about 30 years old didn't match his age at all. especially Kakuzu. His whole person was stunned. He looked so familiar. Wasn't he the Asura of the ninja world who was being cheered on from a distance when I was assassinating the god of shinobi decades ago? The huge tremor caused by the wood stile outside the city alarmed countless people in the Silburn. Quickly, the soldat unit calmed the commotion. Lucian stood at the highest point of the Silburn, looking at the domineering figure in the distance. This posture, in this world, there is only. Even if Uchiha Madara failed in the end, Lucian could not deny that he did have a different kind of domineering aura, and he had left a deep fear in the ninja world. Impossible, how could he be so young? The fourth Chiyo, the White Fang, and the others' minds were buzzing. They all looked at the man in front of them, who was like a demon god, in disbelief. Also, that wood style just now. Kakuzu shivered at this moment. He had originally wanted to show off in front of his majesty, but who knew that such an awesome guy would appear? But thinking of the other party's age and Lucian's existence, Kakuzu's spine straightened, and he shouted loudly. So what if he's Uchiha Madara? This is no longer his era. Also, who knows if he's real or not? Let this old man test him. Devour everything, Glotoneria. Kakuzu directly released his resurrection, and the ground rumbled. Unlike the ninth Espada who turned into an octopus, Kakuzu did not turn into a monster. His body grew a few meters taller, like a small mountain, full of momentum. The Zanpakuto in his left hand was also like a sea anemone, with a mouth in the middle, devouring everything. As an Arankar transformed from a lower-class Minos Grande, Kakuzu's own ability was not very strong, but he could devour any power he could devour. Infinite fusion and evolution was Kakuzu's characteristic. Seeing this, Jiraiya said gravely, whether he's real or not, his destructive power is too great. We can't let him enter the city. Of course. How can we let him easily disturb my king? Orochimaru was excited after his shock. This was a man on par with the first Hokage. That attitude of viewing all creation as ants was worthy of the Asura of the ninja world. With just you, do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara said proudly, his three tomo eyes spinning unhurriedly, blooming with a demonic and dangerous light. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Madara completed the hand seals in an instant. He opened his mouth and a blazing, extremely high-temperature flame formed a huge wall of fire that covered everyone in front of him. The range was shocking. A B-rank ninjutsu is so fierce. Look out, retreat. The fourth and the others were not fighting. After all, Madara was looking for trouble with Lucian. The gift-bearers had to pull away and watch the show. Imagination creation, clones. Imagination creation, tsunami. Orochimaru's current imagination was not enough, so he created dozens of clones to strengthen his imagination, and then created a magnificent tsunami of dozens of meters out of thin air. Splash. The huge sea of fire and the tsunami collided. Along with a sizzling sound, a thick fog was formed in the blink of an eye. Large Heilig file. Zero Doble. Jiraiya condensed a huge arrow in the sky, and Kakuzu also unleashed a Zero Doble with a speed 20 times faster than a Zero, directly attacking Madara behind the thick fog. Energy different from chakra, damages the soul. Having seen it with his own eyes and sensed it personally, Uchiha Madara finally understood what Black Zetsu meant by a different system. This kind of energy, similar to soul energy, did give people an extremely dangerous feeling. Boom. As Uchiha Madara's three tomo spun, a blue chakra flame rose, and the chakra formed a burly skeleton that covered him. Susanoo, first stage. Clang. 4 chakra blades crossed and slashed down. The earth was instantly split, and the slashes burst out. 4 magnificent slashes, combined vertically and horizontally, collided with the attacking Zero Doble and Heilig file. The huge explosion instantly made the eardrums of the ninja watching from a distance roar. 3 tomo, and he can use Susanoo. Orochimaru's and Jiraiya's expressions were slightly condensed, it's only the first stage. It's more dangerous than the mature body Mikoto tested yesterday. Madara, I can open Susanoo without eyes. Swoosh. The next moment, Uchiha Madara, along with his Susanoo, disappeared from the spot. A fatal danger spread throughout the bodies of Kakuzu and the other two. They suddenly looked up and saw Madara appearing above with his Susanoo, 4 chakra blades slashing out a huge slash. So fast. Can he run like that with Susanoo on? Jiraiya exclaimed, instantly dodging the slash, and directly released a small Heilig file to test its defense. At the same moment, Orochimaru also imagined 4 slashes to collide with Madara's slash. Kakuzu, from a tricky angle directly below Madara, fired a Zero. Boom. Boom. Uchiha Madara, covered in his Susanoo, did a flip in midair. One blade collided with the Zero, and another slashed at the small Heilig file, as if dancing in the air. The moment after he made his move, the Susanoo grew even larger. Instantly, the second stage. The chakra flame covered the skeleton with meridians and flesh and blood. The 4 blades disappeared. The Susanoo opened its hands and condensed a dozen dark blue tomo. Yasaka Magatama. Madara's counterattack speed far exceeded the imagination of Jiraiya and the other 2. It was as if the 3 of them had just released a move, which was destroyed by Madara, along with a powerful counterattack. Boom. 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 The dozen or so tomo were like energy bullets, instantly submerging the 3 of them, creating a huge explosion. Hiss. Tsukumo Hatake and the others, who were watching from a distance, were horrified. At present, the moves were not flashy, and the attack power was not great, but the reaction speed and attack speed displayed by Uchiha Madara were as if everything was completed in an instant. He didn't give people a single chance to react. Swoosh. After one move, Uchiha Madara did not stop at all and rushed directly towards the Silburn. He was extremely fast, crossing the forest and the abyss in the blink of an eye, and began to form hand seals 100 meters away from the city gate. Fire style, great fire destruction. A fireball like a falling meteorite, the moment it landed, directly formed a sea of fire, which swept towards the city gate continuously. Look out. Stop him. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had appeared from the Shatten breach, their expressions changed drastically. They hadn't stopped Uchiha Madara. But if even the city gate was destroyed by Madara, then it would be a big problem. Imagination creation, multiple water walls. Large high-leg file. Orochimaru looked from a distance and, from a distance, imagined more than a dozen thick water walls in front of the city gate. At the same time, Jiraiya condensed a huge arrow. 1 defense, 1 attack. The moment the sea of fire was blocked, the huge arrow turned into a sword of light and descended from the sky. Like a laser, it directly grazed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Tui, Tui, Tui. Kakuzu also shot out from the ruins, his whole body covered in wounds. However, he also rushed over with Orochimaru and the other 2. Seeing the 3 of them attacking again, Uchiha Madara's pupils exuded a fatal deterrent force, and his aura was one of utter dominance overall. Don't waste your energy. Only Hashirama can stop me. Chapter 72, Lucian, nice to meet you, king of dance of the ninja world. Wood style, multiple wood clone jutsu. The next moment, the same crimson, mottled battle armor, the same arrogant and cold aura. 10 identical wood clones surrounded Orochimaru and the other 2. I will not be despicable, 3 against 1. The game is just right. Now it's 10 against 1. Don't say I'm despicable. I'm not interested in dancing with you. Uchiha Madara's wood clone said coldly. The next sentence made Jiraiya and the other 2's brows furrow tightly, their hearts shaken. Next, I will ask you a question. Is it better for these clones to use Susanoo or not? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Could it be that these clones could all use Susanoo? Are you a chakra monster? How can you do that? Uchiha Madara's clone crossed his arms and said in a cold and indifferent tone, can you not even answer that? Then I will answer. Use it. 10 Uchiha Madara clones simultaneously manifested their Susanoo and attacked. Boom. 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 In an instant, the 3 of them were caught in a fierce brawl. Roars echoed. The 10 Susanoo's movements were extremely ruthless, giving Orochimaru and the other 2 no chance to breathe. Chiyo and the others in the distance were stunned. I want to report someone for cheating. Mere gravel, not even a fraction of my worth. Uchiha Madara's main body said proudly, and then continued to walk towards the city gate. The 4th A and the others, who were watching the battle, their hearts were extremely heavy. Who would have thought that the Azura of the ninja world, who should have died, would be so young now? If he were to attack a ninja village, who could withstand it? As everyone was secretly passing on the news, Black Zetsu's heart was the one that was truly heavy. Of the 8-person group from that day, only 2 have appeared today. If they are all in the city. No, even if they're not, with just this state, it's impossible to take back the Rinnegan. Although Uchiha Madara could open Susanoo without eyes, Black Zetsu understood that Susanoo alone was not enough. Lucian was the real great demon king. This city. Outside the city gate, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look at the magnificence of the Silburn. It was indeed amazing. Unfortunately, it had appeared too late. Swoosh. A black light attacked. Black Zetsu, who was observing from the shadows, saw that Uchiha Madara seemed to be attracted by the city and had no reaction. He couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Madara, be careful. Don't die from carelessness. That would be the end of it. Uchiha Madara didn't even turn his head. He raised his hand and caught the black light in his hand. He looked down and saw a black box. As the owner, Uchiha Madara could feel the power in it that was connected to his bloodline. That was his own, the Rinnegan's pupil power. And it was intact. It's back. Am I being looked down upon? Opening the box and confirming it was the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara almost couldn't catch his breath. He had snatched it, and now he was actively sending it back. What did this mean? You can choose not to take it. As the words fell, Lucian's figure appeared in front, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The Demon King Lucian. The young killer bee in the distance stared with wide eyes, his gaze fixed on the master of the Wandenreich. He looked handsome and gentle, yet also a little cold and arrogant. That complex temperament, combined with the pressure he exuded, made it impossible for people to look at him for too long. Ninja above the elite Jonin level, like Chiyo and Fuguki, their whole bodies tensed up. The stronger they were, the more they could feel the terrifying aura from Lucian. Looking at the domineering Madara in front of him, Lucian said calmly, "Nice to meet you, King of Dance. Hey, as a reward, I will spare your life." Uchiha Madara quickly adjusted his emotions and looked at Lucian indifferently. Pucci. Without another word, he directly gouged out his own eyeballs. This scene stunned many people. The Rinnegan was also recognized by the Fourth A and a few others, and they almost exclaimed. Lucian, worthy of the King of Dance. This act of directly gouging out his eyeballs and then pressing in new ones would make countless medical ninja cry to death. After pressing in the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara felt his power. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked at the Silburn. This city is indeed not bad. Swoosh. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Madara quickly moved away and headed towards the land of fire. Lucian couldn't help but smile. What an arrogant man. Similarly, Lucian also disappeared. Many people were confused. The young killer bee looked around. That idiot, that bastard, where did he go? Aren't they going to fight? The Fourth A did not answer, and also said with emotion. Both of them are so arrogant. If he wasn't mistaken, the Rinnegan originally belonged to Uchiha Madara. But for some reason, it had fallen into Lucian's hands. In this situation, Lucian had arrogantly sent the Rinnegan back to fight against Madara at his peak. Madara was even more arrogant, saying that he would spare Lucian's life, and that he would not destroy the city in battle, as a reward for Lucian. Within the land of fire. Far from the Silburn, Uchiha Madara stopped. Land of fire. The world is small, and there is so little land to conquer. It's barely enough for me alone to mess around. Hearing the unhurried footsteps behind him, Uchiha Madara turned around and said indifferently. Your ending is to join me or die. Are you giving me a choice? Lucian was unconcerned and said with the same certainty, this world indeed cannot accommodate two kings, but your vision is only so. Uchiha Madara's eyes grew cold. Are you trying to provoke me? Foolish. I cannot reach other dimensional worlds at the moment, but do you know the meaning of the universe? The void throne appeared, and Lucian sat down like a king, looking down on everything. Seeing this, Madara was inexplicably unhappy. He was hurt by the pretentious aura. Uchiha Madara said coldly, what are you trying to say? In the universe, there are countless planets with life like the ninja world. The Otsutsuki clan comes from a distant alien planet. They have a lifespan of over 1,000 years and can use karma to reincarnate, an existence that transcends death. Lucian's words made Madara's brow furrow slightly. He only heard him continue, the Otsutsuki clan's goal is far grander than yours. By continuously planting god trees on alien planets and devouring everything, including the life of many planets in the universe, they continuously evolve and become an unparalleled, unique existence. Until the moment they become a god. Damn it, what is he trying to say? The hidden black Zetsu was about to go crazy. Lucian wouldn't expose me like this, would he? The Otsutsuki. A lifespan of 1,000 years. Sweeping across the universe. Devouring god trees. Their goal is to become a god. For a moment, Uchiha Madara's heart was shaken. He asked indifferently, are you from the Otsutsuki clan? Wrong. I will conquer the Otsutsuki clan. Lucian's words made Madara silent. He didn't pay any attention to him. Lucian continued, I don't know if you've heard the surname Otsutsuki, but the Sage of Six Paths' name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The Uchiha and Senju, and even the Uzumaki clan, are all his descendants. The stone tablet had been tampered with by Black Zetsu. He would never leave behind the Sage of Six Paths' surname. After all, in Black Zetsu's view, that was an insult to his mother. Black Zetsu, Hagoromo is not worthy of the surname Otsutsuki. So Lucian felt that Madara probably didn't know his name or the rabbit goddess. The Sage of Six Paths and Black Zetsu would not have left behind any information about Kagaya. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara muttered the name and closed his eyes slightly. It was as if he had seen an incomparably vast and prosperous planet. There, countless god trees were planted, and there were countless powerhouses. A single planet could not contain the ambition of the Otsutsuki, so they turned their gaze to the universe. The ninja world was just a back garden. The peace he sought, even if he achieved it, could be destroyed at any time by a powerhouse of the Otsutsuki clan. This made him incomparably excited. After Hashirama's death, how lonely he was. His only obsession was to obtain peace for the ninja world in his own way, to prove it to Hashirama. He had thought that after the ninja world was at peace, he would have no more goals. He could only live in the world numbly, enjoying his loneliness. But now, powerhouses, countless powerhouses were waiting to be challenged. Such a vast universe, such a powerful race. It really makes one's blood boil. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but be excited. It was a kind of eagerness to fight against them, to roam the universe and conquer everything. At the same time, he had a great hostility towards the Otsutsuki clan. The ninja world is the place where Hashirama and I were born. You think you're worthy of using it as a back garden? Chapter 73, Madara, I shall call you the strongest. Heavenly obstacle quaking star. For a moment, Uchiha Madara's heart was stirred. Otsutsuki clan, wait for me to conquer you. Seeing this, Lucian sat on the throne and said slowly, as a return for the intelligence, how about you follow me after I defeat you? You've given yourself the illusion that you can defeat me. What an arrogant young man. Uchiha Madara immediately said with contempt. Similarly, I will also give you a chance. When I trample you under my feet, it will be your only chance to submit. Cherish it. What an arrogant Madara. Lucian was satisfied with Madara's answer. In that case, a powerhouse's promise. I hope that after you are defeated, you won't say things like, I'm not willing, it's impossible, I'm not convinced, I wasn't at my peak. Ridiculous. Are all young people so arrogant these days? Uchiha Madara said with disdain, his light purple Rinnegan flashing with an incomparably heart-pounding light. As his words fell, two vast auras erupted at the same time. For a moment, the crowd that had just rushed over to watch the battle felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if they would be injured if they got any closer. Lucian raised his eyes slightly, a contest of auras. Boom. The spiritual pressure turned into a pillar of light and shot into the sky. A huge roar echoed in all directions. The pillar of spiritual pressure directly blew away the clouds, and a violent air wave swept out. Thud, thud, thud. The onlookers, hundreds of meters away, were all sent flying, and the field was cleared in an instant. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but retreat a few steps, leaving deep footprints on the ground. He looked at Lucian in front of him with a grave expression. That aura carried a fatal crisis that his soul could hardly bear, but it was not concentrated on him. But such an opponent was really exciting. This kind of aura. All right, I acknowledge you. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but put down his pride and sigh at Lucian's aura, but it made his fighting spirit even more resolute. Among the opponents I have fought, in terms of aura, no one can compare to you. I, Madara, shall call you the strongest. Swish. Lucian and Madara disappeared from their spots at the same time. Thud, 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 thud. A series of roars sounded in midair. Like phantoms, they unfolded in the air. The two of them's taijutsu collision was dazzling. The huge sound of the two of them's taijutsu collision spread out. The surrounding trees were constantly being shattered by the air currents generated by their exchange. The ground between the trees was blasted with one deep pit after another. Hiss, that's. Can a taijutsu exchange alone produce such destruction? Fuguki, Chiyo, and the others looked at this scene in horror. The fourth A's expression was also grave, the Azura of the ninja world, the demon king Lucian, truly terrifying. He had thought that his father was the strongest in taijutsu, able to take on the Eight Tails head-on. But looking at this, the fourth A felt that the world was suddenly bigger. Take on the Eight Tails head-on. Madara could kick the Eight Tails into the sky with one kick. Are a ninja's body fragile? But that didn't include Madara and Hashirama. They didn't just dominate by relying on their bloodline. They were top tier in every aspect. You see, Hashirama's monstrous strength was much stronger than Tsunade's. He could tear the earth apart at will. How could he fight against Hashirama if his taijutsu wasn't strong? Boom. Bang. Boom. They only saw Lucian turn into a white ray of light, performing taijutsu at extreme speed. Every move was swift and sharp. Uchiha Madara's movements were wide and open, fierce and domineering, yet also extremely agile. The speed of the two was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the human body could reach such a level. During the battle, Lucian suddenly said, "A domineering man like you, if I were to subdue you, I would definitely feel a sense of accomplishment." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara also said unceremoniously, "Such an excellent young man, if you were to serve me, it would definitely be a pleasure." In their words, they were full of appreciation for each other, yet also sharp and revealing. Today, one person would fall, and one person would look down on the world. Blood artery. Lucian's expression condensed. With an unparalleled great force, he punched away Madara's kick. A huge amount of spiritual power erupted in an instant. All the surrounding air was instantly compressed, and a majestic, star-shaped astral wind was suddenly blasted out. Boom. Facing Lucian's sudden burst of power and critical hit, Madara's pupils condensed slightly. He could only protect himself with his hands, and his whole person was sent flying by the huge, star-shaped astral wind in the blink of an eye. Hiss! A brilliant and violent red lightning flashed in the air. Madara crashed directly into the ruins of the forest. Lucian turned around and floated down onto the throne, calm and composed. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Your strength and speed are both above mine. Uchiha Madara stood up domineeringly, still looking at Lucian with arrogance. Good. You have successfully pleased me. However, the only person who can fight against me is Hashirama, but he is no longer here. This is a good thing for you, because... As he spoke, an unparalleled amount of chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. The powerful chakra was like a storm, tearing the surrounding earth apart inch by inch, and Madara's domineering shout was heard. If it were just me, the map that was rewritten would not be so big. Heavenly obstacle quaking star. Just as everyone was shocked by Madara's eruption of chakra, they suddenly felt the entire sky begin to darken. All the clouds in the atmosphere were pushed away by an extremely powerful air current. A huge meteorite with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters suddenly descended, falling like a doomsday natural disaster. That's... At the same time, Kushina and Mikoto were traveling through the land of fire with Mei Terumi and Kisame's soul. But at that moment, they saw a huge, indescribable meteorite falling from the sky. The terrifying power it carried made them unable to believe their eyes. Are you kidding? Is this the end of the world? Mei Terumi's and Kisame's minds went blank. The meteorite was too big. Kushina couldn't help but be speechless. This was not a small meteorite. When Madara got serious, he created a truly terrifying natural disaster. Mikoto said in surprise, "That's His Majesty's spiritual pressure in the distance." And another person, "No, that person's pupil power is so strong. His Majesty is fighting against a powerhouse. It should be the other party's ninjutsu. Is that a fake?" Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki were completely shocked. It was clearly the end of the world, yet it was an enemy's ninjutsu. The enemy of the Demon King Lucian. After coming to her senses, Kushina's eyes lit up. Don't look at how big the meteorite is. It won't have any effect on His Majesty. On the contrary. His Majesty's move is what's truly exciting. Let's go and watch the battle. No. Mei Terumi's eyes were full of despair. People would die watching the battle. Hearing this, Kisame couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the Lucian he had never met. The power of a god. Seeing the scene of the sky falling, Chiyo and the others, who were watching the battle, were in despair in their shock. A meteorite of this scale, if it were to fall, would cause the complete collapse of the earth for dozens of li. The kind where not even a blade of grass would grow. There was no chance of escape at all. Run quickly. For a moment, many Konoha ninja who were on missions in the land of fire were shaken. The meteorite falling from the sky was too terrifying. It would be a disaster for the land of fire. As expected of the Azura of the ninja world. The rushing Orochimaru and the other two paused in their steps. Kakuzu's face was deeply shocked. To use such a terrifying ninjutsu as soon as he makes a move. It seems that Hashirama Senju really spared my life back then. You only know that now. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. If the first Hokage had really wanted to kill Kakuzu, it would have been useless for him to struggle. A ninjutsu like this is meaningless to me. Looking at the doomsday-like scene in the sky, Lucian sat quietly on the throne, his tone without any fluctuation. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's light purple Rinnegan, his pupil power fluctuated again. Next, I will see how you will deal with this. With his hands crossed in front of his chest, the arrogant and independent Uchiha Madara showed a look of anticipation. Limbo, border jail. 4 invisible figures appeared. Madara's unique ability, using limbo to split out shadows. Their strength was extremely strong, and ordinary people couldn't see them at all. Only those who had opened the Rinnegan could see them, or those who had cultivated six-path sage arts could sense them. This ability. The 4 shadows appeared directly in Lucian's eyes. He could see them clearly. It was just because the shadows contained Madara's spirit and will, and essentially contained spiritual energy. But it was undeniable that this ability was not bad. Boom. Lucian's spiritual pressure swept out. Under Madara's surprised gaze, the 4 shadows immediately stopped in place, unable to move. Multiple Heilig file. Lucian's fingertips instantly released dozens of small Heilig file. They crossed each other, like dozens of lasers, and pierced through the 4 shadows. The shadows were instantly shattered. Great Holy Bow. In an instant, a huge spirit bow with many spear-like arrows condensed in the sky, filled with a violent spiritual power. The terrifying energy it carried made Madara look sideways. Orochimaru and the others also held their breath. The Great Holy Bow, the form of the Heilig File with the strongest single-target destructive power, was currently unusable by them. Rumble. Under the shooting of the Holy Bow, it was as if the entire sky was torn to pieces. The huge meteorite was directly blown apart by the arrow attack, turning into countless rocks that fell from the sky. The aftershock was not over. A huge arrow directly pierced through the sky, forming a huge hole. Countless broken stones smashed into the land of fire, creating a storm and dust that filled the sky. Countless people were awakened, and the land of fire was shaken. Chapter 74, Sanct Altar. Uchiha Madara cries foul. So easily, you destroyed my heavenly obstacle quaking star and limbo, border jail. Seeing Lucian unleash such a powerful attack without even raising his hand, a flicker of surprise appeared in Uchiha Madara's pupils. He subconsciously looked at Lucian, who was still sitting on the throne, calm and composed. No dust or storm could get close to him. This posture is really annoying. The king of dance, Uchiha Madara, felt that he was being looked down upon. Hōgyoku. Blood artery. Just as Uchiha Madara was preparing to warm up with a few dozen more meteorites, Lucian disappeared from his spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Madara and kicked viciously. Madara reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand in a terrifying burst. Almighty push. A formless, surging repulsive force erupted madly. It directly formed an absolute defensive sphere with Uchiha Madara's body as the center and spread rapidly in all directions. The earth instantly collapsed. This was not the half-baked version of the original Nagato. It was flawless and extremely powerful. Spiritual power eruption. Lucian did not choose to dodge with the Shatten Breach. He wanted to break all of the other party's pride. Under Uchiha Madara's surprised gaze, Lucian's vast spiritual power gathered madly. His entire body exuded an irresistible aura, and the high-density spiritual power was condensed to the extreme. Lucian was clear that the body was the foundation of everything. Although all his abilities were strong, he also wanted to experience the passion of a fist-to-flesh fight. Galaxian explosion. Uchiha Madara saw Lucian clench his right fist, and on it bloomed a brilliant light like a galaxy, full of violent power and energy. Rumble. Under Madara's grave gaze, Lucian shattered the sweeping repulsive force with a single punch, tearing open a huge hole. He then directly blasted out a terrifying starburst that seemed to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Swish. Uchiha Madara reacted extremely quickly and dodged at high speed. After all, Madara could catch the second Hokage's flying thunder god with one hand. The moment he dodged, his chakra erupted. Mature Susanoo. A blue chakra flame rose and instantly enveloped Madara's body. The next moment he turned, the materialized Susanoo's fist slammed out. Boom. The terrifying forces collided, followed by a cracking sound. The Susanoo was shattered. Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted. After the Susanoo was shattered, the majestic power of the starburst did not diminish. It slammed into Uchiha Madara, sending him flying back like a bolt of lightning again. Condensed spirit particle flame. Lucian did not stop. He directly erupted a terrifying beam of flame at the spot where Madara had crashed. It lit up the sky and shot into the heavens. The scorching heat instantly melted the surrounding earth. From the ruins in the distance, the surviving ninja were stunned and silent. Was he really human? Everyone couldn't help but have this question. Trouble, can you at least form a hand seal? Rumble. The next moment, a huge shadow rushed out of the condensed spirit particle flame. When the shadow fell into people's eyes, everyone's breath froze. A figure clad in ancient battle armor, with sky-covering wings on its back, and holding a samurai longsword in each hand. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a majestic Karasatengu Shikigami. Like a demon god, it looked down on the earth. Perfect Susanoo. Mikoto, who had rushed over, looked at the Susanoo that stood as tall as the heavens, somewhat lost in thought. This was the power that the Uchiha clan had once been crazy for. Wow, The ninja on land are too scary. The lowly Mei Terumi was shocked beyond words. Her small body couldn't help but shiver. Kisame's heart was about to stop. The Konoha ninja who had been attracted by the various tremors in the land of fire could see it clearly even from thousands of meters away. Their minds all went blank. This was completely beyond their definition of a ninja. Only Hashirama could make me use this move. Be proud. Uchiha Madara stood arrogantly in the rhombic crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, looking down at the ant-like Lucian below, his eyes full of indifference. You finally appeared. Facing Uchiha Madara's arrogant and dismissive attitude, Lucian chuckled. This was the style of the king of dance in his heart. Then, Lucian flew into the sky, level with Madara. Seeing that Lucian could fly, Uchiha Madara's interest reached its peak. Since my battle with Hashirama, you have once again made me feel my blood boil. Uchiha Madara's purple Rinnegan was full of excitement, yet also exuded an aura that looked down on everything. Do you have any stronger moves? Come on, please me to your heart's content. As he spoke, his gaze locked on Lucian, who was flying up into the sky. A cold, indifferent smile appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. All creation soared. Everyone only saw the perfect Susanoo, which stood as tall as the heavens, raise its super long tachi and slash at the flying Lucian. Hiss! A single slash tore through all the atmosphere in front. It was as if the heavens and the earth had lost their color. It seemed to want to annihilate all things. Not bad power. Facing the attacking slash, Lucian took out his Quincy cross sword. Sword pressure. The domineering cross sword immediately burst out with a huge slash wave like a star arrow, which collided with it, and the heavens and the earth instantly rumbled. The all-creation sword was directly destroyed. The aftershock even cut through the earth, tearing open a bottomless ravine. The powerful aftershock formed a storm, and anyone who tried to get close to watch was swept away and torn apart. This kind of slash. Seeing Lucian unleash such a terrifying slash with a raise of his hand, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but be lost in thought for a moment. In the ninja world, it was an incredible thing. Suddenly seeing several energy bullets appear in Lucian's hand, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed. That kind of energy attack again. Swoosh. 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 Lucian threw the spirit bullets at an extremely high speed. But to Madara's surprise, the several spirit bullets landed around the Susanoo in an instant, calmly. This made Madara, who was preparing to counterattack, suddenly pause. These energy bullets didn't explode. That's not right. Noticing the faint smile in Lucian's eyes, Uchiha Madara had no choice but to fly up, and at the same time, he slashed at those spirit bullets a few times. It's useless. These spirit bullets are extremely difficult to destroy. Lucian calmly pulled away, and, the moment the spirit bullets were thrown and landed, it began. It can still be activated. What did this mean? Uchiha Madara had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't feel any danger at all. He immediately said coldly, "Brat, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" That's the truth. Witness the surprise. Lucian decided to give Madara a big surprise. Sanct Altar. Boom. The spirit bullets suddenly bloomed with a blazing light, directly enveloping the huge Susanoo. It formed a huge five-pointed star array. At this moment, Madara suddenly found that he had lost control of his Susanoo. No, he had lost the power to condense the Susanoo. Splash. The huge Susanoo suddenly collapsed. What did you do? Uchiha Madara, who was standing in the sky using the gravity of his Rinnegan, was also stunned. Where's my Susanoo? Where's my awesome Susanoo? Although the Susanoo was a ninjutsu, and only by opening the Mangekyo Sharingan could the third power be unlocked, the Mangekyo was just the key to opening the Susanoo. After it was opened, the Sharingan was not a necessity, so he could open the Susanoo without eyes. But at this moment, it was as if he had forgotten this power. It was as if that door had been sealed, and he could no longer use it. Under his dumbfounded gaze, Lucian, standing high in the sky, uttered 7 words. Perfect. Su. Sa. No. Oh. Boom. An incomparably blazing spiritual power flame rose from Lucian's body. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a golden, dazzling, and mountain-like Susanoo, holding dual swords and with wings on its back. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, as if the earth could not bear its power and was constantly cracking. Like a god of war, it looked down on all things. At this moment, the whole scene was silent. Even Kakuzu, Mikoto Uchiha, and the others' mouths were wide open. For the first time, Uchiha Madara lost his composure. His eyes widened a bit. I want to report someone for cheating. Lucian, standing in the spiritual crystal above the Susanoo, crossed his arms and said proudly. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, this brat is more annoying than you. The onlookers. My god, you guys really know how to play. Uchiha Madara was speechless for a moment, his thoughts stuck. Young people have no martial virtue. This feeling is really not bad. Controlling the Susanoo, Lucian suddenly understood Madara's domineering nature a little. It wasn't just that he stood high and could see far. The feeling that he could crush the ants on the ground with a wave of his hand was what had cultivated Madara's spirit. Evolved by the Hōgyoku, all aspects of him were heading in a different direction from Yhwach. For example, the Sanct Altar, its original meaning was to take away the opponent's power. But spiritual power and chakra were not the same system at all. Even Yhwach could not take away the Susanoo. But Lucian, who had evolved with the Hōgyoku, could. He had turned the original meaning into the true meaning. Sanct altar, take away the opponent's power and make it your own. Purely literal. He had taken away the power of the Susanoo. It was good to change chakra to spiritual power. Having absorbed the knowledge and talent of so many ninja, Lucian's understanding of chakra was deep. As for pupil power and spiritual energy, he had simulated them. Madara was in a mess in the wind. Chapter 75, a single slash, an unbelievable defeat. Brat, you're more annoying than Hashirama. Uchiha Madara gave Lucian a very high and special evaluation. You see, Hashirama held an unparalleled position in Madara's heart. Who could compare to him? Seeing Uchiha Madara's messy and breathless expression, Lucian silently created a camera and took a picture, then said plainly. Do you want to dance too? Damn it. Uchiha Madara was provoked. The other party not only usurped his perfect Susanoo, but also kept acting. This brat was really like Hashirama, just as annoying. If you think you can defeat me with a few little tricks, then I advise you to go back to sleep. Uchiha Madara quickly regained his composure. His Rinnegan flowed with an amazing pupil power, which erupted fiercely. He brought his hands together, and his massive chakra exploded. Planetary devastation. All creation swords. The moment Uchiha Madara activated planetary devastation, Lucian controlled the perfect Susanoo and swung his dual swords with incomparable sharpness, creating countless terrifying slashes. In an instant, the atmosphere was shattered. Countless slashes, like a phantom sword dance, formed a dense sword net that enveloped the heavens and the earth, sweeping madly towards Uchiha Madara. Almighty push. Madara directly gave up on planetary devastation. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from Madara's hands, and the heavens and the earth instantly rumbled. The formless repulsive force burst out with an unimaginable power. Rumble. With a huge roar, countless people in the land of fire were deafened. The terrifying repulsive force destroyed all the slashes and even blasted Lucian's Susanoo several li away. The land for more than 10 li around was instantly flattened. The onlookers were instantly killed. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Lucian, who had paused, couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the power of Madara's almighty push. It was just the almighty push, not the super version. It was more than 10 times stronger than the one he had just used. He could increase its power at will. In the original story, the 6 paths Madara had given up on using the almighty push and the universal pull. He had instead used unfamiliar sage arts, putting the cart before the horse. The warm-up is over. Meeting Uchiha Madara's cold gaze, Lucian dispelled the perfect Susanoo and said calmly, but his voice shook the 8 directions. But these words made the 4th A, Chiyo, and the others dumbfounded again. You destroyed the heavens and the earth, and you're telling me it was a warm-up. For a moment, who knows how many people shed sad tears. All their strength was not even comparable to the 2 of them's warm-up. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said with the same arrogance, you have my recognition. From now on, I, Uchiha Madara, will go all out. Is that so? But you have no chance. Lucian's eyes were extremely serious. The Quincy cross sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. He could feel that the life force from the ghetto statue in Uchiha Madara's body was rapidly draining away. Perhaps Madara could fight with all his might for a few more moves, but Lucian was no longer interested. This battle was enough to announce Uchiha Madara's return, enough to shake the entire ninja world. This is the end, Uchiha Madara. Boom. Seeing Lucian appear beside him, Uchiha Madara, who was preparing to counterattack, suddenly paused. The surging spiritual pressure instantly focused on his body, pressing down. Madara had never experienced such a terrifying pressure. It was as if gravity had suddenly increased several dozen times, and his body stopped abruptly. As strong as Uchiha Madara was, his spiritual pressure was still much worse than Lucian's. Although it was difficult to directly kill him with spiritual pressure, it was enough to make him pause for a moment. A single moment, and the battle was over. Puchichi. Lucian, holding the Quincy cross sword, brushed past Uchiha Madara. Flesh was torn, and bones were broken. An incomparably gruesome, deep wound that revealed his internal organs appeared on Uchiha Madara's body. The long and gruesome gash went from Uchiha Madara's left shoulder directly to his right hip. Just a little more, and he would have been completely cut in half. Puchi. Even so, when Madara burst out in pain, Lucian, who had turned around quickly, did not stop at all. The huge Quincy cross sword pierced into Madara's heart. No mercy. Absolutely no mercy. Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara spat out a large mouthful of blood, his aura weakened to the extreme. The Quincy cross sword, even without any spiritual power attached, could damage the soul. The serious injury to his body was far less than the serious injury to his soul. Uchiha Madara's soul was also nearly cut in 2 by this slash. His aura was at its weakest point. A touch of disbelief appeared in his eyes, which made Madara's thoughts stop for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the day of his final battle with Hashirama. The moment Hashirama's true several thousand hands suppressed him, Uchiha Madara finally understood that he was really no match for Hashirama. But that was Hashirama, his best friend, the enemy of his life. To be defeated by a newly risen young man, Uchiha Madara's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. As Lucian pulled out the sword, Uchiha Madara completely lost his strength and collapsed to the ground, his eyes dimming a bit, but he laughed out loud. Hashirama, did you see that? What a ridiculous battle. Even if, it's a pity it's not. The corner of Lucian's eye twitched. Even at a time like this, he was still reminiscing about Hashirama. Lucian said casually, "You're not convinced." Uchiha Madara immediately raised his head proudly. "Brat, a powerhouse never makes excuses for his failure. A loss is a loss. I admit you are stronger than me." "Oh." Lucian replied. "You bastard." Uchiha Madara continued to dance, because he saw the shadow of Hashirama in Lucian. They were both so good at annoying people. For a moment, the originally near-death Madara almost couldn't catch his breath. "It's over." The fourth A, who had climbed out of the ruins, looked at this scene in disbelief. He was holding the young killer bee in his arms. Chiyo, the White Fang, and the other ninja were also in a daze. Apart from a very few ninja, the rest had been killed or injured in the aftershock. But the result was unbelievable. That was the Azura of the ninja world. So scary. Mei Terumi and Kisame, who had been brought out of the spirit particle space by Kushina, also watched this scene with their hearts pounding. "Lucian, worthy of the name of the Demon King. Your Majesty is too strong." Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kakuzu looked at each other, shocked but also feeling that it was a matter of course. As Quincy, they naturally understood. When one's spiritual pressure was strong to a certain degree, any flashy moves were useless. Unless the other party's soul was also extremely strong and could contend with it. "Damn it, what should I do?" Black Zetsu, who saw this, his eyes were red with blood. He had waited for 1,000 years, and had only waited for one Uchiha Madara. Hope was clearly in front of him, but it was suddenly cut off. "Damn it." Black Zetsu slammed the ground hard, his expression changing for a moment, and then he disappeared from the spot. Hum. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's hair began to turn white, his face began to age, and his life force was rapidly draining away. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from 30 to 40, 50, and then 70, 80, a withered old man. The life force he had absorbed from the ghetto statue had dissipated. Uchiha Madara's eyes grew even dimmer. He was not afraid of failure. He had been on the battlefield since he was 4 or 5, and had been defeated countless times before he reached the peak. To be defeated by Lucian was not such an unacceptable thing. But he had originally wanted to die peacefully in his young form. That way, he could go to the Pure Land and face Hashirama. But in his current state, would Hashirama recognize him? "Hashirama, I'm coming." His life was rapidly draining away. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lucian said plainly, "Going to your death. It seems you've forgotten our promise." "Brat. Are you humiliating me?" Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes. Even in his old age, he could not hide his majestic aura. So what about the promise? In this state, was he going to be a gatekeeper for Lucian? No, he couldn't even be a gatekeeper. How could the proud Madara stand it? "I had originally researched the Arankar and had prepared a new way of life for you." Lucian put away his cross sword and said calmly, "But you don't care. Your soul is so seriously injured, yet you have time to think about Hashirama Senju. Then, live." To turn a person who wasn't dead into an Arankar was too much trouble for Lucian. Hashirama's body was dead. Although he could be resurrected with the reanimation jutsu and then changed into a Quincy, it was so troublesome. If he made Uchiha Madara a Quincy, he could directly make Hashirama's soul an Arankar or a Shinigami. At that time, across species, friendship would be too touching. Chapter 76, Madara, I'm just a tool. The entire ninja world is shaken. Heh. Hearing Lucian's words, Madara sneered with disdain. Young man, trying to stop this old man from finding Hashirama. Dream on. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was already determined to die, and was even about to bite his tongue and commit suicide, Lucian said directly. Your plan is doomed to fail. Uchiha Madara was suddenly energized, staring at Lucian sharply. Ridiculous. Do you understand what wisdom is? The plan I have made, how could it? Please lend me your ear. The throne appeared, and Lucian sat down and said slowly, Black Zetsu, the third brother of the Sage of Six Paths, the product of the will of the ancestor of Chakra, has lived for thousands of years, waiting for the birth of the Rinnegan, lurking and acting. A bewildered Madara. White Zetsu, the result of the infinite Tsukuyomi on the humans of ancient times. A stunned Madara. Black Zetsu tampered with the contents of the Uchiha stone tablet and led you by the nose. An angry Madara. Casting the infinite Tsukuyomi will trigger the possession of the will of the ancestor of chakra, thus resurrecting her by borrowing a body. A shocked Madara. The meaning of Black Zetsu's existence is to resurrect the ancestor of chakra, the mother of the sage, Kagaya Otsutsuki. A bitter Madara. Let's leave it at that for now. In summary, your plan was wrong from the very beginning. A confused Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression changed constantly. He did not doubt Lucian's words. On the contrary, he was filled with a deep resentment and confusion. I'm just a tool. Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, may you die a horrible death. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not shout or scream, Lucian couldn't help but admire him. Anyone would break down in this situation. Only Madara could withstand it a little. After a few minutes, Lucian was surprised. Huh? You're not dead. Uchiha Madara, I think I can be saved. Quick, help this old man up. Lucian. Temporarily settled. Black Zetsu, you can only be a tool. Assist me, the tool to subdue Madara. After the battle was over, the fourth A and the other gift-bearers left the Wandenreich without stopping. Although intelligence on Lucian was important, the pressure Uchiha Madara brought to the ninja world far exceeded that of Lucian. That had been accumulated over decades. At this moment, outside the Silburn, Kakuzu was counting the various supplies, feeling pleased. But when he saw Kisaburo Fuguki preparing to take away his greatsword, same Hada, Kakuzu was suddenly unhappy. Stop. Leave the sword. Fuguki couldn't help but glare. You. Me. Take it if you dare. Kakuzu was extremely arrogant. Fuguki was even more filled with killing intent. That was a treasured sword, his second life. It was clearly agreed that they were not allowed to bring weapons into the city, but it was not said that the weapons had to be given to the Empire. TCH, you good for nothing. Kakuzu snatched same Hada and said plausibly. This sword will do. It can also be sold for a few million ryo. Puffed. Fuguki couldn't help but vomit blood. You shameless old thief. I'm leaving. Fuguki's expression changed. In the end, under Kakuzu's disdainful gaze, he left in a sorry state. Although it was his second life, how could it be as important as his first life? Only a fool would dare to be so audacious in the Silburn. No, his hatred for Kakuzu had reached its peak. Kisame Hoshigaki, who had been brought back to the city by Kushina, looked at the greatsword, same Hada, with a dazed look in his eyes. The news of the battle between Madara and Lucian spread like wildfire through the ninja world. Uchiha Madara has reappeared. The perfect Susanoo has shaken the world. The battle between the Demon King and the Asura. The ninja world was shaken again. The impact this time was far more intense than the previous 2 times with Lucian. Even the small countries and villages in the distance were stunned. It was a true, all-ninja world shock, a hot topic for all people. What was the Asura of the ninja world? That was a great terror acknowledged by the entire ninja world. You see, after Konoha was first established, in order to capture the tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara had run rampant in the ninja world, pushing everything aside and beating up all who were not convinced. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was not enough to describe it. He had left a deep fear in the records of countless countries. Uchiha Madara, a taboo name. But at this moment, the sealed memories were awakened, which made everyone terrified. The village hidden in the cloud. The Asura of the ninja world, ha! The third Raikage, who could fight the Eight Tails head-on, was also under great pressure at this moment. Looking at the terrified fourth A in front of him, the Raikage comforted him. You should know that the god of shinobi and the Asura of the ninja world can both easily rewrite the map. To be able to survive watching a battle of this scale proves that you have grown a lot. It's just that I didn't expect Lucian to be so strong. The fourth A. His face was full of bitterness. After so many years of hard work, am I only worthy of surviving the aftershock? But recalling the great battle between Lucian and Madara, the fourth A's body couldn't help but tremble. He was only in his teens, yet he had endured a terror that he shouldn't have at this age. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Blue Bee, said gravely, Lord Raikage, it seems we need to re-evaluate Lucian's strength. It's possible. It's possible that the entire village hidden in the cloud can't stop him. Before he could finish, the third Raikage also understood. If they couldn't stop the Asura of the ninja world, then what if it was the Demon King who had defeated the Asura of the ninja world? How could they stop him? At this, the third Raikage said in a deep voice, let's wait and see for now. I have always believed that a powerhouse of this level has an unimaginable magnanimity and will not focus on small interests. Do not actively get close, and do not actively offend. As he spoke, the third Raikage stood up, his tall body full of pressure. If Lucian is really so ambitious as to swallow everything, then my village hidden in the cloud will not shy away from a fight. The village hidden in the sand. Oh. Hearing Chiyo's intelligence report, the third Kazekage was calm. This made everyone confused. Chiyo said even more urgently, Lord Kazekage, that's Uchiha Madara. In the past. In the past. What does that have to do with me? Didn't he lose? Let's pay more attention to Lucian. The third Kazekage calmly asked back while drinking tea. In fact, he was panicking in his heart. What can I do? I'm also in despair. He had a clear understanding of himself. He was not as strong as the third Raikage, his attack power was not as strong as the third Tsuchikage, and he did not have as many ninjutsu as the third Hokage. He was in the middle of the five Kage. What could he do? Go and be a simp. Attack. Strengthen the defense. It was useless. It was better to honestly pan for gold dust in the village. Sigh. Reading the Kazekage's thoughts, the elders couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't afford to provoke him. To do more would only make the already poor village hidden in the sand worse. We have no grudge. I'll just manage my own affairs. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The village hidden in the mist. Thud, thud, thud. The third Mizukage angrily smashed things. It took him a long time to calm down. The news Hōgyoku had brought back had instantly wiped out all of the third Mizukage's plans, making him both angry and a little terrified. Fortunately, he had not been so reckless as to send troops to attack the Wandenreich. Otherwise, it would have been a suicide mission. The third Mizukage then looked at the resentful Hōgyoku. So, the people of the Wandenreich took your sword. They didn't take it, they snatched it. Hōgyoku's eyes were bloodshot. He said with hatred, that old undying bastard named Kakuzu is not human at all. He sold my sword. Damn it. Lord Mizukage, send troops. I am willing to lead the team. Get out. The third Mizukage directly waved his hand. Lord Mizukage. I said, get out. Hōgyoku's expression changed. He turned and left. The elders also looked at each other. Wasn't Hōgyoku's idea also theirs? The tailed beast had been snatched. Didn't they want face? But they didn't dare. They had tried their best to imagine how strong Lucian was, but they couldn't have imagined that Lucian had defeated Uchiha Madara. And it was Uchiha Madara with the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan, was it possible that he was stronger than the god of shinobi? But the result? An elder said faintly, I just finished the nationwide investigation. The other party not only snatched two tailed beasts, but also two ninja geniuses. Lucian is digging up the roots of my village hidden in the mist. Hearing this, the third Mizukage couldn't help but clench his hands, his eyes full of sinister ruthlessness. Lucian's ambition is too great. He snatched the tailed beasts and dug up the geniuses to make the Wandenreich strong. He is the enemy of the entire ninja world and must be sanctioned. Send a message to the other ninja villages for me. I want to hold a 5 Kage summit. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Chapter 77, Your Majesty, is there still hope for Lord Madara's illness? Village hidden in the leaves. In the office, everyone was shocked. Fugaku Uchiha, who was attending the meeting as the clan head, was first shocked, and then greatly surprised. The ancestor has reappeared. The Uchiha have a backer. Madara, hey. Fugaku Uchiha didn't know Madara's past. You see, before Madara left Konoha, he had planned to take the Uchiha with him. But the Uchiha were used to the stability of Konoha, and none of them were willing to leave. He had fought for the Uchiha, his family had been destroyed, but in the end, even his own people had rejected him. Used to stability. Did he, Madara, not have the ability to create another great ninja village for them to play in? The Uchiha had broken Madara's heart. Looking at the intelligence report, Sarutobi's expression was bitter. He asked, what happened to Uchiha Madara in the end? Shinkuyuhi thought for a moment and said uncertainly, the final clash was too strong. I could only see from a distance that Uchiha Madara was injured by Lucian and then fell. I don't know what they talked about. The two of them just disappeared. Hamura Mitokado, of the F3 group, pondered, the ninja world cannot accommodate two kings. Uchiha Madara is most likely dead. Everyone couldn't help but nod. If it were them, they wouldn't want an Asura like Uchiha Madara to be alive either. They wouldn't be able to sleep. Lucian, how can your magnanimity compare to mine? So. Hiruzen Sarutobi had white hair. He thought, then we don't need to consider the matter of Uchiha Madara. This battle has only proven that Lucian is indeed difficult to fight against. But no one is absolutely invincible. Intelligence on Lucian must be the top priority. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little anxious. Where is Sakumo Hatake? Shinkuyuhi shook his head. He disappeared after the great battle. Sarutobi's heart sank. Was he captured by Lucian? Or was he killed? Arg. En route, after driving everyone out, Danzo roared hysterically, venting his resentment. A sudden great battle had shattered Danzo's last hope. Reanimation jutsu. Even the real person had been defeated. Would that half-baked puppet that could only display a part of its strength be of any use? He had been studying the reanimation jutsu these days, but it was not enough to reanimate a heavyweight. Most of them were just cannon fodder. It would take too much time to perfect. But Danzo was most afraid of not having enough time. Lucian's side was getting stronger day by day, making him more and more afraid. Danzo's will was really about to collapse. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Danzo immediately looked over with a sinister expression. Who is it? Get out. A pool of dark matter appeared on the ground, which in the blink of an eye, flowed and formed a black shadow, which smiled and revealed a mouthful of serrated teeth. Need help. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. An ordinary person's vessel is not enough to contain a powerhouse's soul, let alone display their strength. Dozens of pale bodies were thrown on the ground. Look, I've brought you the perfect vessels. Not only that, I've also brought cells older than Hashirama Senju's. Glancing at the black shadow, Danzo said coldly, tell me your origin and purpose, or I will kill you. Hey, kill me. The person was amused by these words. The black shadow disappeared from the spot. The next moment, it appeared on Danzo's body like a shadow. Damn it. Get off me. Danzo angrily pulled and pulled, but he couldn't pull it off. It was useless even if he erupted his chakra. The black shadow was constantly merging into his body, sneering. A good vessel. Become one with me. Yin-yang release, spiritual possession. Arg. Danzo screamed in pain. He felt as if his body and soul were split in two, as if another person had grown on his body. For a time, two consciousnesses were constantly intertwined. They fought against each other. And then, they colluded. In the top hall of the central building of the Silburn. Lucian sat on the throne, looking down at a lowly and a soul body. Your Majesty, the 3 tails and the 6 tails have been captured. Please give your instructions. Mikoto released a tailed beast and a Jinchuriki. Kushina even raised her head, with a look that said, praise me quickly. Lucian pretended not to see, which made Kushina mutter. Your Majesty, the 7 tails has been captured. Please give your instructions. Nagato and Yhiko also returned and said respectfully. Seeing this, the lowly Mei Terumi and Kisame Hashigaki were shocked. He was going to capture all the tailed beasts. Wasn't he forcing the great nations to go crazy? Well done. Lucian praised them, only looking at the results. Only the 1 tail, the 2 tails, and the 8 tails were left. These 2 people. Lucian put away the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast and looked at the lowly and the soul. That soul was easy to recognize. The shark face was unique. As for this lowly, she looked quite cute. Kushina brought the lowly over and said with a light smile, Your Majesty, this girl is called Mei Terumi, and the boy is called Kisame Hashigaki. At such a young age, they dared to fight with me. In order not to leak information, they directly committed suicide. They have talent and courage. Mei Terumi. The future Mizukage. Lucian looked over, which made the lowly shiver. So scary, so scary. Mei Terumi wanted to cry, but she didn't dare. If she didn't know Lucian, Mei Terumi might have said. Wow, this man has such a great temperament. He's my type. But unfortunately, after seeing Lucian in battle, her mind was filled with the terrifying image of Lucian splitting the heavens and the earth. Can a person be that strong? The Demon King is so scary. Are you willing to join the Empire? I won't force you. Lucian said quite calmly, which made the 2 of them's hearts shake. Not force them. Who would believe that? Without hesitation, Kisame Hashigaki knelt on one knee and said respectfully. I have died once for Kirigakure. I am willing to serve the great, to serve your Majesty. A powerhouse, a true powerhouse. The Kirigakure ninja worshipped powerhouses more than the Kimogakure ninja. The Mizukage had all risen to their positions through strength. Lucian's strength had directly conquered Kisame Hashigaki's little heart. I am willing. Mei Terumi's face was pale. Her small body knelt down. She understood that a powerhouse like Lucian would not waste words with her. She was not afraid of death, but the fact that Kisame's soul was probably kneeling made her blood run cold. A country that controlled souls was a country of devils to her. A nice unexpected harvest. Lucian had high hopes for the 2 of them. To be able to become a Kage-level powerhouse in the original timeline meant that their potential was extraordinary. Although Kisame Hoshigaki was a bit impulsive and belligerent, compared to his strengths, his weaknesses could be overlooked. Might Guy, to live like a true ninja, and to die like a true ninja. Kisame Hoshigaki, I will remember your name for the rest of my life. Mei Terumi was really great. She had experienced the cruelty of the Bloody Mist era and had always worked hard for the development of the village. It was not until the eve of the Fourth Shinobi World War that she became the second female Kage in the history of the ninja world. She had walked to the peak step by step and became famous in the ninja world. Those who could become Kage were not bad. Lucian was also not stingy with a drop of blood. As for Kisame, he was just a soul, so he would be turned into an Arankar. Mikoto, go and get a cup of sake. Yes, your majesty. Mikoto smiled gently, nodded, and withdrew. Seeing this, Kushina pinched Mei Terumi's little face and said with a light smile, good. From now on, you are my little brother, no, my little sister. Call me Big Sister Kushina. A school bully. Mei Terumi was speechless. This young lady will sooner or later rub you on the ground. But Mei Terumi forced a cute expression, Big Sister Kushina, please take care of me. Hee, so obedient. On the other side. On the streets of the Silburn. It was becoming more and more prosperous, and the voices of the people were boiling. A withered old man was sitting in a wheelchair. White Zetsu was pushing the old man slowly down the street. The old man was not used to the lively and harmonious atmosphere around him. He closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. White Zetsu didn't dare to disturb him easily. Suddenly, a cute little girl walked over with a flower in her hand and stopped in front of the terminally ill old man. The old man raised his eyes slightly and couldn't help but frown. The little girl's voice was crisp, old grandpa, this flower is for you. I wish you a speedy recovery and to live younger and younger. White Zetsu was startled, hey, what are you doing? Who told you to do that? The little girl tilted her head, I did it myself. His Majesty said that as citizens of the Empire, we should help each other, unite and love each other. Am I wrong? White Zetsu was speechless and immediately looked at the old man. The old man's eyes were vacant, as if he was lost in some kind of memory. Lucian, you won. Unconsciously, the old man muttered. Under White Zetsu's astonished gaze, the old man smiled, gently took the flower, and said kindly. I wish you happiness every day. Wow, old grandpa's smile is so cool. Haha, when I was young, I was not only cool, but also handsome. Humph, you're shameless. The little girl's big eyes smiled into crescents. The cool old grandpa also smiled warmly. White Zetsu, my god, I've seen a ghost. Your Majesty, look quickly. Is there still hope for Lord Madara's illness? White Zetsu looked again at the old man who was chatting happily and immediately face-palmed. Forget it, let's give up on the treatment. Chapter 78, Reality is Hell, Nagato comes to give thanks. After chatting with the little girl for a while, the old man was pushed in his wheelchair by White Zetsu to a high platform. His previously cheerful mood became desolate once again. From there, he could overlook most of the scenery of the true world city, but he was in no mood to watch. He had also previously seen Kushina and the others bring back the tailed beasts. The seated old man's gaze merely hardened slightly, without much reaction. White Zetsu, who was at his side, called out, Lord Madara, you saw that just now, right? Our plan is completely unworkable. His Majesty has even killed several of the tailed beasts, he's about to finish them all off. And they're the kind that can't be revived. Uchiha Madara was speechless. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the life or death of the tailed beasts. His only motivation for living right now was to kill Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. If Black Zetsu did not die, even in death, he could not wash away this humiliation. After being brought back by Lucian, his injuries were healed by Lucian's illusionary abilities. However, Madara's body was already decaying, and he had been relying on the demonic statue of the outer path to stay alive. Seeing Madara's heavy heart, Lucian was not in a hurry to remodel him. Especially after Lucian told him the whole truth, Uchiha Madara's mentality almost collapsed, and he still hasn't fully recovered. Black Zetsu. Just that one name made Madara's gaze incomparably cold. Uchiha Madara. A slightly nervous and curious voice sounded. Madara looked back slightly, his gaze pausing. Nagato, is it? He's really grown a lot. The two looked at each other, speechless. White Zetsu's eyes darted back and forth, and for some unknown reason, he kept smirking slyly. Yahiko, who was beside them, spoke up, why did you give your eyes to Nagato? Didn't it hurt? Heh. Uchiha Madara couldn't be bothered to explain. Has this child been protected too well by Lucian? So naive. Although I don't know what you were planning to do before, but, thank you. To Madara's surprise, Nagato thanked him sincerely. White Zetsu was stunned. Hey, you've got the wrong person, right? Lord Madara was. As he spoke, White Zetsu stopped and coughed lightly. Ahem, it's nothing. Perhaps reminiscing, a sad look appeared in Nagato's eyes. A few months ago, a conflict broke out between Konoha and Omega-kure. 2 Konoha ninja broke into my home. I saw my parents lying in a pool of blood. The 2 ninja were apologizing to their bodies, saying they had made a mistake, that they had mistaken them for enemies and acted. Such a reason, how ridiculous. Nagato's tone was laced with anger. My rage caused me to erupt with a power I couldn't comprehend, and I killed them directly. My parents' death brought me pain. What made me even more grieved and confused? After Conan took me away, I found out that in those few months, there were too many children like me who had lost their families. My story is just a microcosm of war. Ah, a microcosm of war. Yhwach also fell silent. His parents had also died because of the war. While dealing with matters concerning Kisame and Terumi-me, Lucian listened to the conversation there. Thanking Madara. At the moment, Lucian didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. After all, the plan hadn't started yet, and Madara's Rinnegan had helped him get revenge. Some people say that Madara had Nagato's parents killed in order to awaken his eyes. Lucian was speechless. Such a baseless rumor. The power of the Rinnegan is not something a small child can withstand. He hadn't even found someone to guide Nagato as his successor, so what was the use of awakening his eyes? It was fortunate that Nagato at that time hadn't even cultivated his chakra, it was purely an eruption of the residual visual prowess left by Madara. Otherwise, in such a small body, an outburst of rage could have directly consumed him into a dried corpse. The death of Nagato's parents was merely an expression of the cruelty of war. Uchiha Madara was silent for a long time before saying somberly, not everything in this world goes as you wish. The longer you live, the more clearly you see that reality is, in fact, helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Listen well. In this world, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows. Gazing at the distant sky, Madara seemed to see the handsome figure of Hashirama in the clouds, and he continued to speak slowly. If one wishes to maintain peace for their own selfish reasons, it will inevitably lead to war. In order to protect love, hatred is born. This chain of cause and effect cannot be severed. Such is reality. The real world is hell. His long, elderly life in a cave had filled Uchiha Madara with much emotion. A world with only victors, only peace, only love. I was going to create such a world. But the result? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but be lost in a daze. After realizing he was a mere tool, Madara began to reflect. If there was nothing wrong with Black Zetsu and the infinite Tsukuyomi, was the result truly what he wanted? Everyone trapped in a genjutsu, how false. His path had gone astray. Old man. Silence. I, Uchiha Madara, have not decayed. Hearing Yhiko's words, old man, Uchiha Madara's eyes instantly sharpened. The little girl from before was one thing, she was just an ordinary girl, but Yhiko and the others were not allowed. Unwilling to admit his age, yet powerless to do anything but accept it, perhaps this is the regret of the strong. He is an old man. Yhiko couldn't help but mutter, which instantly made Madara's Rinnegan flare, making him want to give Yhiko a beating. Never mind, an adult wouldn't get serious with a child. Are you done with your nonsense? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and continued to reminisce about the great Hashirama. Nagato took out a glowing orb and handed it over. This body must be uncomfortable. His Majesty asked me to bring this. Eating it will allow you to return to your peak and obtain new power. Looking at the crystal-clear orb, which contained a drop of blood, Uchiha Madara did not take it. Yhiko, don't you want to return to your peak? This new power can grant you immortality. If you have a dream, a long life can help you achieve it. By the way, His Majesty told me to tell you something. The lives of those who are granted power by His Majesty are in His Majesty's hands. That is the price of the power. That fellow, so frank. Uchiha Madara couldn't describe his feelings, they were too complex. Uchiha Madara, now needing to be saved by a child. If Hashirama knew, he would die of laughter. But thinking of Black Zetsu living splendidly made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Madara still had no reaction, Nagato also said, His Majesty said, if you don't accept it, then. Nagato stood up straight, mimicking Lucian's posture, and spoke indifferently. For the great Shura of the ninja world to be so faithless, you are unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the god of shinobi. Ha! A taunt. You've succeeded. Uchiha Madara's visual prowess suddenly erupted. The formless aura directly shocked everyone back a few steps. He indifferently took the orb and swallowed it. Gulp. Swallowed in one gulp, the transformation began. Uchiha Madara didn't even frown, his face expressionless. But Yhiko, Nagato, and White Zetsu were all dumbfounded. The pain of having one's soul torn apart, taken so easily. As expected of the Shura of the ninja world. Lucian praised him in his mind. Such great perseverance. That orb. Lucian had condensed into it more than 100 times the total amount of spirit particles required to create 3,000 holy soldiers. Spirit particles gasified, then liquefied, then condensed into a spirit water. Then, he compressed a massive amount of the spirit water to its limit to form a spirit orb, into which he dripped his blood. The concentration of spirit particles within it was greater than the total amount absorbed by Kushina and the others combined, comparable to a Super Kage level. It wasn't that Lucian was biased. Before, Orochimaru and the other two could at best be called quasi-Kage level, otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to defeat even a single Hanzo. Kushina and Mikoto were at the genin level, and the three little ones were complete novices. The group of 8 was completely incapable of controlling such immense power, they could only take it slowly. But Uchiha Madara could control it with ease. Wow, Lord Madara is becoming handsome. Watching Madara change, White Zetsu exclaimed in surprise. The great Lord Madara was instantly displeased. I've always been handsome, all right. The decaying Madara's white hair turned black strand by strand, his old face grew younger, his aura skyrocketed, and his life force erupted. The building they were on cracked, unable to withstand it. Yhiko was stunned, such strong spiritual pressure. This spiritual power is immense. Nagato nodded. In terms of ninja levels, his spiritual power alone is at the Super Kage level. A moment later, Uchiha Madara who looked to be in his 30s was back online. He exuded an aura of looking down on all creation, one that people dared not look at directly. The wheelchair was directly shattered by the spiritual pressure. Uchiha Madara, showing neither joy nor sorrow, raised his hand towards the sky. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 79, Indra's Chakra, the Sage of Six Paths peaking. Boom. The almighty push appeared suddenly, and a terrifying repulsive force instantly erupted. Under the dumbfounded gazes of countless people in the Wandenreich, a large area of the sky's clouds were destroyed, forming a huge, vortex-like hole. White Zetsu immediately shouted, Lord Madara is so powerful. Silence. After raising his hand and making a move, Uchiha Madara felt the new power in his body. Even he couldn't help but be in a daze for a moment. His chakra had been washed away and replaced with spiritual power. After his soul was strengthened, he could feel spiritual pressure. The Rinnegan, as a Kekkei-genkai, had been completely preserved. At the same time, many Quincy skills had been imprinted on his soul, and he also had a powerful ability called a script. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally understood why Nagato and the other children had grown so fast. It turned out that someone had given them a cheat. They were all cheaters. Did the script awaken on its own? From a distance, Lucian sensed the power of Madara's script. This ability was not actively bestowed by Lucian. He had only attached the key to opening the script in the Spirit Pearl, which had awakened on its own after Madara's transformation. But regardless of whether it was bestowed by Lucian or not, any Quincy ability could be mastered by Lucian. The Almighty. Lucian whispered the name of Madara's script ability. No matter what the ability was, this name was suitable. This feeling of my blood boiling. A young and vibrant body. Uchiha Madara was satisfied. But what he was not used to was that even after being bestowed with such a powerful force, Lucian had only sent 2 of his subordinates. He was more arrogant than him. No, Madara didn't care either. The world was cruel. Only the strong had the right to speak. He admitted that Lucian was stronger than him. It wasn't such an unacceptable thing. But then, a fierce killing intent appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes, which made White Zetsu and the other 2 feel a chill all over. Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu. Quickly, Madara calmed his mood. That guy was not worth losing his composure over. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, bursts of white smoke came from Uchiha Madara's body. It was strange. This scene not only stunned Nagato and the others, but Uchiha Madara also couldn't help but frown. Could it be that something had gone wrong with the transformation? That's not right. Carefully sensing the energy of the white smoke, Uchiha Madara felt a strange sense of familiarity. Yin-yang release. No, it's an Yin attribute chakra that even I can hardly reach. Yhiko also exclaimed, what a dark spiritual energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Quickly, the white smoke completely dissipated. Who knows if it was an illusion, but everyone vaguely heard an unwilling voice. It was extremely ancient, as if from a distant era. My body is different. Sensing himself again, Uchiha Madara found that he felt a sense of ease, an unprecedented ease. It was as if he had broken free from some kind of shackle, and his entire body and mind had been baptized. White Zetsu sighed in his mind, hey, I thought Lord Madara couldn't withstand such a strong spiritual power and was boiled. What a pity. Uchiha Madara couldn't be bothered to talk to this guy, White Zetsu. Carefully sensing everything about himself, Uchiha Madara understood, and his face darkened slightly. Could it be what Lucian had said, Indra's chakra? Were you peeking just now? Hagoromo Otsutsuki. In the Great Hall, Lucian sat on the throne and whispered. He was sure that the moment Indra's chakra was washed away by the spiritual power, a very subtle fluctuation had swept back to the Silburn. The other party's spirit particle concentration was extremely high. It far exceeded the category of a ninja's spiritual body. It could be said that, just from judging by the spiritual pressure, it was comparable to or even slightly exceeded Lucian's current state. He's doing so well in the Pure Land. This made Lucian a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. According to the original story, the Sage of Six Paths would only appear in a set way when the chakra of the Ten Tails, Indra, and Asura appeared at the same time. But at the same time, this statement came from the Sage of Six Paths himself. Who knew how much he had hidden? But Lucian could be sure that the Sage of Six Paths could not observe and enter and exit the ninja world at any time. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by Lucian or discovered Lucian long ago, and Black Zetsu would have knelt long ago. Perhaps he doesn't only appear when the three chakras appear at the same time. Based on the situation just now, Lucian couldn't help but guess, it's possible that if there is a problem with any of these chakras, it will attract his attention. For example, just now, the destruction of Indra's chakra. And for example, the tailed beasts that are about to be completely annihilated. Thinking of this, Lucian was looking forward to it. He hadn't appeared now. What if he devoured all the tailed beasts and the ghetto statue? I'm looking forward to your appearance, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Friendly. Then kneel and pay your respects. An enemy? Then offer your soul for the birth of the king. Swish. Mikoto Uchiha flashed over, looked at Madara calmly, and said softly, Senior, His Majesty has summoned you. There is a mission. A mission. Uchiha Madara's brow twitched. He hadn't heard this word for who knows how many years. Turning around, Madara looked at Mikoto Uchiha. For this Uchiha Jr., Uchiha Madara could only say, lucky. If she hadn't met Lucian, she would have only lived a mediocre life as a wife and mother, until she died of old age or illness. Or perhaps she would have been killed by her filial son. But now, she had eternal life, a brilliant life, and an infinite future. Uchiha Madara was touched. Only when one is old does one know how terrible time is. In this respect, the Quincy were similar to the Otsutsuki clan that Lucian had mentioned. They were both terrifying races with long lifespans. In the Great Hall, Arankar, Kakuzu, Kisame Hashigaki, Quincy, Madara, Kushina, Mikoto, Nagato, Yahiko, White Zetsu, Meitarumi, Tsukumo Hataki. Orochimaru was in the research institute, and Jiraiya was training the soldat. Konan and Tsunade had gone to capture the One Tail. Thinking of this, Lucian lamented that all the talents of the ninja world had entered his pocket. In this era, there were only a few geniuses that he hadn't taken. I wonder if His Majesty has a mission. The grown-up Kisame Hashigaki had some of the style of the Akatsuki member from the original timeline. He held a large sword and grinned. The grown-up Meitarumi bright, big eyes darted about, stealing glances at Lucian from time to time. Similarly, for Kisame and Meitarumi, the experience of the past 2 days was like a dream. From being captured, to watching the battle and being transformed, especially the power in their bodies that was different from chakra, it was like a dream. Is His Majesty a god? Kisame and Meitarumi looked at Lucian and couldn't help but be in a daze. To create extraordinary power with a single drop of blood was too incredible. Have I gained 2 more fans? Sigh. Noticing the dazed and admiring looks of the two, Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Really, when a person is too charming, there is no sense of accomplishment. Lucian, beauty, want to go on a date? Beauty, what's the room number? See, there's really no sense of accomplishment. Lucian, I can't imagine your happiness. This kind of spiritual pressure. After understanding spiritual pressure and looking at Lucian again, Uchiha Madara finally realized that his previous defeat was not unjust. That vast spiritual pressure, a huge gap. Although a ninja's chakra had been cultivated through experience and accumulated spiritual energy, the strength of their soul was really far inferior to that of a Quincy who specialized in cultivating the soul. Seeing that everyone was here, Lucian said directly, the mission targets are Konoha and the village hidden in the mist. Konoha and the village hidden in the mist. The newcomers, Meitarumi and Kisame, were stunned. As expected of the Wandenreich, to directly take on 2 great ninja villages. Kakuzu's eyes suddenly lit up, Your Majesty, let me go to Konoha. Konoha has a bounty of up to 3 billion ryo. At this, Kakuzu was full of emotion. Too much money is not good for you. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. As expected of the Minister of Finance. Uchiha Madara said plainly, destroy the two villages. I alone am enough. Although Madara had mainly joined because of the promise, he was not willing to receive such a powerful force with a clear conscience. He would use the mission as a reward. Madara, after Hashirama's death, had no attachment to Konoha. The Uchiha. That's it. The mission this time is to bring back your families. Chapter 80, Squads formed for the kidnapping mission, Tsunade teases Konan. Lucian looked at his subordinates. The main mission this time is to bring back the families and friends you are attached to. To avoid any accidents in future wars or certain conspiracies, and to prevent unnecessary sorrow. Wow, this majesty is really something. Mikoto's and Kushina's eyes lit up slightly. Mate Terumi was also a little lost in thought. What kind of ruler is this? I'm in love. Lucian looked at Uchiha Madara, that arrogant man. Uchiha Madara raised his head and met his gaze, calm. Lucian said with deep meaning, I have seen the person you miss in Konoha. If you want to go, then go. If not. All right. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Black Zetsu, you can't escape. Swish. Madara disappeared from the spot and rushed towards Konoha. Watching Madara leave, Lucian's expression was a little strange. It's rare to see him so impatient. I hope he won't get angry. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who had just rushed out of the building, paused in his steps. That's not right. Lucian's expression just now seemed off. Did he have something else to say? Forget it. I'll go to Konoha first and talk later. In the Great Hall. Lucian muttered, I hope he doesn't get mad. After all, my tool is not just Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was a tool, just enough to ignite Uchiha Madara's motivation to live. But he couldn't keep using Black Zetsu to string Madara along. That would make Madara's heart more and more suppressed. So it was best to let Madara quickly resolve his grudges and have a clear mind. Unfortunately, Madara had left in too much of a hurry and hadn't heard the rest of Lucian's words. It was not certain that he could solve it this time. Then, the second tool came online. Lucian believed that when the second tool appeared, it would be the moment Uchiha Madara completely submitted. Because in Madara's heart, no one was more important than that man. When you go to Konoha, remember to bring back Tsunade's family. Assign the missions yourselves and return as soon as possible. Lucian disappeared from the spot and went back to absorb the tailed beasts. In an instant, the Great Hall became lively. Little brother, want to take a trip to Kirigakure with this old man? Kakuzu enthusiastically put his arm around Kisame Hashigaki's shoulder. After all, they were both Arankar, southwest they were close. The Ministry of Finance had just stabilized. He had originally wanted to go to Konoha. But seeing how enthusiastic Lord Madara was, he decided to go to Kirigakure to get some benefits. The corner of Kisame Hashigaki's eye twitched. Little brother. And calling yourself old man all the time. What do you mean? All right. It just so happens that I have some grudges to settle. Kisame Hashigaki revealed a bloodthirsty expression, holding a large sword wrapped in bandages in his hand. It was the same hata that Kakuzu had snatched from Fuguki. After being modified, it could absorb the enemy's soul power. White Zetsu popped up and pouted, don't be so bloodthirsty at such a young age. You won't have any friends. By the way, I'm going to Kirigakure to investigate intelligence. My name is White Zetsu. Call me Uncle White. Kisame Hashigaki. Do all the people here like to take advantage of others so much? But Kisame really couldn't refute. Who said his real age was indeed young? Kisame could only brace himself and say, Uncle White. I can't hear you. Uncle White. Sigh, so you're a stutterer. You're useless. Uncle White. Is that okay? Haha, that feels great. Kisame Hashigaki took a deep breath, wishing he could slash that annoying face of White Zetsu. Such a despicable fellow. Are you sure you won't be beaten to death while investigating intelligence? Sigh. Kushina, Nagato, and the others were obviously going to Konoha. Mate Terumi looked at the three guys and couldn't help but have a headache. One was a money grubber who didn't care about his life, one was a despicable fellow, and one had just obtained his power. To rely on these four to break into the village hidden in the mist and snatch people, was it really reliable? Uncle Kakuzu, I'll go with you. Yahiko was considering the balance of combat power. He also felt that it was not reliable for four people to break into Kirigakure. He was also very interested in Kirigakure. After all, there was too little information there. All right. This old man will take you to get rich. He. Seeing Kakuzu's sly smile, everyone was speechless. On the other side, Tsukumo Hatake looked at the paused Kushina and Mikoto and said, Don't say any more. His Majesty is right. If we don't bring our families back, accidents might happen. Tsukumo Hatake had no hope for the high-ranking officials of Konoha. He hadn't returned to Konoha this time. Who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? The two women nodded, then let's set off. Nagato also followed closely behind, his eyes complicated. His Majesty had once said that if you have a kindness to repay, repay it. If you have a grudge to avenge, avenge it. Just seek a clear mind. Konoha, feel the pain. How many floors do I have to carry this bag of rice? At the same time. The land of wind. Sand was everywhere, and the view was desolate. Two white figures were moving quickly, not a few hundred meters away from the village hidden in the sand. Because of the sudden battle between Madara and Lucian, the two women had stayed in the Empire for an extra day before setting off. The journey was boring. Thinking of this, Tsunade teased, Conan, that night, you were quite brave. What, ah. In an instant, the seemingly cold Conan's face suddenly turned red, and her speed slowed down. What on earth is going on? Does everyone know? Tsunade's smile was full of teasing, look at your pretty face, which is like a setting sun. Let alone His Majesty, even I can't resist. You didn't come out for a whole night and a whole morning. Could you bear it? That's not it. Conan really couldn't stand Tsunade's gaze and immediately retorted, how many women in the ninja world get married in their teens? At your age, if you were an ordinary person, your children would be old enough to buy soy sauce. Hurry up and find a man to marry, you big-breasted cow. Tsunade was stunned and stopped for a moment. The seemingly cold but actually gentle Conan was now so fierce. No, wait, what did she call me? Tsunade was speechless. She immediately clenched her fists and glared at Conan. You little girl, am I that old? I'm only in my early 20s. Anyway, you're older than me. Conan muttered weakly and immediately changed the subject. The village hidden in the sand has discovered us. Get ready to meet the enemy. Meet the enemy. Watch me blast them to death. The angry Tsunade was not to be trifled with. Seeing some sand ninja jumping around in the distance, she immediately erupted with a powerful spiritual power, and a storm formed around her. Monstrous strength fist. Scrift, the power, erupted. A blazing air cannon was swung out by Tsunade, which rushed towards the village hidden in the sand with incomparable ferocity, tearing a huge gash along the way. Ah, that's. The sand ninja patrolling on the high wall outside the village hidden in the sand suddenly saw a strong storm attacking. Before they could react. With a boom, the high wall where the sand ninja were was blasted apart. The sand ninja were all sent flying, and the huge roar alarmed the entire village hidden in the sand. What's that sound? The aftershock of the storm formed by the broken high wall blew sand into the Kazekage's office through the window, which immediately alerted the third Kazekage. The Kazekage's building was the tallest. When the third Kazekage looked out at the collapsed high wall, his expression changed drastically. An earthquake. Lord Kazekage, it's bad. 2 people from the Wandenreich have invaded. Following a Jonin's report, the third Kazekage instantly disappeared from the spot. The alarm was sounded, and everyone was awakened. Outside the village hidden in the sand. Sister Tsunade, your power is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the gash that stretched for more than 1,000 meters, Conan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Good thing I changed the subject. Otherwise, if Tsunade had flicked my forehead, wouldn't I have been seriously injured? Right. I smashed a mountain yesterday. Tsunade clenched her fists, quite satisfied. Although her strength was not bad in the past, it was far from what it was now. The script, the power, not only gave her terrifying strength, but also continuously strengthened her physique, multiplying her taijutsu geometrically. In the future, she would only become stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Conan said softly, if this goes on, it will be even harder for you to get married. Tsunade glared, question mark. Huh? What's that? By chance, a bird carrying a piece of paper flew over, which attracted the attention of the 2 women. The bird dissipated when it got close to the 2 women, leaving only a piece of paper. A bird made of spirit particles, for sending messages. Conan took the paper and looked at it. The corner of her eye twitched. On the 3rd of January of the first year of the Wandenreich, the village hidden in the sand sent a congratulatory gift of 10 million Ryo, which was less than 100 million Ryo. They borrowed 90 million Ryo from the Empire. An IOU from the Empire, the debt doubles every day, and all debts must be repaid. Deputy Minister of Finance of the Wandenreich, Kakuzu. Conan and Tsunade looked at each other. Minister Kakuzu was really conscientious. Seeing many figures rushing over, Tsunade took the IOU and said, Conan, go and capture the one tail. I'll take care of these people. Okay, Sister Tsunade. Be careful. Chapter 81, Red-haired boy, my name is Sasori, please let me join. As Conan disappeared from her spot, Tsunade calmly walked towards the village hidden in the sand. Swish. 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 The third Kazekage landed first, followed by Chiyo, Ebizo, and other elites. They looked at Tsunade as if facing a great enemy. No one made a move at the first moment. The other party's backer was a bit too strong. Does Lucian want to be an enemy of the village hidden in the sand? The third Kazekage looked at Tsunade, who was wearing a Quincy uniform, with a grave expression. He gritted his teeth and pointed out her identity. The former elite Jonin of Konoha, now a member of the Wandenreika's Holy Legion. Tsunade. That's not right. Weren't there two of them just now? The other one. At this, the third Kazekage gave Ebizo a meaningful look. Go back to the village and check. Tsunade pouted, the money you owe should be paid. Money. The third Kazekage frowned. He suddenly saw Chiyo's embarrassed expression and immediately asked. What on earth is going on? Chiyo was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Tsunade chuckled and said, you didn't bring enough for the congratulatory gift, so you wrote an IOU. The total is 180 million ryo. Hand it over. Nonsense. It was clearly 90 million ryo. Chiyo felt that her intelligence had been insulted. The Wandenreich was being unreasonable. The third Kazekage's face darkened. He then said in a deep voice. Even if my village hidden in the sand owes you money, to destroy the outer defensive line without a word is a bit much, isn't it? Tsunade ignored him and said casually, our Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Kakuzu, has said that for every extra day, the debt doubles. Of course, I destroyed the building, so let's make it 50 million ryo. In total, you need to pay the Empire 130 million ryo. Is that how you do the math? Many sand ninjas' faces turned red with anger. The third Kazekage wanted to curse. He clenched his fists and said. You mean, you destroyed the village hidden in the sand, and not only do you not have to pay, but I have to pay you instead. Tsunade thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, you're so smart. Good, good. The third Kazekage's face sank. A large amount of iron sand appeared around him. He signaled the sand ninja to stay away and said coldly. The money, I will give it to you. Let's have a friendly spar. If I accidentally hurt you, with Lucian's magnanimity, he probably won't be angry, right? This was the village hidden in the sand. If the third Kazekage dared to be a coward, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. So, the third Kazekage gave the Wandenreich enough face, but he also had to teach Tsunade a good lesson and gather combat intelligence at the same time. Tsunade's eyebrows arched slightly, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. His Majesty's magnanimity is beyond your imagination. I happen to be bored too, so I'll play with you. Monster Strength Fist. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle. Tsunade and the third Kazekage attacked at the same time, which shocked the sand ninja and made them retreat madly. Tsunade's simple and direct punch created a magnificent storm, and the terrifying power it displayed made even the third Kazekage's pupils contract. Around the third Kazekage, a wave-like amount of iron sand was summoned out of thin air in an instant. Then, the iron sand formed countless fine needles that shot towards Tsunade at high speed. Rumble. Are they really fighting? To avoid trouble and save time, Conan had been shuttling through the village hidden in the sand using the Shatten Breach. She had just come out when she heard the huge roar. But Conan was not worried about Tsunade. The Shatten Breach, like a certain idiot's hollowification, made it impossible for the vast majority of enemies to do anything. Conan looked around and was a little surprised, the one-tailed Jinchuriki lives in a place like this. She had just followed the tailed beast-like spiritual pressure. When she came out, she saw that the surroundings were extremely desolate, like a cage in a desert. There were no ninja guards at all. It was on the outermost periphery of the village hidden in the sand. The building was similar to a temple. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound. Conan's brow twitched, but she didn't pay it any mind. Just as Conan was preparing to go in, a youthful voice sounded. A military cap and a white cape, are you from the Wandenreich? Conan ignored him. She had discovered him long ago. He was just a child, but his spiritual pressure was much stronger than that of an ordinary adult. He should be a genius genin or chunin. Seeing Conan raise her hand and smash the temple door, the little boy couldn't help but be surprised. It is said that you don't need to form hand seals and can release an energy attack that is different from chakra. Although he was surprised, the little boy kindly reminded her, Big sister, I advise you not to go in. My grandmother said there is a monster in there. It has been sealed for decades. Apart from the regular monthly patrols, few people come here at other times. Conan suddenly turned around, her expression cold, and her killing intent spread. I also advise you to put away your chakra threads, or you will die. The red-haired boy, who looked to be about 10 years old, paused when he heard Conan's words and silently put away his chakra threads. The death of his parents had made him lack a sense of security and do some taboo things. It was precisely because there were few people here that he had made puppets in the surroundings. Conan's sudden appearance had not only stunned him, but had also made him want to see how strong his puppets were. But until Conan's face turned cold, he had only felt a terrifying pressure, as if he could die at any time. Just as Conan was preparing to enter the temple again, the red-haired boy's expression changed. He suddenly shouted, "My name is Sasori. I became a chunin last year and have done many missions. I believe I am not worse than any of my peers. If 8 people can kill more than 10,000 people, then when I grow up, I can kill even more. Please let me join." Conan. Hey, don't make my empire sound like a big villain. Killing people or not. Conan looked at Sasori carefully. She was sure that this was a little genius, at least much stronger than she had been in the past. Isn't there a monster inside? Then, come in with me and prove your magnanimity. After Conan finished speaking, she rushed into the temple. She didn't need to worry about whether Sasori was a spy or not. It was meaningless. Did she agree? She should have agreed. Sasori couldn't help but clench his hands, his eyes flashing with a complex emotion that did not match his age. The reason he was so eager to join was to become stronger as soon as possible. Mikoto Uchiha. Kushina Uzumaki. Nagato. Yahiko. Conan. These 5 were the currently known members of the Holy Legion. There were traces to prove that a few months ago, they were all just children. A few months ago, the 5 of them together couldn't have beaten him now. But now. The other party had only released some of their aura and had made him lose the courage to resist. That proved that only by joining the Wandenrai could one become stronger the fastest. The Demon King Lucian, what kind of person is he? Is he really a god? Sasori muttered to himself and rushed into the temple without hesitation. As soon as Conan entered, she saw a huge cage with a complex seal attached. It was wide inside, and an old man was sitting cross-legged. Lucian, wow, Captain Commander Yamamoto. He looked a bit like the bald, long-bearded monk, the captain commander of the Shinigami. This was the Jinchuriki, Bunpuku. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku, of the village hidden in the sand. He had been imprisoned since birth because of his Jinchuriki status, and even his real name had been forgotten. But Bunpuku and Shikaku got along well and became soul friends. Apart from the sand ninja who patrolled on time every month, no one usually came here. Conan glanced at the old monk and said, "You are the most pitiful Jinchuriki I have ever seen." Jinchuriki. Bunpuku slowly opened his eyes, put his hands together, and said, "There is no need to distinguish between humans and tailed beasts. I also don't think I'm pitiful. HM. Just as he was about to continue, Bunpuku's words paused. He heard a scream from Shikaku. "This damn woman. Her killing intent is too strong. She's coming for me. Bunpuku, quick, kill her." The moment Conan appeared, Shikaku's fur stood on end. That unsuppressed killing intent and the fatal aura. For the first time, Shikaku felt an emotion other than anger towards a human, which was called terror. Who was he afraid of? Even Madara, even Hashirama, at most they would beat him up, but he would definitely not be a coward. But the unknown energy on the other party really made him a little scared. Swish. Before Bunpuku could react, the cage door was cut open by Conan's sword. She instantly appeared in front of Bunpuku and activated her ability. The balance, I bestow upon you misfortune. Chapter 82, Scorch release user Pakura, starting today as an undercover agent. Oh no. In an instant, Bunpuku felt his whole body weaken. He didn't even have the strength to mobilize his chakra. He could only watch as Conan instantly condensed a medium Heilig file. Boom. The brilliant Heilig file exploded directly on Bunpuku's body, and a mist of blood was scattered. The terrifyingly heavy blow almost killed Bunpuku, who had been imprisoned for decades and had barely moved. He was on the verge of death and fainted on the spot. Arg. You damn woman. You've pissed me off. Shikaku's angry scream echoed in the depths of Bunpuku's heart. But there was nothing he could do. Other Jinchuriki might have burst out and become unkillable cockroaches, but the second Kazekage, Shaman, had completely locked the seal. There was no chance of getting out. Silence. Conan heard Shikaku's cry from the soul. She immediately mobilized her spiritual pressure to suppress it. The moment Shikaku stopped, she grabbed Bunpuku's body and turned to leave. Sasori, who had rushed over, was stunned as he looked at Conan, who was carrying the monk. Seeing Conan brush past him, he was about to speak when he heard her say, "I'm not interested in taking you back to the country. Go." Sasori's eyes lit up, and he ran off. Outside the temple. A kunoichi with hidden green hair, but with a lock of light orange long hair on each side of her headband. She looked to be 17 or 18, with her hair in a bun. A jonin had just arrived. The temple has been broken into. The jonin kunoichi's expression was grave. Because there were 2 people from the Wandenreich in the village hidden in the sand before, and now there was only Tsunade outside, while the other was nowhere to be seen. Ebizo had led people to search separately. At this moment, the other party might be inside. The jonin kunoichi immediately hid in a corner. A single jonin facing any one of the group of 8 was impossible to win, according to the intelligence. A few seconds later, Ebizo led a dozen elite jonin in search of Conan's figure and happened to see her come out. "I've finally found you." The other person from the Wandenreich. "That's, oh no." Seeing the unconscious old man in Conan's hands, Ebizo's expression changed drastically. "Damn it. What is the Wandenreich trying to do?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Sasori also come out. Ebizo's heart sank even more. "Sasori, why are you here?" "Hiss, granduncle." Sasori also paused in his steps. This was his granduncle. He then said seriously, "Granduncle, I want to kill the White Fang of Konoha to avenge my parents. But the village hidden in the sand can't make me stronger quickly. Only the Wandenreich can. So I'm going to defect." Ebizo couldn't believe it. "What are you talking about, you child, Sasori?" Conan was also slightly surprised. Sasori and Tsukumo Hatake have a great grudge. But this was not something for Conan to consider. Sasori gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, granduncle. I have to go." After he finished, Sasori ran directly out of the village. "Get out of my way," Conan said coldly, and her spiritual pressure swept out. Ebizo and the others were immediately sent flying. Seeing Sasori run away, Conan was preparing to leave when a scorching heat attacked. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Conan glanced slightly. She saw a woman rush out from a corner and release 4 or 5 huge, scorching spheres that gathered together to form a huge sphere that flew over. The scorching heat within was enough to evaporate all the water in the opponent's body in one blow, turning the dead into a mummy. Boom. Conan raised her hand and a medium Heilig file shot out. The scorching sphere immediately exploded, and the jonin woman was also sent flying. Conan took another look and turned to disappear. Damn it. Ebizo was angry. He also cared about the jonin woman. After all, the village hidden in the sand had few geniuses. "Pakura, are you all right?" Pakura shook her head. "I'm fine." "Damn it. All of you, chase after them." Seeing them all chasing, Pakura gently stroked her wound, a bitter smile on her lips. "She's one of the children who suddenly grew up in the intelligence report, right? But the gap, is it that big? That demon king, what kind of person is he?" Pakura was in a daze for a moment, then her gaze became firm. She chased after them. Outside the village hidden in the sand. The roars were endless. Tsunade and the 3rd Kazekage were fighting. This kind of power is too unreasonable. The 3rd Kazekage narrowly dodged Tsunade's fist and was blown away by the wind from the fist. He glanced at the huge gash behind him and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Terrifying strength, extremely high movement speed, and a strange evasion ability. He found that he couldn't hit Tsunade at all. With so many sand ninja watching, the 3rd Kazekage's old face turned red, and he was angry in his heart. "All of you, move aside. This Kage is going to go all out. Magnet release, Iron Sand World. Sister Tsunade, stop playing. Let's go." At that moment, Conan's voice came from afar. Hearing this, Tsunade simply waved her hand. "I'll leave the IOU for now. It doubles every day. I'm not playing anymore. Bye-bye." The 3rd Kazekage. "What? Not playing anymore? Damn it. Was this Kage playing with you?" "Ha, ha." The 3rd Kazekage took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said with a melancholy tone, "Chiyo, prepare the money and send it to the Wandenreich now, so they don't cause any more trouble." At this moment, the 3rd Kazekage really thought that Tsunade was here to collect a debt. Ebizo quickly ran over and shouted from afar, "Lord Kazekage, it's bad. The Jinchuriki has been captured by the people of the Wandenreich." Damn it. The 3rd Kazekage was almost angered to the point of fainting. His anger soared to the heavens in the blink of an eye. "Chiyo, lead a team and stay behind. The rest of you, chase after them. Seal the border between the Land of Wind and the Wandenreich. We absolutely cannot let them escape." A great ninja village was being played by 2 women. The 3rd Kazekage was furious and chased after them like a madman. Chiyo's heart was also heavy. She happened to see Pakura passing by and couldn't help but say, "Don't chase anymore. The mission Lord Kazekage gave you before, let's start it today." All right. Pakura subconsciously clenched her hands. The mission plan, under the guise of defection, enter the Wandenreich, display her talent, get as close to Lucian as possible, and obtain the same power as Kushina Uzumaki and the others. A mission with a 1 in 100 chance of survival. Logically speaking, it was impossible to complete. But missions like being an undercover agent had to be done by someone, and she was just one of the undercover agents. Pakura could only accept. Many other forces had this idea. Konoha was also doing it. Even if only one could succeed, they could still get intelligence about the Empire. A chance. A small body was covered in a black robe. Sasori, taking advantage of the chaos, cautiously went underground and left the village hidden in the sand. The border between the two countries is sealed. It seems I can only go around from other places. Wandenreich, here I, Sasori, come. The Silbern. In just a few short days, the flow of people on the various streets had increased a lot. It had started with some spies spreading the news, and then some bold merchants had come to look around. In the end, the stability and magnificence of the Silbern had spread throughout the ninja world. Especially after the battle between Madara and Lucian, countless people knew of Lucian's strength. Konoha had been established for more than 30 years. Why was it so stable? The main reason was 2 words, powerful. The other 5 great ninja villages were the same. In the eyes of countless people, they were powerful and stable, which could attract people to trade, establish trade, and seek survival. At this moment, the Wandenreich was obviously stronger than the 5 great ninja villages. This caused people to marvel at the magnificence of the Silbern. You bastard, Kakuzu. What are you doing in the village hidden in the mist? Jiraiya was pulling his hair in a frenzy, and he gave Kakuzu a good beating. Now was the time for the great development of the empire. The deputy minister of finance was running around. Many places needed the approval of the Ministry of Finance. Lord Jiraiya, before Minister Kakuzu left, he temporarily handed over the approval matters to me. Because the empire currently needs money, Minister Kakuzu is also not having an easy time. An ordinary middle-aged man said. I see. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, but said cautiously, for those merchants and civilians, you can't force them to buy or sell, you know. It's a matter of the empire's image. It's fine to be a little harsh on the enemy country's ninja. Yes, I understand, Lord Jiraiya. The middle-aged man wiped away his cold sweat. The pressure of talking to these powerhouses was really great. A country must have military and political affairs, and it must be divided into civil and military. Lucian had always attached great importance to this. How could a ninja know how to govern a country? They had only learned to play with ninjutsu since they were young. For example, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been the Hokage for decades, but hadn't he still ruined the village? Decades of hard work couldn't even manage a village, let alone a country. Lucian didn't know how to do it at the moment, but as a king, he didn't need to know too much. It was enough to consider the balance. The rest could be left to the various talents. At present, the reserve of political talents was not enough, so Jiraiya and the others were a little busier. Of course, Kakuzu was an exception. With his experience and his obsession with money, no one in the ninja world knew money better than him, so he was directly appointed by Lucian as the Deputy Minister of Finance. Your Majesty, what do you think of these things? Chapter 83, Ashai Tsunade, I will personally deal with the village hidden in the cloud. In the Great Hall, Orochimaru displayed a pile of items. Lucian took a closer look. They were all given to Orochimaru, and then he had used his imagination to create some modern technological items. Although, from a 21st century perspective, they were all antiques, they were still stronger than the current era. After all, computers only appeared in Boruto, the kind from the 80s and 90s. Of course, you can't compare it like that. It's just that the ninja world's technology tree is miscellaneous, and each country has a different technology tree. These things, just by relying on your ability to create them is not enough. There are problems with electricity or spiritual power, the construction of signal towers, and various technologies. Lucian played with a brick phone. It was really heavy. Orochimaru said, Your Majesty, many of the technologies for your technological products already exist, they just haven't been developed. I have integrated the technologies these past few days and have clarified a technological line that is in line with what you have described. Under normal development, it would take a dozen years for the Empire to fully reach your level of modernization. But with my ability, I can save a lot of time. It is estimated to be 3 to 5 years. Lucian nodded. He was not obsessed with making the ninja world modern. But some things should be there. Convenient communication is the basis for human progress. To get rich, you must first build roads. If civilians can't leave their village in their entire lives, that won't do. Of course, some countries in the ninja world had developed their technology quickly, such as the Land of Sky. As soon as they appeared, they had aircraft carriers, energy cannons, sky fortresses, airplanes, and other modern technologies. At this, Lucian asked, "Have you heard of the Land of Sky?" Orochimaru thought for a moment, "Your Majesty, I have heard of this name, but I don't know the specifics." "Then lead a team to that country and have a look. I believe there should be many scientists and technologies there. Bring them all back." Lucian was not short on time, but he liked the feeling of watching his country grow stronger and stronger. That was called a sense of accomplishment. The Ministry of Finance has been short on money. This problem will be handed over to the Academy of Sciences to solve. Hearing Lucian's words, Orochimaru was quite confident. Even Konoha doesn't have much extra money. The vast majority of the money in the ninja world is in the hands of the various daimyo residences and families. But the absolute majority of them are good-for-nothing wastes who are just waiting to die. The Academy of Sciences has eliminated some small gadgets. I believe they will buy them like crazy. That's right. Lucian quite agreed. Kakuzu's act of robbing money was fine once in a while. To rob every time was not in line with the style of the empire. Ziyun, stop quickly. Jinyun, this is the council hall. You can't fly around. The exclamations of Konan and Tsunade were heard from outside. The two women were sitting on the clouds created by Lucian's imagination, flying quickly. Sealing the border. The two women said it was useless. Another tailed beast. The efficiency of the two women satisfied Lucian. He then looked at Orochimaru. How about this? There's no hurry to research military technology. Let's develop the people's livelihood technology first. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Orochimaru turned and left. After walking out of the hall, he saw Tsunade and Konan walking over and couldn't help but say, "You're back so soon." It's surprising. Tsunade shrugged, "There's no other way. I'm just that strong." The corner of Orochimaru's eye twitched. Tsunade was also starting to get arrogant. His Majesty is inside. I'll be leaving now. The two women nodded and slowly walked into the hall. Who knows if it was an illusion, but the two women felt that the person on the throne was even more handsome today. Lucian, good eyes. Your Majesty, the one-tail has been captured. Please give your instructions. Thank you for your hard work. There's nothing for now. Lucian looked at the dying Bunpuku and counted how many tailed beasts there were. Only the 8 tails and the 2 tails were left. Speaking of which, Kirigakure, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha had all been angered by Lucian or his subordinates. Only Kimogakure stood out. They might be about to unite against the Empire, but Lucian didn't care. Thinking of this, Konan suggested, Your Majesty, since Kushina has gone to Konoha or Kirigakure, why don't you let Sister Tsunade and I go and capture the remaining tailed beasts? Right, Konan is right. Tsunade was also eager to try. Her power needed to be vented. Apart from the 9 tails, the 8 tails was the strongest. She didn't know what it would be like to fight it head-on. This woman is getting more and more violent. Seeing Tsunade's violent factor awaken, Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Did I give the script, the power, to the wrong person? Who can stand it in the future? Your Majesty, you're looking at. Being looked at so affectionately by Lucian, Tsunade's heart was also in a mess. Under Konan's astonished gaze, the violent Tsunade, like a delicate little woman, shyly pinched the corner of her clothes. Only then did Konan understand that it wasn't that Tsunade was violent, but that she hadn't met someone who could make her gentle. And that person happened to be His Majesty. Lucian calmly withdrew his gaze and got up, this time, the capture of the 8 tails and the 2 tails of the village hidden in the cloud. I will personally take action. Konan's eyes widened. The originally shy Tsunade's heart also shook. The two women found it incredible. Because, it was too much of a bully. But one thing, neither of the two women shouted that it was not okay or inappropriate. Because the king's decision was not to be refuted. I'm not a native of the ninja world. Lucian said in his heart. He hadn't seen the scenery of the ninja world. In the first 3 months, he had stayed in the Konoha orphanage. In the next 3 months, he had stayed in the spirit particle space with 2 girls. These days, he had been staying at home. As a person with an ambition to accommodate everything, if he didn't even know how big the ninja world was or the customs of the ninja world, that wouldn't do. The ninja world is so big, I want to go and see it. Mainly, there were only 2-tailed beasts left. Lucian was looking forward to the result. In the 2 days I am away, small matters will be resolved, and major matters will be discussed together. As he spoke, Lucian looked at the beautiful Konan. If there is a dispute, the final decision will be handed over to Konan to handle. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 women responded. Konan's heart was warm. She had become Lucian's woman that night. At this moment, she could feel Lucian's care. Why am I so inexplicably envious? Looking at Conan's happy smile, Tsunade complained. Speaking of which, was His Majesty's gaze affectionate just now? Tsunade looked up at Lucian, then quickly lowered her head, her face flushed, and her heart in a mess. Swish. Lucian left the Empire. Lucian was not worried about the affairs of the Empire at all. If there was chaos after he left for 2 days, then the country was basically useless. Village hidden in the leaves. Hokage's office. At this moment, Sarutobi and Danzo were arguing, their faces red and their necks thick. Danzo, I will never allow you to do that. Sarutobi, I think you're old. Do you know how much of an impact that will have? Hey, if you do it secretly, who will know? Looking at the sinister and cruel expression on Danzo's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi was trembling with anger. What was Danzo trying to do? Take down the Hatake clan. Imprison them, and at the same time, lure Tsukumo Hatake to be taken down. Not only that, he also wanted to force the Uchiha clan to hand over Mikoto's family. And he wanted to snatch Fugaku's Mangekyo. Even more terrifying, he even wanted to take down Nawaki Senju. This meant that all the relatives of those who had joined the Wandenreich were to be taken down. You're crazy. You're really crazy. A series of things made Sarutobi feel that Danzo had gone crazy. Wasn't he afraid that everyone in the Empire would kill him? Seeing that Sarutobi was a little angry, Danzo sneered, the intelligence has been confirmed. Tsukumo Hatake is currently in the Silburn, and he's laughing and talking with Jiraiya. Do you understand? The ridiculous White Fang of Konoha is now the White Fang of the Empire, right? Hearing this, Sarutobi gritted his teeth, I don't believe he would betray us. Danzo said with disdain, do you even believe that yourself? Sarutobi was silent. After all, Tsukumo Hatake had appeared openly in the Silburn. And linking it to what Shinkayuhi had said, the White Fang had once been summoned by Lucian. There was a high probability that he had betrayed them for no reason, just like the Sannin. Sarutobi said in a deep voice, even if he really betrayed us, what does it have to do with the Hatake clan? Protecting the ninja and civilians of Konoha is my duty as the Hokage. I will never allow you to do that. Hee hee. Danzo directly said 2 words, which immediately angered Sarutobi. Danzo, what do you mean? The 2 words, hee hee, made Sarutobi feel that his character had been insulted. What did he mean? Was he mocking me? Chapter 84, Minato Namikaze, you are forcing me to turn to the dark side. Regarding Danzo's attempt to mock him, Sarutobi was full of displeasure. Danzo sneered, stop pretending. It's just the 2 of us here. Who is cleaner than whom? Make your choice. 1. Intelligence on Lucian. 2. The families of Kushina Uzumaki, Tsunade, Mikoto Uchiha, and all the others, and the entire Hatake clan. As long as one of them is lured and willing to leak intelligence, I will have succeeded. Which one do you choose? Sarutobi, I. Danzo said cruelly, to tell you the truth, I have captured Nanako Uzumaki. Kushina's cousin. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, and finally, his expression dimmed. He felt that Danzo was a devil, step by step luring him towards depravity. Of course, he was the Hokage, after all. As long as he was unwilling, no matter how awesome Danzo was, there was nothing he could do. In the final analysis, it was his indulgence of Danzo, as well as his own selfish motives. Seeing Sarutobi's changing expression, Danzo sneered in his heart, Sarutobi, although I am grateful for your care, you are really old. Hee hee hee, ruthless enough. I like it. At the same time, another cold voice sounded in Danzo's heart, which immediately made his face look ugly. A guy with a white Zetsu vessel and powerful cells was attached to his body. Danzo felt uncomfortable all over. But he had compromised before, to coexist peacefully. I said, don't disturb me at will, Black Zetsu. Hee hee hee, I'm just reminding you not to play these boring conspiracies. The reanimation jutsu is the main point. Humph, do you understand what it means to be prepared? Shut up. As Black Zetsu fell silent, Danzo looked at Sarutobi and said in a low voice. Everything is for Konoha. This sentence suddenly woke Hiruzen Sarutobi up. That's right. I'm not depraved, nor am I being deluded by Danzo's words. We are all for Konoha. With Lucian's strength and ambition, if they couldn't find out specific intelligence, Konoha would be finished. As long as it was beneficial to Konoha, it was right. At this, Sarutobi said in a condensed voice, your plan is full of loopholes. It might provoke retaliation from the Wandenreich. It needs to be replanned. And why do you want to snatch Fugaku's eyes? He's the clan head now. He didn't know what basis Danzo had to guess that Fugaku had the Mangekyo. But Sarutobi had always been wary of the Uchiha. It could cause a great chaos. Lord Hokage, I request to see Lord Hokage. Please let me in. Just as Danzo was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by the urgent shouts of a child outside the office. This made Danzo very unhappy. Whose child is this? Drive him away. An Umbu ninja flashed over and said, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, it's the genin who just passed the graduation exam the day before yesterday, Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi was surprised. He had just summoned him the day before yesterday. After all, he had always been first in his grade. Although he was from a commoner background, his talent was very good. He had originally planned to make him his disciple after he graduated. For example, to have Jiraiya teach him. But plans can't keep up with changes. With the rise of the Empire, he could only give that mission to Minato. Noticing Danzo's cold gaze, Sarutobi said, let's calm down first. We'll discuss it after I've dealt with Minato Namikaze. Let him in. Danzo snorted coldly and didn't leave in a hurry. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. As soon as Minato Namikaze came in, he first bowed politely, and then his face was filled with urgency and worry. Lord Hokage, Nanako Uzumaki hasn't been to class for 2 days. I went to her house and couldn't find her. Can you help me find her? I can issue a mission. I'm sorry. I really have no other way. Minato Namikaze was full of worry. For the past few months, Nanako Uzumaki had been in low spirits. He was really afraid that she would do something stupid. Danzo's expression turned cold, skipping class for 2 days, and you want to trouble the Hokage with such a trivial matter. Did you buy your genin rank with money? Minato Namikaze clenched his hands and couldn't help but feel bitter. Sarutobi's expression changed slightly. He comforted him, I know Nanako Uzumaki. She is a good child. Konoha is safe, so nothing will happen to her. Go back and wait for now. If you still can't find her, it's not too late to issue a mission. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was extremely serious. Minato, I believe you are the inheritor of the will of fire. You will definitely be able to complete that mission, right? Yes. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Minato Namikaze said subconsciously. After he graduated the day before yesterday, Sarutobi had sent someone to find him. His mission was the same as Bakura's from the village hidden in the sand. They were all to find a reason to wander as rogue ninja and enter the Wandenreich. They were to find an opportunity to display their talent and join the Wandenreich's internal ranks, becoming an elite of the empire like Nagato and the others, and passing on intelligence. Similarly, Minato Namikaze was only one of Konoha's undercover agents. As for the other undercover agents, Minato didn't know either. Danzo said indifferently, since you're an undercover agent, you can't be easily exposed. Go back and kill your parents to add to the fun. Minato Namikaze, my parents have passed away. Danzo continued to sneer, then you must have friends. Go and kill them. Minato clenched his fists. Is there something wrong with this Hokage's advisor's brain? Itachi, what a familiar plan. Sarutobi coughed lightly, I am preparing the plan. Danzo, don't cause any more trouble. Lord Hokage, Nanako. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to speak, he saw Sarutobi's strange look and Danzo's cold expression. His heart suddenly jumped, and he immediately changed his words. Lord Hokage, I will take my leave. Minato Namikaze quickly left. Only when he was far from the Hokage's building did he lean against a corner wall, his heart suppressed. For the sake of Konoha, it's no problem to accept a mission like being an undercover agent, which has a 1 in 100 chance of survival. But why did Lord Hokage's expression change when I mentioned Nanako? And Lord Danzo was too ruthless to me, right? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. He had been a keen observer since he was young. The attitude of the two towards Nanako Uzumaki felt wrong somewhere. Most importantly, as Sarutobi had said, Konoha was currently safe. Where could Nanako Uzumaki have run off to? But in the past 2 days, apart from some forbidden areas and the areas of the great clans, he had run all over Konoha and couldn't find her. Only a few strands of hair. Minato Namikaze held a few strands of red hair that he had found near Nanako's house. He had indeed found a few strands along the way. They should have been deliberately left by Nanako. But that was a forbidden area of Konoha. The new base of Root. No, nothing will happen to Nanako. She's just an ordinary girl. Minato Namikaze quickly cut off his wild thoughts, his heart heavy as he began to search again. What Minato didn't know was that after he left, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo seriously. See. Just by capturing an unimportant student, it has caused some problems. If it were Nawaki Senju, Konoha would be in chaos. Danzo sneered with disdain, if there's a problem, solve it. You've been unhappy with the Senju clan's strong prestige and power for a long time, right? Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up abruptly, his eyes extremely sharp. I can tolerate other things, but that is the Senju clan, the family of the first Hokage and my sensei, the most outstanding inheritors of the Will of Fire. Sensei has already made a balanced plan for the Senju clan. I don't want to hear about any accidents happening to the Senju clan. Danzo sneered. Who knows who it was? At the beginning of the Second Shinobi World War, he had constantly sent the elites of the Senju clan to the battlefield. In the name of letting the glory of the Senju clan once again resound through the ninja world, and producing another Hokage to lead Konoha to prosperity. This one sentence had made the Senju clan go crazy. Not a single drop of blood was shed. What a good method. If not for the abrupt end of the Second Shinobi World War, who knew how many of the Senju clan would have survived? The specific plan needs to be perfected. Lucian is not. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of unease and couldn't help but frown. I probably haven't been resting well these past few days. Rumble. Before he could finish, a terrifying explosion was suddenly heard from outside. The entire Hokage's building shook. Even the windows were shattered, and a cloud of dust blew in. Konoha was shaken. Chapter 85, The Godly Nagato, Konoha, how many floors do I have to carry this bag of rice? Damn it, what happened? Sarutobi was annoyed. He quickly blew away the dust and looked out the window, his eyes widening. At this moment, even Danzo couldn't help but suffocate. Where was the Hokage building? In the deepest part of Konoha, below the Hokage rock. But when the two of them looked, they saw Hiruzen Sarutobi's face on the Hokage rock. Who knows what had blown it up, leaving only half a head. Seeing this, Sarutobi was furious and roared. Gather the ninja and capture the guy who destroyed the Hokage rock. Beat him to death on the spot. Sarutobi, who had been suppressing his anger because of Lucian's existence, finally found a vent for all his anger when he saw the Hokage rock explode. No, I want him to live a life worse than death. Seeing Sarutobi's furious appearance, Danzo couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, Sarutobi also rushed out of the Hokage building with the umbu, his whole body filled with killing intent. Medium Heilig file. Nagato, standing on a tall building, once again condensed a huge arrow. Swoosh. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of many Konoha ninja, another stream of light streaked across the sky. The half-destroyed Sarutobi Hokage rock was once again subjected to a terrifying explosion. It completely destroyed the Sarutobi Hokage rock. The second explosion alarmed the entire Konoha. The prosperous and peaceful village fell into chaos, and crowds of people were screaming and fleeing everywhere. Nagato, Kushina and Mikoto, who had rushed over, were also stunned. They had thought that Nagato was interested in Konoha and was just taking a look around. But they hadn't expected him to blow up the Hokage rock. This child has a grudge. It needs to be resolved. Tsukumo Hatake frowned slightly and then rushed towards his family's location. Konoha. Nagato looked down at the village hidden in the leaves with a blank expression. This place was so prosperous, a stark contrast to the former land of rain. Thinking of his parents who had died at the hands of Konoha ninja, he had a trace of indelible hatred for the Konoha ninja, which he had to vent. Avenge a grudge, and have a clear mind. Swoosh. 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 Countless figures flashed quickly. Sarutobi led a large number of Konoha ninja and stared at the white figure on the tall building. The third Hokage. Looking at the countless Konoha ninja whose numbers were constantly increasing, and taking another look at Sarutobi, Nagato's expression did not change at all. You are. After Sarutobi saw Nagato's clothes and appearance clearly, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Many Konoha ninjas' eyes widened in horror. A white Quincy uniform, red long hair, and an extremely strong aura that was out of place with the ninja. A person from the Wandenreich. The red hair of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi took a deep breath, his eyes full of anger, in the data. Nagato, right. Do you know what you've done? You are trampling on the dignity of my Konoha. The destruction of the Hokage rock was a humiliation. In Sarutobi's view, it was more unforgivable than Lucian killing several hundred Konoha ninja. If he didn't do something, everyone in Konoha would be disappointed in him. Nagato looked at Sarutobi coldly, directly ignoring him. He looked down and said slowly and coldly. How many floors do I have to carry this bag of rice? Feel the pain. I have to carry this bag of rice to the second floor, think about the pain. Give me this bag of rice, accept the pain. I washed this bag of rice, understand the pain. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was about to make a move, was suddenly stunned. The other Konoha ninja also looked bewildered. Konoha, because of a bag of rice, you want to fight me? Boom. Nagato's spiritual pressure instantly erupted. For a moment, it alarmed Mikoto, Tsukumo Hatake, and Kushina, who were looking for their families. Even the man who was sensing Black Zetsu's location outside the village couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look sideways. The descending spiritual pressure made Sarutobi's expression change drastically. He saw many ninja around him fall to the ground. Some genin were even directly killed by the shock. This guy is really amazing. Kushina was surprised by the glimpse. She was amazed at Nagato's talent. Hiss. All the ninja and civilians below the building were dumbfounded. They saw Nagato's figure gradually fly up. He flew higher and higher, which made everyone stunned. Nagato floated in midair. Not only that, Nagato's head was wrapped in a cloth, and a pair of vertical yellow stripes appeared on his face. There was a huge halo above his head, and his body was covered in a chrysalis-like object. His arms were replaced by 8-winged, hole-shaped white wings extending from his back. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Gulp. Looking at Nagato's posture, many ninjas' blood ran cold. They felt that they were not fighting a person, but a god. Vollständig. God's judgment. Nagato whispered softly. God's judgment was the name of his Vollständig. In this form, Nagato could float in the air. He could be immune to physical damage, and the hole-shaped white 8 wings on his back could release the penetrator from a long distance. His body could also turn into spirit particles to track the opponent. Now, let's begin. Nagato looked down at the village hidden in the leaves indifferently like a god. The 8-winged wings on his body condensed a light full of destructive energy. Let the world feel the pain, let the world feel the pain. In an instant, countless people felt a fatal danger. Summoning, adamantine staff. In a flash, Sarutobi directly turned his summoned beast, Enma, into an adamantine staff and held it in front of him. Chunin and Genin, leave here. Organize the civilians to evacuate. Quickly. Swoosh. The adamantine staff suddenly grew larger and turned into a huge cylinder that shot straight at Nagato. Facing the attacking staff, Nagato didn't even raise his eyelids and directly released the penetrator. Nagato's white 8 wings directly shot out 8 brilliant golden lights. One of them directly collided with the staff. Ah! Under Sarutobi's shock, a huge hole was directly pierced through the staff, and an extremely painful voice came from it. Damn it! My abdomen has been pierced. Enma, who had turned into the staff, his aura was weak. He had never felt such intense pain with his adamantine body. His soul was about to be torn apart. Sarutobi, I'm sorry. My injuries are too heavy. Bam. The staff directly disappeared, and Sarutobi also saw a heart-wrenching scene. The 8 golden lights shot out by Nagato were like long-range laser cannons. Everything in the places swept by the golden lights was pierced and annihilated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of huge ravines appeared in Konoha. Boom. A golden light swept across the Hokage rock, and it was completely destroyed. Not a single head was left. It even caused the Hokage rock to collapse and smash onto the Hokage building. The heads of the 3 Hokage were all destroyed, which made all the ninja completely angry. Die. You bastard. Looking at the scene of collapse and penetration, Sarutobi roared and formed hand seals in an instant. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Compound ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Sarutobi simultaneously performed 2 different ninjutsu, Fire style and Earth style, and instantly formed a new compound ninjutsu. Roar. The ground beneath everyone's feet shook violently. A huge earth dragon rose into the sky. It opened its huge dragon mouth and continuously spat out huge fireballs that bombarded Nagato, and the fierce momentum dyed the sky red. Lord Hokage is so amazing. Stop talking nonsense. Attack together. Seeing Sarutobi's one-handed compound ninjutsu, almost all the Konoha ninja present showed admiration on their faces. But with a great enemy in front of them, all the ninja shot ninjutsu at the sky. But to everyone's joy and anger, the floating Nagato in the sky did not move at all. He only released a destructive golden light at Konoha and did not try to dodge at all. Are you looking down on me? Instantly, the sky full of attacks submerged Nagato. Boom. 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 Like countless fireworks intertwined and exploded, the Konoha ninja held their breath and stared at the sky. When the ninjutsu dissipated, Sarutobi let out a roar of disbelief. Impossible. He didn't even dodge just now. The Konoha ninja also suffocated. Because Nagato in the sky was unharmed, as if their ninjutsu had been in vain. In the state of God's judgment, Nagato could ignore physical attacks. Only some special abilities could harm him. He was in a semi-invincible state. Look out. Retreat quickly. Seeing Nagato looking down, Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed and quickly retreated. The 8 golden lights gathered and instantly landed in the crowd of ninja. With a boom, a huge, bottomless abyss appeared on the spot. In an instant, countless people were killed or injured. This brat is not ruthless enough. The domineering men outside the village muttered. Konoha, not ruthless enough. Then what? Chapter 86, Konoha Genin, assemble. Burn, my youth. Ha. Nagato flew down to a building, deactivated his Volstandig, and let out a breath. To be able to suddenly activate the Volstandig was a pleasant surprise for Nagato, but he couldn't maintain this state for too long at the moment. It was a heavy burden. Nagato had no interest in killing these trash Konoha ninja. He had just couldn't help but vent, and had casually killed a few hundred to add to the fun. But the third Hokage, if he killed him, it would at least eliminate some resistance for the Empire, right? Thinking of this, just as Nagato was preparing to attack Hiruzen Sarutobi. Swoosh. A figure emitting a green chakra energy, at an extremely high speed, came from afar. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Sarutobi and the others. Ha. I wasn't here last time. I finally made it. Might Dway. Seeing this man suddenly appear, many ninja were stunned. He's a genin, right? What's he doing here? It was currently the Second Shinobi World War. At this moment, Might Dway was in his 20s. Although he was a genin, he had not yet reached the point of being called the Eternal Genin of the Third Shinobi World War. However, Might Dway only knew taijutsu, which was extremely strange among ninja, so everyone recognized him. Looking at the chakra on Might Dway's body, Sarutobi's gaze condensed slightly. Lord Hokage, please stay away, leave this to me. Before Sarutobi could speak, Might Dway shouted with a full voice. He looked at Nagato, his eyes full of determination. A mere Konoha genin, I've made a fool of myself. But to protect Konoha with my life is my youth. Might Dway revealed a mouthful of his trademark white teeth, which instantly blinded Nagato's eyes. What's with this guy? A Konoha genin dares to block me. But looking at Might Dway's foolish smile, for some reason, Nagato felt a kind of indescribable touch in his heart. To protect the most important thing with one's life. In my view, all the people in Konoha, added together, are not as good as. Nagato sighed with emotion. For a moment, he thought of the thing he wanted to protect. That was the Wandenreich. He was willing to dedicate his life for it. A few minutes ago. After Kushina Uzumaki had quickly circled the ninja academy and the village, she had gone home to look for her. Isn't my cousin in the village? Impossible. She hasn't graduated. There's no reason for her to leave the village. Kushina frowned, her face full of doubt. Suddenly hearing a voice outside the door, Kushina looked back and saw a golden-haired youth walk in. He was also stunned when he saw Kushina. Why are you here? I should be asking you. What are you doing in my house? Kushina put her hands on her hips and said domineeringly, which gave the youth a great deal of pressure. You look so sneaky. I told my cousin long ago that you're not a good person, you weakling. Minato Namikaze. We're classmates, after all. You're too rude. But thinking of Nanako, Minato Namikaze couldn't care less. He said hurriedly, Kushina Uzumaki, Nanako has been missing for 2 days. Exclamation point. Kushina's spiritual power immediately erupted, and she stared at Minato Namikaze. Bam. Minato Namikaze was directly sent flying, his whole body in pain. He looked at the aura-erupting Kushina in disbelief, such a gap. Ignoring Minato, Kushina did her best to sense the spiritual pressure of everyone in the village hidden in the leaves. She also guessed that Kushina was sensing. Minato Namikaze clenched his fists and said. Although it's hard to accept, I guess. Nanako is in the new route base, in the southeast of Konoha. I followed her hair to find it, but I can't get in. Kushina did her best to sense the southeast direction. What a route! A moment later, she angrily erupted all her spiritual pressure. Boom. Under Minato Namikaze's shocked gaze, the small house was directly shattered into pieces, and a terrifying aura pressed down like a mountain. Puffed. Minato, unable to bear the weight, spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes couldn't help but dim a bit. Am I that weak? How can I protect the important things with this? There's no need to mind. The gap between you and me is a matter of course. Kushina suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to maintain a steady tone. We're classmates, after all. I'll let you see the darkness. I hope you can still have hope for Konoha. Follow me to route. Seeing Kushina disappear, Minato quickly got up and followed, his heart heavy. Could my guess be true? Was Nanako captured by route? Sixth gate, Gate of Joy. Open. At the same time, Might Dway instantly opened the 6 gates. The entire ground was blasted open by the formless air currents, and a flame-like green chakra erupted from his body. Is this all you've got? The domineering man who was looking down from a high place outside the village couldn't help but be disappointed. The passion he had been looking forward to had directly dropped. If the other party was strong, he couldn't help but rush up and have a dance. This kind of aura. Seeing the amazing change in Might Dewey's body, Nagato couldn't help but be shocked. He was clearly weak, but he had suddenly become strong. Bang. Might Dewey did not hesitate in the slightest. He pushed off with his feet and directly shattered the entire ground. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Morning Peacock. When the ninja caught sight of Might Dewey's figure again, they only saw him turn into a green ray of light and instantly appear in front of Nagato. The long-accumulated power burst out. Boom. 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 Dewey threw out countless high-speed straight punches in an instant. The shockwaves and flames formed by them frantically hit Nagato. The whole picture was as splendid and spectacular as a peacock spreading its tail. So strong. Suddenly seeing Might Dewey's terrifying power erupt, the surrounding Konoha ninja were all stunned. Lord Hokage, could it be that Genin is the highest rank in Konoha? Bang. A dull collision, accompanied by a circular shockwave, spread out. Before the ninja present could react, the peacock-like flame shockwave in the air dissipated. Might Dewey was kicked away by Nagato, and like a cannonball, a dozen houses along the way were shattered. Dewey. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank. Even with such a burst of power, it wasn't enough. The ninjutsu amplification is not bad, but you yourself are too weak. Nagato landed on the ground and said calmly, your foundation is poor. No matter how much you amplify, you won't be too strong. If this is all you've got, then stand down. Although he said so, Nagato's right foot couldn't help but ache. If he hadn't used blood venet in time to strengthen his defense, he would definitely have been injured. No, I have to go back and train my taijutsu. I can't have any weaknesses. Apart from Tsunade, this was the first time Nagato had felt the power of taijutsu. Cough, cough. Might Dewey walked out of the collapsed house and smiled bitterly. As expected, the 6th gate is not strong enough, then. 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. Might Dewey's face was full of solemnity. The green chakra flames that had covered his entire body when he opened the gate completely disappeared, and then a blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat began to be emitted. The powerful air currents constantly washed over the surrounding ground, creating one gust of wind after another. The ninja present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Just from the aura that Dewey was emitting at this moment, it was stronger than them. Hot-blooded youth, burn. Might Dewey's entire black hair stood on end from the impact of the surging chakra that erupted from his body, and a large area of veins bulged on his face. Mere gravel, not even a fraction of my worth. The domineering men from outside the village stole another shot. As Nagato had said, Dewey's foundation was not strong, and the amplification of the 7 gates could not arouse the domineering man's interest. If Lucian had seen this scene, he could only say that he had made Dewey's strength too strong before. After all, he had only just barely mastered the 8th gate during the Third Shinobi World War. The 7 gates were definitely Dewey's limit at the moment, and his combat power was not as good as his future son's. This aura. Nagato was a little grave, considering whether to dodge or not. Daytime Tiger. Might Dewey formed a tiger head hand gesture with both hands and threw out a tiger-shaped high-pressure air bullet with a super high-speed straight punch. The Daytime Tiger, with a fierce shockwave, bombarded Nagato crazily. This kind of power. The shockwave had not yet arrived, but it had already created a strong astral wind. Nagato felt his breath stagnate. A Konoha Genin, I will remember you. Chapter 87, Lord Hokage, the situation is out of control. Might Dewey, in his 7-gate state, put pressure on Nagato. But Nagato did not dodge. Blood artery. Nagato, not to be outdone, strengthened his power and kicked fiercely at the wildly attacking Daytime Tiger. Rumble. The air was torn apart, and the strong astral wind instantly tore apart all the surrounding buildings. The air current sent the Konoha ninja in the distance flying. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still. Nagato and the Daytime Tiger were at a stalemate in midair. Their powers were constantly colliding and cancelling each other out, which also made everyone hold their breath. This brat. The domineering man outside the village could see at a glance that Nagato's taijutsu was trash. He was purely relying on his strength. Boom. The Daytime Tiger was suddenly kicked apart, and Nagato's whole body ached. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the exhausted Might Dewey. Bang. The two of them slammed into each other. Then, a series of dull collision sounds were heard. In the blink of an eye, Might Dewey and Nagato both turned into streams of light and were sent flying in opposite directions. Who won? Might Dewey's outburst had left the Konoha ninja who were watching from a distance in a daze. Sarutobi also suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was not a sure win, he at least understood that the people of the Wandenreich were not invincible. There was definitely a weakness, but it was just not clear at the moment. Ha. Puffed, cough, cough, ha. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. This is all I can do at the moment. Might Dway was panting heavily and vomiting blood. The blue steam gradually faded. His whole body emitted a scorched-like heat, and he fell directly. Obviously, the seventh gate was too heavy a burden for the current Dway. Because his foundation was not enough, he could not display its absolute power. He had not even mastered the eighth gate. More than a decade later, during the Third Shinobi World War, the 35-year-old Might Dway had burst out with the eighth gate, which he had barely mastered after 20 years of hard training, and had only killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His foundation and the future guys had a considerable gap. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Guy's 7 gates were enough to solve all of them. Rest well, hero of Konoha. Sarutobi flashed over and supported the falling Dway. He sensed that Dway still had a breath and was just seriously injured and unconscious. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Sarutobi cherished Konoha's combat power. Although Dewey's outburst was not strong, it had given him enough of a surprise. This taijutsu forbidden jutsu could be completely popularized. If many couldn't learn it, even 1 or 2 gates would be fine. The pressure the Wandenreich had brought to Sarutobi was immense. He would not let go of any power. A ninja flashed over, Lord Hokage, that Nagato is gone. Before Sarutobi could speak, another ninja said urgently. Lord Hokage, Tsukumo Hatake has rushed out of the southwest corner of Konoha with his clansmen. We can't stop him. What? Sarutobi was full of killing intent. This proved that Tsukumo Hatake had really betrayed them. But at this moment, another ninja came, Lord Hokage, there are also people from the Wandenreich at the root base. A battle is breaking out. Damn it. There's more. Just as Sarutobi was about to speak, he saw another ninja running over in a hurry. His heart suddenly jumped. What's going on? It can't be that Lucian is here too, right? Lord Hokage, a battle has broken out in the Senju clan. It has been confirmed that Mikoto Uchiha, who was taken away by the Demon King Lucian, has invaded. Sarutobi. Who else? Continue. As expected, it did not disappoint Sarutobi. Another person ran over and said quickly. Lord Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha has led his men to the Senju clan. The situation is out of control. It's a mess. It's all a mess. Sarutobi felt that his brain was a mess. How many people had the Wandenreich sent? Fortunately, Sarutobi was experienced. He immediately gave an order. Umbu, send the 4th, 8th, and 9th squads to chase Tsukumo Hatake. Even if we can't keep him, we must keep his clansmen. The 3rd, 5th, and 6th squads, go to the Senju clan. The 1st, 2nd, and 7th squads, follow me to route. The rest of the ninja, stabilize all parts of Konoha. Be sure to ensure the safety of the civilians. Report any suspicious people immediately. After he finished, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly led his men towards route. Danzo, you must not get into trouble. Puffed, cough, cough. In the southwest, outside Konoha, Nagato knelt on one knee and coughed up blood. There was a dent in his chest, and it was covered in cracks, constantly bleeding. Dewey's daytime tiger had directly injured him. Such a weak ninja can also injure you. Uchiha Madara, who had brought Nagato out of the ruins, crossed his arms and said faintly, it seems that your rapid growth also has a huge weakness. Your taijutsu is too poor. You knew you couldn't block it. Why didn't you dodge with the Shatten Barich? For Madara, the Quincy system was indeed comprehensive. But to master it, it would take more time. The brats of the Holy Legion were far from it. They basically just spammed their ultimate moves. The fine operation of taijutsu was something the brats couldn't play with at all. He is a genin, after all. Nagato wiped away the blood and smiled dashingly, however, a man who is willing to give everything for what he holds dear is worthy of my respect with my passion. Foolish. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. To play with passion with half-baked taijutsu is far from it. It was obvious that his taijutsu was no match. Couldn't he dodge? To take it head-on, to play with passion blindly. Guy. Then, in front of them, nearly 100 figures appeared. It was Tsukumo Hatake leading his clansmen, with many Konoha ninja chasing behind. Quick, catch up. Don't worry about Tsukumo Hatake. Take down his clansmen first. A series of voices made many of the Hatake clan panic. The smaller the family, the more united they were. It just so happened that the Hatake clan did not have many people, and they respected Tsukumo Hatake as their leader. As soon as the White Fang spoke, they immediately left. By chance, all the members of the Hatake clan were at home. This saved Tsukumo Hatake a lot of time. But the problem of how to escape the pursuit of the Umbu, all the members of the Hatake clan looked at Tsukumo Hatake. Instant slash. Tsukumo Hatake turned around and slashed with his white light chakra saber, creating a long gash on the ground, which shocked the Umbu elites and made them retreat abruptly. Although Tsukumo Hatake was called the White Fang because he had created the Taijutsu secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Death, and also because of its terrifying killing power. But he was more proficient in swordsmanship. We're safe. To lead so many people away in the chaos, Tsukumo Hatake could not guarantee that everyone would be fine. A slight mistake, and there would be casualties. But seeing the domineering figure in front, he was immediately relieved. The Asura of the ninja world, no one can stop him. Lord Madara. Tsukumo Hatake said respectfully and immediately led his clansmen behind Madara. The Konoha ninja also paused in their steps. The man in front, with his arms crossed and his expression cold, gave them too much pressure. Far beyond the third Hokage. The squad leader said gravely. You are. Almighty push. Too lazy to talk to the Umbu ninja, Uchiha Madara raised his hand and attacked. Boom. A terrifying repulsive force erupted, instantly flattening the earth and directly tearing the nearly 100 Umbu elites into a bloody mist. Annihilated in an instant. Hiss, so strong. Who is this man? He's so handsome. Gulp, is it too late for me to become his disciple now? The Hatake clan all stared with wide eyes. Madara's invincible posture of raising his hand was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Apart from the Demon King Lucian, the Empire had such a powerhouse. For a moment, the restless Hatake clan was full of anticipation for the future. Seeing that his clansmen were so at ease, Tsukumo Hatake also couldn't help but be relieved. This way, he could serve the Empire with all his heart, train hard, and in his spare time, find a girl and have a Kakashi Hatake to play with. It's useless for you to stay here. Go back. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, his eyes were extremely cold as he looked in the direction of Konoha. He had finally sensed his existence, Black Zetsu. Chapter 88, Inner Four Symbol Seal, Feel My Wrath, Black Zetsu. Root Base, a few minutes ago. After sensing Nanako's location, Kushina rushed over. Looking at the empty ground, she directly released a medium Heilig file. Boom. The Heilig file directly blasted the ground open, and after it collapsed, a deep underground passage was revealed. Who is it? Look out. Someone is invading. Dozens of figures flashed out from the passage. They were stunned to see the red-haired beautiful girl outside with a face full of anger. We just caught one the day before yesterday. Another red-haired one. Thinking of this, a root ninja's expression changed drastically. No, it's Kushina Uzumaki, who was taken away by Lucian. Go quickly. Die. Too lazy to waste words with these root ninja, Kushina directly erupted her spiritual pressure. The moment their bodies froze, dozens of small Heilig files shot out from her fingertips, and all of them were instantly killed. Just as Kushina was preparing to enter, a cold voice came from within the passage. You'd better stop, or I can't guarantee what will happen to Nanako Uzumaki. How dare you? Kushina couldn't help but clench her fists. Her usually cheerful and bright eyes suddenly turned cold. You won't understand the despair I'm in. Danzo walked out of the passage step by step, looking at Kushina with a sinister expression. The daily despair and pain, the days of living a life worse than death, the nightmares every night. You simply don't understand. This guy must die today. Although Kushina didn't see her cousin, she could sense that she was underground. You are definitely going to die today. Kushina Uzumaki took a deep breath to calm her anger, and her spiritual pressure gradually increased. Just as she was preparing to take Danzo down in an instant. Swoosh. Swoosh. A few kunai shot at Danzo from an extremely tricky angle. Not only that. After the kunai were thrown, a golden-haired youth erupted with a speed that was difficult to achieve on a normal day. Like a yellow flash of light, he rushed at Danzo with a short sword. Hand over Nanako. Bam. But the golden-haired youth was fast, and he went just as fast. Danzo's eyes grew cold. He directly dodged the attacking kunai and kicked the golden-haired youth away. Puffed, cough, damn it. Minato Namikaze slammed the ground hard. The moment he was sure that Nanako Uzumaki had been captured by Danzo, his brain was filled with blood, leaving only anger. If he had the Sharingan, he might have been able to directly jump to the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, it also showed how angry Minato was. Obito, you understand now, right? Women will make you lose all reason. Boom. A chance. Kushina's entire spiritual pressure was gathered at one point and directly suppressed Danzo. The moment Danzo's body froze, Kushina brushed past him. A spirit blade directly cut Danzo in two. Splattering blood stained the ground. Multiple Heilig file. Even so, Kushina's hatred was still not appeased. She turned around and dozens of small Hylek files shot out from her fingertips. Danzo's corpse was instantly blasted into a bloody mist, not even a single bone was left. Minato Namikaze was stunned. Danzo died just like that. Why did you have to blow up his body? I was thinking of stabbing him a few times. You disgusting fellow. It's too easy for you to die like this. Kushina Uzumaki cursed Danzo with some vicious words, but her mind was clear. She then rushed directly into the root passage. Just as Kushina rushed into the passage, she couldn't help but pause in her steps. She had sensed nearly 100 spiritual pressures in the passage before, but she hadn't cared. They were just a group of good-for-nothings. But when she went in and saw them, the bodies of the nearly 100 root ninja were covered in dense, mysterious black curse marks, which were extremely evil and strange. Inner four-symbol seal. Kushina's gaze condensed. The Uzumaki clan was a family proficient in sealing jutsu. She had learned from Mito. Even if she hadn't learned some of them, she could understand them at a glance. The Uzumaki's forbidden jutsu, the Reaper Death Seal, contained a part of the four-symbol seal. The inner four-symbol seal was called a one-hit kill technique by the Uzumaki clan. She hadn't expected Danzo to have hidden so many killing moves in the passage. If nearly 100 ninja were to use it at once, even she couldn't imagine its power. Kill her. The moment the nearly 100 root ninja saw Kushina, they all rushed over, trying to get close to her and activate the inner four-symbol seal to kill her in one blow. Spirit Particle Bomb. Kushina took a slight step back, and a bomb of violent spiritual power appeared in her hand. The bomb, with its huge power and indefensibility, exploded directly in the crowd of root ninja. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 root ninja died on the spot. For Lord Danzo, we will give everything. The remaining root ninja didn't care about any pain at all. On the contrary, they were all filled with a morbid fanaticism. Inner four-symbol seal. In a flash, the root ninja directly activated the seal. Dozens of ninjas' entire bodies began to spew out pools of ink-black liquid, and then a huge black sphere of light erupted, submerging all the surrounding objects. Boom. The black light gradually dissipated. The root passage completely disappeared, leaving only a huge circular pit. All the objects in the middle had been completely sealed. And at this moment, an excited and cruel laugh was heard. Ha 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 ha, finally, I got one. Under Minato Namikaze's horrified and angry gaze, Danzo walked out from another place, unharmed, and laughed madly. See. The invincible power from Lucian, isn't he dead? Izanagi, records oneself. Within the effective time, even if one dies, one can return to the moment of the recording. The Uchiha were not easy to provoke now, but Danzo had used many methods to get a few Sharingan on his arm. Do you understand? Danzo asked and answered himself as if he were crazy, and then said with incomparable certainty. It means Lucian is not invincible either. He will die too, sooner or later. Don't be too happy too soon. Before Danzo could finish his excitement, Kushina's cold voice was heard. Danzo's expression changed drastically. How could she be unharmed? He knew that the people of the Wandenreich had an extremely fast evasion ability, but he also knew that Kushina was not old in her heart and had no experience. That's why he had used words to provoke Kushina. The moment she lost control of her emotions and entered the passage, he would activate the inner four-symbol seal. That was Danzo's plan. But why was she okay? Thank you for making me understand His Majesty's words, to remain calm in any situation. Although Kushina Uzumaki thanked him, her eyes were so cold, the kind of gaze one would give to a dead person. Come on, die. Kushina looked at Danzo with cold eyes. She was not in a hurry to make a move. On the contrary, she was thinking. She was sure that Danzo had been killed just now, but he had revived in the blink of an eye. It was too strange. Fight in a spirit particle space. Die. Heh, the me now is more painful than death. He hadn't even killed a little girl. And hearing the sounds of turmoil from all over Konoha, Danzo was resentful and a little powerless. He then smiled cruelly. There's a forbidden jutsu that was originally prepared for Lucian. I found you, Black Zetsu. The next moment, a voice full of killing intent suddenly sounded, which made Danzo's heart shake. Gulp. Just as Danzo turned his head, he saw a man in red battle armor, with a wild and unruly hairstyle, looking at him coldly. That face, in an instant, pulled Danzo's memory back to his youth, which made his body tremble. You're alive. Black Zetsu, who had been possessing Danzo and watching the show, was even more stunned. Wasn't the other party seriously injured and had fallen? With that briefly recovered peak body, the result would only be a powerless death. But now. Not only was he alive, but his tone was colder than ever, and his killing intent was rampant. Look out. Lucian might have told the other party the truth. Black Zetsu was terrified. He did not hesitate to prepare to leave Danzo's body and escape as a black ray of light. But because of his shock from various emotions, Black Zetsu was a step too slow. Feel my wrath. The moment he was preparing to move, Uchiha Madara opened his 5 fingers, and a sharp spiritual power bloomed in his hand. He grabbed Danzo's head and squeezed it hard. Arg. Danzo and Black Zetsu roared at the same time, in incomparable pain. The spiritual power in Madara's hand was like hundreds of millions of small needles, constantly subjecting Black Zetsu's soul to a cruel needle punishment. As for Danzo, who had let the two of them become one in spirit at this moment, he was implicated by Black Zetsu. Arg. His soul, spirit, and will were instantly riddled with holes. Black Zetsu had never felt such pain. His heart was filled with fear. Lord Madara. I am your will. Black Zetsu's painful words immediately made Uchiha Madara say with a blank expression, my will. Then isn't it even more a matter of course for me to kill you? Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu. Boom. A single sentence exploded in Black Zetsu's mind, and even made him forget the pain. Extreme despair filled his heart. Black Zetsu felt an unprecedented panic. Come out. Uchiha Madara directly pulled Black Zetsu out of Danzo's body. Danzo's whole body convulsed and he fell to the ground, his life and death unknown. Seeing this, Kushina tiptoed over and easily walked to Danzo's side. Holding a watermelon knife, no, a spirit blade, she stabbed at Danzo's body, and blood splattered on the ground. She wished she could stab Danzo into a hornet's nest. Uchiha Madara. Are all the young girls so brutal now? Chapter 89, Reanimation Jutsu, Madara instantly kills the second Hokage. Don't kill me, Lord Madara, don't kill me. Black Zetsu shouted in a panic. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape Madara's spirit particle cage. Seeing Black Zetsu in such a state, Uchiha Madara's expression grew even colder. It's truly unbelievable. Such a good-for-nothing is the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths ridiculous. The Sage of Six Paths. Is he worthy? At the mention of the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu's eyes were filled with a deep resentment, and his gaze was even colder than Madara's. To save my mother, what is a little dignity that cannot be abandoned? As long as you don't kill me, I will accept any insult or harm. This is a bit interesting. Uchiha Madara had learned everything from Lucian. If not for the fact that Black Zetsu had really screwed him over, even he couldn't help but admire Black Zetsu's great perseverance, great wisdom, and great filial piety. To work hard for 1,000 years just to save his mother, only Black Zetsu in the ninja world could persevere. The dark and slippery Black Zetsu. Kushina, who was beside him, was stabbing Danzo with a spirit blade while looking at Black Zetsu out of the corner of her eye. Madara's joining the Empire couldn't help but arouse everyone's interest. After deep digging, and with White Zetsu's big mouth, the matter of Black Zetsu tricking Madara was exposed. While everyone in the Empire was stunned, they also developed a great curiosity about Black Zetsu. But Madara's tone was still cold. Are you finished with your last words? But at this moment, the Black Zetsu in his hand suddenly let out a sinister laugh. What can you do to me? Uchiha Madara's expression immediately turned cold, and the strength in his hand increased a bit. But Black Zetsu didn't care at all. On the contrary, he laughed even louder. I didn't know how long it would take to complete the plan from the beginning, but there would definitely be too many accidents in the process. Do you think I've survived all these years for nothing? Black Zetsu's body began to twist, and he sneered, before the infinite Tsukimi is cast, I will never let my main body appear. For this, I had completely separated my spiritual will long ago. The me you've seen from the beginning is a will clone. Bam. Before Black Zetsu could finish, Uchiha Madara coldly crushed his head. With his powerful spiritual power, he crushed Black Zetsu's corpse 100 times over. Kushina Uzumaki. A 2-level reversal. My god. Is this the mastermind who controls everything? He's so cautious. To ensure the realization of his cautious plan, he had separated his spiritual will and turned it into a true physical clone. He was really ruthless to himself. Good. Uchiha Madara's expression was blank, but from his slightly trembling hands, one could see how uncalm his heart was. Before Black Zetsu left, he had performed a wave of god-level acting. Madara was amazed. Could it be what he was trying to say before, that Black Zetsu has a clone? Before Uchiha Madara had left, Lucian seemed to have not finished his words, and he had impatiently gone to Konoha. Lucian, you guessed right. Lucian had seen the future before and understood that the current Black Zetsu was just a will clone. Even Lucian was surprised. The original story had never shown this point, or rather, before Black Zetsu revealed his identity, he didn't have much screen time. It wasn't until the moment Black Zetsu backstabbed Madara that his identity was revealed. So, before Black Zetsu revealed himself, no one knew if he was the main body. According to the identity of a behind-the-scenes planner, a physical will clone was the means Black Zetsu should have prepared. A true behind-the-scenes controller would never easily show their main body. In the final stage, he would then announce his arrival with his main body. Wonderful, truly wonderful. A figure walked out from the shadows, clapping his hands. The person's eyes were full of wariness. Kushina, who had stabbed Danzo several hundred times, was about to grab his soul after he had completely died, but his body suddenly disappeared and appeared from another direction. This made Kushina unable to understand. Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold, Izanagi. As the Uchiha ancestor, the phenomenon of Danzo reviving from death and returning to his original state easily made him think of this jutsu, and he felt the eruption of the Sharingan's pupil power. Izanagi was really unreasonable. You see, Kushina's spirit blade itself had the effect of damaging the soul. But even so, he was still restored by Izanagi. Uchiha Madara. Looking at Madara, Danzo was terrified. As one of the few people in the current era who had seen Madara in person, he had recognized him the moment he appeared. He was also one of the two strongest people in his former cognition. Of course, cognition was cognition. Danzo did not understand Madara's specific power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so foolish as to stab Sasuke's Susanoo with a kunai. Danzo suppressed the terror in his heart and said in a condensed voice, I know I can't hide from your perception. It's just death. I've had enough of it these days. Are you worthy of dancing too? Looking at the reappeared Danzo with indifference, Uchiha Madara slowly raised his hand. It's not that easy to kill me. Although he said he was not afraid of death, Danzo's hand seals were fast. He slammed them on the ground and laughed madly. Haha, witness the power of a god. The ground trembled, and suddenly two coffins broke out of the earth. Uchiha Madara's movements paused, and his eyes stared at the coffin on the left with the character first written on it. Swish. At this moment, Minato Namikaze walked out of the root passage with Nanako. Kushina looked over and saw that Minato Namikaze's expression was low and confused. Nanako looked fine, just a little weak. Bang. The lids of the two coffins suddenly exploded and shot directly at Madara, who was not far away. Uchiha Madara's eyelids raised slightly, and his spiritual pressure swept out, directly shattering the lids into pieces. This feeling, is it my unlovable younger brother's ninjutsu? Really, how many times have I told you, don't play with the souls of the dead? Hey. Apart from water style, all of them should be banned. Before the dust had completely dissipated, a slightly dissatisfied, somewhat lazy, and somewhat talkative, deep voice was heard. Hum. A single voice made Madara's body tremble slightly. How long, who knows how long he hadn't heard this voice. It was so annoying. Big brother, if a person kills another with a kitchen knife, you can't blame the one who sold the kitchen knife. Hey. You finally know how bad your ninjutsu is, you stinky younger brother. They only saw two ninja in red and blue armor respectively walk out of the coffins. The formless aura they exuded blew away the dust. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju. Lord First, Lord Second, long time no see. Danzo's voice sounded, which only attracted Tobirama Senju's attention. Kushina also couldn't help but be stunned. The first and second Hokage. Huh. As soon as Hashirama Senju walked out, he sensed an aura that was even more familiar than his wife, Mito's. Then he turned his head and saw a domineering figure looking at him with a complicated expression. Hashirama's eyes immediately widened. Ah. Madara. Uchiha Madara's face darkened. Surprised is surprised, but don't pause. It makes people think you're calling me A-ban or Ban. So annoying. Tobirama Senju was immediately extremely grave. He saw Hashirama exclaim again. No, you're not Madara. Sensing the energy that was different from chakra, Hashirama Senju directly denied his thoughts and then laughed loudly. Madara has gone to the Pure Land. You really look like him, but you're not as handsome as me, ha 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 ha. Are you kidding? Is this simple-minded man really the god of shinobi? Not far away, Nanako and Minato Namikaze, who had just been shocked, were now completely stunned. Lord. First. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi had just arrived with his team and saw this scene, they were all petrified on the spot. Stop embarrassing yourself, you idiot. Uchiha Madara was speechless. His figure flashed and he kicked at Hashirama Senju. Bam. In an instant, Hashirama Senju was sent flying. Flying Thunder God Slash. At that very moment, Tobirama Senju, who had seen Madara and was instantly on high alert, made his move. A kunai with a Flying Thunder God seal shot at Madara. His figure also instantly disappeared from the spot. Many people's hearts shook. So fast, hiss. Bam. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Tobirama Senju, who had teleported in front of Madara, was directly grabbed by the neck by Madara and slammed into the ground. Puchichi. Then, Madara's right hand shot out a dozen or so spirit blades condensed from spiritual power, which were all inserted into Tobirama's body and soul. He pinned Tobirama Senju to the spot. In an instant kill. Chapter 90, Madara, I've waited a long time for this day. The death of Tobirama Senju. Tobirama Senju was instantly killed. It was unbelievable to everyone present, but it was a normal operation for Madara. The reanimation jutsu was, after all, a reanimation. Even if the vessel was perfect, it couldn't display all of its strength. Madara could instantly kill him with his eyes closed. To attack when the opponent is distracted. That trick has been used to death. Looking at Tobirama, who was lying on the ground like a dog, Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of disdainful killing intent. Using Big Brother to distract me, as expected of you, Tobirama. Likewise. Although Tobirama Senju was lying on the ground like this, he was still tough. But his heart was extremely grave. It was really Uchiha Madara, a living, young Uchiha Madara. To appear in Konoha, what on earth was he planning? Looking at Tobirama, Uchiha Madara's anger was endless. He said coldly, I never thought that you, the so-called god of speed ninja, would also fall to such a state. The second Hokage, heh. The grudge between the two of them could not be told in a lifetime. In a sense, if he had to choose between Black Zetsu and Tobirama to die now, Madara would definitely choose Tobirama. That was a grudge of decades. Gulp. From beginning to end, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were speechless. It was a mess. It was all a mess. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara were all godlike figures. You bastard. If you're going to kill me, then kill me. Stop talking nonsense. Tobirama Senju struggled. The dozen or so spirit blades were piercing his soul. It made him feel an unprecedented pain, and he was also shocked at Madara's power to casually attack the soul. I have never heard such a request. Uchiha Madara pulled out a spirit blade, his killing intent erupting. I really have to thank your disciple for sending you to me. I have waited a long time for this day. In the original story, after instantly killing the reanimated Tobirama in his no-eye state, Madara had sneered a few words and turned to leave. This had surprised many people. Because Izuna had been killed, Madara, a brother-con, had wished for Tobirama to die 10,000 times. But at that time, he had not killed Tobirama. Was it just because he was Hashirama's brother? But Hashirama was dead, and Tobirama had been sent to his door. No one could restrain Madara's killing intent anymore. It was possible that the no-eye state Madara could not kill Tobirama. After all, he was a reanimated body. Only with the Rinnegan could he use the human path to pull out his soul, and that was just a seal. Using Yin-Yang release could only completely destroy the reanimated body. Although the soul would be damaged, it was not the destruction of the soul. But now, if Tobirama didn't die, his, Madara's, heart would not be at peace. Puchi. Madara's spirit blade directly pierced through Tobirama's head and viciously twisted. A true sense of death's pain spread through his soul. Tobirama's eyes were full of disbelief. You don't want to believe it. Izuna also didn't want to believe that he would die at the hands of a good-for-nothing like you. Uchiha Madara's move was extremely decisive. Another slash. Body and soul, cut in two. Under the sidelong glances of the crowd, Tobirama Senju didn't even let out a roar before his reanimated body turned into fragments and disappeared. Kushina could clearly see that the second Hokage's collapsing soul energy was being absorbed by Madara. With this, Tobirama Senju was completely destroyed. Sensei was killed. At this moment, Danzo was in a cold sweat. Damn it, Black Zetsu. Didn't you say that White Zetsu's body could perfectly display the strength of the reanimated person? But not only was he instantly killed by Madara, but he was also slaughtered. In his cognition, the former Madara had been killed by Hashirama, so he was an enemy. Tobirama was also dissatisfied with Madara. He would definitely attack after seeing Madara. That's why he had not controlled him and let him act on his own. But in the blink of an eye, one was dead. The other hadn't even returned. Who knows where he had gone to play? Danzo quickly tried to control Hashirama and suddenly found that the reanimation jutsu had been directly broken, and he had lost control. But why hadn't he returned? A clear mind. After killing Tobirama, Uchiha Madara was in high spirits. Even the displeasure caused by not killing Black Zetsu had disappeared. After all, Tobirama had made Madara unhappy for decades. That guy. Madara was also surprised that Hashirama hadn't returned. He sensed, but found that Hashirama's powerful presence had run to the Valley of the End. Swish. When Uchiha Madara disappeared, everyone looked at each other. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. What on earth happened? Many people from the Wandenreich attacked Konoha, blooming everywhere. The Hokage rock was destroyed, the Hokage was resurrected, and the Hokage died again. Swoosh. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A brilliant arrow tore through the void. Boom. To everyone's horror, the arrow directly pierced through Danzo's heart, and a large splash of blood was scattered. The powerful destructive force directly tore Danzo in two. He fell to the ground in an extremely miserable state. The third time. Let's see if you can revive. Kushina held Nanako in one hand and once again condensed a Heilig file in the other, ready to attack at any time. Although she didn't know why Danzo could revive before, she would keep killing him. If that didn't work, she would pull him into a spirit particle space to kill him. He wouldn't be able to escape. Kushina Uzumaki, do you know what you're doing? Seeing this, Sarutobi was extremely angry. Why did everyone have to bully Danzo? Kushina pointed at Nanako and asked seriously. Did you know that my cousin was captured by Danzo? Seeing Sarutobi's expression freeze and he was silent for a few moments, Kushina couldn't help but take a deep breath. You were once the Lord Hokage who wanted to protect all the villagers in the ninja academy. How disappointing. The Konoha ninja looked over, full of confusion. Noticing that many ninja were looking at him, Sarutobi said in a deep voice, it might have been Danzo's fault for capturing Nanako Uzumaki, but you shouldn't have killed him. Betraying Konoha and killing the Hokage's advisor is an unforgivable crime. For a moment, many Konoha ninja looked at Kushina with righteous indignation. Before everyone could make a move, Minato Namikaze stood up and looked at Sarutobi with a complicated expression. Lord Hokage, no matter the reason, you shouldn't have hurt Nanako. You lied to me. Minato Namikaze was hurt. Hearing what Minato said, Sarutobi didn't react for a moment. He then said with a hidden meaning. What? For a girl, you want to betray Konoha. The meaning of Sarutobi's words was, the opportunity has come. Take this opportunity to defect and join the Wandenreich. He believed that with Minato's intelligence, he could understand these words. After all, it had been decided before to let a child with such high talent as Minato go undercover. It was possible to succeed. To defect under the watchful eyes of an empire elite like Kushina would definitely make Lucian trust him. A chance. Minato Namikaze did understand Sarutobi's meaning. But that was not his thought. When he went to route to save Nanako and saw the weak Nanako in the dungeon, Minato felt as if the sky had fallen, and his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Even if Nanako was not injured, just in low spirits, it had almost crushed all his beliefs. What if he had been a step too late? The more he thought about it, the more painful it was. Sarutobi simply didn't understand that the children of the ninja world were maturing earlier and earlier, especially when Minato's will of fire had not yet been finalized. To hurt Nanako and then deceive him was no different from killing his heart. Yes, I want to betray Konoha. Whether it was a mission or his heart being killed, Minato Namikaze clenched his hands and said these words. A bright light flashed in Sarutobi's eyes, and he immediately shouted, all of you, attack. Kill them. Summoning Jutsu, Baku. Under the astonished sidelong glances of the crowd, the body of Danzo, who had died with his heart pierced, disappeared and reappeared behind Kushina. He immediately used the summoning jutsu to summon the summoned beast, Baku. The feet of a tiger, the body of a bull, the nose of an elephant. Its huge body was reddish all over. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Danzo's hands formed a series of hand seals. He took a deep breath and shot out countless sharp air bullets, trying to pierce Kushina after they were amplified by the suction of the summoned beast, Baku. This guy, revived again. Directly ignoring Danzo's attack, Kushina turned around and threw the large Heilig file that had long been condensed in her hand. Boom. The Heilig file directly shattered the ground under Danzo's feet, and he and his summoned beast were torn into a bloody mist. Lord Danzo. Watching Danzo be killed once again, the Konoha ninja finally came to their senses and prepared to launch a fierce offensive. They all prepared to form hand seals or throw shuriken. At that very moment. The compulsory. Who knows when, but a beautiful and gentle figure appeared behind the Konoha ninja and raised her hand to activate her script. In an instant, all the ninja within the range. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi stumbled, as if attacked by a repulsive force, and were all sent flying uncontrollably. Mikoto. Kushina looked happily at the beautiful girl who had appeared. She also noticed that she was pulling a half-grown youth with a spirit particle chain. Chapter 91, Disgraced, the death of Danzo Shimura, Sarutobi's humiliation. Let go of me, you rude woman. I recognize your clothes. Isn't my sister your comrade? Why are you capturing me? The youth felt extremely embarrassed being tied up and kept shouting, but Mikoto didn't say a word to him from beginning to end. She had entered the Senju clan and tied him up at the first opportunity. This had also caused a conflict with the Senju clan. Because Mikoto had appeared, it had attracted the Uchiha. Kushina chuckled, because your sister is in the Empire, that's why I have to take you back, Nawaki Senju. Damn it. I'm not. Just as Nawaki Senju was speaking, he saw Kushina and immediately said. Alright, I'll go to the Wandenreich with you. But, can you untie me? I can run on my own. This Kushina, who often came to the Senju clan, was clearly younger than him, yet she was famous in the ninja world, which made him envious. And there was the matter of his sister. The root of everything was the Demon King Lucian. It just so happened that the people in the clan had not let him go out. This was a chance. Arg. Why? I've been planning for so long, why can't I even kill a single woman? Danzo, who had appeared again, felt that he only had one Sharingan left. After being killed by Kushina time and time again, Danzo was on the verge of collapse and roared. This was not the state he was in more than 20 years later, with 11 Sharingan on his right arm. It was just that the Hashirama cells in his body were not as strong as in the original story, so he had only used 5 Sharingan to strengthen his spiritual energy and balance his body's energy. The Uchiha were not easy to provoke now. Those 5 Sharingan had been secretly saved up through various opportunities. Now, only one was left. Damn it, the wood-style cells are acting up. Just as Danzo was angrily going to fight to the death, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his body, which made his expression change drastically. Countless huge branches shot out from his arm and pierced through his body. Sarutobi and the Konoha ninja who had just arrived all stared with wide eyes. Mikoto Uchiha, let go of Nawa. Wood style. The Senju clan ninja who were chasing after the captured Nawaki were also stunned when they saw this. Behind them were the Uchiha clan. The one in the lead was Hōgyoku Uchiha. He glanced at Mikoto, then looked at Danzo's arm with cold eyes. What a Hokage's advisor. You have so many Sharingan on your body. Do you want to change your name? Danzo Uchiha. After the imbalance of spiritual and physical energy, the Sharingan's pupil power could no longer be hidden. At the first moment, Hōgyoku had sensed the remaining 1 Sharingan on Danzo's hand, and a few Sharingan with missing pupil power. In Hōgyoku's view, even if Danzo died 10,000 times, it would not be enough. Hiss. With the imbalance of energy, the bandages on Danzo's hand completely shattered. Several Sharingan that made one scalp tingle were revealed, and wood was constantly erupting from his body. Everyone present was stunned. The Senju clan, you damn Danzo. May you die a horrible death. The Uchiha clan, kill him. Annihilate Root. Kill his whole family. Kill his mother. At this moment, the scene was strange. The Senju and the Uchiha gritted their teeth and looked at the pained Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, extremely bitter, and didn't know what to say for a long time. The Konoha ninja were even more unable to come to their senses, and a great sense of disgust arose in their hearts. Arg, kill me. Sarutobi, kill me quickly. Various energies in the wood style were constantly destroying his whole body. Danzo felt that even when Lucian had crippled his 5th limb, it had not been so painful. His whole body was being torn apart. He was also completely out of control and couldn't even commit suicide. But what was more painful than his body was that so much of his darkness had been exposed in public. Even if he didn't look, he could feel the various looks of disgust from countless ninja. His reputation was ruined. His name was infamous. His reputation was in the dust. This made the proud Danzo unable to bear it. It was better to just die. Danzo. Hearing Danzo's plea, Sarutobi couldn't help but be speechless. Never before had Danzo fallen to such a state. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Danzo couldn't die. Why not just throw all the blame on Orochimaru? Sarutobi thought to himself. Orochimaru? Boom. In an instant, an arrow landed on Danzo's body and directly blasted him into pieces. Boom. 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 Then, dozens of small Heilig file turned all the fragments into a bloody mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Kushina stretched out her hand and grabbed Danzo's struggling soul. Heh. Danzo's soul struggled, letting out a painful sound that ordinary people couldn't hear. His eyes were full of fear and shock. Kushina can grab souls. I understand. I finally understand. The source of the Wandenreika's power is the soul. But Danzo couldn't speak. Even if he could, it wouldn't be heard. Die. Kushina continuously poured spiritual power into Danzo's soul, like 1,000 cuts. Under the watchful eyes of no one in Konoha, Danzo's soul was shattered and killed, completely dissipating. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Kushina withdrew her hand and said casually, "That disgusting fellow was too noisy. You don't have to thank me." As she spoke, Kushina looked at Mikoto with confusion. "I killed him several times before, and he revived without any injuries. Does it have something to do with the Sharingan?" Mikoto nodded. "It should be. The effect of the Sharingan's forbidden jutsu is an aji." "Then he's really dead now, right?" "If he's not dead, then I'll pull him into a spirit particle space and kill him 100 more times." I just sensed it. The energy imbalance directly destroyed all the Sharingan. He can't revive. That's good. What about Mikoto's family? Senior Sakumo has taken them over. They are outside the village. Then let's go. The two women spoke as if no one was around, which stunned the Konoha ninja. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Damn it. Sarutobi's eyes were red with blood, and a great anger arose. All his chakra erupted. Boom. Kushina, who was faster than Sarutobi, directly activated her Volstandig first. A powerful spiritual pressure swept across the field, making everyone's breath stagnate. Sarutobi also stopped. Spirit particle bomb. Kushina's dual wings tips immediately shot out a dense mass of spirit particle spheres, which filled the sky and formed a spirit particle bomb with a diameter of dozens of meters. The moment it appeared, it caused the surrounding air pressure to increase to the extreme, making it difficult for people to breathe. The pressure was greater than that of Nagato in his God's judgment state. If you make another move, all the ninja present, apart from a few, will die. Kushina made the spirit particle bomb, which was full of destructive energy, float in the sky. She didn't even look at the pale-faced Sarutobi and the others. She directly waved her hand. Let's go. Kushina held Nanako, and Mikoto pulled Nawaki Senju with a spirit particle chain, and they quickly left. Minato Namikaze took a deep look at Hiruzen Sarutobi in the village hidden in the leaves, then turned and followed the others. Damn it. Watching everyone disappear, Hamura Mitokado, who was behind Sarutobi, gritted his teeth. "Sarutobi, they killed Danzo. Are you just going to let them go? Why don't you lead people to chase them?" Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly, his face extremely pale. Another battle with his hands tied. So many Konoha ninja had gathered around. He didn't dare to bet on the power of Kushina's bomb. It looked more terrifying than a tailed beast bomb. This made Hiruzen Sarutobi extremely aggrieved and angry. Lucian had come. And now even his subordinates were trampling on Konoha like this. It made Hiruzen Sarutobi want to step down from the position of Hokage and then rush to the Wandenreich to fight to the death. Hamura Mitokado smiled awkwardly, then said coldly, "I just received a message from the 3rd Mizukage. He wants to hold a 5-Kage summit to discuss the problem of Lucian. I think it's necessary to go once. We can't let the Wandenreich grow any stronger." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded deeply. The power of one village was definitely not enough. They could only unite. "Danzo, I wish you happiness in the Pure Land." "Danzo, Sarutobi, my soul is dead." While Konoha was in grief and indignation, at the Valley of the End. To commemorate the great battle between Hashirama and Madara, Konoha had built statues of the two of them on both sides of the Valley of the End. The hand gestures of the statues were the seal of confrontation. After the great battle between the future Sasuke and Naruto, the statues had collapsed and were posed with the seal of reconciliation, symbolizing the end of a destiny. At this moment, a man with black long hair and red, ancient ninja armor was standing on the head of a statue, looking into the distance. Who knows what he was thinking? Swish. A man with a wild and unruly hairstyle rushed over and landed on the head of the other statue. They looked at each other from afar. "Madara, you're here?" Seeing that it was Madara, Hashirama Senju's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed loudly. "I knew you would come. I have always believed. I don't know why you revived, but you won't destroy Konoha. After all, that is the home I established." Hashirama also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In fact, the first time he had been reanimated and had seen Madara, he had confirmed that it was him. Although Hashirama was pleasantly surprised, he was also extremely shocked and worried. Danzo was obviously middle-aged, yet Madara was getting younger and younger. Hashirama understood that this body could not display the strength of his peak. If Madara really wanted to do something to Konoha, it would be difficult for him to stop it. So, he could only ignore everything and come here directly. He believed that since he couldn't find Madara, Madara would definitely find him. "You're as foolish as ever." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said indifferently. "I killed Tobirama." Chapter 92, Hashirama, Madara, bad news. Why is your head green? A reanimated body can also die. Hearing that Madara had killed Tobirama, Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then he exclaimed in admiration. Madara, you're amazing. If it were me, I could only seal him at most. Under normal circumstances, to defeat a reanimated body, one could only seal the body or the soul. Only the yin-yang release, which was said to be able to nullify all ninjutsu, could directly destroy a reanimated body. But it would only damage the soul, not completely destroy it. For a moment, Hashirama thought that Madara had learned yin-yang release and had destroyed Tobirama's reanimated body, sending him back to the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara sat down cross-legged and said plainly, "I have destroyed his soul." Destroyed his soul. Hashirama's heart shook. He opened his mouth but ultimately did not speak. He remembered the first time the two of them had climbed a mountain and had a heart-to-heart talk as youths. They had both wanted to protect their younger brothers, their only remaining younger brothers. But Tobirama had killed Izuna. How painful must Madara have been? Hashirama had always felt guilty about this. He had always wanted to make it up to Madara, but in the end, they had parted ways. Madara. Hashirama also sat down like Madara. A moment later, he suddenly shouted, which made Madara frown. This guy is going crazy again. Hashirama opened his hands and shouted, "I've decided. Let's build a village of our own here." Madara's gaze condensed, and he subconsciously clenched his hands. The thoughts of the two of them, in an instant, were pulled back several decades. Hashirama excitedly clenched his fist and continued, "Here, children don't have to kill each other. We'll build a school where children can grow up and become strong. We'll assign them corresponding missions according to their abilities and strength. In order to reasonably classify the mission ranks, we need to establish a leadership. This way, children will no longer be sent to dangerous battlefields. I'll call this village Konoha." Uchiha Madara didn't know what to say. This idiot. What's the meaning of repeating the words from our childhood verbatim? Recalling the happy times when we grew up together. I, Madara, am not that naive. But seeing Hashirama's expectant gaze, Madara replied from his heart, "Humph, only you could say such a fantastic thing." Hashirama's eyes lit up, and Madara suddenly had a bad feeling. The next second, as expected. "Madara, I was just shouting randomly. Who told you to cooperate? You're so naive, ha ha ha." Hearing that Madara had replied just like when they were young, Hashirama immediately clutched his stomach and laughed out loud. "You bastard." The veins on Madara's forehead bulged. He snorted coldly, "Wrong, the truly naive one is the impatient and hasty person." But seeing that Hashirama couldn't stop laughing, Madara was about to explode with anger. "Go to hell, you idiot." Boom. A vast amount of spiritual power swept out from Madara's body, which made Hashirama's eyes condense. Not chakra, but energy. The next moment, Madara, who had become a Quincy, habitually formed a hand seal for show and then released a move that made Hashirama extremely solemn. Even as a reanimated body, he could feel a fatal sense of danger to his soul from that energy. Tobirama was killed by this energy that seems to be able to damage the soul. Outer path. Uchiha Madara looked deeply at Hashirama, who was standing on the head of the other Valley of the End statue. Everything he had experienced with him in the past flashed through his mind, and Madara finally made up his mind. Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. The Rinnegan's pupil power erupted. A brilliant green light illuminated the entire Valley of the End. Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at Madara and said urgently, "Bad news, Madara. Your head is green." Uchiha Madara stumbled and almost interrupted the Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Madara glared fiercely at Hashirama and continued to maintain it. "Hey! My head is also turning green." Hashirama came to his senses and looked at the top of his head. Green lights were sprinkled down, which made his whole body warm. A powerful life force was rapidly reviving in his body. This feeling, it can't be wrong, my reanimated body is turning into a body of flesh and blood. At this moment, Hashirama finally noticed that Madara's eyes had changed. His expression was grave in his shock. The Rinnegan. "Madara, what have you been doing all these years when I wasn't around? Stop quickly. Stop." To revive someone, Hashirama's first thought was that Madara would have to pay a heavy price. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just as Hashirama was trying to rush over and stop Madara, white smoke began to rise from his body, and his life force bloomed. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying chakra of the god of shinobi erupted, and even the statue under Hashirama's feet began to crack. Hashirama Senju, revived. Ha, ha. After casting the jutsu, Madara took a deep breath to calm himself. The Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique was the highest level resurrection type ninjutsu in the ninja world so far. Like Chiyo's forbidden jutsu, the one's own life reincarnation, to violate the natural law of death, one had to pay the price of one's life. Under normal circumstances, one would definitely die. The reason the original Obito could last a little longer after casting it was because he had once been the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and had residual Six Paths power. And he had Hashirama's cells to extend his life a little, but it could not save him. Using spirit to replace spirit, the Quincy are really unreasonable. Madara, who had used the samsara of heavenly life technique by consuming spiritual power, found that there was no so-called law of certain death. It was just that the consumption was huge, and he was physically and mentally exhausted. Madara, are you all right? Hashirama leaped from the statue 100 meters away and rushed over with a worried look. Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his head, and his Rinnegan fluctuated. Revive you, and then beat you up. Limbo, border jail. The surrounding void seemed to instantly produce formless ripples, and several mysterious shadows that were invisible to the naked eye shot out from Madara's body. Madara. The moment Madara raised his head, Hashirama felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. His rich combat experience made Hashirama do a flip in midair. But at that very moment, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. Thud, 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 thud. 4 consecutive explosive kicks were heard. Hashirama was sent flying like a bolt of lightning and crashed directly into a crack in the Valley of the End statue. Hashirama, do you know? Uchiha Madara slowly got up and looked at Hashirama, who was in the crack, calmly. After you died, 2 great wars broke out in the ninja world. Distributing the tailed beasts was one of the reasons for the various countries' confidence. What you once said, that children would no longer have to go to the battlefield, how ridiculous. How ridiculous. Hashirama was silent in the crack. He had known long ago that a great war would break out after he died. But Hashirama Senju said with incomparable seriousness, how can it be so easy? In my lifetime, the things I can do are limited, so I must entrust them to others. The younger generation will complete it for me. Ha! Madara sneered with disdain. The younger generation. So naive. With the crooked melons and cracked dates of the Konoha leadership group, Madara simply didn't think Konoha had a future. He might as well just destroy it and rebuild it. Hashirama, my dream has been shattered. When Madara said this, he was calm, which stunned Hashirama. He only heard Madara continue, but I have found a new dream. Under Hashirama's grave gaze, Madara said with great anticipation. To suppress all enemies with absolute power and unite the ninja world. Don't be in a hurry to refute me. Directly interrupting Hashirama's words, Madara's aura was violent. No one in this ninja world can stop me. As long as I live forever, the ninja world will be eternally at peace. Who am I? Hashirama was confused. Uchiha Madara flashed in front of Hashirama and smiled faintly. An idiot like you wouldn't understand. There's one thing I should have done long ago, but I never did. That is, to beat you until your wife doesn't recognize you. Dance. Boom. Chapter 93, Madara vs. Hashirama, Script Ability, the Almighty. Dance, Hashirama. The moment Madara raised his hand, Hashirama sensed a strong sense of crisis from all directions. He had no choice but to jump out of the crack and quickly retreat to the plain. He slapped the ground. Summoning, Triple Rashomon. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Hashirama instantly summoned 5 huge, blue-faced, long-toothed demon gates of different colors. The Rashomon gates opened their mouths wantonly, like the gates of hell. Shinra Tensei. At the same time, the moment Hashirama summoned the triple Rashomon, Madara also used a body flicker and stood on Hashirama's statue, attacking the plane. A terrifying repulsive force erupted in a semicircle. It instantly flattened the earth, and the terrifying force continued to extend. Boom. Hashirama, who was behind the Rashomon, couldn't help but tremble. All the air in front was being madly repelled in a semicircle. The powerful repulsive force directly shattered the 5 Rashomon gates in a row, and even sent the fragments flying. Madara's super almighty push did not increase its range, as that would be meaningless. Its strength far surpassed Nagato's. A scene that would shock all ninja occurred. On the plain above the Valley of the End, the entire forest was completely flattened, and everything along the way was turned into fragments. The continuous mountain range behind Hashirama's statue instantly collapsed. Rumble. A huge roar echoed for more than 100 li, and many people in the Land of Fire were alarmed. Many people in the unstable village of Konoha felt their ears go numb and looked at the direction of the Valley of the End in horror. Damn it. What happened again? The angry Hiruzen Sarutobi was also full of helplessness and grief. The statistics had just been compiled. Not including others, Nagato alone had killed nearly 1,000 ninja and caused large-scale destruction of buildings. The losses were incalculable. Dozens of huge ravines that cut through Konoha crossed each other. This alone would take time to repair. Not to mention that Route had been destroyed again, and even Danzo was dead. Come out, Hashirama. You were revived at your peak. I don't believe you would die so easily. Uchiha Madara rushed to the end of the huge pit, crossed his arms, and said plainly. The attack that had just rewritten the map did not cause any fluctuation in him. A routine operation. Puffed, cough, cough. A hand stretched out from the ruins, accompanied by a light cough. Then, a disheveled Hashirama, covered in dust, turned over and walked out. Madara, that move of yours almost killed me. Hashirama was a little grave, because Madara's super almighty push was instantaneous. It was different from any move he had known in the past. The so-called Rashomon had also collapsed in an instant. You see, the triple Rashomon could even defend against the attack of the Ninetales tailed beast bomb and the Susanoo's broken sword combined, and change its attack trajectory. Madara snorted coldly, stop joking. A casual move of mine can't kill you. Hey, Madara. Are you the one who's joking? Hashirama felt that he had been hurt by the pretentious aura. Look at the collapsed mountain range and tell me it was a normal attack. Even if I wanted to destroy this mountain range, I would have to use an ultimate move. The current Madara is full of pretentious aura. He's no longer simple. Humph, don't be beaten into an idiot by me. Be serious. Uchiha Madara said, and then denied himself, I'm sorry, it's my fault. You were an idiot to begin with. Maybe I can beat you into being a little smarter. Madara, am I an idiot? Under Madara's speechless gaze, Hashirama seemed to have suffered a great blow. He directly squatted on the ground and drew circles, full of dejection and low spirits. That's enough. You fool. Uchiha Madara subconsciously looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he roared angrily. He really couldn't get along with Hashirama. If I brought him back to the Empire, wouldn't I die of embarrassment? If you can't take this move, then go back to the Pure Land. Susanoo. Spiritual power turned into a huge flame that enveloped Madara's body. In the blink of an eye, the first stage of the Susanoo was condensed. For spiritual power longswords were crossed. Madara, I really haven't fought for a long time. Seeing Madara getting serious, Hashirama's surging fighting spirit uncontrollably filled his entire body. Sage mode, activate. Hashirama's hands suddenly came together, and a formless aura burst out. A blood-red, demonic sage face paint appeared on his face and forehead. His entire aura became completely different from before. I don't care if you were dead or not at that time, but this era is not suitable for me anymore. You, or your unknown ambition, will only bring sorrow to the ninja world. Madara, I'm going to stop you. Too naive. I really have to beat Hashirama half to death before I talk to him. Uchiha Madara thought so. Madara, bring out your perfect form. Looking at the Susanoo, which was only in its first stage, Hashirama reminded him. At the same time, he erupted with an almost endless amount of Sage Art Chakra. The vast aura blew away all the surrounding objects. Sage Art, with style, gracious deity gates. A blood-red Sit character appeared in Hashirama's palm, and a huge, rectangular giant wood appeared out of thin air behind him and pressed down on Madara. This one move could directly suppress the rampaging Ninetales. To deal with the first stage Susanoo, in Hashirama's view, was no problem. Hashirama, you underestimate me. Facing the sky-covering giant wood, Uchiha Madara immediately controlled the Susanoo's 4 swords and directly slashed out a violent sword pressure. Boom. Under Hashirama's astonished gaze, the huge giant wood was completely destroyed by the first stage Susanoo's slash. No, not destroyed. It was completely annihilated, similar to dust release. It was clearly just an ordinary slash. Is it that special energy? Hashirama's heart was grave. At the moment he was distracted, Madara instantly appeared in front of him and kicked viciously. He subconsciously raised his right hand to block, and Hashirama once again felt the terrifying ability. Bang. Hashirama's right hand, which he had just raised, disappeared directly after being kicked by Madara. A sharp pain spread through Hashirama's entire body. His right hand disappeared, and a mist of blood was scattered. This ability. Hashirama decisively pulled away. Looking at his empty right hand, his face was extremely grave. It was hard for him to understand. He had just been revived and had recovered his state, but in just one clash, he had lost his right hand. Madara, the serious you now is too dangerous. Don't misunderstand. I was just using you for an experiment. I wasn't serious. Madara's faint words once again made the corner of Hashirama's eye twitch. What happened all these years? Madara has become more and more of a show-off. Madara's script ability, the Almighty. The power of all creation, decompose all things. Any attack with the power of all creation attached can qualitatively decompose all things and return them to nothingness. The power of all things, reassemble all things. Any object affected by the power of all things can be qualitatively reassembled. It can also reassemble oneself, recover from injuries and state, and obtain a near-immortal ability. What the brat said, it's close to causality and concepts, right? Uchiha Madara was quite satisfied with his script. At least it was not an ability that he needed to think about before he could use it. The word qualitative was close to a causality law ability. Almost no power could cancel this ability. But every ability has an upper limit. The current limitations are: the larger the non-living object or the stronger the living being, the greater the consumption. If the consumption limit is exceeded, the ability will fail. But this was not a problem. At least in the ninja world, Madara didn't believe that there was an existence that he couldn't decompose, apart from Lucian. Madara, although your ability is strong, I will not give up. Although his right hand had been decomposed, Hashirama still erupted with a terrifying amount of chakra and formed a hand seal with one hand. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. A deafening roar was heard. The surrounding air was pushed away by an extremely strong gust of wind, and the light in the entire sky dimmed. The power that easily suppressed my armored Susanoo in the past has finally appeared. Looking up, Uchiha Madara was serious, and his blood began to boil. A wood style and power of this size. It had faintly exceeded the range of his current script ability, but it could be improved in the future. As expected, only Hashirama was worthy of the title of God of Shinobi. Madara, Hashirama, that thing of yours is so big. Chapter 94, True several thousand hands top transformed Buddha, Hashirama is carried away by Madara. True several thousand hands. A truly colossal entity in the ninja world, blotting out the sun and sky. The massive wooden Buddha had its hands clasped together. The wood golem, whose size was comparable to the perfect Susanoo, could only sit on the wooden Buddha's head, looking extremely small. Tens of thousands of sky-reaching arms were gathered behind the wooden Buddha. Any ninja who saw it would be terrified. Hiss, that's more than 10 li away. The Konoha ninja who had been attracted by the tremor caused by Madara's super almighty push were all stunned on the spot. Even from a distance, looking at the thousand-handed giant Buddha that connected heaven and earth, everyone's scalp tingled with shock. The so-called terrifying tailed beasts, in comparison, were like little kittens. That's wood style. Quickly go and report to Lord Hokage. An extremely experienced Umbu captain's voice was trembling at this moment. He had clearly guessed that it was the move of the respected first Hokage. But looking at the terrifying Buddha statue, he believed that even the third Hokage would be stunned. In the current ninja world, no one had seen the true power of the god of Shinobi. In the original story, the reanimated Hashirama in the Chunin exams could only create a small grove that covered a house. Even so, it had made the third Hokage extremely grave. If they were to see the true several thousand hands, not many people would have the courage to stand. True several thousand hands. The extremely strong energy fluctuations in the land of fire attracted the attention of Lucian, who had just left the Wandenreich and was leisurely walking towards the land of lightning. He looked into the distance. As if crossing layers of obstacles, Lucian saw the colossal entity. With just this one move, he has redefined the limit of a Superkage. Hashirama's perfect sage body, and his terrifying amount of chakra, although there was a gap with the Six Paths level, had shattered the imagination of the ninja of all countries. In the entire ninja world, apart from the sage of Six Paths Susanoo, there was no other ninjutsu that could look down on a volume of this size. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the appearance of the true several thousand hands, Uchiha Madara's passion was ignited, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hashirama, as expected, only you can make me so excited. Hashirama Senju stood on the nose of the wood golem on top of the great Buddha's head, looking down at Madara, and said with a grin. Madara, your laugh is not as good as mine. This idiot. Uchiha Madara couldn't be bothered to talk to Hashirama. His eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit. Perfect Susanoo. A blazing spiritual power flame shot into the sky, continuously materializing and covering Madara. In the blink of an eye, a majestic Susanoo was condensed, with its wings spread and holding dual swords. Madara's perfect form was about the same size as Hashirama's wood golem. But the wood golem could only sit on the great Buddha's head, not to mention the great Buddha's huge body and the thousands of arms that were gathered in the sky. In comparison, the difference in size was too obvious. But Uchiha Madara was full of motivation. He looked up at Hashirama with great anticipation. Come on, dance. Madara, your Susanoo is a little bigger than before. Hashirama did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The almighty that Madara had just used was extremely dangerous. So. Sage art, true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha. Hashirama did not hesitate to manipulate the huge wooden Buddha. The thousands of huge arms behind it all moved, and like a meteor shower, they launched a covering strike at the Susanoo below. Boom. Before the thousands of arms arrived, they had already caused the atmosphere to tremble. All the light above was swallowed. All creation soared. Facing the overwhelming and terrifying attack, Uchiha Madara did not retreat a single step. He directly controlled the Susanoo to fly up and slashed out a blazing slash. Bang. A slight cracking sound was heard. Under Hashirama's contracting pupils, the first wave of arms were all destroyed as if hit by dust release. For a moment, Hashirama erupted all his sage art chakra. The speed and strength of the thousands of arms suddenly increased. There are too many. Madara used the almighty slash with his script attached to decompose and annihilate the first wave of arms, and then was met with thousands of sky-covering killing moves again. They were densely packed and innumerable. To cut a gap and rush out, or to directly cut through the thousands of arms and try to attack the Great Buddha, was extremely difficult to do. Super almighty push. Madara withdrew his long sword and once again erupted a terrifying repulsive force. With the almighty of his script attached, it was like an impenetrable barrier that collided with the attacking top-transformed Buddha. A huge roar echoed between heaven and earth. The Konoha ninja who were watching from a distance were once again stunned. At this moment, a torrential rain suddenly fell. The Konoha ninja, stop fighting. Don't fight anymore. Hum. For a moment, the semicircular super almighty push and the sky full of arms were at a stalemate in midair, cancelling each other's power. All the attacks carry an unknown ability that can decompose or annihilate everything. What made Hashirama grave was that the arms that were close to the super almighty push were constantly disappearing. Only by continuously sending more arms could he continue to resist the repulsive force. The power of all creation, decompose all things. But the repulsive force was, after all, an instantaneous burst. It could not compete with the top-transformed Buddha in terms of consumption. The next moment, the repulsive force dissipated. The sky full of arms covered the Susanoo, and a series of roars were heard endlessly. All the arms seemed to have found a vent and attacked madly. The earth trembled. Madara. Hashirama shouted with worry. There were only a few hundred arms left. They could definitely shatter the Susanoo. Madara, who was under the covering attack. Hashirama held his breath and sensed Madara's aura. A moment later, the dust dissipated. The ground below was completely shattered. In the very center was a bottomless abyss, constantly emitting a scorching white smoke. Madara, are you all right? Hashirama flashed down to the ground and searched constantly. Finally, he saw the fragments of clothes and various bloodstains all over the ground, which made his heart sink. Madara, was he beaten into a bloody mist by me? After all, he had used the top-transformed Buddha in the past to shatter his armored Susanoo. This time, without the nine tails, his defense had been greatly reduced. Rustle. The next moment, Hashirama was dumbfounded. All the fragments of clothes, blood, and so on, all bloomed with light and gathered towards the center. In the blink of an eye, a domineering figure was condensed. He's alive. Hashirama simply couldn't understand this scene. Was Madara immortal now? The power of all things, reassemble oneself. Where are you looking? Suddenly, Madara's low shout was heard in his ear. Only then did Hashirama come to his senses and find that the figure in front had disappeared. His right hand suddenly ached. Puchi. A long sword glowing with light directly cut off Hashirama's only remaining right hand. I've known since I was young that I have a weakness. Whenever someone stands behind me, it makes me extremely sensitive and distracted. At that time, that slash came from behind me, and I was defeated. Uchiha Madara calmly held the sword and looked at Hashirama, who had turned around. Of course, I was careless and didn't carefully distinguish the hidden wood clone. This time, you were also careless. Swish. Madara disappeared from his spot and rushed directly at Hashirama, who had lost both his hands. And in that instant, he erupted all his spiritual pressure, which made Hashirama, who was already struggling, pause. In an instant, the two of them brushed past each other. Just like how Lucian had treated Madara, Madara also gave Hashirama a vicious slash. Puchi-chi. A line of blood spurted out. A gruesome, long, and terrifying wound appeared on Hashirama's body. Even his vigorous life force could not recover from the damage that had touched his soul. Madara, you won this time. Hashirama smiled frankly and fell directly. I no longer belong to this ninja world. Whether it's right or wrong, I will no longer stop Madara from pursuing his dream. No, this time it's a draw. Looking at Hashirama, who had lost both his hands and was seriously injured and had fallen, Uchiha Madara finished speaking, and then said with incomparable arrogance, crossing his arms, no, even if you weren't careless, the outcome would still be a loss. A person always has to grow. Madara went forward and supported him, saying quite seriously, Hashirama, the tide of the era of uniting the ninja world cannot be stopped by anyone, whether you or me. Let's go. I'll take you to see the new era. A new era. Just as Hashirama was confused, he suddenly felt himself fly. Since Hashirama had no hands and was seriously injured, Madara couldn't just drag him. He could only carry him horizontally and rush towards the Silburn. Madara, don't hold me like this. What if someone sees? Do you understand gossip? It's scary. Do you think I want to? Stop talking nonsense. The Konoha ninja quietly rushed over and happened to see the scene of Madara leaving. Their eyes immediately widened. Lord Hokage, Lord First has been carried away. A princess carry.